just because my vocational school is not worthy of her prestigious university. She broke up with me in public. But I didn't care at all. Because, in 1 year, the spiritual energy revival will officially begin. By then, all kinds of mutated ferocious beasts will ravage the cities. Money, education, none of it will be worth a thing. Only by becoming a powerful cultivator is the true kingly path. And I awakened the Spirit Object Auto-Compilation System last night. This system originates from the ultimate cosmos, operating with top-tier algorithms that contain the mysteries of the universe, and can automatically compile cultivation techniques based on the spiritual objects seen by the host. Within this year, I will exclusively enjoy all anomalies before the spiritual energy revival. Embarking on a path of evolution, using martial arts to ascend to godhood. At that moment, Fang Yi's gaze was firmly captured by a scrolling news report. The news read, "The ultraviolet intensity at the Qingbei campus far exceeds normal levels. All freshmen reporting today must take proper sun protection measures." The temperature at the school's north gate area had actually reached as high as 74 degrees Celsius. At the north gate of Qingbei University, the blazing sun hung high in the sky. Scorching sunlight spread across the entrance corridor, and the 74 degrees Celsius heat made the ground seem as if it were about to smoke. Fang Yi stood inside a milk tea shop by the north gate, gazing into the distance. He saw the sunlight pouring onto the ground, turning into dazzling golden patches of light, while the scorching air seemed to emit a faint humming sound. Even the slight breeze carried waves of heat, making it feel as if one were inside a gigantic furnace, as though time itself had been forcibly paused by the searing sun. At that moment, a mechanical notification suddenly sounded. A phenomenon of great change between heaven and earth has been detected. Preliminary assessment, Yang attribute fluctuation. Host, please approach and touch the Yang attribute with your finger. The system will automatically begin data collection and initiate data compilation. Upon successful compilation, 50 compilation points will be awarded. Ignoring the security guard's obstruction, he walked straight toward the north gate and extended his hand into that patch of golden sunlight. The moment he reached out, the sunlight was like liquid gold, completely dyeing Fang Yi's fingers a brilliant gold. Hiss, so hot! He could not help but gasp. His skin rapidly turned red the instant it touched the blazing sun, even swelling faintly. Fang Yi gripped his injured fingers, feeling a piercing pain at his fingertips, and at the same time, the notification sounded again in his ear. Strong Yang attribute fluctuation detected. Unlocked, Yang attribute data template. Initiating ultimate computational power to compile cultivation technique. In an instant, golden light resembled countless fine golden threads, frantically winding along Fang Yi's fingers and spreading up his arm. What's happening? The security guard beside him froze in place. He clearly saw the dazzling sunlight pouring down over the young man like a waterfall. In that moment, the radiance on his body was even more blinding than the blazing sun in the sky. Holy crap, what's going on? Is this guy turning into a little sun or something? What's with this ridiculously brilliant light? Why does it feel like the sunlight on him is echoing the giant sun in the sky? No, wait, his glow seems even more blinding than the sun. At this moment, only the system's voice echoed in Fang Yi's ears. Compilation successful, you have obtained a Yang attribute cultivation method, golden sun breathing technique. Gaze upon the blazing sun, inhale and exhale scorching flames. You may use the golden sun breathing technique to temper your body. The cultivation method you compiled requires no study and has been automatically unlocked. Fang Yi suddenly opened his eyes. Within his pitch-black pupils, it was as if blazing streams of fire had been ignited. Boom! Strands of golden radiance instantly converged wildly toward Fang Yi. The entire Qingbei campus was illuminated in resplendent brilliance at that very moment. Fang Yi's entire body was covered in dazzling golden light, radiant beyond measure. He seemed like a heavenly god standing high in the 9 heavens, sovereign over the blazing sun. With every breath, the power of the golden sun surged and flowed through his organs, as if cleansing his marrow and tempering his flesh. Throughout the process, countless impurities were continuously expelled from his body. Standing beneath the blazing sun, Fang Yi radiated blinding light. He could clearly sense a special transformation taking place within him. An incomparably pure and supremely young force moved through his body in rhythm with his breathing, his limbs and bones feeling as though they were being crushed over and over by rolling wheels. The sensation made him almost want to scream toward the heavens, yet no sound could escape. Immediately after, it felt as though he had stepped into that resplendent blazing sun itself. Tens of thousands of sunbeams transformed into scorching wheels of fire, rampaging through his body and delivering an unprecedented destructive impact. Every single cell within him was constantly shattering and then repairing itself anew. It was an utterly terrifying, supremely pure Yang power. In that brief instant, his physical body had endured thousands upon thousands of temperings by the golden sun's force. To his astonishment, he discovered that within his blood now flowed an incomparably dazzling golden radiance, that golden light intertwined and churned with his vital essence before being sent once more into his limbs and bones. After this ordeal, every pattern and every meridian in his body contained the strongest pure yang power, possessing both surging vitality and astonishing destructive force. With every breath, he inhaled and exhaled scorching flames. It was as if that golden sun had been completely swallowed into his abdomen, transformed into his own chi and blood. So this is the golden sun breathing technique? Fang Yi immersed himself in this feast of body tempering. Though the tempering process was agonizing to the marrow, it was also addictively exquisite. At this moment, he could no longer hear the outside world, nor did he notice. The surging golden light here had already attracted the attention of a large number of Qingbei students. They leaned out from their classrooms to look this way. Holy crap, something over there is glowing. As soon as the words fell, heaven and earth suddenly dimmed. Looking up, the sun vanished, and boundless shadow descended. Ha! Why did the sky go dark? Are my eyes malfunctioning? It's bright again? And dark again? Damn it, this flickering, why does it feel like the sun is breathing? Since when can the sun breathe? Before their eyes, light and shadow rose and fell repeatedly. Bright. Dark. Like the rhythm of breathing, cycling over and over, light and darkness alternating, day and night switching in the blink of an eye. Yet the cause of such a phenomenon was not the blazing sun hanging high in the sky, but Fang Yi. With each of his breaths, the world alternated between brightness and gloom. When darkness instantly swallowed the world, everything around seemed dragged into endless unknown depths, eerie and terrifying. The stray cats on campus panicked and fled into the grass, trembling. When the sunlight flared forth once more, the metal gate at the north entrance collapsed directly amid the blazing light, its edges even scorched half-melted. The piercing alarm tore through the silent air, finally awakening Fang Yi from his cultivation state. He opened his eyes, confusion filling them. Ha! All of this was caused by me? What met his gaze was a scene of devastation, as if it had just endured a bombardment. Realizing he was the source of it all, Fang Yi made an instant decision run. By the time Fang Yi returned home, the sky was completely dark. After eating some takeout and taking a quick shower, it wasn't even 9 o'clock when he finished everything and prepared to lie down and sleep. After running around all day, plus the unexpected incident, he didn't even feel like playing games. Can't sleep, I just can't sleep. Fang Yi tossed and turned in bed for a long time before finally sighing and sitting up again. The scorching heat within him surged like a tide, making his mind even more excited instead. At this moment, Fang Yi once again began circulating the golden sun breathing technique. The supremely powerful yang force continuously tempered his internal organs, and with every breath, all the yang attribute spiritual energy circulated throughout his body. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Under the cleansing of the golden sun breathing technique, his lungs and organs seemed to be scorched by the blazing sun. With each breath, he could faintly hear the boiling and rumbling of his bloodline. Within him, his chi and blood churned like blazing waves of fire, surging without rest. Fang Yi's body trembled slightly, feeling an unprecedented surge of excitement and exhilaration rising continuously from deep within him. Under the tempering of the blazing sun, his entire body was undergoing a supreme evolution toward a higher level. A golden gleam flashed in Fang Yi's eyes as he slowly exhaled a long breath of turbid air. The power of the golden sun breathing technique truly lived up to its reputation. After practicing it only twice, the most direct change he felt was a qualitative transformation in his physical condition. The stomach ailment that had plagued him for years had completely vanished, and all he felt now was a warm, indescribably comfortable sensation in his abdomen. I've truly stepped through the door of cultivation now. This is a brilliant path leading to evolution. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth is the most precious nourishment in the world. Some of the ailments on my body have quietly disappeared during cultivation, and my overall state has never been better. Fang Yi murmured to himself in a low voice. This was the benefit brought by evolution. Right now, the resurgence of spiritual energy had not yet officially begun. Based on these current changes alone, one could already imagine that in a year's time, the physical quality of the entire population would be elevated to an unprecedented level, perhaps even beyond human imagination. After slowly steadying his breathing, Fang Yi still felt no trace of sleepiness, so he simply lay on his bed and began scrolling through the news. What's this now? Fang Yi's gaze was drawn to a trending search. Spiritual Qi Cultivation Association updates its realm chart. The Spiritual Qi Cultivation Association. This was a virtual association that had been hastily formed online a year ago, whose main function was to occasionally publish so-called rules for cultivating spiritual qi. When the association was first established, it released a piece titled Little Tips on Spiritual Chi Cultivation, which stirred up quite a commotion online. In the eyes of the vast majority of ordinary people, this association was just something for amusement. Spiritual chi revival novels had been popular for so many years, and now someone had actually come up with cultivation tips. No matter how you looked at it, it seemed like an obsession gone too far. It spread quite widely at first, but people soon realized that what the Spiritual Chi Cultivation Association posted wasn't even as interesting as novels, and so everyone dispersed in a rush. Later, only a few hundred obsessed fans remained, occasionally posting nonsense there, barely maintaining a trace of activity. Fan Yi had also glanced at that so-called cultivation manual when it first became popular. At that time, he was completely an outsider with no cultivation experience whatsoever, and reading it only made him feel that it kind of had that vibe. Unexpectedly, a year later, this association once again went viral, and thinking of the various strange phenomena that had been emerging one after another recently, Fan Yi found himself inexplicably clicking into the post. Detailed Realms of Cultivators. He subconsciously clicked on it and immediately saw a page formatted with white text on a blue background. At the very top was the bold header Spiritual Chi Cultivation Association, and in the lower right corner were the time, date, and the association's official signature. The overall style was simple and straightforward, without unnecessary decoration, carrying a hint of an official Sia State announcement. Looking more closely, he could even vaguely see a national certification watermark in the background. A national watermark? Fan Yi stared at that watermark for a full several seconds. Already aware that spiritual chi was about to revive, his first thought was, this thing, could it actually be a national announcement? Could this so-called Spiritual Chi Cultivation Association actually be the state itself, sending some kind of signal to those who have come into contact with spiritual chi in advance? Beginners are the most likely to take the wrong path, and even future cultivators are no exception. Without a reliable master and the correct cultivation method, it's all too easy to suffer deviation, and once that happens, the consequences are extremely troublesome. He glanced again at the bright red, eye-catching official seal and noticed that every pinned announcement had a stamp behind it. Sia State is extremely strict about such matters. Something like a national watermark couldn't possibly be used casually, or it would have long since been officially warned and taken down. Yet this association was able to exist so brazenly. Could it really be backed by? The more Fan Yi thought about it, the more plausible it seemed, and he continued scrolling down. Clicking into the comments section, he immediately saw several highly upvoted comments. Damn, this can't be real, right? You're seriously giving us a cultivator realm classification? Is this a novel coming to life? Ha, this is too interesting. Cut the crap, brothers, I've already started cultivating. It had to be said, netizens nowadays are all here for the laughs. Even with such a serious announcement, the comment section still managed to derail completely, which showed just how healthy their mental state was. Fan Yi clicked into the main text. The human body is itself a treasure trove containing infinite possibilities. It is only that in this world, those possibilities are innately sealed. And spiritual energy is the key to unlocking this treasure. These realms were at first seen only in fragmentary records from ancient ruins. After humanity gained the possibility of cultivation and evolution, more and more ancient ruins were unearthed, and these realms were gradually completed. Now, in order to prevent fellow Taoists from going astray, the realm system is hereby made public. I hope you will compare and reference it yourselves. Fan Yi let out a soft hiss. This opening explanation really does have that kind of official setting compendium flavor. Continuing to flip through, there were more detailed divisions and explanations below. First realm, ghostly acts using the miraculous craftsmanship of heaven and earth's spiritual energy to forge a weapon of the mortal world by borrowing the innate chi of heaven and earth, temper the projection of the physical body. This realm has no threshold, regardless of aptitude, regardless of wisdom or dullness. So long as one perseveres, all may step into it, using spiritual energy to forge one's own body into a weapon of the mortal world? Fan Yi pondered briefly. He sat cross-legged and began to circulate the golden sun breathing technique. When waves of heat surged through his body, he immersed his mind within them. Under the guidance of the golden sun breathing technique, the spiritual energy within him was fierce and overbearing, like a rampaging dragon. This energy was incomparably scorching, exuding a mysterious and transcendent aura. The beginning of cultivation is to first temper one's own body into a weapon of the mortal world, and then, with this weapon body, to contain the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. And the first step on this path is to attempt to control the spiritual energy and condense the form of the divine acts. At first, Fan Yi's movements appeared somewhat clumsy, but very quickly, he could clearly feel that under the guidance of his will, the spiritual energy twisted and flowed like a dragon or snake dancing across the page, gradually condensing into form. In the next moment, Fang Yi's body seemed to suddenly break through some kind of shackle. A divine axe projection, flowing with a magma-like radiance, slowly manifested within him. The ghost axe realm achieved. Fang Yi could feel an unprecedented power surging through his body, bringing about an almost reborn transformation. With the revival of spiritual energy imminent, the entire world was still groping forward in darkness, while he, holding the golden sun breathing technique, had undoubtedly cleaved open a straight path of light ahead of all others. There were likely very few people in the world, perhaps almost none, who could advance as easily as he had. Moreover, the divine axe he condensed was somewhat special. Its body shimmered with flowing gilded brilliance, glowing with golden light, clearly empowered by the golden sun breathing technique. Stepping into the ghost axe realm is only the starting point. It says here that after breaking through, one must channel spiritual energy to drive the divine axe. Each time the divine axe falls, it represents a 1-star increase in my realm, but at my current limit, I can only deliver a single strike. Fang Yi murmured softly. The ghost axe realm is divided into 9 stars. Each time the divine axe is driven, it consumes an enormous amount of mental and spiritual energy. The chi and blood within his body surged and throbbed, nearly roaring. The divine axe rang within him, eager to move, roaring and boiling, and then suddenly swung down. 1 star. This was Fang Yi's current realm. The terrifying aspect of the golden sun breathing technique was fully revealed at this moment. In an instant, he established a close connection with that divine axe, and the blazing aura seemed as if it would scorch even his soul. Golden light flickered on and off across the surface of his body, like a blazing sun mostly concealed by someone, now once again tearing open its mysterious veil. A suppressed muffled groan escaped from his throat as the searing power flowed along his meridians and spread through his limbs and bones, and Fang Yi could not help but let out a low, satisfied moan. If he were to mobilize the golden sun breathing technique again in his current state, what kind of effect would it produce? The moment the thought arose, the golden sun breathing technique was immediately activated. Previously, when he used this method to temper his body, he still possessed nothing more than an ordinary mortal physique. No matter how powerful the technique was, it was difficult to fully unleash its might. Although his bloodline had undergone transformation, it was as if all the power had been stockpiled somewhere, unable to be completely released. But now the situation was entirely different. That accumulated power, like a boiling river, coursed directly through his limbs and bones. A faint golden glow shimmered over his skin, and from the tips of his hair to the ends of his fingers clung a heart-palpitating primordial force, truly achieving a balance between the inner and the outer. Fang Yi carefully sensed it, feeling only boundless comfort throughout his entire body. From obtaining the golden sun breathing technique to formally beginning his cultivation, only a short single day had passed. Within this extremely brief interval, he had already directly broken through to the first realm, 1st star. It might sound somewhat self-praising to say so, but his cultivation speed truly could already be described as terrifying. It seems this spiritual chi cultivation association really does have some substance. Fang Yi looked at his phone. This post had come at exactly the right time. At present, all the pioneers of the spiritual chi revival were feeling their way across the river by touching the stones, and the path of cultivation was both arduous and rigorous. There was no room for even a single detour. This one post, this single chart of realms, directly helped countless people sort out their future path clearly. Fang Yi was the most direct beneficiary. If he had relied solely on his own slow exploration, breaking through a realm would never have been so smooth. This realm chart alone had saved him a great deal of time. The first realm is condensing the ghostly axe, hacking away at the flesh, so what about the realms after that? Fang Yi continued scrolling down. Each realm in the post was followed by a detailed explanation, written with considerable care. The second realm, spirit creation, meant using the physical body that had been forged 9 times by the divine axe to generate one's intrinsic spiritual chi within. It sounded a bit mysterious, but in essence it was about exercising more refined and precise control over spiritual chi. However, such control required an immense amount of practice, and at Fang Yi's current level, he had yet to reach that stage. The third realm used the inner spirit as a guide to open the 5 senses and connect the 100 meridians, and could be called the Vajra realm. The fourth realm. Fang Yi kept scrolling downward. The earlier realms still included quite a few auxiliary tips for making breakthroughs, but the further down he went, the briefer the descriptions became. When he reached the 8th realm, there was only a single short sentence. 8th realm, king, with the nether palace as the core, fuse the power of the sun, moon, and stars, stand between heaven and earth, hold the cosmos in your hand, and sit upon the throne of the world. Fang Yi's heart trembled, and an image involuntarily surfaced in his mind. Above an endless nether inferno, a figure sat high upon a throne, with a mere lift of the hand, he could shake heaven and earth, rotate the sun and moon, shatter mountains, and overturn rivers. Such power had almost surpassed all the rules of the mortal world. Could humanity truly reach such a level? Wouldn't that already be a god? A divine formation core, favored by the heavenly Tao. Damn, this setting instantly maxed out his excitement. Scrolling further down, there was a comment at the bottom with an astonishing number of replies. That comment contained only 3 short words: "I've been enlightened." The nested replies beneath were almost entirely insults. Most people said the commenter was delusional, one dared to fabricate, another dared to believe, and that he should hurry up and line up at the psychiatry department. Others kindly advised him not to take it seriously, saying real life was what truly mattered. No matter how he looked at it, there was almost no one who genuinely believed it. The comments were uniformly full of mockery and sarcasm. But Fang Yi held a completely different view. He had a faint feeling that this commenter was most likely also a pioneer of the spiritual Qi revival. Like himself, the person had gained genuine insight from this cultivation realm chart, which was why he couldn't help but leave behind a brief thank you. Unfortunately, those people had no idea that 1 year later, when the curtain of spiritual Qi revival was fully drawn open, the person they now treated as a joke would become something truly terrifying. After stepping into the 1-star level of the ghostcraft realm, Fang Yi felt as if every pore of his body had been gently ironed with a warm towel, so comfortable it was beyond description. Just as he was about to lie down and sleep, he suddenly remembered that the system had unlocked a new function during the day, which he had not yet had the chance to examine closely. So he summoned the system panel. In the corner, a line of small words he had almost forgotten gradually emerged: compilation points, 50. Fang Yi stared at this line, frowning slightly. What exactly could these so-called compilation points do? Earlier, he had been completely immersed in the excitement of compiling techniques and had not seriously studied this thing at all. Since I have the time now, I'd better figure it out first. The system page's explanation remains simple and straightforward, summing up the purpose of the writing points in a single sentence. Writing points can be consumed to forcibly implant acquired writing data into any object. Fang Yi gazed at this line of prompt. It was almost like a mysterious passage leading to an unknown realm, its potential possibly no less than directly writing cultivation techniques, perhaps even greater. Now, the writing points were already available. As for the so-called writing data, there was currently only one yang attribute. Then what exactly did this forcible implantation mean? Fang Yi's gaze shifted casually and landed on the mug on the table. The crystal-clear glass reflected a soft glow under the light. Did this count as any object? Do you wish to consume writing points to implant yang attribute into this object? A prompt immediately popped up on the panel. Seeing this, a flash of realization crossed Fang Yi's eyes. So this so-called forcible implantation is essentially enchanting an object, granting it extraordinary abilities. Take this cup in front of me for example. If I choose yes, then this cup will become one that possesses the yang attribute. This function is way too outrageous. A cup might have limited use, but what if it were replaced with a knife? A gun? Or some kind of specialized weapon? A blade infused with the yang attribute would undoubtedly unleash astonishing power in battle, the forces of burning and destruction layered upon its edge, causing the enemy to collapse in an instant. At this thought, ideas began racing through Fang Yi's mind. If I can first craft a weapon that suits my hand, and then implant the yang attribute into it, it will become my one and only natal weapon. A weapon tailored specifically for me and imbued with extraordinary power would be far more terrifying than any standard issue weapon on the market. Thinking of this, Fang Yi's gaze fell directly on the tang saber on the cabinet. Although it had not yet been unsheathed, just sitting there already looked cool enough. That's the one, I'll use it for an experiment first. He yawned, stretched lazily, and threw himself onto the soft, large bed. At this moment, in the depths of the city's night, a figure clad in a uniform of black and silver darted through the shadows. She moved with an agility beyond ordinary people, her eyes glinting with a faint silvery sheen like a spirit of the night. It was clear she was pursuing something, her earpiece pulsing with points of light as she moved. She still hadn't caught that rabbit, the one that had devoured the nightshade's spirit fruit. The thing's speed was truly unbelievable. She spoke into her earpiece as she moved, her silhouette flickering in and out of the shadows, leaping effortlessly over the rooftop of an apartment building. Under the waning moon, her figure traced a breathtaking arc, gone in a flash like a shooting star streaking across the night sky. A passerby happened to look up, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Did I just see someone fly by? But that's an elevator building. Her earpiece flickered with a blue light and a lively feminine voice came through. You have to be careful, it's just consumed the spirit fruit. Its mutation and evolution aren't complete yet, but it could get even stronger. Don't let your guard down for a second. I understand, the uniformed girl replied softly. She glanced ahead, her form dissolving into the darkness. With the resurgence of spiritual energy, a new era was quietly unfolding, a time full of opportunity but also fraught with peril. The world was changing, strange phenomena appeared everywhere. The rise of spiritual energy had given birth to countless pioneers and, just as often, to vicious beasts that posed enormous threats to humanity. And the rabbit she was hunting was one such creature. After consuming the nightshade spirit fruit, it had gained the ability to sneak through the darkness, and worse, it was now aggressively hostile toward humans. If she didn't contain it now, if it slipped into a crowd, ordinary people could be put in real danger. As Su Qingying considered this, her brow suddenly furrowed. She sensed that the presence she'd been tracking suddenly veered off and darted straight into a nearby high-rise apartment complex. That could mean trouble for the unsuspecting residents. Damn it! That rabbit's entered the residential area. Su Qingying's delicate face steeled with resolve. In an instant she vanished into the shadows. Squeak! Squeak squeak! Fang Yi lay in bed, just about to drift off to sleep, when he heard a bizarre sound, messy, chaotic, like an entire nest of mice was having a wild party under his bed. What the hell? He wondered if he was just hearing things. He'd lived in this place for years, suddenly having mice seemed impossible. With that thought he rolled over and tried to ignore it. But a moment later the noise came again. Squeak 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 squeak. This time it was even louder, as if the mice's party had gone from 0 to wild in seconds, the sounds rising and falling in a frenzied, almost filthy rhythm. Fang Yi couldn't take it anymore. He opened his eyes. Click. He turned on the light, shuffled out of bed in his slippers, and searched every corner of his room. Of course he found nothing. Could it be someone's pet making noise? Fang Yi frowned slightly. He had already reached the ghost-forged realm. His hearing and eyesight were now far beyond those of ordinary people. So it was no surprise that he could hear sounds from other apartments, and since it was none of his business, he figured he'd better stay out of it. Fang Yi lay back down on his bed and tried to get some sleep. This time the noise seemed to have finally stopped. But just as he began to drift off, the irritating sound started up again. Creak! This time it wasn't just a simple noise, it was sharp and piercing, the kind that made your skin crawl. It sounded like some forced, sordid transaction was going on, a desperate shriek, every note scraping at his nerves like fingernails dragging across the ceiling. Fang Yi lay on his side, brow furrowing tighter and tighter. Damn it! Shut up already! Kill that mutant rabbit! The ultimate high-level attributes. The night was as cool as water. An eerie chill permeated the silent hallway. Whose pet was this? Making a racket in the middle of the night, and with such a pitiful, tortured sound were they abusing it? Fang Yi cursed under his breath, got out from under his blanket and stalked out of his room. It was already autumn, the night breeze had an edge of chill to it. But the wind didn't penetrate him at all, his body burned, radiating heat like a ball of fire. In the pitch-black corridor he seemed to glow faintly, standing out in the darkness. Following the source of the sound, Fang Yi walked down the hallway and finally found the culprit, a rabbit. The rabbit was huddled in the corner, trembling, its whole body emanating an aura of pain and torment. But as Fang Yi approached, a nauseating stench hit his nose. He stopped, narrowing his eyes as he observed the creature before him. This thing could hardly be called a rabbit anymore. Its entire body was jet black. Two sharp fangs jutted from a gaping maw, its red eyes glinting with murderous light. Its fur bristled chaotically, stiff as steel needles, making it look absolutely monstrous. Under the dim glow of the emergency exit light, the creature's twisted, savage form looked even more grotesque, utterly devoid of cuteness, downright nauseating. In fact, Fang Yi couldn't help but mutter to himself, God, that is one ugly rabbit. No, this wasn't a rabbit anymore, it was a creature warped and mutated by some evil force. A raspy screech rattled from its throat the moment it heard Fang Yi's footsteps, its blood-red eyes fixed on him. The corridor was deathly silent, weak lights flickering in the shadows. Suddenly, a sharp crack rang out, shattering the quiet. The lights flared, illuminating red liquid slowly dripping from the rabbit's mouth, glinting like fresh blood. A chill swept through Fang Yi. The stench he had smelled earlier, it was blood. This rabbit had become a mutated savage beast. It hadn't fully evolved, but it was already violently aggressive. Its affinity for the dark would only make it wilder. If he didn't act, this whole building would soon be drenched in blood. Fang Yi's eyes flashed coldly. In the next moment he began to slowly walk straight toward the beast. Under the flickering lights the distance between man and beast grew ever smaller. A fierce murderous glint shone in the rabbit's eyes as every strand of its steel-like fur bristled in alarm. It bared its teeth at Fang Yi, snarling, trying to intimidate him, to frighten him off. But the golden glow swirling around Fang Yi radiated a powerful sacred energy. The aura pressed down on the beast, provoking a primal fear deep in its bones, as if some invisible, irresistible force was bearing down on its very soul. The standoff felt impossibly tense in the shifting half-light shadows, twisting between predator and prey. And yet, it was the beast who quaked in terror at the sight of this slender, calm young man. Boom! Just as the rabbit howled, that figure sprang into action. Golden light erupted like countless suns blazing forth from his palm. A monumental surge of power swept out as Fang Yi's entire figure was wreathed in terrifying, pure radiant energy. the very embodiment of yang. He unleashed a fist. Boom! The sound was thunderous. Shockwaves of golden light rippled out, scattering all around. The front of the rabbit's chest exploded in a shower of blood, a gaping hole blasted straight through. A beat later, its mangled body disintegrated, shredded into a whirling storm of flesh and blood. Every fragment sparkled gold like dazzling shards of sunlight. Its eyeball, wrenched loose in the shock, rolled helplessly and landed at Fang Yi's feet, staring up, flooded with raw terror and despair. Those eyes seemed to ask over and over, how could this be? Even as death overtook it, confusion and horror lingered in its gaze. Why? Why was this person so terrifying? Fang Yi regarded the eyeball with indifference. Then squish! His foot came down, perfectly crushing it. Thick red gore splattered out from under his shoe, blooming like a blood-red flower in the dark. He knew the truth. The rabbit, mutated with the power of the night, hadn't fully finished its evolution, but his own power of pure sun and light was its natural nemesis. So long as his yang energy poured forth, even one punch was enough to destroy it in an instant. He'd only been training for a day, yet he could already slay a mutated rabbit with a single blow. Maybe it hadn't fully transformed, but he was plenty satisfied. Stupid beast, disturbing his dreams in the middle of the night, no sense of decency at all. Yawning, Fang Yi stretched. After a busy day, fatigue pressed heavy over him. He turned to leave, not sparing the grotesque, mangled rabbit corpse a second glance. He ambled lazily back toward his room. Not long after he'd left, a graceful figure landed lightly outside the window. Long legs swiftly swept into the hallway, her body tense with urgency. She'd intended to intercept the rabbit, but as she raced in, her pupils narrowed in shock. Blood and flesh were strewn everywhere, there was hardly a scrap of whole carcass left, just wreckage of remains, muddled into an unrecognizable mess. Dead. Her heart skipped a beat. The rabbit's corpse still carried a lingering trace of the night, a remnant of dark energy. She needed to reclaim it. The darkness attribute was a rare and powerful subtype. Just as Su Qingying got closer, her brow furrowed. Wait, this aura. So hot, so incredibly powerful and pure, forceful yet embracing warmth. It wasn't a mere sub-attribute, it was an absolutely refined, overwhelming force of yang. Su Qingying's expression shifted, troubled and conflicted. As the world's spiritual energy reawakened, many individuals began to manifest elemental abilities in this initial stage. Since such upheavals in the heavens and earth are usually accompanied by unusual natural phenomena, and there's yet to be any established method of cultivation, most of these early pioneers are attuned to various elements. Metal, wood, water, fire and earth are the most basic, also the easiest to encounter. However, things like lightning, sunlight, radiance and darkness, all properties surrounded by danger, are extremely rare, seldom seen in the wild. What a remarkably pure solar attribute. At the very least, this means a spiritual recovery rate above 80%. This person's talent is extraordinary. Judging by their aura, they're only at the beginner level of the Ghost Act stage, first star. Once she was certain, Su Qingying lightly tapped her earpiece, immediately reporting the situation to her superior. That rabbit is dead, she said. Excellent work, did you kill it? Came the reply. It wasn't me. Someone else took care of it. Su Qingying quickly relayed everything she'd witnessed. After listening, the other end fell silent. For a moment it felt as if time itself had frozen, an oppressive hush hung in the air. After a while, the person on the other end checked some records and finally spoke, voice slow and careful. At your location, there's a high-level elemental pioneer with an exceptional attribute. Yes, Su Qingying replied, brow furrowed as she eyed the remains on the ground, still faintly glowing with golden light. There's no record of them in headquarters files, the voice on the other end said, now a little excited. A pioneer with this kind of freakish talent, we must find a way to connect with them. Su Qingying nodded deeply. She had been shocked herself when she saw it unfold moments ago. Such a perfected solar attribute. With this kind of aptitude, they'd undoubtedly be among the very best in all of Xia country. Someone like this would be showered with resources by any organization. Sure enough, a second later her earpiece relayed new orders. Put your current assignment on hold, her superior said. Your top priority now is to stay there and track down this pioneer. Record everything you can about them. If possible, do everything you can to persuade them to join our Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association. Understood, Su Qingying replied softly, her gaze returning to the rabbit's corpse. Who could this mysterious person be? A new breakthrough. Golden sun tang blade. Brilliant sunshine, a gentle morning breeze. After a good night's rest, Fang Yi woke early, settling himself on the windowsill ready to begin his daily cultivation. As the saying goes, a day's plan starts in the morning. Bathed in dazzling sunlight, his training would be all the more effective. For cultivators like him, the pursuit of purity and the extreme often led to dangerous practices. Training under the blazing sun for the solar attribute, or beneath tempestuous thunderstorms to refine lightning attributes. The results, unsurprisingly, were dramatic. By meditating on the sun, he could amplify the efficiency of his golden sun breathing technique. Fang Yi fixed his gaze on the rising sun, inhaling the crisp morning air, exhaling slowly and evenly. The golden sun breathing technique began to circulate within his body. Streams of radiant golden energy gathered, surging into him wave after wave. After stepping into the ghost axe realm, the scene he witnessed within his inner palace while circulating the golden sun breathing technique became even more magnificent, vast and turbulent. Molten lava flowed over the gigantic divine axe, radiating with a force that was both awe-inspiring and domineering, shrouded in an air of mystery. The breath summoned by the golden sun breathing technique transformed into golden threads winding tightly around the axe's handle like giant dragons coiling around the divine weapon, ready to burst forth at any moment. Fang Yi's breath was steady and calm. As more golden threads wove into existence, they seemed to form a cocoon around the divine axe, lifting it up as if on a golden pedestal. The axe hung there in absolute stillness. Then suddenly those silky threads tightened and yanked on the axe. The divine axe, which weighed countless tons and stood like a mountain, shifted ever so slightly as if it was on the verge of swinging downward, about to break through again. A surge of delight flickered in Fang Yi's eyes. In the ghost axe realm, each breakthrough required one to swing the divine axe. A single swing meant reaching 1 star, but every swing demanded an immense expenditure of mental and spiritual energy. If one wasn't sufficiently prepared, forcing it could do more harm than good. He focused his mind, letting his spirit reach out. I can feel it now. I'm right at the threshold of 2 stars. All that's left is that final push. Fang Yi sensed the axe was lighter than it had been yesterday. Like a tireless woodcutter, at first he could only manage a single swing, but after some practice he could swing it twice, and so on. Day after day, diligent and relentless. One day he would wield this divine axe with absolute freedom and ease. That is the essence of cultivation: no shortcuts, only perseverance. The golden sun breathing technique played a crucial role in this process. After all, cultivation was leagues more intricate than chopping wood. Without a profound and powerful technique to guide him, progress would be impossible no matter how hard he practiced. Just then Fang Yi's heart stirred. He pushed the golden sun breathing technique to its limit. Strands of golden light bound the axe even tighter and with unstoppable momentum yanked it forcefully downward. The golden light overflowed, merging with the scalding flows of magma, looking like waves of golden dragons pinning the divine axe with relentless blazing heat. Boom! A deafening crash erupted like thunder. The divine axe plummeted, carving a burning, pitch-black trench through the ground, scorching heat radiating from it in waves. Once, twice. The axe swung down a second time. That meant Fang Yi had instantly advanced to 2 stars. Just yesterday he'd broken through to 1 star, and now today 2 stars. This rate of advancement was downright terrifying. Fang Yi exhaled, his breath searing hot. From an outsider's perspective, strange golden markings flickered faintly across his veins, a subtle shimmering light. This was the effect of the breakthrough in his golden sun breathing technique. His chi and blood within now formed a pure golden ocean. My pace is quick, but that's only because when I broke through to 1 star, I'd already been on the verge. The accumulated energy from all my past cultivation hadn't been exhausted yet. From here on out, I'll have to keep advancing one solid step at a time. If any other pioneers overheard what Fang Yi just said, they'd probably be so furious they'd cough up blood and curse him out for flexing. Just 2 days, only 2 days, and he's already advanced to Ghost Axe 2 stars. Where's the justice in that? Throughout this entire process, the power of a top-tier cultivation technique was on full display, leaving no room for doubt. Where ordinary methods required more time and yielded fewer results, Fang Yi's progression was leaps and bounds ahead. His upgrade speed was simply untouchable. With every breakthrough, his body felt tangibly tougher. It was hard to even imagine how strong his physique would become if he advanced to the next stage. Fang Yi clenched his fists experimentally. He could feel a surging strength within him. If before one punch could knock over a little kid, now even a 190-pound athlete with an 8-pack wouldn't be able to handle it. He'd go down just the same. This was the bonus that came with cultivation. Leveling up didn't just enhance spiritual energy, his physical body was also becoming increasingly formidable. So while beating enemies above your level sounded simple on paper, in reality just the difference in physical strength alone was a gulf most people could never cross. After this breakthrough, Fang Yi was acutely aware of the yang-type spiritual energy within him, swirling and surging around the divine axe inside his body, vigorous and abundant. His yang energy had always been pure, and after this round of refinement, it was now utterly pristine. Just then his phone rang on the table. A delivery. I'm home, I'll get the door now. Answering the call, Fang Yi opened his front door. Sure enough, a courier in a Shunfeng uniform was standing outside. After signing for and unboxing the package, Fang Yi was in a great mood, a smile crossing his face. These days, couriers always drop stuff off in lockers or at remote pickup points, so actually getting something delivered right to the door felt rare, almost extinct. Inside the package, a Tang saber lay quietly. His previous experiment with the mug had proved it. Touch an item and he could forcibly inscribe an attribute onto it. Fang Yi pressed his hand onto the Tang saber. Would you like to consume a script point to imbue this item with the Yang attribute? Yes. Boom. In an instant, golden light burst forth. The Tang saber was wrapped in shimmering radiance, as if instantly endowed with some mysterious power, dazzling enough to make you think you were staring straight at the sun. It was different from the fire attribute. If fire was simply about burning, then yang represented an intense ultimate heat. You could look directly at a torch, but never at the sun a single glance, and you'd be incinerated, obliterated by its majesty. Imbuement successful. Fang Yi stretched out his hand and gripped the saber with the yang attribute. He could feel that the weapon's energy melded perfectly with the power in his own body as if they shared the same origin. Weighing the saber in his hand, Fang Yi ran his fingers along its blade. Maybe it was because he cultivated by visualizing the sun, so the energy in his body was pure yang, and this weapon now carried the same attribute, an impeccable match. Even though the blade wasn't unsheathed, Fang Yi felt it was actually even more powerful this way. After all, fights between martial artists in the future wouldn't just be about clashing cold steel. He wanted to test out the yang energy within the saber. Stepping out, Fang Yi headed for the back mountain. The place was remote and quiet. Other than the occasional couple sneaking around, no one ever came here. Fang Yi drew the Tang sword from his waist. The blade flickered in midair, and in that instant a surge of golden light erupted with such force that it swept away all the dust in its path. The sky itself seemed to ignite as if set ablaze by a raging sun. Everything around him appeared to melt in the searing flames. Ha! Fang Yi's eyes trembled slightly. His first thought was, that was close. Good thing I came to the deserted back mountain. A spirit weapon. Wait, are you a pioneer too? The commotion was just too much. If someone saw this, would they report me for starting a wildfire? Fang Yi hastily sheathed the Tang sword and glanced around. Thankfully, when he arrived earlier, he'd checked to make sure no one was around. It was also during work hours, so no one was likely to notice him. Without a second thought, Fang Yi turned on his heel and left. Unbeknownst to him, just after his figure vanished behind the mountain, someone else showed up in a hurry where he had just been. So Qingying appeared, clutching a cup of bubble tea, storming onto the rooftop. She circled once, saw no one, and stomped her foot in frustration. Ugh, he got away again. I stayed up all night watching for him, and the moment I step out to grab a cup of tea to wake myself up, he's gone. I must be cursed with bad luck lately. So Qingying opened her mouth and took a vicious bite out of her straw in anger. After getting instructions from the organization last night, she'd cleaned up the rabbit's corpse and had been staking out this building ever since, pretending to be some detective on the trail. Drawing from her extensive crime-solving experience, she knew 9 out of 10 culprits love returning to the scene of the crime. Don't ask about the 10th, every true crime show says so. So she waited, loitering in the hallway near the rabbit's body, waiting and waiting until the flowers wilted, yet no one ever came. In the end, all she saw was a kid late for school bawling as he got scolded. He definitely checked every box for mischievous brat, but he had zero spiritual energy, not even a trace. So unfair. Now I have to work overtime again. So Qingying let out a deep sigh, but then something caught her eye: markings on the back mountain. Wait a second. What is that? The rooftop glittered with golden dust. Even though the energy had faded, the lingering glow was almost blinding. A few pots of flowers, who knows who planted them, were now shriveled, dried and scorched from the heat, filling the air with a burnt smell. Gold flecks were strewn across the ground, cloaking everything in a dazzling, messy golden haze. So Qingying's face changed instantly. Again. It's happening again. He's left another mess for me to clean up. What am I supposed to do about these flowers? Where am I going to find identical ones to replace them? I'm so done with this. As a member of the Spirit Society, Su Qingying's responsibility was to protect the peace of ordinary people, no questions asked. For now, the higher UPS had decided to boil the frog slowly, keeping news of the world's impending spiritual awakening under wraps. Through news reports and subtle hints, they let these strange events gradually seep into daily life, so that when the spiritual resurgence truly arrived, regular people wouldn't be caught totally off guard. When they were out in the field, they were always careful, overly careful, even terrified of causing any trouble that would have them facing the scowls of the cleanup team back at headquarters. But now, Su Qingying hadn't even seen that infamous Sun Attribute pioneer in person, and yet this was already the second time she'd had to clean up his mess. Every time it was the same. Excessive, outrageous. This dead-o, she'd make sure he paid it back with interest. She crouched down and examined the scene. The moment her gaze fell, her beautiful eyes suddenly narrowed in shock. Impossible. Last night the aura I sensed here wasn't that powerful. It was at the level of someone just stepping into the first ghostcraft rank, a beginner 1 star at best. But now, this aura was noticeably stronger many times over. But what shook her was far more than that. Her breath quickened as her eyes landed on one particular mark. Wait, there was something else mixed in here, an incredibly potent presence. A spirit weapon. No way. That's impossible. Spirit weapons were extremely rare. Even the entire association only had 1 or 2, and the spirit energy cores in them still weren't stable enough, so absolutely no one was allowed to use them. So Qingying's delicate, lovely face twisted between a frown and disbelief. Spirit weapons were still just a theoretical concept, infusing elemental energy into a weapon so that ordinary blades could unleash terrifying power. And for whoever possessed one, their strength would far surpass that of any regular practitioner. But with current tech, spirit weapons hadn't been fully realized. So what was one doing here? How could some newly awakened run-of-the-mill sun attribute pioneer have something even the association could barely create? So Qingying bit down on her straw and nerves getting the better of her, pacing back and forth. Right now, she just wanted to storm downstairs, bang on every apartment door and drag that mysterious sun attribute user out to demand an explanation. But she couldn't. No practitioner is allowed to interfere with civilian life. Period. That was the first and ironclad rule of the Spirit Association. Every newly awakened pioneer knew it by heart. In a country as vast and densely populated as Xia, the coming era of spirit awakening was already an unstable variable, one that could upend the rules of society overnight. At a time like this, even the tiniest slip could cause widespread panic. Add in chaos from changes in the very fabric of heaven and earth, and it could all spiral straight into the apocalypse. That's why Su Qingying was reduced to these low-tech, old-fashioned methods, lying in wait, hoping to catch that mysterious sun attribute user in the act. But today luck just wasn't on her side. Fine. As for this spirit weapon situation, she would have to keep observing. It was way too important to report recklessly. Sighing, Su Qingying resigned herself to cleaning up Fang Yi's mess again. Meanwhile, inside an apartment bedroom, Fang Yi sat on the sofa tallying up his gains. 2nd star Ghostcraft rank. Sun attribute Tang Saber. Not bad. My power just got a huge boost. For a cultivator, the earlier you could get your hands on the right weapon, the better. But at that moment, Fang Yi's mind was elsewhere, focused on something entirely different. I wonder if attributes can be stacked on the same item. My knife right now only has a yang attribute. If I manage to visualize and obtain another attribute later, can I also embed it into this knife? After all, he was definitely going to visualize and develop other techniques. There's no way yang would be his only attribute. Once there are multiple attributes, whether it's possible to implant them all into a single item becomes a real question. Not gonna lie, being able to forcibly imbue attributes into objects is pretty handy. Once I collect enough different attributes, I could enchant not just my knife, but my clothes and even my pets. The important thing is each one would be tailor-made just for me, perfectly in sync with myself. Fang Yi murmured softly, lying on the sofa, his fingers unconsciously pressing the power button on his phone. At that moment his phone happened to vibrate, the screen lighting up. You have a new reply. Fang Yi tapped to check the message. He recognized the sender. It was that guy from yesterday who'd replied thanks for the advice under a post and then got laughed at by everyone for being delusional. Fang Yi had casually given his reply a like. He hadn't expected to get a private message from the guy now. Are you a pioneer too? Fang Yi raised an eyebrow, didn't answer, and instead replied with a question. Are you? The other person was online and responded almost instantly. Yes. This is destiny. Come to where the world is changing. The person's profile was extremely plain, even the username was just a random string assigned by the system. It seemed this stranger was convinced Fang Yi was also a pioneer. He quickly sent a few more messages. Username Etug72. I checked your browsing history. You're really interested in all these recent supernatural phenomena, and since you liked my reply yesterday, I took a chance and guessed you're a spiritual energy awakening pioneer too. Username Etug72. I have a few friends, all pioneers as well. We often meet up to chat and are always on the lookout for others like us. Fang Yi frowned slightly. He didn't respond right away. Instead, he exited the chat to adjust his privacy settings, locking down his browsing history and replies. Right now spiritual energy hadn't fully returned, only martial pioneers had appeared so far. Under the curtain of this changing era there were too many martial pioneers whose backgrounds were a total mystery. Fang Yi had no idea what this person's deal was, so it was better to be cautious. After making sure everything was secure, he switched back to the chat. Fan, what do you want from me? Username Etug72 is typing. Username Etug72. Honestly, we just want to make friends. That's all. Username Etug72. There are 3 of us in total. After the world turned upside down, we stuck together for safety. You know how it is with pioneers, it's pretty common. We all have a feeling that things could go really bad in the future, so the more friends, the better. That's why I'm always online seeing if I can connect with any big shots among the pioneers. So after all that searching, you ended up finding me, huh? Fang Yi thought this guy was pretty honest. He'd never met anyone who would just lay themselves bare after a couple lines of chatting. Hell, he'd even exposed his friends' secrets just as openly. Fan. I'm a newcomer too. Username Etug72. Oh, you're new as well. That actually takes the pressure off. I don't have to worry as much then. Since we're all newbies, maybe we can explore things together in the future. Respectful fist salute emoji. Really, if there's anything you don't understand, just ask. I'll tell you everything I know, no holding back. Fan. Thanks man. Respectful fist salute. Did you look over the realm rankings from the Spiritual Cultivation Society? How's your training going? Username Etug72. Oh, I was just about to talk to you about that. So, about the body tempering divine axe ability, I tried to condense it yesterday. Man, I nearly busted a gut. It's insanely hard. Out of the 3 of us, only one managed to pull it off. Pretty impressive, right? Fan. Definitely impressive. Username Tug72. Not gonna lie, I feel like barely anyone can actually manage to condense the Divine Axe at this stage. As for those who can reach the Phantom Axe variant stage, those guys are total monsters, absolute freaks of nature. Fan. Really? Username Tug72. No joke, I've got some insider info. You know how the authorities have a bunch of pioneers under their wing? Well, even they are only at the 1-star Phantom Axe level. So if you round up, we're basically just a rung below the national team. Even the national team is only at the 1-star Phantom Axe. Fang Yi filed that away, then tried a few more subtle questions. He got the sense that Tug72 really did share everything he knew and seemed sincere about it. Username Tug72. By the way, more insider scoop, I've found a special place. Looks like there's going to be a major world anomaly there. Want to check it out together? If all goes well, maybe we can team up more in the future. Fang Yi thought for a moment. Fan. Sure, send me the location. World anomaly. That was exactly the kind of tip he needed. Lots of pioneers were out scouring for world anomalies. Now they were the winners of the age, hungry for every advantage. Whenever pioneers encountered a world anomaly, whether it offered natural treasures or elemental weapons, it meant a chance to grow stronger. Soon Tug72 sent over a file. It turned out to be a compressed folder. Inside was not only a detailed address and photos but also a 5,000-word analytical essay. The passage above offered a thorough analysis of the area's topography, its historical origins, and the processes of its transformation. Then the tone abruptly shifted to the subject of supernatural changes in the world, ultimately concluding with the confident assertion that there must be some valuable treasure hidden within. Fang Yi clicked on the photos to take a closer look. What appeared before him was a dim, pitch-black underground river. Not long ago, it had inexplicably caught fire, transforming into a river of lava deep below the Earth's surface. There was no doubt this was the result of some cosmic anomaly. Red-gold magma surged through the dark stone passage, coming together as a blazing dragon of fire. The radiance was brilliant and intense. Amidst the crimson flow, flecks of gold sparkled like scattered starlight, reflecting the sun, making them stand out vividly within the fire dragon's body. They had the same sun-aligned attribute as his own. Fang Yi immediately recognized what was special about this phenomenon. It looked like he was going to gain quite a bit from this trip. The next day, Tai City, Bin Mu District. A clearing in the woods. Set into the rocky mountainside nearby was a stone door, searing waves of heat pouring out from the crack. A group of young men and women stood gathered before the entrance, each one no older than their early 20s. Every one of them was a talented pioneer, their elemental attributes apparent, the strongest among them a rank 1 ghost axe. At the center they clustered around a girl dressed in white hiking gear. Though the group seemed casual, there was no doubt she was the leader. Her name was Zhang Xiaoa, the one who'd put together the compressed information package and also the first person to discover this underground magma river. But she had another secret. She had recently joined the Spiritual Qi Cultivation Association and become an official member. Very few people knew that the association was actually a state-run division of the Xian nation with extremely strict entry requirements ordinary pioneers rarely even knew how to apply. Zhang Xiao's acceptance was no coincidence. She'd spent a lot of money, called in some favors, and owed many people for the opportunity. This map Xiaoa shared is incredibly detailed, someone nearby said, trying to get close to her. I found the place right away, didn't have to break a sweat. Zhang Xiaoa simply smiled and replied, thank you all for coming to explore the underground river with me. Once we're inside, we'll need to look out for each other. Of course, came the polite responses. Not far away, a young man with a wispy mustache kept checking his phone as if he were waiting for someone. Oldly, when's that friend of yours supposed to arrive? Should be any minute now. Didn't he say he'd be here at 10? There's still 2 minutes. As Oldly spoke, he checked his phone again. Next to him, a stocky, flat-topped man poked his arm and asked, hey, this online friend of yours, are you sure he's coming? You've never even met him before, is he reliable? I don't know, Oldly muttered, but there's still a few minutes. Let's wait and see. He sent off a quick message. Username Tug72. Are you here yet? We're waiting by the entrance. Just come over and you'll spot us right away. Zhang Xiaoa watched their actions, quietly shaking her head to herself. When she came, she'd hoped there might be some outstanding pioneers in the group, people she could perhaps recommend for the association. Looks like we'd better just let it go. Wait, he's here. Oldly suddenly looked up and waved in a certain direction. Everyone immediately turned to look. Testing internal flame detected, red flame blade technique acquired. A figure slowly emerged from the woods. It was a tall, upright young man, no more than 20 years old by the looks of him, with a tang sword at his waist. He gave off an aura of quiet strength. He walked with deliberate calm and reached the entrance exactly as the clock on his phone struck 10, not a minute more or less. Your brother Fan. Oldly sized him up for a moment. He was surprised the guy looked so much younger than he'd expected. He thought the two of them would be at least about the same age, both pushing 30. Is that your system nickname? Fang Yi gave a faint smile and nodded a greeting. Without another word he stepped aside and stood quietly by himself. Haha, looks like we're all I-types here, introverts not like me, I'm a real social anxiety case. The short stocky guy with the buzz cut jumped in to break the awkward silence. His broad grin revealed deep laugh lines, the sort of guy who always seemed to be smiling. Zhang Ziaoa couldn't help but steal another glance at Fang Yi. She could sense he was strong, but his aloof personality kept her from striking up a conversation. What a shame. Now that everyone's here, let's get moving. Zhang Ziaoa slowly pushed open the stone door. Boom! The door swung open, brilliant golden light pouring out. As the gap widened, a rush of hot, churning air burst forth, leaving everyone instantly drenched in sweat. Even so, their eyes shone with feverish excitement. A new era was beginning. This was the chance they'd all been waiting for. Zhang Ziaoa's fingers trembled with excitement. Was this fate or danger? Success or failure would be decided right here, right now. Fang Yi simply glanced up at the golden glow. Sure enough, Yang attribute. Let's go. The underground dark river known as the subterranean stream ran through a hidden cave. Many caves had rivers winding between curtains of stone, stalagmites, pillars, draperies, and flowers of rock, dazzling and bizarre. Judging from the analysis and images in the archive, this underground river was the same, snaking irregularly in a branching tree-like network of considerable length. The moment they stepped inside, the world plunged into darkness. Someone switched on a flashlight, illuminating a narrow, twisting path hemmed in by rocky cliffs. Entering a cave was a little like being trapped in a locked room. It was hard not to feel a twinge of unease. Who's taking the lead? Zhang Ziaoa asked. Old Li and the buzz-cut guy exchanged a look, silent as statues, neither eager to speak up. I'll go first. It was Fang Yi breaking his earlier silence. He stepped past Zhang Ziaoa, who was holding the flashlight, taking the front of the group. His back was solid and reassuring. I'll hold the light and walk right behind you. The two of you figure out the rest, Zhang Ziaoa said, not even glancing back. A rather unusual team had come together like this. Old Li brought up the rear, walking solo. As they moved along, Zhang Ziaoa carefully watched her step, but couldn't help throwing glances at Fang Yi's back. She'd sensed from the start that there was something mysterious about him. It wasn't the icy, aloof kind of mysterious persona you see in people trying too hard to be cool. It was something intrinsic to his very presence. Zhang Ziaoa had met plenty of pioneers before, and most of them carried themselves with a certain air of superiority. But not this guy. Nothing about him made her feel small. Strangely, she even caught a gentle, almost warm vibe from him. The contradiction unsettled her a little. Fan, slow down. Watch the loose rocks underfoot. Someone called from behind. Stick to the inside. It looks like drops of water are coming down from the left. Got dripped on the head a few times already. You guys tired? If anyone's thirsty, say something. I've got bottled water in my bag. The sound of chatter drifted from behind. The group would occasionally exchange a few words, but most of the conversation came from the other three. Fang Yi was usually just listening. Technically, Fang Yi was the newcomer in this little team, but judging by the way the others treated him, it was clear they already considered him one of their own. Naturally friendly, or maybe just one of the good guys. Right then, Fang Yi began to understand why that user Retug72 online seemed so desperate. They weren't faking it, they genuinely wanted a few reliable teammates in this unpredictable new era. It all felt incredibly real. We're almost there, Fang Yi said suddenly from the front. Whoa, is that lava? Zhang Ziaoa called out in excitement. The group had reached the edge of an underground riverbank. The scene in front of them was more convincing than any photo. The pitch-black tunnel resembled a passageway carved deep underground, with molten red lava surging through it, sending up billows of white steam. The lava slammed against the rocky cliffs, making a sound like waves crashing on a shore. It's real lava. There's actual lava flowing through this underground river. It's too wild. If I posted this online, people would say it's just Photoshop. Do you guys feel hot? Someone asked. It's weird, I kind of feel warm but not actually hot. Now that you mention it, our clothes are soaked, but it's summer, kind of normal for this time of year. Still, shouldn't it be hotter right next to lava? Voices overlapped as everyone chimed in at once. Meanwhile, Fang Yi crouched down and without hesitation plunged his hand straight into the lava. Molten rock instantly swallowed his hand. The rest of the group erupted in panic. Dude, what are you doing? Are you crazy? That's actual lava, you can't just stick your hand in. Zhang Ziaoa's breath caught sharply. Old Li rushed to grab Fang Yi by the arm, but before he could, Fang Yi calmly lifted his hand out of the lava himself. His palm was perfectly smooth, not a single sign of a burn. It's not that hot. This lava is unusual, Fang Yi said simply. Before anyone could react, he stuck his hand in again, this time deeper. Now finally he felt the heat. Tons of flame seemed to lick at his fingertips, sending a sting of pain shooting through them. Outside the air was refreshingly cool, inside it was searingly hot. It truly felt as if flames were burning beneath the surface of water. Fang Yi was deep in thought when suddenly an overwhelming sense of danger washed over him. His reflexes were razor sharp. Without hesitation, he yanked his hand back in a flash. Bang! In the very next instant, the spot where he just reached out exploded, erupting in a blinding burst of fire that surged into a roaring blaze. A wave of scorching heat blasted outward. As magma collided with the air, a deafening roar shook the cavern. Lava splattered everywhere, incinerating everything to ash, while flames surged like rampaging dragons. At that moment, it felt as if the earth's core raged beneath their feet. What just happened? Everyone instinctively stumbled back a few steps, still shaken. If they'd been a second slower, they'd have been caught in the blast, just the slightest touch, and their heads would have been blown clean off. Fang Yi also stepped away, his gaze locked on the lingering embers from the explosion. Streams of source code flickered rapidly in his eyes. Detected anomaly. Inner flame. Parsing. Activating ultimate computational power. Compiling. You have obtained Crimson Flame Blade Technique. Inner flame template material. Extreme internal heat carries explosive attributes, incredible destructive force. Crimson Flame Blade Technique. Unlike the Golden Sun Breath, this technique required one to draw their blade to unlock its true power. Every slash roared with the fury of fire, each stroke radiating scorching, unstoppable force. When this sword technique was unleashed, a veil of blazing flame coated the blade, every swing flashed like fire and lightning. The blade's point could gather ferocious flames triggered by fighting spirit into an eruption. In that instant, the crimson flame released energy as intense as a sun at high noon. Fang Yi's eyes blazed. This Crimson Flame Blade technique is a perfect match for my Tang Saber. Even better, I can instill this inner flame attribute into it, boosting its power tremendously. Would you like to spend a coding point to embed inner flame attribute into this item? Yes. In an instant, countless scarlet strands of light flowed into the Tang Saber at his side. Tiny fissures snaked along the blade within its sheath, and blistering heat began to seep out in bubbles like the surface of boiling water. As the inner flame merged with the saber, ripples of fiery patterns spread across its surface, flames undulating and giving off a sizzling hiss. A streak of brilliant light arced across the hilt. It felt as if at any moment a single swing could unleash a torrent of explosive fire, igniting the very air around it. This was a blade skill made for destruction. The stronger the wielder, the fiercer the explosions it commanded. In the hands of a true master, its power was nothing less than apocalyptic. A single slash could level an entire city. Brutal. Fang Yi could feel the intense heat radiating from his saber. A satisfied smile curled on his lips. This was exactly what he needed. I can feel it. Me too. The crewcut man's eyes lit up with excitement. With just a bit more practice, I think I can finally step onto the path of cultivation for real. The others had already sat cross-legged on the ground, their bodies unconsciously settling into meditation. Moments before, they had all felt the surge of awakening energy, so now they hurried to absorb as much of the world's spiritual energy as possible. As pioneers, each with skills on par with the next, their only real competition was in how quickly they advanced. Fang Yi, however, wasn't in any rush to begin cultivating. On this journey, he had already gained something far more valuable. Suddenly he heard a series of strange noises. The sounds weren't loud, so the three others who were deep in meditation didn't notice, but Fang Yi could tell the noises were steadily approaching. He quietly identified the direction, then spoke in a calm voice. Looks like we're not the only ones who found this place. Tang Dao trembled in its scabbard. The ground outside the stone forest was charred black, scorched as if by fire. Outside the stone gate, several newcomers appeared on the once empty clearing, each exuding a restrained, dangerous energy. They too were pioneers in the resurgence of spiritual power. Right now, they stood just beyond the stone gate, studying the map on one of their phones. Heaven and earth are changing, signs and omens are everywhere, one said. We need to go in now before anyone else beats us to it. The anomaly should be directly beneath here. I can feel a unique wave emanating from below, another replied. Let's go, a third urged. Every opportunity before spiritual energy's full resurgence is priceless. We can't waste any more time. Boom! From below ground, a piercing blast suddenly erupted. Heat surged out from under the stone gate in a torrent as though a miniature sun had ignited beneath the earth. The explosion thundered in their ears, and a wave of crimson energy snaked up from the depths like a living thing. Everyone instinctively narrowed their eyes, pupils shrinking. What a powerful surge! One gasped. It's coming from underground. Could it be? Someone beat us here. With grim looks, they exchanged glances, then immediately rushed through the stone gate. When they arrived, they spotted someone in the distance, already sitting cross-legged, in the midst of absorbing spiritual energy. At once, their expressions clouded. They weren't pleased, to say the least. In times like these, clashes among pioneers for the sites of the world's transformations were inevitable. Each location marked by these changes held the potential for extraordinary power, and every bit of it could be a turning point in one's fate. The fewer people who claimed to share, the greater the chance of gaining something truly miraculous. Now, with two groups converging in this underground river like wild beasts fighting over territory, the air was thick with hostility. Worse still, as more people entered, the fire energy within the dark river began to churn restlessly. The spiritual essence generated by this anomaly was finite. Once its capacity was exceeded, it would collapse and dissipate. Competing over such places was as much a part of the pioneers' journey as anything else. And this time both groups had their eyes set on the same spot. The tension in the air was palpable, like swords drawn ready to strike. "So you want a piece of this too?" said a buzzcut man, rising to stand beside Fang Yi and Oldly, who was still deep in absorption. "We found this place first. My friend here's already drawing in the energy. Why don't you guys try somewhere else?" "Friend," sneered one of the newcomers, stepping forward with disdain. "You calling him your buddy? A loser who hasn't even set foot into the ghost sculpt realm isn't fit to call himself your equal." An aura radiated from his body, unmistakably the mark of a first-star Ghost Axe realm cultivator. Before anyone could react, yet another figure stepped forward behind him. This newcomer was built like an ox, towering at over 6 feet 3. He stood there like a solid wall, exuding an overwhelming presence. He too was a first-star Ghost Axe. The crew's crewcut man went pale. Of their team, only John Xiaowa had reached first star. Neither he nor Oldly had stepped into the Ghost Axe realm, and Fang Yi was just a newcomer. Judging by how clueless he seemed, his strength probably wouldn't amount to much either. Now the enemy had the clear advantage. The gap between them was vast. In a situation like this, no amount of clever talk could compare to having fists made of iron. "Got it." Still not leaving, the first star stepped in front, scoffing. He didn't even spare them a glance before heading directly for the underground magma, making it clear he didn't consider them worth his time. John Xiaowa shook, trembling with rage. The other side had 2 first-star Ghost Axe cultivators, both at least as strong as she was. Definitely not a group they could afford to provoke. Survival of the fittest, the law of the wild. That was the iron rule here, amplified by the spirit revival. Among the awakened, the pioneers were like apex predators, the head wolves whose rule wasn't built on diplomacy, it was written in the number of corpses crushed beneath their feet. That power was more honest than any throne or crown. The weak deserved no resources, they had no place getting stronger. John Xiaowa bit her lip hard, stepped forward ready to argue, but before she could speak, a shadow moved ahead of her. Fang Yi quietly took a step, positioning himself between the two teams. A night breeze picked up his hair, billowing. A golden light seemed to shimmer around his body, a trick of the eyes perhaps, yet also strangely tangible. In that instant, Fang Yi raised his hand, tilting his head back as he reached toward the bandages wrapped tightly down his back. Suddenly his fingers clenched, gripping the upper end of the bandage. A searing, blinding flame burst out between his knuckles. It blazed brighter than the stars above, heavier and denser than the thickest cloud banks, writhing and pulsing like a newborn sun. And in its heart, Fang Yi's hand grasped something solid. The bandages melted and disintegrated in the fire's touch. A blade. The pioneers froze, stunned. In the blazing light where Fang Yi stood, they could faintly see the outline of a sword hilt. Fang Yi lifted his hand slightly. From within that searing glow, he gripped the hilt one-handed and drew a long, slender tang saber, burning bright. The crimson flame tang saber. What kind of weapon was this? Why did it look so strange? The men across from him narrowed their eyes, dumbfounded by the bizarre blade Fang Yi now held. Along the surface rippled patterns like waves, and in that moment, just to look at it felt like staring directly into the heart of the sun, almost too bright to bear. Clang! The tang saber thrummed, its blade wrapped in living fire. Fang Yi held it at a slant, the tip lightly touching the earth. Flame poured from the blade, mercurial and silver, spreading in rivulets across the ground. And in a tenth of a second, the earth beneath his feet charred to black. In that split second, waves of blistering heat washed over everyone. The pupils of the Ghost Axe realm 1-star pioneer contracted sharply. "Fall back," he bellowed, his voice thundering through the cavern. Buzz before he even finished warning them, searing gale-force winds surged forth, and everyone instinctively sprang backward, their toes barely skimming the ground as they retreated at lightning speed. In an instant they'd withdrawn all the way to the edge of the underground river. Almost simultaneous with their retreat, Fang Yi raised his tang saber and brought it down in a slash toward the river of magma. Boom! For a moment all other sounds vanished. In the pitch-black cavern there was only a single pillar of flame shooting up to the sky. A blazing torrent of fire pierced upward, brilliant and dazzling, lighting up the entire cave and becoming the only undying flame in that sea of darkness. Rumble, chunks of stone shattered and tumbled apart, red-hot light searing through the open space. The very ground seemed to ignite, transforming into a glowing, crackling red line. What is that?" John Xiaowa gasped in horror, utterly stunned by the sight before her. She even wondered if that single strike might bring the whole cave crashing down. At the same moment, Fang Yi twisted his wrist, letting his blade's edge drop vertically to the ground. All the raging fire in the air seemed to converge at one single point, like a soaring fire dragon, surging toward the shadowy river. Boom! The magma churned violently, bubbling as large gas bubbles rose to the surface, only to burst all at once with explosive force. Within the molten river, a swirling mass of crimson energy surged up, spinning wildly, growing into a swelling red sun before detonating before everyone's eyes. Bang! Fiery explosions tangled together, the blast sending out a terrifying shockwave so hot it felt like it could sear living flesh to ash. "Back," Fang Yi said coldly. Amid the flying sparks, his dark hair fluttered as he narrowed his eyes, watching the figures across from him. The other pioneers stared wide-eyed, the crimson blaze reflected in their pupils and their horror written plainly on their faces. What realm is this guy in? And that saber, what even is that thing? The blade was veined with burning molten patterns, just swinging it had caused a second explosion as if he'd called forth a small sun with one strike. Terrifying. Their knees went weak. Several pioneers bolted, stumbling over each other to flee the way they'd come, retreating in unified panic. Another high-level attribute pioneer. The team fled in a frenzy, scrambling and tumbling out of the dark cavern into the open air. At the stone doorway, one person's lips were white with fright, his eyes still filled with terror, his voice trembling. That was horrible. That guy back there, he's not human. What kind of weapon was that? I've never seen anything so terrifying. The heat in that cave just now felt like I was about to melt. When he drew his saber, the flames burned right through the wrappings. That one strike left nothing behind but scorched earth. If even the ground couldn't take it, how could we, even with flesh and blood, have survived? There are people that strong among the pioneers already. Shit, he's supposed to be a pioneer too, but he's way out of our league. These pioneers, each speaking in turn, filled the air with shock and fear. As pioneers, the chosen ones of this era, they were used to being favored by fate itself. If fortune favored anyone in this world, it was undoubtedly them. Yet after witnessing what had just happened, all their sharp tongues and arrogance vanished without a trace. The gap in skill was so immense that resistance felt laughable, impossible. Thank God we didn't pick a fight with them. If that blade had come down on me, I swear I'd be dead on the spot, no chance of crawling away. The difference between us is just that huge. It's terrifying. I've never seen a pioneer that powerful before. Whatever you do, you can't afford to piss off someone like that. Leaving wasn't cowardice, it was the right call. The future of this spiritual awakening is impossible to predict, but it's guaranteed to be dazzling. Each of us pioneers has been blessed with unique advantages, but for now all of that is beneath the surface. There's no clear protection in place for people like us. If we accidentally offend that kind of powerhouse, getting cut down in an instant wouldn't be surprising at all. They exchanged glances, letting out long sighs of relief, still feeling a lingering sense of dread. Compared to ordinary people, they, as weak pioneers with some ability but not much, were in a much tougher spot. If they crossed the wrong guy, they'd end up dead and boxed within the day. Alright, we accept it. This territory is yours for now. The pioneer who'd first stepped forward, a Ghost Axe first star, made the call. Everyone else nodded in agreement. They'd rather spend more time searching for another place touched by the world's great change than risk facing that strange all-consuming blade again. Underground cave. The silence hung heavy in the air, tinged with something unsettling. The buzzcut guy was the first to recover. Staring blankly at Fang Yi, it took a long moment before he slowly raised a thumbs up. You're a beast, dude. That slash was incredible. Scorched earth still marked the ground, the air thick with the charred scent of something recently burned. Everything around them testified to what had just happened. The fiery patterns on the blade, strips of cloth reduced to ashes, molten rock splattered about. Every detail was shocking. Even now, waves of heat seemed to brush past their faces, stinging their cheeks. Their faces were still burning red. What a terrifying strike. Zhang Ziaoa pressed a hand to her scalding cheek. The heat had singed her hair, burning off a strand in an instant. As the stray hairs drifted to the floor, they turned to ash before even hitting the ground. It all happened so fast it was hard to believe. If that blade had been aimed at them, there would only be a few charred corpses left down here. She was a Ghost Axe first star herself, and not long ago she'd been quietly proud of her accomplishments. But now that sense of pride had been shattered by a single slash, one strike crushing the dreams of so many so-called geniuses. What the hell happened here? What's up with the floor? Geez, was there a volcanic eruption or something just now? Oldly, who had just come out of his meditation and spiritual energy absorption, screamed out in shock. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a huge scorched crack on the ground right between his legs. White-hot steam was still billowing from it. He was scared out of his wits. Oldly scrambled to his feet, glancing around to see the others wearing odd, bewildered expressions. He jabbed a finger at the buzzcut man. What happened here? Did you guys run into something dangerous? Come on, spill. The buzzcut man muttered. Us. Honestly, right now I feel like the real danger is just danger itself. Oldly shot back. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Did you get burnt stupid or something? Seeing the buzzcut man looking half crazed, Oldly frowned and turned to ask Zhang Ziaoa. Ziaoa, what the hell happened just now? Zhang Ziaoa glanced at him. You're pretty lucky, you know. Who goes online and just runs into a big shot? Oldly was baffled. What? Can we cool it with the riddles for once? Ignoring him, Zhang Ziaoa sneaked a look at Fang Yi. There's no question he's a high-tier initiator. High-tier attributes head and shoulders above the rest, a natural born with top-level talent. It's rare as can be. Got to find an opportunity to report this to the organization. Oldly never did get an answer. Ever sharp-eyed, he noticed that the knife behind Fang Yi's back, which used to be neatly wrapped in cloth, now had strips of cloth hanging loose. "Brother Fan, what happened to the wrapping on your knife? Burned off probably." Fang Yi glanced casually over his shoulder. "Yeah, the temperature's insane down here. If you aren't careful your pants might dissolve if you even brush against the lava. You know, when I woke up there was this huge charred crack right between my legs. Scared the hell out of me, must have been the lava melting the floor right." "I think you make a lot of sense," the buzzcut man replied from behind, looking like he had even more he wanted to say but just couldn't. He tugged at Old Lee's sleeve. Old Lee turned around and barked, "What?" The buzzcut man didn't answer but shot a look at Fang Yi and blinked furiously. Old Lee stared at him in confusion. "What, you got a twitch or something?" The four of them pressed on, heading deeper into the lava cave. The underground lava river wasn't that long, it took them all of 10 minutes to reach the end. Aside from the lava itself, nothing else out of the ordinary appeared. Clearly this lava river was the main prize. Old Lee could clearly sense a massive amount of spiritual energy here. Give it some time and he just might break into the Ghost Axe realm. On their way back they made their way to the entrance. The figure they'd seen by the stone gate was nowhere to be found, seemed he'd already left. Fang Yi knew this was where their paths would split. "Brother Fan, looks like you didn't pick up anything good on this run. Next time you go first we'll let you have dibs on the treasures. You're the youngest after all. We should look out for you." Old Lee clapped Fang Yi on the shoulder in a friendly way. Fang Yi smiled. "Well, I guess I'll thank you in advance." Truth was, he'd gained plenty from this journey, but that was nobody else's business. The buzzcut man stared at Old Lee's hand on Fang Yi's shoulder, his eyes about to pop out of his head. "I'll head out then." "Alright, see you next time. Let's keep in touch." Fang Yi turned, waved at them with his back, and walked away. Brother Buzzcut had been holding it in the whole way but finally found an opportunity to come clean with Old Lee. "Do you even know who you just filmed?" "Ha." Brother Buzzcut spilled the beans, rattling off the story of how Fang Yi scared off another vanguard team with a single strike. Old Lee's eyes went wide with shock and then he seemed to turn to stone. He really looked like he'd just been scared out of his wits. "I'm heading out. Got something to do." Zhang Xiaoa broke the silence. She needed to urgently report this high-level attribute vanguard to the Spirit Association. The group split up after that. Zhang Xiaoa got in her car and dialed up the association's officer. For people like her, vanguards, all contact with the association went through a specific handler. Once the call connected, Zhang Xiaoa began her report. "I suspect he's a high-level attribute vanguard. His talent is extraordinary." "Another high-level attribute?" The person on the other end muttered softly. "What?" Zhang Xiaoa didn't catch that. "It's nothing, already noted on file. If there are any further developments, inform me right away." After the call ended, the female officer sitting in her office frowned in confusion. She looked down and schemed over another report, this one from Vanguard Su Qingying. "What's going on here? The association just hit the jackpot. 2 high attribute vanguards showing up back to back." Every high-level attribute vanguard so far had ended up with great status, highly valued by the nation, all holding powerful positions at the very center of power. Breakthrough to 3 stars. Su Qingying has been spotted. Evening. Flaming clouds spread across the horizon, painting half the sky red in a breathtaking, almost surreal scene. Amidst the throngs of people taking pictures, Fang Yi slowly made his way through the crowd. The sword strapped to his back drew a few curious looks. "Is that a prop? Looks real to me. Cosplay, huh? Man carrying that looks so imposing. Has a real Ryujin Jaka vibe." Back home, Fang Yi slipped off his shoes, switched into slippers and walked straight to his room. First thing, he took the blade off his back. The sword had gained a new inner flame attribute back in the cavern. Even sheathed, Fang Yi could feel the scorching, powerful heat radiating from within. At full power the blade could reach 2000 degrees. Plus the inner flame came with a special ability. It could explode. That was an unbelievably powerful weapon to have in his arsenal. Fang Yi used a dry cloth to gently wipe down the blade. As he did, his mind wandered back to the vanguard squad he'd run into today. They had 2 Ghost Chisel first-star vanguards, but honestly, they looked weak, nowhere near a real challenge for him. "Even if I were still a 1-star like them, without my recent upgrade I'm confident I could beat them with ease," Fang Yi mused. It wasn't arrogance, the gap between their strength was just that big. "The Jinyang breathing technique makes me stand head and shoulders above anyone at my level. And that's not even counting the gap for those below me." In this era, when everyone's fumbling around in the dark, not everyone has access to advanced cultivation methods like I do. The thought gave Fang Yi a subtle boost of confidence. These gains would no doubt help him find his footing and maybe even stand out when the era of spiritual energy revival arrived. The feeling was exhilarating. This breakthrough was truly extraordinary. Fang Yi's harvest in the Dark River wasn't limited to the inner flame and crimson fireblade technique. While he was above the underground river, he had also practiced the golden sun breathing method. In an environment filled with underground magma so rich in yang attributed energy, the absorption effect of the golden sun breathing method was boosted tenfold. Oldly had meditated there for half an hour but managed to absorb less than a tenth of the spiritual energy. The remaining 90%. Fang Yi had taken it all. Of course, the human body could only contain so much spiritual energy even at the Ghost Axe realm. This was Fang Yi's upper limit. The good news was after this absorption he could sense his internal energy surging on the verge of breaking through to the third level. If he cycled the breathing method one more time he'd probably jump straight to 3 stars. Fang Yi set out for the back mountain and found a secluded spot. He calmed his mind and focused inward, his consciousness drifting away. A halo, gilded and radiant, swirled around him. In his mind the ghost axe flowing with molten gold like magma emerged before him, ready to be swung down. Fang Yi summoned every ounce of concentration and began to guide the spiritual energy. Elsewhere on the mountainside a disheveled figure crawled out of the shrubbery, wiping sweat from her brow. Finally done. Su Qingying was a mess. She'd spent the entire day in the back mountain cleaning up after the mess that Yang attributed predecessor had left. Suddenly her pretty face paled. She looked up in alarm, eyes full of shock. Someone's about to break through to the 3rd star of the Ghost Axe realm. She could faintly sense a surge of blazing warmth, a powerful tempestuous aura steadily rising. The sky exploded with radiant light, flooding the entire mountain in a nearly divine spectacle. The sunlight blanketed the world, a wave of overwhelming pressure swept in every direction. Buzz! The very air hummed. Fiery clouds overhead dulled and faded against the brilliance of that celestial glow. The halo soared above them, vast as the midday sun, embracing countless living things in its warmth. The heat radiated right through her, suffusing her heart with an invigorating glow. Is this a 3-star breakthrough? Can the Ghost Axe realm really unleash such an earth-shaking phenomenon? Just how terrifying could his future become? Su Qingying had never witnessed a spectacle so grand. In her mind this was no longer mere genius, this was someone ascending step by step toward divinity itself. Boom! The pressure from the divine axe slammed into Su Qingying like a mountain falling from the sky. She could feel that the other party was attempting to swing that awe-inspiring godlike axe. Spiritual energy gushed forth. The divine axe remained unmoved, but the flow of energy didn't waver. It pressed on inch by inch, every step measured and steady. Such control. When I tried to break through to 3 stars, the axe's pressure knocked me back and I ended up coughing blood bedridden for a week. But he's so steady, so precise. That meant the spiritual energy within him wasn't hollow or false, it was solid, earned through painstaking cultivation. Only by tempering every wisp of spiritual energy 1,000 times over could you achieve this effect. It was almost impossible to fathom such a steady supply of spiritual power made breaking through look effortless, like water flowing naturally to the lowest point. For a moment Su Qingying was filled with envy. Whenever she broke through, the abundant spiritual energy was just the foundation. The real challenge was controlling the divine axe for the decisive strike. So this is what it's like to have a top-tier elemental affinity. Even their cultivation methods are so much more advanced than ours. Most people feeling the opportunity would rush into a breakthrough, but this person gave her the sense of someone who proceeded steadily and methodically, never anxious for quick results. At this early stage of the spiritual resurgence, such composure was exceptionally rare. No doubt this had to be an old master, someone like those reclusive monks you only hear about in legends. The divine axe moved. Right then Su Qingying's eyes widened in excitement as she stared at the ethereal axe. Just as she expected, the divine axe suddenly moved once, twice, 3 times, each strike deliberate and controlled. And on the 3rd swing, boom! A beam of light pierced the clouds, bathing the entire back mountain in brilliance as bright as day. The intensity of the light was far beyond anything Su Qingying had ever experienced. She could feel a sense of overwhelming power radiating from it, something wild and imposing that refused to be contained. The light lingered for a while before finally fading away. They broke through. Suddenly Su Qingying realized where the light had come from, the southeast corner of the back mountain. She jumped up at once and sped off in that direction. 3 minutes later, when Su Qingying reached the spot where the light had appeared, she found only a single ancient solitary tree. There wasn't even a bird nearby. A gust of wind sent a flurry of leaves spinning past her. Again. It's the same every time. Su Qingying nearly lost it. Every single time she was just a step too late, always one step. Fuming, she stomped forward and kicked the innocent old tree. A shower of leaves rained down on her and she kicked the tree twice more out of frustration. Covered in leaves, Su Qingying stormed off in exasperation. But just after she left, Fang Yi's figure slowly emerged from behind the old tree. His eyes followed Su Qingying's receding figure. As her silhouette disappeared in the distance, he raised an eyebrow and murmured quietly, "Who's this, I wonder? Been tailing me for 3 days now." Despite his words, there was no shock, no anger on his face. In fact, he looked completely unruffled, as if he had known all along. If someone wanted to follow him, so be it. After all, everything was already within his grasp. Unusual manifestation. Thunder attribute. Su Qingying walked along the winding path of the back mountain, growing more frustrated the more she thought about it. Finally she touched her earpiece and called the field agent on duty. "I think someone's toying with me." "Ha!" The agent sounded totally baffled. I'm serious. How could things be this coincidental? Every single time I show up, I'm a step too late. Every time. This is definitely on purpose. The time before last, when that rabbit died, I rushed over and spent the whole night picking up scraps of its corpse. Fine, I'll admit maybe I was a little late. Last time I kept watch all night, only went out for a cup of milk tea, and when I got back, the person was gone. I spent the rest of the day digging and planting, trying to cover up all the traces left behind. My hands were shaking by the end of it. Honestly, even if I went down the mountain to become a farmer, it wouldn't be as exhausting as this. But this time is just ridiculous. I actually saw the breakthrough aura. It was right there, just 5 seconds. By the time I ran over, not a trace was left. Tell me, if this isn't the universe playing tricks on me, what is it supposed to be? As Su Qingying spoke, her voice started to tremble, fraying around the edges. Life is so hard, I don't want to do this anymore. The agent on the other end fell silent. Usually the fair and impartial type, even she felt Su Qingying had a point. Honestly, how could so many coincidences happen in a row? Trying to lighten the mood, she decided to change the subject and distract Su Qingying with some good news. All right, let's not dwell on that. Anyway, I actually think it's been a good thing you staying outside on assignment recently. Because, well, there's been a new development, an abnormality has appeared. The moment she heard that, Su Qingying's pupils shrank, her expression went instantly grave. Abnormality. She breathed, voice quivering slightly. They've shown up again. She would never forget those creatures. They were the dark undercurrent flowing beneath the city's surface. Evil, unnatural, savage. They despised humans, played with human life like it was a toy, never showing the slightest mercy. Monstrous to look at, cruel in their methods, not just killing for the sake of killing, but relishing in torture and mayhem. Like the Forerunners, they'd emerged to benefit from the world's upheaval, but with one key difference. They embodied the darkness, the highest order of corruption. Abnormalities looked a bit like something from a horror film, vicious, unpredictable, terrifyingly strong. Last time they showed up, the Spiritual Cultivation Association lost several Forerunners, their best and brightest. Su Qingying still remembered that particular abnormality clearly. It was hideous, bizarre, its entire body cloaked in a haze of darkness, radiating a noxious, bone-chilling stench. Its skin was pallid as a corpse, split and pocked with wounds that seemed to burn with malice. She had once looked straight into its eyes, blood-red, glinting with endless darkness and violence, as if they could swallow your soul whole. Its brutality was beyond imagining. It wasn't satisfied with simple killing, it found pleasure in butchery. Whenever an abnormality appeared, the air seemed to fill with the reek of blood, with screams and the sound of bones splitting, a gruesome symphony of death and terror. The very word abnormality meant suffering and utter despair. For an entire month after that incident, Su Qingying hadn't had a single good night's sleep. It was a nightmare that still haunted her. Noticing Su Qingying's sudden silence, the agent offered some comfort. "It's fine. Honestly, it's not a bad thing for you to stay outside," someone said. "At least you don't have to face the anomalies. But be careful, God knows where those damn things might be hiding." Su Qingying's eyelashes trembled slightly. "I understand. Thank you." Before long, a light rain began to fall from the sky. The drizzle quickly turned into a downpour. Soon the rain came down like an army, crashing over the heavens. Countless droplets wove themselves into shimmering threads, blurring the world into an indistinct painting, smothering every distant shape, drowning out every sound. Every now and then lightning would tear through the sky, a blinding lance splitting the darkness, followed by thunder so violent it was like the earth's very heart roaring in fury. At the window, Fang Yi stood silently gazing outside. He watched the storm's wild dance, his eyes deep, a stray lock of hair whipping across his forehead. Was thunder always this terrifying before? He wondered. Online, someone had pushed a hashtag to the top of the trending searches. What powerful being is crossing tribes? The trending post featured a video of the exact scene unfolding outside Fang Yi's window, and comments scrolled by in real time. "Bro, you're really living it up, but this weather is definitely off. Can't say I've seen anything like it. Way too dramatic even for a thunderstorm. Anyone want to claim responsibility for this? You post it, I'll believe it. My grandfather is 80, says he's never seen lightning this thick in his life. He's terrified, insists the thunder god must be angry. To snap him out of his superstitions, I told him the end of the world had come and we're all doomed today. He fainted from fear and now he's being rushed to the hospital. Did I do the right thing, guys?" Reply. "Bro, your filial piety hit like thunder itself." Reply to that. "You're a real piece of work. If your grandpa really croaks today, he's going to claw his way out of the grave and smack you himself." The tone in the comments gradually shifted, veering off track. Fang Yi glanced away from his phone. Boom! Suddenly a bolt of lightning so immense it seemed unreal snaked across the sky. The thunderclap that followed was so fierce car alarms began blaring all along the street. Fang Yi drummed his fingers against the glass, a thought taking shape in his mind. The air was thick with the energy of the storm, violent, majestic. Maybe this was the start of another great change in the world. The idea had barely surfaced when his phone vibrated with a new message. Weather alert from the Meteorological Service. Thunderstorms in your area, travel is dangerous. Please stay indoors." It was like a shot of reassurance. Fang Yi smiled faintly, his mind suddenly clear. He made his decision. He strode across the room to the door. Hanging by the doorway was a black waterproof coat, one he'd prepared in advance. The precise cut made him look taller and leaner, the fabric catching the light with a subtle sheen. He hadn't had a chance to buy new binding cloth, so he left it behind. Instead, he strapped his tang sword at his waist and let the coat hide its shape. Once he was ready, he opened the door and stepped out into the black, storm-ravaged night. Boom. Lightning spread through the clouds, unleashing a deafening roar, as if the entire world shuddered in its wake. It was as if an angry god had descended to the mortal world, its presence as overwhelming as a mountain, as boundless as the sea, inspiring a fear that brooked no resistance. Lightning crackled, and in that dazzling light one could almost glimpse the furious eyes of the thunder god, burning with endless rage, ready to reduce everything to ashes. The warning text had been too mild. In this kind of weather, it wasn't just a suggestion to stay indoors. No one in their right mind would even dare to step outside. The true terror of the thunderstorm lay in its suffocating pressure, a primal dread etched deep in the bones of all living things. Before the fury of nature, people seemed so small, as insignificant as ants. Boom! Lightning crashed down from the sky, striking somewhere on the mountain behind town. The earth-shaking thunderclap startled everyone who witnessed it. "Oh my God! What was that? Did we just get struck by lightning?" Thank goodness it was the back mountain and not the residential area, but that was terrifying. "Did you see that bolt just now? It was thicker than a python, came down in a straight line. Bet that ancient tree on the back mountain, the one 3 people can barely wrap their arms around, is done for." Heaven's might was unstoppable, a decree from the god of thunder. At the foot of Jade Emperor Peak, night stretched on, seeming never to end. Rainwater poured over the ground like a breached dam. In the darkness, thunder exploded, making the whole desolate mountain tremble. Lightning rumbled overhead, hidden and revealed by turns, roaring like a giant awakening from its slumber. All at once, bolt after bolt crashed down. A dilapidated temple high on the mountain was obliterated in an instant. Walls split, pillars collapsed, the old deity statue tumbled from its pedestal and shattered in the flooded courtyard, as if the whole world was breaking apart to welcome the arrival of the thunder god. Since ancient times, the power of lightning had been the ultimate symbol of strength and purity. Mystical tribulations, divine mythic punishment, none of these came without thunder. Heaven's might was vast, the thunder god's decree was absolute. Thunder wielded the authority of divine judgment, punishing evil and eradicating wickedness, wild and unrestrained. Every streak of lightning carried birthright savagery, of violence innate to its nature. Even Fang Yi, who had already forged a divine axe, dared not touch this lightning lightly. As the storm reached its roaring peak, a wild wind swept across the mountainside, black as a river, devouring everything in its path. Rain lashed in torrents, thunder unleashed its fury. Amidst the chaos, a man in a black windcoat stood tall. His golden eyes burned fiercely, piercing the curtain of white mist. Fang Yi lifted his head. Reflected in his pupils was a savage, thick bolt of lightning tearing through the heavens. He could feel the majestic, overwhelming force beating on him, a storm that threatened to rip everything apart. And still it wasn't enough. He hadn't reached the heart of the storm yet. Jade Emperor Peak towered at an elevation of 1,545 meters, spanning 25,000 acres. The foot of the mountain was far from the closest point to the lightning's wrath. The nearer he got, the purer the lightning force he could draw. He needed to reach the very center of this tempest. For anyone else, even the lightning at the foothills would be enough to rip them to shreds. Hiding in an armored car would do no good. But Fang Yi had the golden sun breathing technique. This was his greatest assurance in daring to face the lightning head-on. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, golden light erupted and surged around Fang Yi's entire body. The golden sun breathing technique pulsed through his veins, expanding and contracting in rhythm with his breath, each cycle like scales growing across his skin. In this moment, Fang Yi seemed less like a man and more like a solar monarch, descended into this storm-soaked night. Heaven and earth shifted, the world on the cusp of evolution and death, creation and destruction twined together. In an era of upheaval, it was always the brave who reaped the richest rewards. Fang Yi stepped forward, resolute and unyielding. Boom! A thick pillar of lightning crashed down, its impact so fierce it was as if it split the mountains in two, tearing the rain-soaked earth beneath the storm. Violet lightning howled and roared, lashing directly onto the body, etched and crawling with golden veins of light. A guttural growl escaped Fang Yi's throat as he pressed on. Lightning replied with equal fury, striking at his advancing figure yet again. In the next instant, Fang Yi was swallowed whole by the surge of violet electricity. Thunder writhed across his body, coursing from head to toe. He was like the living embodiment of the storm's wrath, a thunder god, forged in the tempest, each movement echoing with divine judgment. His entire body quivered with the force. A ragged breath escaped his lips. Even with the golden sun breathing technique shielding him, this tempest, carrying the fury of divine punishment itself, was almost beyond what his body could bear. The lightning inside the storm clouds was like a cavalry charge, 10,000 arrows loosed and hurtling toward him at once. Pain racked every inch of Fang Yi's body. Bolts of lightning, each 100 meters long, crashed down from above, leaving only ghostly after images dancing before his eyes. The electric fire pierced his flesh. Beneath the golden light, his body started to crackle and char, the air around him thick with the scent of burning. Boulders exploded, shattered debris flying in all directions. The hotels and inns clinging to the mountainside were obliterated by the onslaught. Centuries of human effort swept away as if nothing in the face of the storm's might. Everything was chaos and destruction except for the lone figure at the center. Lightning arced ceaselessly above, raining down blow after blow, never seeming to end. Fang Yi reached up and touched his ear. The thunder had slammed shut all other sounds, his world reduced to utter silence, filled only with the roar and fury of lightning. Everything around him was being torn apart. This was the upheaval of the world. This was the annihilation of an age and the birth of a new one. Pioneers like him always walked against the will of heaven, charging forward even when hope seemed impossible, seeking a glimmer of salvation for humanity in this chaotic, ever-changing world. While everyone else kept far from this thunder-blasted zone, only Fang Yi strode, step by step, toward its heart. He kept walking, each stride making the pressure upon him increase, forcing him to push his golden sun breathing technique to its limit. Especially as he moved within 10 paces of the core of the lightning. It was as if the weight of the whole world pressed down every bone, every muscle shaking in agony. Fang Yi took another step. Boom! Thunder crackled like steel at his ears, shaking him to his very soul. He forced yet another step forward, veins bulging, joints creaking and bursting under the strain. The closer he drew to the heart of the storm, the heavier the pressure became. It doubled with every step, forcing his body into a stoop. By the time Fang Yi reached the lightning's edge, stars danced before his eyes. It felt as if his very soul had been struck, leaving him barely able to remain upright. A radiant gold aura flared from his body, the sign that the golden sun breathing technique was operating at its absolute limit. This was the purest essence of lightning, the raw, violent force of divine judgment pressing down, daring him to yield. The thunder demanded all who approached bow beneath its might, striving to make its strength and authority known. Veins bulged along Fang Yi's neck as he struggled against the crushing force. Yet he forced himself to stand tall, staring up unflinching at the divine thunder raging above. Every joint in his body cracked under the onslaught, but his expression remained calm, his figure as straight as a spear. As endless bolts of thunder crashed down around him, Fang Yi gritted his teeth and stared coolly into the storm's depths. His voice was ice cold, every word resonating with defiance. "You will submit to me." With that, he drove the golden sun breathing technique to its utmost limit. Not enough. Again. Boom. Black clouds pressed down from above. Lightning flashed and thunder roared as wave after wave of sacred thunder crashed against his body, yet the golden light around him absorbed and fused with every strike. Powerful lightning attribute detected. Processing. Divine thunder tempering. Summon heaven's bolt, forge the flesh, let the body become divine. Fang Yi let the thunder pour over him, a hint of wild delight curling at his lips. As the system's chime sounded, a streak of violet lightning surged into his body. The violet flash split the sky as if the thunder god himself had arrived. Lightning permeated Fang Yi's blood, already flushed with golden sun energy. Purple and gold intertwined, blazing together in a brilliant radiance. The divine thunder had entered his body. In ancient times, the cultivators were awash in spiritual energy and had perfected cultivation techniques. Each one was said to possess earth-shattering powers, their bodies as unyielding as mountains and every one of them nigh indestructible. What's more, lightning itself is a supreme, destructive force. Unlike the sun attribute, a body tempered by lightning is transformed into an incredibly fierce and formidable weapon, an unstoppable spear, impossible to destroy. Lightning can harden my body further, turning me into a living embodiment of thunder, piercing and powerful in attack, but also possessing supreme defense. Once my form is forged by the mightiest offensive attribute, other forces will struggle even to leave a mark. Thunder will be both my spear and my shield. That is the true dominance of the lightning attribute. A feverish grin tugged at Fang Yi's lips. Anyone who masters thunder is destined to become a fearsome, monstrous genius. People always focus on their overwhelming attack power, but few notice those who wield lightning also have unmatched defense. After all, lightning is the sharpest force in existence. A body capable of withstanding such attacks for years, how could it be broken by any lesser power? That's the real strength of the lightning attribute. Impenetrable offense and defense fused together with no weaknesses. What's going on? Someone exclaimed from a distance. Why do the thunderbolts keep striking the same spot over and over? This lightning is so bizarre. If it hits the city, we're doomed. The city guard is already on their way. They cordoned off the entire thunder zone, raising fences all around as they stared at the area where lightning raged. Their eyes were wide, their gaze quivering with shock. Reflected in their pupils were the towering bolts of lightning, scenes far beyond the worst storms humanity had ever seen. It was as if the Lord of Thunder himself had descended, a true natural disaster. A silver lining, if there was one. The lightning struck atop Yahuang Peak. Before it fell, everyone had already been evacuated. The only casualties would be the temples and buildings left behind. Still, it was a devastating loss. Just then, a figure dressed in black began to descend the mountain, step by step. Look! What is that? Is that a person? How could someone survive that? With thunder splitting the mountain apart, how did he make it down alive? The city defense guards were stunned. They hurried forward wanting to question the stranger. But before they could reach him, the figure vanished into the rain, leaving nothing but ripples in a puddle. Lightning attribute embedded in the right hand. Divine thunder tempering. In the apartment. Ding! The hallway lights flickered on as the elevator door slid open. A figure clad in a black trench coat stepped out, water still seeping from his coat and trailing along the corridor floor in a snaking line. Back at home, Fang Yi immediately tossed the ruined trench coat into the garbage. The fabric had been torn to shreds by the lightning. He slumped onto the sofa. He ought to have felt exhausted, but instead his body felt like that of a marathon runner who had just crossed the finish line, not worn out but buzzing with energy from the surge. He remembered the moment he first absorbed the lightning energy. His body felt like it was coming apart, the process agonizing, but once it was over, he was more awake and alive than ever. Lightning was an attribute of ultimate power and force. Unlike the gentle warmth of the sun's attribute, lightning was sharp, born to strike and devastate. It was less soothing, but in battle far mightier. Fang Yi closed his eyes and focused his mind, beginning to cultivate divine thunder tempering. Threads of electricity seeped into his flesh. He could feel the wild thunder energy weaving throughout his body, millions of invisible serpents dancing inside every cell. Lightning's force wasn't just about destruction, it was a mysterious baptism, a sort of rebirth. Each electric filament moved through his muscles and meridians, honing and fortifying every part of him with meticulous precision. With lightning refining his body, Fang Yi felt as though he had been cast into a great forge, sparks flying, his form reshaped. Yet there was no pain, only a strange, numbing comfort. Every time his tendons and bones shattered and reformed, an indescribable sense of euphoria accompanied it. He could sense his body bit by bit being tempered by the lightning. Blue-violet flashes gradually seeped into his golden blood and energy. Before his own eyes, Fang Yi's body grew visibly more resilient and solid, each inch of skin radiating an indescribable power and aura of mystery. Just as Fang Yi had thought, the lightning attribute was the ultimate spear and by nature also the best shield. His body, now strengthened by the power of lightning, was several times more powerful than before. If his physical prowess before was already unmatched thanks to the golden sun breathing technique, then now, having gained the unyielding force of lightning, he was even harder to break. Next time he faced another high-level attribute as wild and destructive as lightning, he wouldn't suffer the same physical agony he'd experienced this time. If he could train on a stormy, lightning-filled day, the results would probably be even better. Fang Yi glanced out the window at the falling rain, feeling a flicker of regret. Now that he had drawn the lightning attribute into his body, the trial between heaven and earth had come to an end. Rain fell in thin, persistent streams, pattering softly against the window panes with no sign of thunder or lightning returning. Come to think of it, was stepping into the heart of that thunderstorm to observe the lightning attribute, a bit like the heavenly tribulations of old. To acquire the power of lightning, all he'd needed was to touch it, but a heavenly tribulation was something you had to endure head-on, and it could come with as many as 81 bolts in succession. Just thinking about it sounded excruciating. If he'd had to withstand 81 strikes at the center of that storm with his former body, he absolutely wouldn't have survived. In that sense, the legends about those almighty figures from fantasy worlds almost made sense. A lightning tribulation was a sign of recognition for the strong and unavoidable hurdle on the path of evolution. He wondered if, after he'd advanced far enough in his divine thunder tempering, he too would face a lightning tribulation of his own. Fang Yi found himself looking forward to it. He wanted to stand beneath a sky filled with godly thunder just to see how his body, reforged by divine thunder tempering, would hold up against it. He checked his new lightning attribute template. Pure judgment of thunder. Strikes a devastating critical blow against all evil entities, dealing 300% increased damage. That was the power of the god of thunder's punishment, brutal and overwhelming. Fang Yi couldn't help but let out a silent whistle. With the resurgence of spiritual energy, it wasn't just humans who benefited. Humans might even be the weakest of all. The first shock of the great cataclysm had been the transformation of the world itself, then the mutation of plants and animals. The rabbit he'd killed before had been a prime example of that. But evil entities were far more terrifying than any of those mutated animals. Sooner or later he'd have to face them head-on. In that sense, this lightning attribute, its effectiveness was simply a godsend. It would make eliminating evil entities that much faster and easier. I wonder if I could somehow force this lightning attribute into my Tang blade. The thought occurred suddenly. The Tang blade was already infused with the Yang attribute. If he added the lightning attribute, it would become even tougher. But the next moment he dismissed the idea. Right now, the Tang blade was saturated with the pure energy of Yang. Adding lightning might actually spoil that purity. He wanted that weapon to be concentrated, purely infused with the Yang attribute. Besides, if he kept cramming different attributes into it, the energy inside the blade could grow unstable and the blade itself might not survive the clash between the two powers. After considering it for a while, Fang Yi abandoned the idea of instilling the lightning attribute into his Tang blade. So where should I put it then? Should I buy another sword and go dual wield? Lost in thought, Fang Yi glanced down absent-mindedly, his gaze settling on his right hand. An implant in the right hand. Suddenly his eyes lit up. The right hand could serve as a weapon and he wouldn't need to fumble with carrying a second one anymore. Force implant the lightning attribute into this object. Yes. Fang Yi didn't hesitate for a second. Intricate patterns of lightning flared to life across his palm, a tingling current buzzing beneath his skin. In the very next instant, streaks of white lightning sparked to life at the center of his hand, wild, boiling, terrifying in their ferocity. A surge of violent, chaotic energy exploded outward from his palm, crackling threads of lightning wrapping around his hand, each arc charged with the force of judgment itself. His right hand was completely enveloped in thunderous power, every inch of skin now pulsing with unimaginable electric energy. He raised his hand casually. A vivid arc of purple electricity shot from the center of his palm, swirling upward like a resplendent dragon of thunder. Thunder rumbled all around his hand, each finger gathering lethal bolts of lightning. With a gentle punch, a spear of electricity snapped into existence, unleashing a blinding blaze that lit up everything nearby. The air buzzed and hissed, crackling with raw, destructive power, pure force and retribution bundled together. I can feel the current in the air rushing toward my right hand now, Fang Yi murmured softly. Lightning blossomed across his palm, radiant and dazzling, like a thundercloud blooming in the night, radiating an intense electric aura. Fang Yi could now clearly sense the difference between his two hands. Most obviously, if he ever ran into that rabbit again, he could crush it with his right hand without even breaking a sweat. The lightning attribute was almost invincible, few other elements could challenge it. His right hand had become a personal storm zone. Whatever it touched, lightning would follow. Even if he faced a different power, he could clash head-on without fear. Talk about overwhelming. At this moment, after the transformation, Fang Yi was, in every sense of the word, a human thunder god. Military headquarters shaken. News blocked. On the other side, at the summit of Jade Emperor Peak, sirens blared scarlet in the driving rain, sealing off the storm-ravaged ruins from the outside world. A squad of soldiers, uniforms immaculate, moved through the debris like silent ghosts, their steps purposeful, eyes sharp with vigilance, every motion betraying careful elite training. Even the military had been alarmed, and with their bearing and precise professionalism, these men were clearly no ordinary troops. Special forces. A natural disaster? Could it really be that simple? Hell no. Who would believe thunder that wild could exist? Even separated by a mile, I could feel the hair on my arms standing on end. Let's go, they're looking this way. The crowd that had gathered to watch was shaken by the sudden military sweep. They'd hoped to catch a glimpse of the landscape after the thunderstorm passed, only to find themselves blocked off by rigorous, uncompromising security. An ordinary person faced with a scene like this, no matter how curious, would hang their head and hurry past. Some tried to inch closer, hoping to find an opportunity, a handful of early seekers, drawn by rumors of fortune. But cold, resolute stares from the soldiers kept them firmly at bay. Inside and outside the red police tape, the contrast was stark, as if separating two entirely different worlds. On the rain-soaked mountain peak, everything was utterly silent. The people now in control were all forerunners, broad-shouldered, sharp-eyed, projecting an invisible aura of discipline and menace. Even just their presence exerted enormous pressure on any ordinary person. "Sir, we have an update from the city defense squad," a subordinate reported. The defense team stood before their commanding officer, none daring to meet his gaze. His presence was overwhelming, and a single glance from him felt suffocating. "You said you saw someone walk out from inside?" the officer asked. His tone was gentle, but every word rang with irresistible authority. Each look carried a gravity that brooked no challenge. Almost automatically, the team replied, "Yes, sir. When the lightning struck, we were in the area." They described what they'd witnessed in detail. Even as they spoke, thunder continued to roll in the sky above, coiling like dragons across the clouds. This was no ordinary storm, it was catastrophic. The air was heavy with static close enough to make their skin tingle and scalps prickle. But nothing now could compare to the shattering intensity of the earlier strike, which was why the figure they'd seen emerging had so shocked them. What was even stranger, in the presence of these soldiers, they felt an energy just as terrifying as that of the person who had walked out from the heart of the storm. It was almost identical. After recounting what had happened, one of the defense team couldn't help but ask, "Sir, what exactly is going on? Lately this city feels off." The officer's face was icy. "Don't ask what you shouldn't. When you need to know, you'll be told." The team members awed bowed their heads. Soon after, they were led away. Other soldiers moved in swiftly and methodically, cleaning up the chaos. Hanley stood up and brushed mud from his pants. Atop the peak, he looked toward the place where the lightning had struck. It had once been a temple, now reduced to rubble by the storm, a broken Buddha statue half buried in the earth, its head shattered beyond repair. The surrounding hotels and ghosthouses hadn't been spared either. The lightning had left nothing upright save for one lone survivor. In full view of 3 city defense officers, that survivor had walked straight out of the scorching heart of the thunderstorm. Yet now, amidst all this devastation, Hanley couldn't find a single clue as to who that person might be. Another forerunner. "This is the 66th pioneer discovered in Taishi. He walked out from the center of the lightning strike atop Jade Emperor Peak completely unharmed. By eyewitness accounts, his demeanor was wild and untamed. Let's give him the codename Tyrant for now. Looks like he gained quite a bit from that lightning storm." In this era, pioneers either have ridiculous luck stumbling into opportunities or they're born prodigies with a nose for this kind of thing. This tyrant seems like someone with a plan, purposefully seeking out the supernatural signs caused by the resurgence of spiritual energy. People like that are the most dangerous. You never know whose side they're on. If one ever turned against society, the fallout could be as bad as, well, we can't risk it. We need to start a thorough population screening, immediately find out who he is. Top priority, the news needs to be contained right away, and we'll put out some smoke and mirrors about a natural disaster to cover it up. Han Li's irritation built. He reached for his pocket out of habit, hunting for his cigarettes, but came up empty. His brow furrowed tight. Finally, he dialed a number, slowly and deliberately. What Fang Yi didn't know was that, because of him, a lot of people wouldn't be getting any sleep tonight. Inside his apartment on the couch, Fang Yi was busy experimenting with his new thunderclap right hand. Once he channeled the lightning attribute, his right hand showed dramatic changes. Silver-white, lightning-shaped tattoos crawled across the back and palm. When he flexed his fist, arcs of electricity crackled and surged in his grip. Infusing the attribute was a whole different sensation compared to before. Now his right hand was the toughest part of his body by a mile, and the added power of the lightning element made his attacks that much more formidable. On top of that, lightning possessed a unique critical strike effect against evil spirits and supernatural threats. Specifically, it dealt 300% critical damage to them, which meant when facing a truly malevolent creature, Fang Yi could literally swing his hand in a wide arc, and every slap came with the thunder's roar. Thunder from the palm, one crit after another. He'd basically become a living nightmare for any evil spirit. What's more, these thunderclaps didn't just pack a punch, they could with the right aim smack an evil spirit to death in a single hit. To wipe out a malevolent being with one strike usually took overwhelming power or a vast difference in level. Yet now Fang Yi's right hand alone was that powerful. Not a bad ace up his sleeve. With a faint smile tugging at his lips, Fang Yi looked down at his palm. Lightning burst and seethed within, white and blinding, making it impossible to look at directly. Yet it felt tame and obedient in his grip, like a well-behaved little kitten. At this point, I guess I can call myself one of the top-tier pioneers, right? Case File 7. Anomaly. Candle night. Once back home, Fang Yi made a habit of checking the news. He'd noticed something whenever something strange happened, possibly to keep the general public safe. Xia Nation always issued an emergency alert right away. For pioneers in the know, these warnings could offer a precious first hint at new opportunities. Explosion reported in chemical factory. No casualties so far. A breaking story flashed across Fang Yi's screen. An explosion. Fang Yi fell into thoughtful silence. Things related to explosions were rarely clean or straightforward. 99% of the time there was some secret behind them. He tapped into the post and saw it was the official statement. The announcement clarified. There had been an explosion at a chemical plant, black smoke had spread and the city was facing pollution. Everything was under control and residents were urged not to panic but to take care of their own safety. Beneath the text were several attached photos. From a distance, the images showed dusk settling over a factory that looked unmistakably industrial. Half the building was engulfed in flames, while a massive black plume soared upward like a monstrous cloud, staining half the sky in ominous black. The scene looked both terrifying and awe-inspiring. The comments section was just as fascinating. Was this really just an explosion? One person wrote, "My house is nearby. When it happened I heard it too. But to be honest, there was something off about it. I can't quite put it into words." "You mean a chilling evil vibe?" Someone replied. "Yes, exactly. Chilling and evil, you described it perfectly." Someone else chimed in, "Are you two for real? You turn a factory explosion into some kind of supernatural event. Are you saying some eldritch horror woke up in there or what? Have you spent too much time online?" Another added, "We've had chemical plant explosions before where I live. The smell was pretty foul, sure, but calling it evil is a stretch." Someone else commented, "Just looking at those pictures makes me uneasy. Half the sky's pitch black, the whole scene feels heavy and oppressive. It's enough to trigger my depression again." Replies stacked up by the hundreds beneath that comment. As Fang Yi scrolled down, ready to read more, a notification suddenly popped up on his screen. "The comment you are viewing has been folded." Folded? Fang Yi was surprised. Frowning thoughtfully, he backed out to check the original post. Sure enough, the entire thread had been locked and the user who started it showed as deleted. To Fang Yi, this all seemed just a little too suspicious, almost like they were trying to cover something up. Why else would the authorities rush to shut down the entire post? Had someone hit a little too close to the truth? This couldn't be allowed to spread, he reasoned. If too many people caught wind of it, public morale would plummet, so the officials had come in fast, scrubbing the post and banning any discussion. Fang Yi thought back over what he'd just read. Everything was pretty standard except for that one comment, the one about a chilling evil presence. Was that phrase now a forbidden topic? If what the commenter sensed was real, if that cold evil mutation could truly be felt, then this wasn't just bad news, it could be something far worse. Could it be that, against the backdrop of these earth-shaking changes and the awakening of spiritual energy, something new had begun to invade Fang Yi's eyes grew dark and thoughtful as he gazed out the window. The world outside was being hammered by torrential rain. The storms had been unrelenting ever since the thunder struck days before. Now, the entire city felt cloaked in an icy, oppressive gloom. Beneath the canopy of this rain-soaked metropolis was something ancient truly awakening from its slumber. The downpour raged on. The streets were empty, even the shops nearby had closed early. In this thunderous stormy weather, no one wanted to go out, everyone preferred to stay home watching TV or playing games. In the rain-soaked pitch-black night, a group of figures slowly emerged. They moved with agile grace, shrouded in black raincoats, weaving through the city like hawks hunting in the darkness. Each one wore a silver earpiece that glimmered faintly, the only sliver of brightness in the night. The leader pressed his earpiece lightly, his voice calm and measured. "We're tracking the anomaly Candle Knight from Archive 7. So far, we know Candle Knight can blend into the darkness, conceal its form, and when it approaches there's a faint buzzing sound. It's known to prey on humans. Please help us complete the file." A swift reply crackled through the earpiece. "Copy that. Already reported. Please be extremely careful during this operation. Complete this as quickly as possible. The data is vital to us." The figure spoke again, his tone now carrying a hint of gravity. "This Candle Knight is extremely elusive. The heavy rain makes it even harder to find, but eventually it will have to feed. When that happens, ordinary people could be in danger. We can't allow that to happen." Beneath their feet, the city was still alight with music and neon, seemingly asleep inside a giant eggshell. This shell acted as a barrier. No matter how chaotic the world outside became, those inside continued their sweet dreams. This was the spirit of the Xia Kingdom's official organization, protecting ordinary life to the greatest extent possible. "Understood." The voice on the other end now held the same gravity. There was a burst of rapid typing. "Archive 7 Candle Knight request to update the file has been prioritized as B-level. Expect resolution within 24 hours. The leader fell silent. 24 hours, not exactly quick, but the best headquarters could do. The Xia Kingdom was vast, with abnormalities resurging everywhere. HQ was stretched thin. "Understood," he replied. His earpiece blinked again, another message coming through. "One more thing, the district you're approaching has one of our Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association operatives inside. She's conducting preliminary surveillance. We can notify her to assist you temporarily." "Thank you," the leader answered, not refusing the offer. The more people he had right now, the greater the chance they'd find any trace of Candle Knight. Elsewhere, Su Qingying stood in the security booth outside her apartment building, preparing to start her shift. After her previous experiences, she was now 80% sure that the high-level anomaly she was looking for lived in this very building. Working as a temporary security guard let her keep a close eye on everyone coming and going, not to mention it meant 2 paychecks instead of 1, truly killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Su Qingying hummed a cheerful tune, feeling lighthearted. She was planning to change into her uniform and head out on patrol. "Xiao Su, could you switch night shifts with me tonight? I have something I need to take care of," her coworker asked. Su Qingying was about to refuse. She hated staying up late, but just then she caught a faint sound in her earpiece. "Sorry, I need to take this call," she said, stepping outside the security booth. After making sure no one was around, she tapped her earpiece. "Agent Su Qingying, this is a new support mission. Please assist the Saboteur Squad in handling file No. 7. Candle Knight. The location has been sent to your wristband. The Saboteur Squad is on their way to your area. Estimated arrival 27 minutes. Anomaly. Candle Knight." Su Qingying's face instantly grew serious. Every anomaly was a vicious and powerful mutated creature. Each one had the potential to level a city if not stopped. If this wasn't handled quickly, the entire city of Tai could fall into catastrophic danger. Saboteur Squad. Rainy night hunt. On this pitch dark night, nothing could be seen except the endless downpour. Even the distant skyscrapers were shrouded in darkness, not a single light shining through. The world was eerily silent, as if nothing remained but the relentless rain. Zzzzzzz, a sharp piercing sound suddenly cut through the silence. A pair of scarlet eyes appeared out of nowhere, glinting near a pile of trash in the shadows. The blood-red eyes flickered, blazing like a pair of candles in the night. File No. 7. Candle Knight. Likes. Darkness damp places human flesh. It looked at first glance like an abnormally large and twisted rat, its entire body sheathed in a strange black skin that seemed to swallow any light around, casting a dull, unnatural glow. Its hairless head was coated in a slimy membrane, something between frog skin and mucus, making it look particularly grotesque. Its limbs were unnaturally long, its tail thin and spiked, everything about it radiating a stench of rot and death. Up on the roof of a nearby high-rise, several figures watched these events unfold below. A faint light blinked from a silver earpiece as the leader pressed it gently. "Thanks to you, we were able to pinpoint this thing's whereabouts," he said. Standing beside him was Su Qingying, temporarily assigned to their squad by headquarters. She shrugged. "Candle Knight prefers dark, damp places. I've already checked this whole area. The most likely spot was here. Looks like I was right." After locating Candle Knight, she'd immediately called in the Saboteur Squad. "One more thing, why the security guard uniform?" the leader asked. "Personal preference," Su Qingying replied, smirking. They had arrived just in time. Candle Knight hadn't had a chance to kill anyone yet. Facing the team, the squad leader's expression turned stern. "During the mission, avoid casualties whenever possible. Your own safety always comes first. If anything happens, report to me immediately. Don't try to act tough." "Understood." "Yes, Captain," came the clear, steady reply from behind black masks, the members' eyes sharp with resolve. The squad leader nodded slightly in approval. He looked down at the Candle Knight below, let out a quiet breath, and spoke 4 words. "Operation. Begin." In an instant, everyone's coats rustled despite the windless air as spiraling currents of spiritual energy surged from within, sending their hems fluttering. A faint sheen like moonlight seemed to envelop each of them. The captain moved first. He bent low, embracing the earth with his stance, then plunged downward. The second followed. Then the third. They all spread their arms as they leapt from the tall building, gliding down like a graceful current of wind. The next instant, their feet hit the dark stone pavement below with only the softest thud, the sound swallowed up by the relentless patter of rain. But in the shadows, the Candle Knight paused mid-sprint and snapped its head upward. Its blood-red eyes were as sharp as daggers, locking with pinpoint accuracy on the spot where the infiltrators had landed. "We've been spotted." But there was no need for the captain to issue any further commands. The squad, bound by countless life-or-death battles together, understood each other perfectly. Without so much as a word, they fanned out instantly, sealing off all 4 possible escape routes: east, south, west, north. They closed the gaps, trapping the Candle Knight in the narrow, dark alleyway. Its crimson eyes glowed in the darkness, wild and trapped like a beast cornered. "Szzzzzt!" Suddenly a shrill, piercing cry split the quiet of the night. It echoed along the empty street, sending chills down their spines. The Candle Knight bared its teeth, letting out a guttural snarl in the captain's direction. Its decaying wings thrashed, eyes flickering with an eerie, sinister light brimming with savage ferocity beyond words. As the creature shrieked, the air itself seemed to grow colder. In a flash, the captain pressed 2 fingers together in a sword seal and pointed. A blade of energy sliced through the falling rain with a sharp hiss, plunging into the creature's bristling fur. The attack was formless, but it sheared through the Candle Knight's tough hide with ease. The beast howled in pain, its blazing crimson eyes burning with rage. Suddenly it let out a deafening roar like thunder cracking across the sky. The shockwave flung rainwater in every direction, forcing the squad members to retreat at once. Invisible currents pulsed through the rain. A metal trash bin nearby was instantly sliced into pieces, garbage spilling across the wet ground. Deep gouges appeared on the pavement, as though a giant had raked it with an iron shovel, dirt and debris flying. The sheer destructive force made their hair stand on end. If any of them hadn't backed off just now, their bones would have shattered for sure. So this is the strength of an anomaly. That level of power, combined with its terrifying darkness, just a few more minutes loose in the city would spell disaster. The captain's face was grim as he watched the Candle Knight suddenly open its enormous jaws, exposing rows of razor-sharp teeth. A flash of cold light. From its mouth a stream of eerie black mist erupted. The black mist seethed menacingly, radiating a destructive aura. The patch of asphalt closest to it was instantly corroded away, leaving a deep, sunken crater that reflected in everyone's eyes. The once flat road surface had vanished, replaced by a gaping, pitch-black hole right in the center of the street, a chilling, nightmarish sight. From within that hole, dark fumes continued to billow out. "It's a corrosive dark attribute," someone exclaimed. The darkness possessed the power to decompose anything it touched in an instant, a dreaded bane of all living things, an ultimate force of destruction. Without a high-level opposing attribute to counter it, this energy would be exceptionally difficult to deal with. The members of the Breaker Squad quickly assessed the situation, their brows deeply furrowed with worry. Just then, the old streetlight overhead let out a sputtering buzz, its light flickering. The next second, with a pop, the bulb exploded, plunging everything into darkness. "Stay sharp." The captain barked, his voice low and urgent in the blackness. Everyone immediately turned to look. In the darkness, a pair of crimson eyes, glowing like warning beacons, suddenly swiveled and darted straight for the southeast corner where the squad's defenses were weakest. One of the eastern team members instinctively tried to block the escape, but was struck aside, sent flying and coughing up blood. In the blink of an eye, Zuya had bolted, the figure swift and silent as the wind. "We can't let Zuya get away." After him came the captain's command. Without hesitation, the Breaker Squad members melted into the shadows and gave chase. Under the cover of night, the black mist streaked through the city, fleeing through the labyrinth of tangled alleyways. Zuya didn't seem to follow any set route, dashing forward purely on instinct. But the Breaker Squad was close on his tail, relentless like an unshakable shadow glued to his back. Trailing at the rear of the pursuit was the squad's reconnaissance specialist, the same member who'd been knocked aside during the earlier breakout. Technically speaking, she wasn't frontline combat power. Her role was to gather intelligence and plan routes, a half-commander of sorts, the lighthouse guiding the entire squad. Her greatest strength was collecting information and adjusting tactics on the fly. She raised her wrist, revealing a silver watch gleaming in the dim light. It was the latest auxiliary device developed by the Aura Cultivation Association capable of detecting abnormal energy levels in the vicinity. Normally a squad handled anomalies with concentrations up to 50, a threshold reserved for high-level threats. But Zuy's reading was already at 48. The watch's functions were still imperfect, especially its positioning accuracy, so it was mainly used for gauging anomaly concentrations. As she watched the numbers flicker and rise on its display, her pupils dilated in alarm. Wait, the threshold just spiked past 80 and it's still climbing. This can't be. There's more than one anomaly here. Who was the prey and who was the real hunter? At the sound of the recon specialist's warning, everyone immediately halted. The team regrouped swiftly, standing back to back as their eyes scanned their surroundings, evaluating the situation. They found themselves in an abandoned factory. The machinery was covered in cobwebs, old and decrepit, with half of it collapsed onto the production line. The oil that had once leaked onto the floor was now dried and congealed, proof that everything here had been out of use for a long time. The lighting was dim and the rain distorted their vision. Even as pioneers in this new age of awakened spiritual energy, it was nearly impossible to notice these details. The traps the saboteur squad had so meticulously set were almost impossible to escape. Have we walked into their trap? The captain murmured under his breath. A derelict factory like this didn't seem the kind of place someone would flee to when desperate. No, it felt more like bait, a snare waiting to catch them all in one fell swoop, trapping them like fish in a barrel. In the darkness, a massive black serpent slowly uncoiled itself, revealing its broad muscular body. Its midnight scales gleamed with a deathly shine beneath the faint, flickering light, casting eerie reflections. The long tongue flickered in and out, releasing a suffocating, rank stench. Every movement of its scales rasped and scraped, the hissing sound echoing among the outdated machinery, brazen and taunting. A dark elemental black serpent. This was all Zuy's plot. He'd fooled every last one of them, pretending to be on the run, only to lure them here into this abandoned factory. And darkness, well, darkness was an expert at hiding things. Zuy thrived in the black, and so did the serpent. Boom! Suddenly an ear-splitting crash rang out. The main door slammed shut, battered closed by the serpent's enormous tail. Silence pressed in, the uneasy, sinister air thickening with every heartbeat. With sight nearly robbed by the darkness, every other sense grew painfully sharp. The omnipresent hiss of the serpent filled their ears, an icy, malevolent cold brushing across their skin, turning their stomachs. In the pitch black there was no telling where Zuy was. All they could hear was the dragging sound of the serpent's tail scraping across the ground, leaving the team on edge and powerless. Suddenly, a nauseating stench attacked their nostrils, stabbing straight to the top of their skulls. Dark elemental poison mist. Get back, move. The captain was the first to react, barking out the warning. But he was too late. One teammate beside him wasn't quick enough. The toxic fog clung to his arm before he could dodge. Instantly, bone-chilling cold stabbed through his sleeve and wound its way up his arm. He gasped, then instinctively reached for the spot. His hand came away slick with hot blood. Corrosion. Even without seeing, the man's face twisted in pain. Everyone knew what the blood meant. His arm was already shredded and bleeding. Retreat. The captain ordered at once. The poison's corrosive power was overwhelming, far worse than the most potent industrial acid. Touch it and the flesh began to rot. There was no way to fight this head on. The others dragged the wounded man with them as they raced for the door, a winding trail of blood following them across the grimy floor, quickly bound by makeshift bandages torn from clothing. The smell of fresh blood now mingled with the choking acrid fog. Unease was written across every face. "Captain, the poison is still spreading," someone said, voice trembling. "If this keeps up, we're all going to die in here." In this pitch-dark factory, where you couldn't see your hand in front of your face, the poisonous fog had completely sealed off their vision. They couldn't find the exit. Hiding was all they could do. But no matter how well they hid, space was limited. Sooner or later the toxic mist would brush the hem of their clothes. Waiting helplessly for death was never the way of the saboteur squad. They were a sharp arrow. If the anomaly wanted their lives, they'd fight tooth and nail to drive their blade into its throat. "Take care of him. I'll go find where Zuya is." The captain stepped up, issuing orders coolly. "Listen for its movement. I'll try to keep him pinned in the middle, and when the time comes, you two ambush." "Understood. Understood. Understood." Three voices spoke in unison. The captain turned his two fingers, forming a blade, and with a surge of spiritual energy tore a gap through the black fog. He rushed inside. Almost immediately the sounds of fierce fighting erupted. Crack! A sharp crash came from the right, the splintering of glass. Something slammed hard against the wall. It was impossible to tell if it was man or beast. Boom! Old machinery toppled over, its parts crashing to the ground. The air filled with the thick stench of machine oil and dust, stabbing at their noses. Still, total darkness surrounded them. The drumming rain outside muffled their hearing even more. They could only determine Zuy's and the captain's positions by bursts of noise each time they tried. The chaos changed, undoing all sense of place. A crackling sound like a roaring bonfire on a winter night seemed to burn everything inside the factory. It scorched the nerves of everyone inside. Bang! Another thudding crash, and this time there was a muffled, familiar grunt of pain mixed in. Zuyad darted about wildly in the darkness, his form flickering in and out of sight. The captain responded swiftly, blocking him each time, but even his reflexes were starting to slow. Damn it! The captain forced himself to sit up, wiping blood from the corner of his mouth. Though his eyes were tightly shut, the black fog still bit savagely into him. Blood trickled from his closed eyelids. The air felt crushing and heavy. He panted for breath, the foul taste of the black mist filling his nostrils. Is this really where I'm going to die? A sealed space. Once the fog filled the factory, all that waited for them was a slow death. The shroud of black mist was like a thick veil before their eyes. They could see neither star nor moon, much less an exit. And even if they found a way out, in their condition, they'd never make it. My spiritual energy is almost gone. The previous fight drained him too much. Once his spiritual energy ran dry and could no longer shield him, the poisonous fog would eat through his body in an instant. Judging by the fight, that beast was also running on empty, or else the black mist would already have swallowed their corpses whole. Not that it made much difference. As long as it stayed hidden and filled the place with poison, time alone would be enough to wear them all down. Anomalies aren't just beasts, he thought. They have intelligence too. So, who's really the hunter and who's the prey? The captain let out a bitter laugh. He couldn't even locate the others anymore. Everyone was trapped in the black mist, as if slowly sinking into the depths of a swamp, the growing gravity pulling them all down together with no hope of rescue. The hissing sounds curled around their ears like a death knell, urging them relentless toward doom. This was a first. The captain of the destroyer squad felt a wave of deep despair rise in his heart. He heard the drumming of rain all around. The black mist gradually swallowed his spiritual shield, the thin transparent barrier of energy. The blackness, the color of death, began to seep into every corner of the abandoned factory. In this moment no one had a second to spare. Under the torrential rain, a shadowy figure appeared outside the rundown factory, standing atop a dilapidated apartment building. Rainwater streamed down his robes as he gazed in silence at the deserted factory. So it was the Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association that had been keeping watch over me all this time. At least their people know the rules, they don't mess with my life. Fang Yi's eyes fell on the surging tide of black mist below. So these are those anomalies. Slaying anomalies. Darkness subtype vs. Sun Thunder duel attributes 10 minutes earlier. Fang Yi had been furiously searching his phone for words like dark, evil, ominous, but found nothing helpful. If the authorities want to keep something hidden, not even a trace is left behind. That's the only reason the resurgence of spiritual energy has stayed such a secret. Evil, cold, abnormal. So these are called anomalies. In the end, Fang Yi managed to piece together the term anomaly only from the cryptic code scattered across the internet by armchair detectives. Anomalies. Now, standing before one of these mysterious creatures, Fang Yi finally had a concrete understanding of the word. The next instant he stepped down from the crumbling apartment building. The heavy rain drummed crisply against his trench coat. He strode into the black mist. In a flash, a blinding golden light radiated from him. The golden sun breathing technique flared into an intense, searing brilliance, like a massive sword cutting into the heart of darkness. The black fog twisted and roiled like a monster caught at the bottom of some deadly chasm. Within the blink of an eye, most of it had been scattered. A darkness-type sub-attribute, Fang Yi murmured softly. At once his aura surged, vast, scorching, overwhelming, pressing down on the surrounding black mist. The shadows within recoiled under the golden sunlight, dissolving bit by bit like insects helpless under a blazing sun, unable to fight back against the tremendous force. It was as if a mass of shadows, tightly bound and trapped, were being baptized by pure light. The black mist could not withstand such intense yang energy. It kept shrinking back the fierce brilliance of the sun's rays, leaving it nowhere to hide. SSSSSS. Out from the dense black fog, a giant black serpent lunged at him, hissing viciously. Several patches of scales had been ripped from the black serpent's body and dark blood was oozing from the wounds. It was clear the snake had tangled with someone and come away injured, hurt, but far from mortally so. Jaw gaping wide, massive fangs gleaming with a film of black venom, the serpent lunged, trying to swallow Fang Yi whole. But before the snake could even get close, Fang Yi drew his blade. The tang saber shimmered with flame-like patterns along the steel, searing heat radiating from the edge as it came cutting down. A line of fire trailed through the air, a brilliant streak of red. For the briefest moment, a thin red line flickered right between the serpent's eyes. In the next heartbeat, that crimson line split the world in two. The serpent's massive head cleaved apart, tumbling to either side, and its body collapsed, a single stroke severing everything. The black snake was cut clean in half. Boom! A thunderous explosion, as fierce as a lightning strike, roared through the serpent's remains. Flames erupted, engulfing the corpse in a blaze so intense the very air wavered and twisted. Shattered scales scattered, catching the firelight and sparkling like fragments of ruby. What had been a mighty, massive body was instantly blown apart, torn to pieces by the force of the blast. Fragments were flung in every direction, the air thick with an acrid, suffocating scent of sulfur. When the shockwave faded, only carnage remained, scorched earth and tattered remnants of what had once been the serpent's head, barely visible behind drifting smoke and dust. Its eyes, as huge as lanterns, still glimmered dully, as if not yet realizing they were dead, lingering with cold malice and venomous spite, death, resentment, killing intent, destruction, all of it reduced to nothing, utterly obliterated in a single decisive slash. No trace remained. Anyone who might have witnessed this scene would have been awestruck and terrified by its sheer brutality. But in the pitch-black darkness smothered in swirling mist, the rest of the strike team saw nothing. The serpent's corpse was split neatly and crashed to the ground in two halves. A sizzling crackling sound still lingered in the air. But then a new danger. A small beast launched itself at Fang Yi, swift as a streak of shadow. He frowned just slightly. In a flash, Fang Yi swept out his hand. Lightning exploded within his palm, arcs of power intertwining and dancing like 1,000 bolts tangled together. The light flickered, judgment itself focused in that one hand, a terrifying pressure radiating out, sending chills through the air. The instant his palm connected with the creature called Candle Night, boom. Lightning crashed like heaven's wrath, thunderbolts roaring over the abandoned factory, judgment come to earth. In that moment, the tiny beast's body shattered in midair, detonating with a blast of raw energy. Lightning crackled madly around the explosion, flickering in the ruin left below. A single deafening noise and the beast was gone, its remains falling like ash, only devastation left behind. It had taken no more than an instant. So triple impact really is that vicious, Fang Yi thought, glancing down at his palm. He stood where he was, the thunder gradually fading from his hand. That lingering lightning and the devastation all around him were proof of the terror that had filled this place just moments ago. This little beast must belong to the Ghost Axe 3-star category. That snake was only a 2-star, unfortunately it couldn't withstand a single blow. That's the power of a triple critical hit. Overwhelming force. Attribute dominance, instant victory against enemies of equal rank, and even facing stronger foes I have nothing to fear. Fang Yi was confident. Even if that little beast had been stronger just now, he could have handled it, though it might have taken a bit more effort. Apparently my current combat skills aren't too shabby, even among the pioneers. Fang Yi let out a quiet chuckle. From what he'd learned, these anomalies caused endless headaches for the authorities, who had to send in specialized squads to deal with them. By the looks of things, did this mean he could already match a pro team by himself? After disposing of two anomalies with ease, Fang Yi simply turned and left the factory without a second glance. It was as if he'd come here just to prove this point. Inside the abandoned factory, the members of the destruction squad were barely clinging to life. Any last trace of spiritual energy had been utterly drained from their bodies. Without the protective aura, the black mist corroded their flesh easier than drinking water. Huddled together in a corner, eyes squeezed shut, they trembled uncontrollably, awaiting death's arrival. But to their bewilderment, a long moment passed and the expected next assault from Candle Night never came. It was as though Candle Night had suddenly lost steam. "Did you guys notice the mist seems thinner now?" someone whispered uncertainly. Only then did everyone realize. The thick black fog that had blanketed the sky was now noticeably diluted. Before, it had been an impenetrable sheet of darkness, now it was more like a layer of black gauze. The world was still veiled, but faint shapes could be made out. A surge of hope rushed through the destruction squad. "Wait, it's not just the fog, the air smells weird, like something's been burned," someone said. "I smell burning too," another replied. "That's not all. Don't you guys smell blood? Like a lot of it. Did someone get hurt?" With the acrid stench of the black mist fading, the metallic tang of blood and the pungent smell of char drifted freely, sharp and unmistakable. Everyone stared at each other in shock and confusion. "Group up," the captain urged, steady and calm. "Let's see what's happening around us." He forced himself to his feet, eyes just barely able to open under the ebbing flow of spiritual energy. Slowly the scene before him came into focus. When he finally saw what was before him, the blood drained from his face. His usually composed expression twisted with utter horror. What the hell happened here? Su Qingying was stunned as well. A dual attribute pioneer. The destruction squad stood frozen in the abandoned factory, witnessing a scene they would never forget as long as they lived. In the middle of a pool of blood lay the corpse of the black snake, severed clean in two. Crimson blood spread across the floor, scorch marks surrounding it. Around them, pure and fiercely blazing sun attribute energy surged and flowed. The faces of the saboteur squad were filled with horror. Since when had there ever been an extreme yang attribute pioneer in this place? Su Qingying clutched her arm, her face pale, delicate brows drawn together in a slight frown. Her tone, however, was steady and sure. "It's him. Him." Someone echoed in disbelief. I know what's going on now." As Su Qingying spoke, a trace of discomfort flickered on her face. "I should have known about this person. He's my assigned target." "Surveillance assignment?" the squad captain asked. "Yes," Su Qingying replied. "I was originally sent here to monitor a highly advanced attribute pioneer, specifically a yang attribute pioneer." She briefly outlined the details of her mission, carefully leaving out all the embarrassing times she'd had to clean up after him from the shadows. "Every time I was about to uncover his whereabouts, he'd always disappear just a step ahead of me, as though he were doing it on purpose. Before, I thought maybe he really was deliberately avoiding me, and now it's clear he must have known all along that I was searching for him in this area. The realization that her surveillance mission had been thoroughly counter-surveilled by her own target sent a chill down Su Qingying's spine. So she'd been played this entire time. That feeling only lasted a moment though. Soon it was replaced by an even more complicated mix of emotions. I was supposed to be the one watching over him, maybe even protecting him if needed. And in the end I was the one who got protected. When she finished, the saboteur squad fell silent, trading uncertain glances and at a loss for words. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Someone finally muttered. Who could have imagined that in an old, battered apartment building like this, there'd be a pioneer of such terrifying strength and hiding? Such power, said another squad member. You said he was a Yang attribute user. The team captain crouched down, eyes grave, pointing to a corner of the room. Then what do you make of this? It was the corpse of Zhu Ya. The charred remains bore unmistakable signs of having been struck by a massive blast of lightning. Residual electric energy still crackled over the body, even the faintest touch would send an involuntary jolt surging through the hand, no warning at all. Whoever attacked his lightning powers were overwhelming. Is this a lightning attribute? Someone asked. Judging by the purity, it was undoubtedly a high-level attribute. Su Qingying's eyes widened in shock. But he's a Yang attribute pioneer. I personally witnessed the traces he left behind before, there's no mistake. It was definitely pure Yang energy. You're suggesting, the captain began, that two different people were here yesterday. They arrived nearly at the same time, less than 5 minutes apart. One killed Black Snake, the other killed Zhu Ya, and then they left together. Su Qingying fell silent. What were the odds? Two people showing up in the exact same spot, each taking out a dangerous anomaly and then simply walking away as if nothing happened. I just analyzed the attack methods, compared footprints and habits at the scene, said the investigation officer, adjusting his glasses, sounding unsure of his own conclusion. Based on all the evidence, it's extremely likely that the same person killed both anomalies. One person. Su Qingying could hardly believe what she was hearing, but the evidence was too strong to ignore. The two attackers really were the same individual, a dual attribute pioneer. Someone whispered the words, sending fresh ripples of shock through the room. Lightning and sun, those were both advanced level attributes. Absolute monsters. The destruction squad members were all overcome with a deep sense of shock. The air crackled with a savage electricity, making their hearts race. Their thoughts lingered on the two abnormals lying lifeless on the ground. Any one of those creatures alone had nearly cost them their lives. Yet what happened? That person struck just once, instantly wiping out both with clean, decisive lethality. A single hit and it was over. They were all at the same phantasmal level, but the difference between them was like a gulf in the heavens. My surveillance target has appeared. I need to report this. After a long moment, Su Qingying finally broke the silence, her expression still dazed. The destruction squad could more than understand her reaction at this moment. They felt the same way, not just stunned but even doubting whether they were dreaming. Su Qingying turned and walked to the side to start her report. She'd been assigned two tasks: to monitor and to eliminate Zhu Ya. Now both missions had collided at once, so it made sense for her to be the one to report. I bet HQ is going to be shocked out of their minds. A pioneer with two advanced attributes. That's basically unheard of. With attributes this extreme, possessing just one would make someone a top-tier genius. He actually has both. Holy crap. Did you see the sun attribute? Scorching and overpowering, not in the least weaker than lightning. With such a potent sun attribute, no wonder he managed to disperse the black mist. That black serpent didn't stand a chance, and even other advanced level darkness powers might not be able to withstand it. A talent like this, the organization will be desperate to recruit him. Even though the spiritual resurgence hadn't officially begun yet, strange phenomena were emerging everywhere. Every group was racking their brains to attract gifted individuals. This wasn't just about the current cleanup operations, it was about preparing for what comes next. Once spiritual energy truly returned to the world, everything would be rewritten. Power would go to whichever group had the most, and the strongest pioneers might would make right. And a super genius with dual advanced attributes like this, that was a resource above all others. Every major force would trip over themselves to bring him into their camp. Whoever won him over would be halfway to owning the future. Su Qingying thought the same. She reported the monitoring outcome back to the organization, suggesting that the individual might be a pioneer blessed with both lightning and sun twin advanced attributes. Maybe I should try to find him, persuade him to join our spiritual society. She floated the idea and waited, but after a while there was no response. She tapped her earpiece twice and heard only static. It seemed the signal had cut out. She waited a little longer. Soon the signal returned and a specialist's voice came through her earpiece. Come back for now. For now it seems the other party doesn't have any particular hostility toward our cultivation association. The fact that he saved you and spared this whole area makes it clear he isn't our enemy. But if we keep sending people over to interfere with him, it may leave him with a bad impression of us. The agent's cautious words sent shockwaves through Su Qingying's heart. Interfere. You're calling my kind of surveillance interference. No, that's not the point here. Su Qingying had only been with the Cultivation Association for a year, but this was her first time hearing the association treat a forerunner with such caution. It was as if they were terrified of offending him. And yet, she lowered her gaze, looking at the corpse of Zhu Ye, its body still swollen with arcs of electricity. The lightning energy hadn't dissipated even after all this time, a sign of just how pure his power was. The golden blazing heat at the doorway continued to boil off thick steam beneath the deluge of rain, still burning hot despite the downpour. This guy is unbelievably powerful. The Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association had taken the initiative to withdraw their monitoring operation. Impression score +1. High-rise apartment entryway. Fang Yi took off his black raincoat and hung it on the stand by the door. He glanced down at his right hand where currents of lightning crackled beneath his skin, his thoughts trailing back to the increasingly frequent anomalies of recent days. There was less than a year left before the official awakening of spiritual energy, but the world had already changed dramatically, odd phenomena cropping up everywhere. Strange weather, thunderbolts atop Jade Emperor Peak, magma running through underground rivers. Pioneers like himself had already taken the initiative to embark on the path of cultivation. Once the connection between one's body and the world of spiritual energy was open, one could sense the changes in heaven and earth far more keenly than ordinary people. Take those folks at the underground river for instance. They'd sensed the disturbance nearby on their own and went to investigate. Now nearly all pioneers had started cultivating on their own. Even those without government recognition had as a rule reached the first tier of ghost acts, rank a testament to how urgently forerunners were seeking out new sources of spiritual energy to strengthen themselves. That group at the underground river was the best evidence of it. At this stage things were still relatively stable, most pioneers focused on empowering themselves amid the world's transformation, and supernatural incidents hadn't yet grown beyond the government's control. Conflicts between pioneers remained rare. On the national level, the official Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association had already been established. While the identities of its members weren't public yet, the association's seal was as official as it got. The Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association. Fang Yi was certain this was the work of Xia State. Clearly, the country was making gestures of goodwill toward unaffiliated pioneers, offering them guidance as well. But in my opinion, the real problem lies with the government and the Cultivation Association. Although the government has clearly established the Association for Spiritual Cultivation and Qi Awakening, it has never made its existence public. Instead, it seems content to let the association develop on its own, quietly providing some support from the shadows. That to Fang Yi was a clear sign. The government wasn't planning on revealing any of this to the public, at least not yet. That thought brought to mind recent news reports. Ever since the rift had opened, terrifying changes had been erupting all around the country, awakening forces previously unknown. Mysterious cracks often split the sky, alluring songs seemed to echo from the depths of the sea, landscapes twisted and warped overnight, and islands vanished from maps, swallowed whole by thick fog. Bits and pieces of these events were scattered throughout the daily news, as if opening a door to another world for ordinary people. Now, wherever you went, you could overhear people nervously speculating about the lurking dangers hidden in their environment. Anomalies, changes, the future. It felt like the world had suddenly turned magical, strange, and unpredictable, with uncertainty seeping into every corner. It was clear the government was trying its best to warn the public, protecting them while gently preparing them to face a looming crisis. But it was precisely this resurgence of spiritual energy, this Qi awakening, that brought the greatest challenge. The truth was, the country had little confidence in launching an era of universal cultivation. Fang Yi rubbed his fingers thoughtfully. With so many people in Xia, outright disclosure risked immediate chaos and social collapse. Turmoil was something no nation could bear. The dangers that accompanied the revival of spiritual energy were simply too many. Go public, and you'd not only be staring down mass casualties from all the anomalies springing up everywhere, you'd also need to shield not just innocent bystanders but those reckless enough to seek danger, people willing to gamble everything to be among the first no matter the cost. They were the ones who would drain the most resources. And then there were the cowards, people convinced that the world order was about to be overturned, that money and power would no longer matter. Some of them would resort to things like theft and kidnapping, foolishly thinking they could challenge the state's authority. All these risks had to be weighed. If society as a whole started cultivating, chaos would only increase. So Fang Yi understood why Xia chose to take the slow, gentle route. After all, nothing is more chilling than the human heart. There was no need to test it. What's more, the anomalies produced by dark spiritual energy weren't just a threat to regular people, they terrified even the most experienced pioneers. Fang Yi couldn't help but think of the two creatures he'd encountered earlier today, beings warped by the attribute of darkness. It was anomalies like those that were the most troublesome of all. A giant serpent. A small beast with the face of a rat. They looked like mutated monsters shaped by corruption and exposure to darkness. That entire group radiated a chilling, sinister aura. Worse still, they all seemed to feed exclusively on humans. To them, the flesh of a spiritual cultivator was an even greater delicacy. It would be one thing if they were mindlessly violent beasts, but clearly they had more than a little intelligence. And that was what made them truly frightening. From what he'd seen today, it was clear just how cunning these creatures could be. Who would have thought the two completely unrelated beings of the dark attribute would team up to set a trap for the Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association squad, luring them into their territory for an ambush? That dark mist saturated with shadow energy was a real headache. Not only did it help the giant serpent hide, it was also a nightmare for pioneers, stripping the cultivator team of nearly all their strength. And to think this was just a sub-attribute of the darkness element. If Fang Yi hadn't shown up today, that squad would most likely have met a grim fate. And all this from merely a sub-attribute of darkness. It really drove home the point. High-tier attributes were on another level entirely. No wonder each high-tier attribute was so coveted. Just in terms of suppressing sub-attributes, the advantage was staggering. Fang Yi pondered this. The reason he'd been able to dispatch those two abnormal creatures so easily before was because of his exceptionally potent advanced attributes. The Yang attribute blazing hot allowed him to channel the sun itself, safely traversing even the harshest storms. The Thunder attribute wielded the raw, devastating force of judgment against creatures of shadow. It was overwhelmingly destructive, obliterating them with a single strike. And Darkness. That attribute was all the more terrifying. It could spawn beings capable of causing chaos on a societal scale. Still, so far he hadn't actually encountered an aberrant mutated version of the darkness element. Maybe he just hadn't come across one yet, given how rarely he'd seen anomalies in general. With these two high-tier attributes at his command, plus his mastery at Ghost Hand level 3, there were probably very few pioneers who could match him. The sheer suppressive power of high-level attributes was overwhelming. Even those above his rank might not be able to beat him in real combat, though of course, there could always be others out there with unique opportunities or luck. But Fang Yi had more than powerful attributes. He had specialized cultivation techniques to match. The Golden Sun breathing method for his Yang attribute, the Divine Thunder tempering for thunder, each one powerful in its own right and born from his own elemental nature, fitting him perfectly. That was his biggest edge. Fang Yi was confident. Even if other pioneers found their own great fortunes, none could compare to what he had. That presence just vanished. Fang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. He realized that the force monitoring him these past few days was suddenly gone. That woman from the Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association, she left. He had to admit his impression of the Spiritual Energy Revival Association had just improved. No pestering, no overstepping boundaries, just respectful distance. That's how an official organization should act. Whenever he'd read novels before, he'd always hated those storylines where some faction kept harassing the prodigy protagonist, using every dirty trick in the book, first honey then the stick, and if they couldn't recruit him, they'd try to destroy him. In a word, insane. Now, with no one spying on him, Fang Yi felt as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. He sat cross-legged, facing the pale glow of dawn, and slowly exhaled. After raining for so long, it was finally going to be sunny. The weather forecast said today would be beautiful, with bright sunshine at last. He could practice the Golden Sun breathing technique while basking in the sun again. It had been ages since he last unlocked a new attribute. He wondered when another great change would occur in the world, giving him a chance to observe. Cohabitation. Martial Arts Exploration Squad. Boom! Fang Yi closed his eyes, taking a deep breath of the early morning air, feeling the gentle warmth of sunlight on his skin. The Golden Sun breathing technique began to operate slowly and steadily. Around him, golden light sparkled as if a great sun was shining down on him. Wisps of golden vitality flowed through his veins. Each thread of energy was infused with warmth, like a gentle, nourishing stream spreading through his body. His blood pulsed bright and hot, and a faint golden aura shimmered over his skin, giving him a healthy, radiant glow. After persevering with the Golden Sun breathing technique, Fang Yi felt his body brim with heat and vibrant energy, inside and out. Every inch of his skin soaked up the sunlight. He felt his body grow solid and nimble, every muscle radiating the strength of the blazing sun. Practicing the Golden Sun breathing technique beneath that brilliant sun, this feels incredible. Fang Yi couldn't help but think. The pure, powerful energy of the sun was like a weapon, and with the matching breathing technique, that weapon's potential was pushed to the limit. Now he felt as though he had limitless strength coursing through his whole being. It was all thanks to the Golden Sun breathing technique and his sun-like attributes. If he just kept at it, someday his body would become unbreakable, reaching the legendary level of an immortal cultivator. But to truly achieve that, he would have to endure years of persistent, patient effort, the way water wears away stone. Cultivation was a lonely path. Fang Yi let out a quiet sigh. Pioneers, people like him forging ahead into a new era, were explorers by nature, and the future they faced was as uncertain as it gets. Which meant that willpower and courage were more important than anything else, because on this road, most would fall before reaching the end. Finishing his morning breathing practice, Fang Yi slowly let out a long breath, planning to get breakfast when suddenly his phone rang. Auntie. Fang Yi glanced at the caller ID, surprised. How many years had it been since he'd last spoken on the phone with them? Why was his aunt calling him out of the blue? He'd never been close with his relatives. After his parents died in an accident, he remembered his aunt offering to take him in, but he had refused. Even with family, living in someone else's home always left you feeling like an outsider, and there was always the risk their own kids would see you as an enemy. He'd rather be on his own. And so Fang Yi had lived alone in the big house his parents left behind, happy as he could possibly be. "Auntie, Xiao Yi, have you eaten yet?" "I have." Auntie led with her usual trio of classic greetings. "Have you eaten yet? How have you been lately? Hey, there's something I wanted to talk to you about." Fang Yi patiently exchanged a few pleasantries with his aunt, but as expected, the conversation circled back to that last point. "Well, Xiao Yi," his aunt began, "there's something I'd like to ask your opinion about. Your cousin needs to go to Taishi for a study trip, and I don't feel comfortable letting her stay in a hotel alone. Would it be possible for her to stay with you for a few days?" "My cousin." Fang Yi was caught off guard. This wasn't the favor he'd expected. In a flash, an image popped into his mind. A girl with long straight black hair, a slender waist, and mile-long legs, but with a naturally serious look, a cold-faced, delicate beauty. That's right. His cousin was beautiful, with the aloofness of a straight-A student and the gentle manners of a well-behaved girl. In Fang Yi's memory, her biggest hobby was quietly studying in the den, absorbed in her books, and of course she was always at the top of her class. Maybe it was her good looks or the fact that she was also a model student, but Fang Yi always felt like his cousin didn't quite fit in. She was a bit withdrawn, a little mysterious. "Sure. When does she get here? I can pick her up." No, that's not necessary," his aunt replied, a little embarrassed to be asking for help. "You just send me your address, that's all. I'll have her take a cab." She insisted there was no need for a pickup and made sure Lin Yi would bring plenty of local specialties for Fang Yi as a thank you. After a perfunctory back and forth, Fang Yi stopped insisting. Once they hung up, he sent over his address. That afternoon, his cousin Lin Yi arrived. When Fang Yi opened the door, he saw a girl standing outside, dragging a black suitcase behind her, her long legs accentuated beneath straight black hair. She wore a simple t-shirt and jeans, with her hair loosely pinned up by a wooden hairstick, giving her a very refined look. "Hi Fang Yi," she said. Her voice was melodic, like water tapping gently on wood, so pleasant that she'd probably be a hit in online chats. "Hey cousin," Fang Yi replied. He stepped aside to help her pull in the suitcase. "Come on in. Want something to drink?" "I've got Coke." "Just water, thanks." After changing into a pair of slippers at the door, Lin Yi set the gifts from their aunt out on the table, introducing each one in turn, then quietly sat on the sofa, hands folded neatly in her lap, eyes downcast, a picture of timid politeness. Fang Yi brought her a cup of hot water and sat down on the sofa himself. Holding the cup in both hands, Lin Yi endured the necessary small talk that always came with roommates. "How's Auntie's health?" Fang Yi asked. "She's doing well. School going okay?" "A lot of pressure." "It's manageable." "You're here for the summer camp?" "Yes." She answered every question, but there had been too much distance and too long apart. They were virtual strangers now. Fang Yi asked a few more questions to keep things flowing, but once he felt they'd done enough of the formalities, he waved his hand. "All right, you can get settled and study in your room. If you need anything, just let me know." "Okay, thanks Fang Yi." Lin Yi stood up obediently. "Thank you for letting me stay here these next few days." "Sorry for the trouble." She shuffled into her slippers, dragged her suitcase into the guest room, and closed the door behind her. Fang Yi watched her walk away, her silhouette gradually disappearing down the hallway. After standing there for a moment, he turned and headed back to his own room. In the guest bedroom, Lin Yi switched on the light and looked down at the bed. The sheets were a brand new set, soft, clean, and still carrying a faint scent of detergent. There was nothing feminine around the room, which meant her cousin hadn't had a girlfriend living here. He lived alone, neat and tidy. Lin Yi set about unpacking her luggage, just the essentials for now. Then she fished her phone out of her bag and opened her chat app. Group name: Spiritual Revival Wudeo Vanguard Squad members. 7. Her long graceful fingers flew across the screen as she typed a message into the group. Lotus Rises 11. I've moved into my cousin's place. It'll be easier for me to take action around here these days. My cousin seems like a decent guy, he probably won't meddle in my business. Can anyone confirm the situation? A reply popped up almost immediately. 81 Yo Gorgeous MILF. Yeah, this time's intel checks out. Thai City's been acting weird lately, lots of big events going down. That underground river last time was a goldmine, too bad someone else got there first. Catfished for 50 cents. I heard about that too. Apparently 2 teams ran into each other, then some super powerful vanguard showed up and unleashed a sword strike as bright as the sun. The rest had no choice but to back off. Dang, I'm in a total legend worshipping right here. 81 Yo Gorgeous MILF. A sword strike like the sun. For real. That's gotta be extreme yang energy. A top-class vanguard, huh? Lin Yi recalled the rumors she'd heard and typed back. Lotus Rises 11. It's true, I heard the same. Lotus Rises 11. That's why we need to be careful this time. The spiritual revival hasn't fully begun yet, everything's moving in the shadows, and who knows how many monsters like that are hiding in Xiaoguo. We can't afford to draw too much attention. 81 Yo Gorgeous MILF. Plus 1, catfished for 50 cents. Plus 9,999. Everyone in the group understood that Lin Yi wasn't exaggerating. Right now vanguards were growing unchecked, no official rules, no restrictions. Whoever was stronger did as they pleased, seizing whatever fate offered without worrying about the moral consequences. The upside. Power meant everything. If you were tough enough, no one could stop you from taking your shot at destiny. The downside. If someone else beat you, it didn't matter that you got there first. Against a powerhouse like the one in the underground river, all they could do was tuck their tails and run. Genius cousin. A new world-shaking event. What's it like to suddenly be living under one roof with a beautiful, talented cousin? After a few days, Fang Yi felt qualified to answer that question. At first, having someone else in the apartment made me feel incredibly uneasy, especially when it came time to shower. Somehow, the bathroom was always a little warmer than usual, and through the frosted glass I could catch glimpses of her graceful silhouette flitting back and forth as she blow-dried her hair. The air itself seemed tinged with the sweet floral scent of her shampoo. Awkward situations cropped up now and then too, like when it rained and I had to bring in the laundry. She wasn't home and I found myself frozen with indecision. Should I grab her underwear along with the rest or just leave it? Then there was the time we left the house together and old Wang from across the hall kept making sly comments, convinced I'd landed myself a pretty college girlfriend. Every time he saw me, he'd try to weasel out details, hoping for some advice. But honestly, those things weren't the worst part. What really got to me was how, ever since she'd moved in, I'd started eating my meals at regular hours. Every single day there were groceries to be bought, meals to be cooked, though to be clear, she handled all that. My main job was just to show up and eat. And I have to say, her cooking is pretty amazing. Every meal was something different and it never got boring. Oh, and she's a neat freak. Every morning like clockwork she'd clean the place until it was spotless, not a speck of dust in sight. Just like right now. Asterisk, knock knock knock. Asterisk, a brisk knock came from the door, followed by Lin Yi's cool voice. Cousin, for lunch today we're having tomato and beef over rice, chilled cucumber salad and corn and pork rib soup. Should I go easy on the tomatoes for you? Yeah, a little less, please, I replied. You know I'm not a big fan of sour stuff. Okay, lunch will be ready in 20 minutes. Her footsteps receded down the hall. I glanced at the clock and waited exactly 15 minutes before heading out. The moment I opened my bedroom door, the aroma of home-cooked food drifted in, warm and inviting. The floor had just been mopped. It was so clean I could practically see my reflection in it. Everything from the broom and mop to the trinkets on the shelf was lined up with almost obsessive precision. The whole scene just screamed clean freak. I'd lived alone for years, and aside from right after I'd finished renovating, my place had never looked this spotless. I made my way to the living room and peered into the kitchen through the glass door. There she was, Lin Yi, wearing an apron, her long black hair pulled back in a loose ponytail. Her jeans hugged her slim legs and she shuffled around in a pair of pink bunny slippers. She stood over the stove, tasting the soup, a lock of hair falling forward until she tucked it back with a graceful hand. Anything I can help with? I asked, pulling open the fridge and grabbing a bottle of apple cider vinegar and a can of Coke. The vinegar was for her. She loved sour drinks and this was the only thing she'd ever specifically asked me to buy since moving in. Could you please set the table? The food's just about ready, she called over her shoulder. Sure. I placed the bowls on the table. The tomato and beef over rice looked amazing, tender beef glistening with a golden sheen, practically begging to be eaten. We sat down across from each other in the dining room. Neither of us said much. The only sounds were the gentle clinks of chopsticks against porcelain. I'll do the dishes today, I finally offered. It's not fair for you to cook and wash up every time. It's nothing. I'm just staying here for a while. Helping out is the least I can do. A conversation like this happened almost every day. Lin Yi never allowed Fang Yi to wash the dishes himself. If he insisted, she would quietly take a few less bites at dinner, slip away first and wash his dishes for him. Her manners were impeccable. There was never a single thing to criticize. All in all, Fang Yi found having a cousin staying with him wasn't so bad. The only inconvenience, if you could call it that, was that it made it awkward for him to practice at home. The golden sun breathing method was just too conspicuous. Thinking of this, Fang Yi gave a helpless smile. After Lin Yi finished washing the dishes, she went straight to the guest room to study. Meanwhile, Fang Yi changed his clothes and prepared to head out the back for some practice in the mountains. But just as his hand touched the doorknob, he suddenly sensed something strange in the air, a presence he couldn't quite explain. Ha! Fang Yi followed the sensation with his eyes. His gaze, dark and deep, landed on the guest room door. Wisps of pure crystalline spiritual energy were gathering inside. My cousin's room. Fang Yi's brows rose in surprise. In a blink his figure seemed to melt away. A second later, Fang Yi was standing outside Lin Yi's window. The curtain was drawn back just a little, leaving a narrow gap. Inside, the young woman sat cross-legged on her bed. Thread after thread of sparkling spiritual energy gathered around her like dew beating and rolling down luminous skin. White light shimmered like faint starlight, sending gentle ripples into the air, all flowing toward her like a soft tide. Her skin glowed with a delicate luster, smooth and radiant as moonlit jade. Each breath she took became deeper, more harmonious, as if she was blending with the swirls of energy around her. The glow traced along her features, so refined and ethereal she looked almost otherworldly, a fairy maiden in a dreamscape. Fang Yi quietly watched the whole thing unfold. I never expected my cousin to be an early awakener of spiritual energy too. His gaze flickered thoughtfully. Just then Lin Yi in the room seemed to sense something. Her beautiful eyes lifted, sweeping the window. All she saw was a single autumn leaf drifting past and coming to rest on the ground. Nothing else. Was it just my imagination? For a moment I could have sworn someone was watching me. A slight frown creased Lin Yi's brow. She carefully collected her breath, drawing the spiritual energy inward until it vanished from the air. Her skin retained a soft, radiant glow that made her look even more refined, like a pearl glistening within her light. She let out a slow breath. Second star, Ghost Artisan Realm. That was her current level. My cousin's talent really isn't bad, thought Fang Yi, still outside. She's so young and she's already at the second star of Ghost Artisan, almost ready for the next breakthrough. He didn't leave right away. After dodging her gaze just now, he lingered, unwilling to interrupt. In an age where most people only managed the first or second star, Lin Yi was already more than a match for most an up-and-coming talent, to say the least. Maybe that explains why she's a bit odd, he mused. It takes a certain kind of temperament to reach such heights so young. He couldn't help feeling a little awkward at crouching by a young woman's window like a sneak, and decided it was time to leave. Suddenly Lin Yi's phone rang on the desk. She reached out and pressed the answer button, but the caller's words were muffled and unclear. Still, her expression changed in an instant. Heaven and earth upheaval. Tomorrow. What time tomorrow? Afternoon. 3 o'clock. Yangwo Town. I can make it. Yeah, just need to come up with an excuse. My cousin is really easygoing, he doesn't restrict me. Fang Yi had already been planning to leave. But when he heard the words heaven and earth upheaval, his steps froze him to the spot as if he'd been nailed in place. Lin Yi's way of talking on the phone was direct and to the point. She locked in the time and location first, then immediately started working out who should do what and when. Judging by her conversation, she clearly played a central role in her team, probably something like the squad leader. Yangwo Town. Wasn't that the popular tourist spot just outside Taishi? It wasn't far from where he was, a 1-hour drive or an hour and a half by chartered bus. So her coming to this summer camp was just a front. The real reason was this heaven and earth upheaval, right? She must have heard about it from somewhere and made up an excuse to come out here. Fang Yi found this highly amusing. His cousin was just a student juggling schoolwork, cultivation, and now chasing after every single upheaval. She was a true master of time management. Yangwo Town sat right on the edge of Taishi. When the time comes, we'll just rent a car and head over together. Yeah, we'll meet up at the usual spot. Inside the room, Lin Yi was still on her call, oblivious to everything else. Every word she said came through loud and clear to Fang Yi in the next room. As he listened, he pondered. Every heaven and earth upheaval was an opportunity. Each time he'd managed to pick up a new technique and increase his strength. He wondered what attribute this one in Yangwo Town would be. But it didn't really matter, as long as he heard about it, it belonged to him. Fang Yi kept listening by the window for a while longer, but Lin Yi didn't mention any more details about Yangwo Town. Maybe they didn't know much themselves and would only find out once they got there. He decided he would go with them. First comes martial prowess, and that always means danger ahead. Yangwo Town was a small, out-of-the-way place near Taishi. On the surface, a tourist trap with its mix of ancient buildings standing overrun by barbecue joints, bubble tea shops, overpriced popsicles. Just one glance and you could smell the idiot tax in the air. This was where heaven and earth were about to shift. 6 young people, 3 men, 3 women, stood at the entrance to the town. They were the members of the Spirit Awakening, Martial Path First Squad. Lin Yi, in her t-shirt and jeans, her skin pale as snow, stood out in the group. There were 4 women and 2 men altogether. At that moment, a short-haired girl was tugging at her arm, asking her a question. Yi, I heard you've been living at your cousin's place lately. How's that going? Are you getting used to it? Lin Yi gave a small nod. It's fine. What about your cousin? Is he good-looking or not? The short-haired girl's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Her username was catfished online for 50 cents, a pure and cute face, but a total clown at heart, obsessed with handsome guys. He's better looking than any of those saved photos you hoard online. Lin Yi sincerely reflected on her cousin's appearance. But he's definitely not one of those skinny, soft little pretty boys. Catfished online for 50 cents felt personally offended, as if her taste in men had just been gravely insulted. After a few days of living together, Lin Yi had come to a conclusion. Her cousin was actually rather ordinary. In her memory, he'd always been an average student, grade stuck somewhere in the middle of the class, not great, not terrible. He hadn't done well on the college entrance exam, so he was probably headed to a community college. Not that there was anything wrong with that, but he didn't seem to have any special ambitions either. Still, his personality was easygoing. All this time under the same roof she hadn't noticed any bad habits. He kept a regular sleep schedule and worked out often. He really was just another unremarkable person in a sea of ordinary people. Wow, really? Catfished online for 50 cents sighed dramatically. And here I was hoping you'd get lucky living under the same roof with some hotshot cousin and could hook me up. I mean, if you were good looking and a little more capable, I'd adopt you as my honorary cousin on the spot just to become your future cousin-in-law. Keep dreaming. The tall and striking young woman nearby snorted. She wore a short skirt, her legs seemingly long enough to put some people's lives to shame. Her username was GorgeousWife@81. As they chatted and waited a little ways ahead under the shade of a tall tree, Fang Yi lazily fanned himself with a paper fan he'd picked up from a street stall. Yi's little team wasn't half bad, he observed. She herself was a Ghost Axe 2-star, a little above average, and her teammates weren't slackers either. Even more impressive, one of them was a Ghost Axe 3-star. The rest were at least 2-star as well, making the team's overall strength fairly balanced. With just one glance, Fang Yi had gauged their power levels. Aside from Lin Yi, the 3-star was a silent young man standing a bit off to the side, clearly lost in thought. He seemed the cautious and steady type. By the way, is she not coming this time either? Lin Yi suddenly asked. The silent young man shook his head. She's busy, couldn't make it. Lin Yi didn't say anything and the rest of the team seemed used to it. Apparently they had a teammate who was chronically absent. Fang Yi filed that information away. Suddenly he paused in mid-fan. The team ahead of them lingered for a moment, then started walking into the small town. Fang Yi followed at a discreet distance, listening to their conversation about the upheaval at Yangwo town. So do you guys have any other intel about this incident? This time what's appeared is a vine. According to the information we've gathered, it shows up in various places at unpredictable times. This instance, it's emerged in Yangwo town. Everyone who's seen it says it's a very strange vine. It descends straight from the sky. Some speculate it's a treasure left behind by the gods, others guess it's a rare high-level mutation, and still others believe it's a fragment of some incomprehensible entity from beyond the heavens. No one knows where it actually comes from. No one can really explain what it is. This doesn't match any of the anomalies we've dealt with before, it's just too unusual. Whether it was extreme heat, thunder, or even rivers of magma, we always had some inkling of what we were about to encounter after receiving word. Unusual weather, shifting ley lines, even some kind of anomaly, I could mentally prepare myself at least. But this vine is beyond anything we've ever understood. It's just too bizarre. Net loss 50 Cent's expression was strange. In times like these, when the world is in turmoil and everything's changing, it's common for your worldview to be shaken. That's just part of the spiritual energy revival after all. Most ordinary people already think that cultivators absorbing spiritual energy to strengthen themselves is some kind of mystical hocus pocus. And this vine, to them, it's basically the same thing, magic, pure and simple. Yes, that's the only way to describe it. Even though the world is turning upside down, this thing isn't related to weather or earthquakes. It's not the ground splitting open or the skies roaring with thunder. It's more like something that just appeared out of nowhere. It drifts to different places, never causing any damage, no lightning, no blazing heat, no loud commotion. It's just they're wandering from place to place. If you ignore the fact that it's dangling down from the sky, it would seem like nothing but an ordinary vine. But it's anything but ordinary. Honestly, I'm a bit worried about this mission. My instincts are telling me that this time it's going to be more dangerous than anything we've faced before. The information we've got is extremely limited. The only thing we can be fairly sure of is that this is probably a high-level anomaly, something unknown and entirely new. To be frank, a few friends I know have already tried to make contact with the vine. Lost several team members to it. People died. Lin Yi's footsteps faltered, her brow furrowing slightly. The others' faces also grew serious as they looked over, searching for answers. Yes, net loss 50 Cent said in a low voice. All of them were powerful cultivators, none of them were weak. For cultivators like us, always chasing the next stage of evolution, every anomaly is a high-stakes gamble. The winners walk away with riches, the losers are left behind, their bones buried forever in these beautiful lands where the tide of spiritual energy has only just begun to rise. And there are far more people like us than you might think. Before the Xia Kingdom's authorities made anything public, everything about the pioneers had to remain hidden in the shadows. Even if they were to die now amid the upheaval shaking heaven and earth, it would all be buried along with the strange phenomena in the world. Corpses, names, futures, everything laid to rest, erased from history. As pioneers themselves, the others couldn't help but feel a wave of grief wash over them when they heard this news. No one spoke, the group fell silent. Fang Yi, standing at the back, overheard the news and couldn't help but fall into thought. Death wasn't something seen often in this city. But to walk the path of martial cultivation first meant treading among constant dangers. Had the vine strung with corpses awakened, the secluded valley was ethereal and silent. Light tumbled down from above, casting a long, lingering shadow. And within that very shadow, an enormous vine dangled downward. The vine was a deep, mysterious green, so thick that 3 people linking arms still couldn't encircle it. It hung from the sky and trailed down to the mountain's foot like a god's arm lazily dropped in slumber. At a glance, the vine stretched beyond sight, so grand, so imposing. The place felt so vast and wild, so empty and lonely, it evoked an aching sense of desolation. So, was this the fabled vine? Though the mountain looked beautiful from afar, in truth its ridges were treacherous and steep, wrapped in clouds and mist. With just one or two vines draping down, it would be impossible to see what was really going on. No wonder hardly anyone had noticed the news. That was true. Looking from a distance, he'd once assumed those vines simply grew along the cliffs. Impressive perhaps, but nothing that caught the eye at first. Yet, the reports were right. Standing here, the vine was genuinely awe-inspiring. It hardly even seemed real, more like something out of a painting, or even more so an AI-generated image. Net date victim 5 cents scrubbed their arms, shivering slightly at the sight. The group paused halfway up the mountain. Each person craned their neck to stare at the vast spectacle, a strange emotion welling up inside them. A vine dropped from the sky. Just a few simple words, but the image they conjured was downright fantastical, like something straight out of a fairy tale you'd read as a child. Haven't you ever heard that story? What was it called? Jack and the Beanstalk? Someone asked. In the fairy tale, someone planted a magic bean. It grew and grew until it reached into the heavens. I haven't read it. What happens next? Someone else asked, curiosity piqued. Well, then the guy climbs up the beanstalk into the sky, finds a giant who lives up there, steals his gold, and in the end the giant falls down and dies. The thief lives happily ever after. 81-year-old stunning widow winced, the corner of her mouth twitching. Stealing, betrayal, and then a happy ending. You call that a fairy tale? Fairy tales weren't originally written for kids, you know. They were social satire in disguise. Someone started. Alright, that's enough about fairy tales. Lin Yi frowned slightly, cutting off their tangent. Although she added she does have a point. This vine reminded people of the one described in fairy tales, soaring all the way up into the clouds, so tall it seemed to pierce the sky itself. It gave you the illusion that you could climb up and see for yourself what lay at its source. There was something almost irresistibly tempting about it. Supposedly, a vine like this should have belonged to the wood element, but for some reason I could sense an aura of desolation emanating from it. Desolation. I felt it too. It's hard to describe a sensation like sinking into the river of time itself, where all things are wiped away and every sign of life has vanished. It made me deeply uneasy. I feel the same way. The moment I approached, my mood turned gray and heavy, almost depressed. Could it be that this vine is draining our life force? That terrifying thought sent a chill through everyone's heart. As we looked at the vine again, a flicker of fear appeared in everyone's eyes, as if at any moment it might rise up and swallow us whole. Look! Suddenly, the beautiful woman, who looked not a day over 40 despite claiming to be 81, pointed at part of the vine. Our gazes followed and our faces instantly lost color. There, where the vine hung over a jagged cliff, several curled branches bore stains of dried blood. Caught in those twisted tendrils were the remains of several figures, not beasts from the valley but people, judging from the scraps of synthetic fabric still clinging to what was left of them. They must have been the scouts who came before us, killed by the vine. The thought made my scalp prickle with fear. No one could look at the corpse of a companion and remain completely composed. They probably tried to touch the vine and were consumed by the desolation. The usually quiet, taciturn 3-star young man in our group finally spoke. My suggestion is we don't get any closer. Let's sense things from right here. I agree. I agree too. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone else voiced their agreement. There was no hesitation. Opportunity is one thing, but no one is willing to risk their life for it. Lin Yi glanced over everyone, her voice grave. All right. We'll stay here and sense whatever we can. Everyone keep within sight. Don't wander off. Okay. Each of us chose a spot and sat down. The young man picked a position by the nearest cave entrance, not too close and not too far from the rest of us. The women stuck together by the edge of the cliff, while Lin Yi chose an old tree with lush, spreading branches. Once we'd all settled and each person began their cultivation, Lin Yi drew a deep breath, the fresh leafy scent filling her nose, helping to offset the discomfort from the vine's sense of desolation. Quickly she entered her cultivation state. Gentle, sparkling spiritual energy swirled around her, forming a nearly invisible barrier that shielded her from outside harm. A little ways away, atop another ancient tree, Fang Yi lounged against the thick trunk with one leg dangling, idly waving a paper fan at himself. This vine. Something's definitely not right about it, he muttered. Even from so far away, I couldn't see the corpse itself, yet I could still feel that oppressive aura of death lingering over it. How in the world did this group of people find something like this? Out of all the bizarre phenomena I've witnessed lately, apart from the unusual dark energy earlier, it's these vines here that feel the most unsettling. They're supposed to symbolize life and vitality, but instead they give off the eerie sense of being like funerary figurines, things that only pretend to be alive, mere imitations that have lost any true spirit. Fang Yi decided to wait until everyone else finished cultivating before getting closer to start crafting a new technique. Just then a sudden tempest erupted around where Lin Yi was sitting. A surge of powerful energy burst from deep within the girl, screaming sharply as it shot straight up toward the sky. In the air above, the faint silhouette of a colossal divine axe shimmered into view. Is she advancing a star rank? Already? Fang Yi was taken aback. He had known before coming here that Lin Yi was close to a breakthrough, but he hadn't expected her to reach the threshold of 3 stars so quickly. Is this what a genius looks like? My cousin. She really is extraordinary. He couldn't help but marvel. At just 17, a year younger than him, she was already knocking on the door to 3-star cultivation. She was clearly a prodigy among prodigies. All around Lin Yi, her energy billowed wildly, swelling brighter and stronger. The transparent force seemed to morph into a giant hand in the air, gripping that mighty axe, a symbol of absolute strength. Spiritual energy spiraled and surged, flooding madly into her body. Lin Yi frowned slightly, focusing all her might to channel the energy, pressing down upon the giant axe with everything she had. Boom! The great axe ripped through the air, swinging down 3 times. Ghost axe. 3-star. She did it. Amazing, Yi. Breaking through to 3-star at your age, you're the second biggest monster in our whole group. Everyone's faces lit up with excitement, flocking around Lin Yi to congratulate her. Even the usually taciturn young man couldn't help but mutter a rare impressive. Lin Yi sat cross-legged on the ground, surrounded by friends offering her the highest praise. But just as everyone reveled in this moment of joy, the vines hanging down from the sky began to stir, so softly and quietly that no one noticed at first. Swish, swish, swish. What's that sound? The strikingly beautiful woman, who looked impossibly young for 81, suddenly snapped her head up at the strange noise. The sight before her made her breath catch in her throat. Vines! The vines are coming toward us. What? Everyone looked up in shock, only to see a ceiling of vivid green stretching as far as the eye could see. The vines are alive. The narrow little leaves covering them, which had looked like tiny boats docked peacefully, now morphed into emerald serpents riding toward the group. The leaves seemed ready to open, terrifying gaping maws rushing closer and closer. In a heartbeat, it looked like the whole group would be swallowed up. Everyone's faces turned ashen. What's happening? Why did the vines suddenly come to life? Was it Yi's breakthrough that caught their attention? We can't let those vines catch us. If even one of them gets hold of us, that aura of desolation will wrap around us in an instant and we'll be melted away before we know it. The young man's normally steady voice now trembled just slightly. Extract the desolation attribute, rewrite the method, run for your life, fight to survive. As soon as the young man spoke, everyone reacted with the same instinctive gut-level panic. If we don't run now, we're dead. The vines surged toward them, as dense and overwhelming as a tidal wave or an invading army. Beneath their emerald leaves, countless tendrils stretched out like demonic claws, slicing through the air. Each vine radiated ferocious power and lethal intent. Wherever they swept across, rocky outcrops shattered and sent clouds of dust skyward. Ancient trees were coiled up into splinters, cliffs sliced clean in half. The massive vines rampaged like monstrous, remorseless beasts, devouring every trace of life they encountered. Razor-sharp spikes jutted from their lengths, flashing like knives and emitting a piercing, shrill screech as they raked forward. Facing this onslaught, an emerald tsunami, the group felt as powerless as ordinary people before a natural disaster. The gap in strength was insurmountable. Instinct took over. They were ready to flee at full speed. No, we can't run. Yi hasn't finished her breakthrough. If we leave her, she'll die here. We have to shield her. It was the beautiful 81-year-old woman who yelled this into the howling gale. The young man's face fell as he looked at Lin Yi. The woman was right. The girl was in the crucial final moments of her breakthrough. When a cultivator elevates their divine axe to a new star level, their physical body undergoes complete remolding, a process invisible to outsiders. That was exactly what Lin Yi was experiencing now. Guard her with your spiritual energy. I'll try to cut down those vines, the young man ordered sharply. Without hesitation, everyone gathered in a protective circle around Lin Yi, channeling their inner energy outward. Streams of spiritual power poured from their bodies and intertwined above them, slowly weaving into a transparent barrier. The surface of the barrier shimmered faintly like a clear, tranquil lake rippling under a fresh breeze. Boom! A violent wave of green slammed into the barrier, making it tremble. Each blast sent faint ripples across its surface. Everyone kept pushing themselves, channeling their spiritual energy to shore up the shield. But the monstrous green vines struck again and again, pounding the barrier with relentless ferocity. Crack! 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 Hold on. Just last until Yi's finished. Someone shouted through gritted teeth. Everyone clenched their jaws, wringing out every last drop of spiritual energy to maintain the faint barrier. Still, they had underestimated the fury of the vines. The relentless pounding stormed the barrier with deafening cracking explosions. The barrier, already thin, grew thinner still, as if it might shatter at any second beneath the fury of the world's upheaval. With a dull thud, suddenly one of them dropped to his knees. Trembling, he said, "My spiritual energy is almost depleted. I can't hold on any longer." He was only at Ghost Axe rank 1, a low level, and the meager spiritual energy within his body couldn't sustain his reckless expenditure. Seeing this, the young man gritted his teeth and glanced at Lin Yi. She was still sitting cross-legged, eyes tightly shut, completely unaware of the chaos around her. Yi, wake up. Please wake up, Yi. If this goes on, we're all going to die here. Yi, can you hear me? Hurry, come back. Damn it, she can't hear us at all. This isn't going to work. Someone cursed under their breath, face twisted in distress. They were a team brought together by the revival of spiritual energy, a single unit, a symbol of unity in this new era. If they could help it, none of them wanted to abandon a teammate. But what were they supposed to do now? If they didn't leave Lin Yi behind, were they all supposed to die here with her? I really can't hold on. The girl who called herself catfished out of 50 cents was as pale as a sheet. The spiritual energy flowing from her was ebbing away, almost extinguished. The others didn't look much better, faces as white as paper. We should just run for it, someone whispered. If we don't, none of us will make it out. Okay. The young man's face was pulled taut, and he was just about to speak when, at the critical moment, a searing flash of fire streaked past his hair and the blade's edge left a bloody slash across his cheek. A knife appeared above his head. The blade burned with furious flames as if it could incinerate the whole world. Even the desolate lingering aura on the vine was forced to retreat, overwhelmed by this fierce blazing energy bowing before it. The newcomer gave them a brief, indifferent glance, then swung the knife in a casual downward arc. A blinding light burst from the blade, radiant like the midday sun, forcing everyone to avert their eyes. Instinctively, the whole group shielded their faces, retreating under the onslaught of brilliance. The next instant, a thin line appeared across the vine. That impossibly tough stone-like vine was sliced clean through as effortlessly as cutting tofu. The martial squad was stunned. This flame that burns the sky slash. What was that? Before they could react, something even more shocking happened. After that single blow, the severed vines crashed to the ground like falling boulders. The remaining portions, as if sensing an unstoppable force, abruptly recoiled at astonishing speed. The vines were actually retreating from just a single stroke. The squad's eyes reflected the sight of the fleeing vines. It was almost comical, like a wild, cruel beast turning meek when faced with something truly fearsome, bowing its head and retreating. Absurd. Completely absurd. Everyone stared dumbfounded at the scene before them and at the man who had appeared out of nowhere. He stood at the edge of the cliff, backlit by the sun, the tip of his blade lowered. Sunlight poured over him, turning his silhouette into something godlike, as if he were a deity standing at the world's very peak, so awe-inspiring it was almost terrifying. A pioneer. Is it? The young man's hand instinctively went to his burning cheek where the pain still lingered. His fingers came away, heated, tinged with the remnants of that searing force. Such pure, overwhelming yang energy. Only someone with such powerful higher attributes could possibly force back the desolate, corrupting force. He had always seen himself as supremely gifted. Genius was what people called him, while he'd modestly say otherwise, though deep down he knew there were few who could ever surpass him. In his mind, only the one prodigy who hadn't shown up today might have the edge, and Lin Yi could at best fight him to a draw. But now, all that confidence had been shattered, cut down by a single stroke of the blade. If the pioneers included people like this, then what were the rest of them, these so-called talents? Just dim stars lost in the brilliance of a full moon. That vine's massive strike had taken the combined force of several of them just to barely hold off. Yet this man with a single swing not only sliced through the vine but also drove back the most terrifying force of desolation clinging to it. This kind of power wasn't just overwhelming, it was in a league of its own. The young man was too shocked to notice his own crumbling composure. Nearby, the girl known online as scammed out of 50 cents in a dating app, her eyes wide in disbelief, stared at the swordsman who descended from the sky. She couldn't help but murmur under her breath. A hero descending on a rainbow cloud. It has to look just like this, right? Too cool. Honestly, this was the kind of stuff she never even dared to dream up for her writing. Right before that blade fell, she'd thought for sure she was about to die young. Everyone watched Fang Yi's back intently, hearts pounding with a mix of shock, awe and envy. But Fang Yi didn't hear the girl's embarrassing whisper. At that moment, all he could hear was the calm, orderly voice of his system in his mind. Detecting an extreme wood attribute. Now compiling skill. Skill compilation complete. Endless vitality. Instantly absorb all life force in the vicinity to rapidly heal wounds. The new technique was ready. Fang Yi's eyes lit up at the description. What a powerful wood element ability, practically a god-tier skill. To be able to instantly draw vitality from the world itself, healing any injuries in battle, was even more useful than healing magic itself. As long as there was life around him, he could keep on drawing and keep on recovering, almost like a perpetual motion machine. Of course, Fang Yi knew he was only fantasizing. With his current power, this skill didn't make him an actual perpetual motion device. He couldn't drain an entire city dry, after all. But as his strength grew, as his realm improved and the world's spirit energy surged back to life, then the potential of this ability would become truly terrifying. The possibilities were almost too much to imagine. Extracting attribute. Attribute extracted. Desolation. Desolation attribute. Can instantly unleash a wave of desolate energy corroding all life nearby. No wonder this vine could only grow in such a treacherous place. If it grew anywhere else, it would probably drain all life within dozens of miles. The desolation attribute was just too overbearing, forcibly stealing the vitality from anything around it. Deprivation, lethal and remorseless. This new material panel. It would be perfect for making some really underhanded weapons. But what should I fuse it into? Fang Yi fell into deep thought. Suddenly, thank you for saving my life, sir. A striking woman, a kind of regal beauty, looked at Fang Yi, her eyes sparkling. This gorgeous woman in her 80s had always kept men at arm's length. But just moments ago, Fang Yi's blazing tang blade had carved through the chaos like a gift from the heavens, calling him their savior was no exaggeration. Hearing her voice, the others seemed to snap out of a dream. Thank you. Really, if you hadn't stepped in, we'd be in serious trouble. That swing you made so cool. I've got material for tonight's dream now. Hey, what's your WeChat? Let me send you money a buy my life back fee. A few people crowded around chattering thanks. Seeing this, Fang Yi hurriedly waved his hands. No need. After all, he'd gotten the location from their information, which let him claim both the vigorous vitality and desolation attributes. By any measure, he'd made out like a bandit. You can't have it both ways, he thought. You can't be too greedy. He politely declined their goodwill, said nothing more, and turned on his heels, walking away with easy grace. 10 minutes after he left, Lin Yi woke up. Looking around at the chaotic aftermath, shock flashed across her face. What happened here? You're awake too late. You missed the hero entrance. One girl who was infamous for losing almost nothing in online dating scams held her face in her hands, totally starstruck. Lin Yi ignored her and turned to the nearby young man, who still looked lost and shaken. Even though his spirit seemed shattered, he managed to explain everything. How her breakthrough had triggered the vine to attack, how on the verge of disaster a young man had appeared and saved them all. Lin Yi listened, stunned. My breakthrough caused such an uproar and I didn't even know. She looked down at the ground. The aftermath was obvious. Blackened scorch marks scarred the earth, the ground cracked, rocks split, radiating a parched heat. What had once been lush undergrowth was burned to ash, a bitter scorched smell thick in the settling smoke. Embers still danced on the ground, glowing faint red and crackling. The lingering heat of the sunlight attribute made the air feel like the inside of a furnace. Just getting close felt like being burned. It was hard to imagine how brilliant that blade strike must have been. That was no mere mortal, that was a monster. The young man's voice was hollow, the defeat clear. That vine we could never hope to cut. Now, after just one strike from him, it can only cower, shrunk all the way back up into the sky. It doesn't even dare get close. This was the sheer weight of that person's presence. Even though they were already gone, the vines still behaved themselves, meek as lambs, with none of the ferocity or chaos they'd shown just moments before. The gods of ancient Greece who reigned over the powers of the sun parted ways outside Sunfire Town. Lin Yi took a car back to Fang Yi's house alone. She nearly fell asleep on the way. Breaking through had been utterly draining. Every time she channeled her spiritual power to wield the divine axe, she had to focus with everything she had. It was even more exhausting than pulling a month's worth of all-nighters. Ordinary people would probably drop dead after several sleepless days, but pioneers like her didn't. Lin Yi always managed to find several times more hours in a day to study than everyone else. That was one of the secrets behind her top grades. She opened the door and slipped off her shoes. Just as she was about to head to her room for some much-needed rest, she realized someone was sitting on the sofa, her cousin Fang Yi. He was drinking coffee and playing on his phone. Back already? She grunted. No unnecessary conversation. The two of them had lived together long enough to develop this kind of quiet understanding. You all right? You look a bit pale, he asked. Studying is just exhausting, Lin Yi replied wearily. Her excuse for going out was that she was attending a study group. After so many hours studying, it was only natural for her to look worn out. Go get some rest, her cousin said with a small, knowing smile. If you're really wiped, don't worry about cooking tonight. Let's just order takeout. I'm not sure how long I'll need to sleep, but if I can manage it, I'd rather cook myself, Lin Yi replied as she nodded to him. She was insistent on making dinner and Fang Yi wouldn't stop her. He was the one reaping the benefits after all. He watched as she walked into her room. She really works hard, he muttered under his breath, so quietly she almost thought she'd imagined it. If it were just for school, Lin Yi would never push herself this hard. But with the world on the verge of drastic change, cultivation was the destiny of every pioneer. Not that there was any need to explain all this to her cousin, who was just an ordinary person. Lin Yi shook her head slightly and entered her room. It was sweltering. Her clothes clung uncomfortably to her skin, so she went for a shower. When she came out, towel drying her hair, she saw her martial arts squad group chat had over 99 new messages. She opened it and saw the screen filled with red hearts, all from 81-year-old glamorous lady. 81-year-old glamorous lady. So cool, so cool, so cool. That strike was amazing. Do you guys know, the moment I saw that blade shatter the vines, I was just stunned for 30 full seconds, totally frozen. / cat clutching heart ***, catfished for 50 cents. I totally get it. The instant that blazing sun appeared, I declared right then and there. He's the god of sunlight from ancient Greece. 81-year-old glamorous lady. No wonder I got one good omen and one bad in my fortunes today. It turns out he's our top of the top lucky sign. Lin Yi. Are these two fangirling a little too hard? She kept towel drying her hair, thumb flying across the screen as she tapped out a reply. Yi wind among the lotuses. Do you guys think that Pioneer came looking for the vine too? We don't even know each other, why would he bother to save us? Catfished out of 50 cents. Now that you mention it, maybe just maybe it was because of my stunning looks. 81-year-old glamorous housewife. You haven't even started dating him and your whole brain's already in romance mode. Faint ink bamboo. Maybe he just did it in passing. A rarely seen lurker finally chimed in. Faint ink bamboo was the guy who'd been rattled by that 3-star genius. Judging by his tone now, it seemed he'd managed to put himself back together after being thrown off by the prodigy's power. Yi wind among the lotuses. Did any of you invite him to join the group? 81-year-old glamorous housewife. Of course not. How could someone like us dare? Catfished out of 50 cents. Of course not. How could someone like us dare? X2 faint ink bamboo. I didn't invite him. There are a couple of reasons. First, his strength is way above ours. It'd be presumptuous to just invite him out of nowhere. Second, we don't really know anything about him. I'm not saying he's untrustworthy, he did save us after all and we're grateful for that. But it's always possible there's something unusual about his background. Reading this, Lin Yi paused, her hand frozen as she dried her hair. Her eyes narrowed slightly, drifting toward the window. Sunlight scattered across the curtains like shards of gold. Yi wind among the lotuses. Actually, there's something weird I keep thinking about listening to you guys describe what happened. Yi wind among the lotuses. Is it possible the guy who saved us, could he be the same person from the underground river? A hush fell over the group chat for 5 full seconds. 81-year-old glamorous housewife. Now that you say it, it's not impossible. That guy from before had the ultimate sun attribute and he was seen hanging around Tai City. It matches nearly 1-to-1. Catfished out of 50 cents. High attribute pioneers are super rare. Sure, maybe there could be 2 identical leaves in the world, but there's no way there are 2 identical high attribute people. It's gotta be him, no doubt about it. Faint ink bamboo. Yeah, I think so too. High attribute pioneers are too uncommon. Up to now he's the only one we've actually seen. Odds are it's definitely him. Yi wind among the lotuses. I think so too. Yi wind among the lotuses. But then, why did he help us? No matter how Lin Yi turned it over in her mind, she couldn't come up with a convincing reason. Back when they'd encountered him by the underground river, he'd clearly come with his own crew, and as far as everyone could tell, the only reason he'd even drawn his blade was to protect his teammates, to scare off anyone who threatened them. That much was reported firsthand by another exploring team. In their version, things sounded even more dramatic. They said that single sword swing was like a lightning arc across the entire sky, every trace of daylight swallowed up by its blinding surging radiance. It was as if someone had taken a brush and drawn a bold stroke across a sheet of rice paper, ripping open the daylight itself, with flames bursting and exploding in that blinding white. We were forced out of the underground cave in an instant. I can say without hesitation, in all of Xia there isn't a single pioneer of the same rank who would dare to take on that strike head on. From now on, if you ever see him appear at any site of upheaval, be smart and keep your distance. Don't even try to challenge him. Lin Yi used to think that was just an exaggeration, but now looking back, that warning might have actually been too conservative. As the group chat buzzed with heated discussion, a message suddenly appeared. Garan. If anyone spots him, notify me. The moment the message popped up, the group, usually flooded with notifications, went dead silent. Not a single message followed. Shock rippled through everyone. The account named Garan didn't even have a profile picture, just the default avatar, as if someone had registered, typed in a random name and then forgotten about the account entirely. Yet now this ghost-like account had actually spoken up. Light ink bamboo. Well, that's a surprise. Garan, is this the first time you've ever spoken in this group? Light ink bamboo felt a complicated surge of emotions. He'd always thought that in this group only Garan and himself stood at the very top tier of genius pioneers, they ought to be equals. But Garan had never once acknowledged him, never so much as spared him a word. This was the very first time Garan had spoken in the chat. And all for today's Sun Aspect pioneer. He felt his newly mended composure starting to crack again. Lotus one by one. Roger, that's Sister Garan. Lin Yi put down her phone and let out a slow breath. As expected, the Anhe River incident had become common knowledge. News had exploded throughout the pioneer circles. Even someone as obsessed with cultivation and normally detached from the world as Sister Garan had taken notice and had publicly asked about that person. This was a first. Garan's strength surpassed all of theirs. She was so far ahead it wasn't even the same league. If even she was paying attention, then you could bet every other force was already itching to make a move. After all, a powerful high-level Sun Aspect pioneer like that, it wouldn't even be surprising if the authorities themselves made a direct offer to recruit him. Too bad. I never even got to see what he looked like. Suddenly Lin Yi snapped out of her reverie, her brows knit faintly as she glanced toward the door. At some point the person outside had vanished. Odd. When did my cousin go out? How did I not notice at all? Maybe I was just too tired, too distracted to notice while I was wrapped up in my thoughts. Bestow the attribute of desolation, unshackle my path of evolution. At that moment Fang Yi was out in the sunshine, pedaling through the city streets. He was searching for a vessel that could bear the desolation attribute. How did I end up here? There was a forest up ahead right on the outskirts of Tai City. There had been talk before about turning it into a park, but the woods were too vast, too untamed, it was just too much hassle to fully reclaim. So it remained a true wild forest, green and lush as far as the eye could see. The desolation attribute was more suited to something plant-like, Fang Yi mused. At the very least it definitely couldn't be infused into himself. After all, these were sinister properties, placing them on his own body might have unintended consequences or even conflict with the thunder attribute he already wielded. Desolation in essence was corrosive. Corrosion was dangerous, one careless move and he might end up hurting himself. As he pondered this, Fang Yi suddenly remembered the vines that had once dangled from the sky. His eyes narrowed. The best solution, he realized, would be to copy something akin to those sky-hung vines. Those vines had descended because, at that moment, they sensed a powerful surge of rejuvenating spiritual energy they chose to evolve, which is what gave rise to the attribute of desolation. So what I need to do, Fang Yi thought, is pick a lucky candidate, a plant capable of resonating with my spiritual energy, one that responds with intimacy and trust. All things have a spirit. He had to find a plant with which he shared a connection and then bestow upon it the desolation attribute. With this decision made, Fang Yi began wandering through the forest, quietly releasing his own spiritual energy. Now that he'd reached the third star in the Ghost Axe realm, his aura surged with power, easily enough to cover the entire forest. The moment his energy was released, it flowed out from him like a fresh spring, surging endlessly and seeping into every corner of the woods. As the energy spread, everything in the forest seemed to take on new life. Trees swayed, their branches flourishing with a renewed vitality, leaves gleamed with vivid emerald hues, and the flowers responded by blooming in dazzling colored, dewdrops sparkling on their petals, filling the air with a heady fragrance. In an instant the forest felt alive, vibrant and brimming with spirit. As Fang Yi's gentle aura brushed over them, he could sense a throbbing, powerful rhythm and response. The plants were reacting to his spiritual energy. There was a response, but it wasn't strong enough yet. Eyes closed, he walked deeper among the trees, attuning himself to the subtle rhythms of the woods. He didn't know how long he wandered before finally stopping before a patch of wildflowers. In truth, among all the riotous color and towering blooms nearby, this little wildflower was especially plain, tiny, its colors dull and unremarkable. But Fang Yi crouched down, extending a finger gently toward it. A wisp of transparent spiritual energy drifted out. The wildflower, as if suddenly coming alive, stretched eagerly closer, nudging up to touch his energy. It trembled slightly, drinking in the spiritual energy from Fang Yi's fingertip until nothing was left, utterly content. So full of spirit, Fang Yi thought with surprise. Though it was just a simple plant, the way it interacted with his spiritual energy was like an enthusiastic puppy, greedily lapping up every bit, then nuzzling up for more. Out of all the plants in the forest, this little wildflower responded the most strongly to him. It was the perfect candidate for the desolation attribute. You're the one then. Do you wish to forcibly infuse the desolation attribute into this object? Yes. The words had barely formed in his mind. Whoosh, a stream of green light flowed from Fang Yi's body, trickling like a gentle brook into the wildflower, infusing it from top to root. Wildflower petals trembled as stems and leaves stretched toward the dense greenery, as if a drop of emerald ink had been infused into them, spreading wildly. In an instant, a surging and powerful aura burst forth, radiant like a choir of angels singing praises. It was, by all appearances, a scene brimming with life. But the very next second, boom! A wave of verdant energy erupted from the wildflower at the center. Immediately the surrounding flowers and grass withered at a stunning pace. The ancient tree nearest the flower, once thick with lush leaves and vibrant green, was the first to feel the change. From the tips of its tender leaves a dull withering hue began to creep down, racing along the trunk. Fragile branches gave way with brittle snaps. In the blink of an eye, a tree of green had turned wholly yellow and lifeless. A rabbit dashed across the meadow. Its powerful hind legs launched it into a leap, but before it could land, it turned to a skeleton midair. The power of desolation had come. Like the invisible hand of a demon lightly trailing over every plant and tree nearby, it hungrily devoured all traces of life. The verdant landscape dimmed and dulled, once blooming flowers shriveled under this irresistible force, their petals scattering like feathers caught in the wind. Terrified spiders and insects fled in every direction. In mere seconds, the thriving forest had become a somber gray wasteland, as if ravaged by centuries and a handful of heartbeats with not a hint of life remaining. Fang Yi watched the scene unfold, unable to stifle his amazement. 5 seconds. That's all it took to all but drain an entire forest. So this was the power of desolation. Overwhelming, tyrannical. Beneath him, the wildflower that had looked sickly and weak just moments before now pulsed with a strange, seductive beauty, shamelessly vivid from absorbing the life of its kin. Fang Yi plucked the flower. The moment it left the soil, the frenzied spread of decay around him seemed to pause as if someone had hit a switch. The ancient tree stood half green, half yellow. The flower itself was half withered, half still in full bloom. Yet the force of desolation had not ceased. Fang Yi could feel it. The blossom in his hand was quietly, relentlessly drawing in vitality. But compared to the reckless siphoning from before, it was now occurring at a slower, more measured pace. Thin threads of life seeped from the neighboring trees into the petals, an invisible link weaving them together, suggesting a strange, delicate symbiosis. How could it survive with no roots? Fang Yi was astonished. The flower nestled against his palm like a pampered little pet demanding attention. Even after being uprooted, that odd sensation never faded, it only grew stronger. It was as if the blossom had developed a consciousness. But just a minute ago this had been an ordinary wildflower. Had it begun to evolve, bestowed with new attributes? As if some lock on its evolution had just been broken. After Fang Yi, a researcher for the Institute of Revitalized Flora, departed, the strange aura lingered in the forest for a long, long time. A thick, swirling mist blanketed the entire forest, hanging in the air like a veil, or perhaps like some translucent barrier that separated two worlds. The anomaly readings had shot past 30. What on earth had happened here? It wasn't long before a team arrived. They wore deep green uniforms, each with a monitoring band around their wrists to detect abnormal concentrations in the environment. These bands could instantly pick up any spiritual fluctuations nearby. If the concentration exceeded 10, the area had to be isolated immediately and access forbidden to civilians. At the north gate of Qingbei University, the readings had hovered between 8 and 10 in the past, but the moment they spiked above 10, the military took control right away. Yet here, in this forest, the readings had reached an astonishing 30. Even pioneers who specialized in this kind of work would need to be extremely cautious at such a high level of danger. Staring at the scene in front of them, they were left dumbfounded. The forest had become a wasteland. Everywhere they looked, plants were yellowed and withered, the entire area bleak and lifeless. A female researcher crouched down and pushed an instrument probe into the muddy ground at her feet. Mass withering of vegetation, she murmured. Usually, that only happened due to problems with water, sunlight, or soil quality. But all the data checked out. Air humidity was normal, surface moisture and temperature were fine, and there was nothing wrong with the sunlight either. It's as if every plant here had withered within seconds, almost like a human whose life force has been drained. This shouldn't be possible. Was this the result of some massive upheaval in the world itself? The female researcher took a step forward, intending to take a closer look. Don't go any closer. Suddenly, the old man leading the team barked out a warning and grabbed her arm, yanking her back. The force of his worried grip nearly made her stumble and fall. "Professor!" she gasped, startled. The old man stared at the forest, deep lines etched in his brow. "Don't touch anything. This is the desolation attribute." Desolation attribute. The young researchers in their uniforms looked at one another in confusion. They were pioneers in the Department of Spiritual Plant Research, mostly focused on botanical work. But since spiritual energy hadn't fully returned to the world yet, their knowledge in this area was still nearly non-existent. The old man, their mentor, knew far more than any of them. He spoke slowly, gravely. "Have you ever heard of the vines that fall from the sky?" Instantly their expressions changed. Of course, as members of the spiritual plants team, they knew exactly what he was talking about. It was a phenomenon that defied any scientific explanation. Official records had it classified as an A-level anomaly, completely unsolvable. Word had it that those vines were lethally dangerous. The authorities had sent in many pioneers to investigate, but not a single one came back. The sheer risk made it an A-level event, and the reason those vines were so deadly was precisely because of the desolation attribute. The old professor continued, "The desolation attribute drains the life from living things around it, seizing everything for itself. It's a power that consumes and claims all in its reach." At those words, the female researcher's face went pale. She could feel her heart skip in fear, haunted by what she just narrowly avoided. Just now, if the teacher hadn't pulled her back, she would have very likely been accidentally tainted by the aura of desolation, draining away vitality. "If I'd stepped in for even a moment, wouldn't I have died instantly?" "That's right," the old man nodded. "Once a plant awakens the desolation attribute, no one can get close to it. All around it becomes a dead zone. Anyone who enters is instantly stripped of all life." I've seen information on another desolation-type plant in Xia country over at the Forbidden Ancient Tree Zone in Kang City. There, an ancient tree infected with decay has turned the entire forest into a restricted area. Anyone who goes near gets pierced through and has their life drained away. Upon hearing this, the researchers' faces went pale with shock. The world is changing. Humans aren't the only things mutating, animals and plants are too. Based on what we know so far, the desolation attribute is likely the strongest a plant can awaken. After all, it can absorb the life force of everything else, an ability that's nothing short of tyrannical. The old man sighed softly. Looking out toward the decaying forest, everyone instinctively nodded in agreement. Deep within, the forest was riddled with cracks and mottled spots, dead branches and leaves entwined in heaps. Even the wild grass was dried up and withered, the whole place thick with a sense of death. This kind of top-tier predatory power is truly terrifying. "Wait a minute." Teacher, you said only 2 places have plants with the desolation attribute, but that vine in the sky isn't here. So, is this a newly emerged source of desolation? I'm afraid so, the old man replied. The researchers' faces lit with alarm, sensing firsthand the overwhelming power of the desolation attribute. The reality that another had emerged here felt unbelievable, but as they scanned the forest they couldn't find the source. The origin of the desolation was gone. Only rare cloud vines can move about freely. The rest of these plants are rooted in the soil, immobile. In other words, the source didn't walk away by itself. It must have been forcibly taken. Could it have been dug up by someone? Someone gasped, a cold shiver running through everyone as the possibility took hold. It was undeniably the most logical guess. But then how did someone even get close to a desolation type, let alone take it away? After awakening, that ancient tree instantly turned its surroundings into a forbidden zone, the desolation spreading so thickly that no living thing can get near. To approach is to be devoured to the bone. Now the aura of desolation was dissipating. In the 5 minutes since they'd arrived, its intensity had dropped to just a quarter of what it had been. When the aura was at its peak, they wouldn't have been able to get close at all. So how did that person get in? If someone actually managed it, their identity is a big question mark. The room fell silent at this. No one spoke for a long while, until at last the old man quietly sighed. To dig up the source of desolation from a forbidden zone would take formidable strength. Did they sense it even sooner than we did? High above in a luxury apartment, Fang Yi pushed open the door, a new plastic bag in his hand that he hadn't had when he left. Inside was a flower pot. This was his first time taking care of a plant. He didn't even own a vase. Fang Yi pulled the pot out. It was a simple, unadorned white ceramic pot without any flashy decorations and had only cost 5 yuan. He poured soil into the pot first, then fished a wildflower out of his jacket pocket and buried it gently in the dirt. The flower was about the size of half his palm, small compared to the pot it now occupied. Now that this flower had taken on the property of desolation, it would continue to cultivate itself. In a way, it was like he'd raised his own capable little assistant. Fang Yi looked at the flower pot with satisfaction. This flower with the desolation attribute could be pretty useful in a fight. With its unique properties, it might even produce some surprising effects now and then. After all, in real combat, raw power is only part of the equation. The real challenge is in who has more trump cards hidden up their sleeve. Once he had finished, Fang Yi set the flower pot on the windowsill. Just then, ding dong, a notification popped up on his phone. Old Wang. Yi, I'm back in Tai City. Come out for a drink. Old Wang. Fang Yi froze for a moment, staring at the contact name that felt both familiar and foreign. A wave of nostalgia hit him. Wasn't this his childhood friend who'd gone into the army? The one he hadn't seen in 3 years. Fan. Back already, huh? Old Wang. Yup. Come on, same place as always. I've got a huge secret to tell you. Don't freak out when you hear it. Old Wang's full name was Wang Liang, Fang Yi's neighbor and his deskmate all through elementary and middle school. They had planned to stick together in high school too, but Wang Liang up and decided to join the army instead. Just like that, he was gone for 3 years. Throughout high school, they'd kept in touch less and less as Fang Yi got busy with classes and Wang Liang was off the radar. Now, right after finishing exams and with a bit of free time for the first time in ages, Wang Liang was back in town. A secret. What kind of secret could this guy possibly have? Fang Yi couldn't help but be curious, especially with Wang Liang's military background. The Aura Awakening Association was the official pioneer group these days, but what about the military? If Wang Liang had been in the armed forces, had he already come into contact with spiritual energy awakening? Some classified military mission? Hidden government secrets? When Fang Yi finally met up with Wang Liang, it was as if the 3 years apart had never happened. They were lifelong friends, practically family. After a bear hug, they slipped right back into the easy camaraderie of old times. What are you staring at me for? Fang Yi made a face. You've changed a lot, Wang Liang replied, his sharp eyes gleaming, a look probably honed through military training that made him seem a little like a wolf. Fang Yi just rolled his eyes at that. It's been 3 years, change is only natural. You've changed a ton too. Wang Liang had gotten burly, exuding a quiet strength that was unmistakably forged by years in the army. Just looking at him, Fang Yi couldn't help but think of that old saying, join the army and you'll regret it for 3 years, don't join and you'll regret it for a lifetime. The two of them exchanged a glance and finally burst out laughing together. Where to? The usual spot. Let's go, I'll drive. What, you bought a car? Fang Yi half joked, half scolded, then got into Wang Liang's car. It was a compact model worth around 10 grand, very practical with a rugged look and a surprisingly roomy interior. It suited Wang Liang perfectly. They drove to the same skewer shop they'd frequented as kids, nothing fancy, just fried snacks and childhood memories. Soon their table was piled high with food. My treat, Wang Liang declared, patting his chest just like he did when they were little, bold and sincere, simple and good-natured. It made Fang Yi feel a wave of nostalgia. They were grown ups now, but the fried skewers they'd once craved now tasted bland, unremarkable except for that strong, spicy jolt from the seasoning which helped perk him up a bit. Still, both of them ate a lot. Every so often, they reminisced about the old days, swapping funny stories and laughing until their sides hurt. These 3 years. Man, so much has happened, Wang Liang said, raising his glass. Life in the army, you know. Ah. He trailed off and they clinked their glasses without pressing further. Wang Liang knew that life in the military was never peaceful, not especially during such turbulent times. He looked older now, more seasoned. Men don't get to choose how or when they grow up, they get pushed, forced by circumstance. Fang Yi was sure his friend had had a tough go of it. Fang Yi reached over and patted Wang Liang on the shoulder. Well, looks like you've made it through. You're a real soldier now, a proper big shot. Get out of here, Wang Liang chuckled. What about you? I got into a junior college, Fang Yi replied. Oh. The atmosphere stalled, suddenly awkward. In the back of every Chinese parent's mind, a junior college diploma meant a future that would likely be dim and limited. But before the mood could sink any lower, Fang Yi saw something shift in Wang Liang's eyes, a newfound seriousness that made Fang Yi uneasy. Let me tell you something, Wang Liang began. You might think I'm joking or just trying to cheer you up, but I need you to really listen to me. Not long from now, maybe a few months, maybe a year, everything we value today, stuff like degrees and money, it'll all be worth less than a scrap of paper. The whole world's going to be reshuffled. Fang Yi felt a flicker in his heart. He already knew a little about these things. Hearing Wang Liang say it, his chest warmed. News like this wouldn't be surprising in the army, but soldiers were sworn to secrecy, forbidden to let out even a hint. For Wang Liang to say this now was clearly his way of giving Fang Yi a discreet heads up, trying to prepare him for the coming era of spiritual awakening. When Wang Liang finished, he gave Fang Yi a stern warning. Not a word of this to anyone, not even the tiniest detail. Fang Yi nodded solemnly. The two of them locked eyes, understanding each other perfectly without another word. Ding, ding, ding. At that moment, a chime rang out, slicing through the air with the weight of years gone by, jolting both of them out of their thoughts. School's over, one of them muttered. Right here, just outside the gates of No. For high school, the string of crisp, melodious bells seemed to awaken memories seeped deep in their blood, sending shivers down their spines. Watching the students stream out like fish leaping from water, the two exchanged a knowing smile, savoring the lively, carefree atmosphere. What is the future? The future is an unknown road shrouded in darkness as far as the eye can see. All they could do was keep moving forward step by step. But for now, in this easy, exuberant moment, they could finally relax. Were we this full of life when we were kids? Well, happiness was simple back then anyway. They looked down at the skewers in their hands and took another bite, enjoying them even more. Wang Liang was back in town with a mission this time, squeezing in a short leave just to grab a meal before he had to rush back. When the last bite was gone and drinks finished, Wang Liang insisted on driving Fang Yi home, and Fang Yi didn't argue. But just as the car pulled out of the underground garage, Wang Liang's phone rang unexpectedly, piercing through the quiet. Get to this location in 3 minutes. Immediately. Yes, ma'am, Wang Liang replied, heart skipping a beat. The voice on the other end belonged to his commanding officer, a woman with a notoriously fiery temper. She was tough, sure, but fair. If she'd promised him a temporary leave, she would normally never go back on her word. For something to happen now, it had to be serious. Trouble? Fang Yi asked. Yeah. The short exchange quickly washed away the joyful vibe of their reunion, and the air in the car turned heavy. The intensity radiating from Wang Liang made Fang Yi realize, more than ever, that his old friend was no longer the clueless kid he used to know. Wang Liang was now a hardened soldier. Yi Zi, I'm running short on time. When we reach my destination, you'll need to get out there and head home by yourself. Sorry, it really is urgent. If you see anything later, just pretend you never saw it. Wang Liang's tone was dead serious. He'd thought about dropping Fang Yi off further down the road, but with only 3 minutes to spare, there just wasn't time. Maybe too, some part of him wanted Fang Yi to catch a glimpse of this world, the truth so far beyond everything he once believed in. The world Fang Yi thought he knew had already turned upside down. Okay, Fang Yi replied with a small nod, falling silent. The car sped down the road, the red and green of the traffic lights vanishing in the rearview mirror. Judging by Wang Liang's practiced way of flying through red lights, traffic tickets didn't seem like a new thing for him. But desperate times called for desperate measures. Whatever he was headed to handle, every second counted, and a delay of even one could mean disaster. Piecing together Wang Liang's urgency, Fang Yi had already guessed the nature of the call. Whatever Wang Liang was about to deal with, it had to be connected to the upheavals in the world. The military must know about the resurgence of spiritual energy. If something cropped up along the way, they'd send someone to handle it quickly behind the scenes. But the events shaking their world involved too much roaming vines, the two grotesque anomalies Fang Yi had already dealt with. Each one a problem demanding attention. Since all those anomalies were being handled by the Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association, what exactly was the military responsible for nowadays? Zone 19 of the Spiritual Energy Restricted Area. The B-class mutant vehicle quickly left Tai City, heading toward a place thick with forests and mountains. As soon as Fang Yi set foot in this area, he immediately sensed that the density of spiritual energy here was extraordinarily high. The ambient energy rushed eagerly into his body as if fish returning to the sea. He hadn't expected such a rich concentration of spiritual energy here despite the overall revival not being fully underway yet. As a pioneer, Fang Yi was extremely sensitive to fluctuations in spiritual energy. He could tell that the density here was dozens of times greater than anywhere else in Tai City, almost rivaling the great upheaval zones. I've reached the outskirts of Zone 19. Abnormal density. You guys are already inside. Okay, I'll be right there. Ever since entering this region, Wang Liang had been on his phone making call after call. He didn't bother to hide any of it from Fang Yi, so Fang Yi picked up a lot just by listening. Apparently, even though the resurgence of spiritual energy wasn't yet in full swing, some regions already had pockets of extraordinary abundance. All these hotspots, however, were tightly controlled by the military. Like this place. A high wall blocked the area off to unauthorized entry with several police vehicles parked nearby. Anyone catching sight of the heavy security would keep their distance. Even pioneers wouldn't dare force their way onto military property. From far away, Fang Yi could hear the occasional roar of wild beasts. For pioneers, places like these contained both opportunity and danger. Some ferocious beasts here had docile temperaments and were recruited by the military, others tainted by darkness had become mutated anomalies. "We're here," Wang Liang announced abruptly. A sign loomed up ahead. Zone 19 Spiritual Energy Restricted Area. At the gate, squad after squad of military personnel stood guard uniformed, imposing, exuding authority. An entire pioneer squad from the army was stationed outside. Judging by their auras, every one of them was a pioneer, though not particularly powerful, just 1-star or 2-star class, but their united presence was solid and intimidating. Identity verified. Proceed, the officer at the gate said. Wang Liang handed over his credentials, received clearance, and soon the heavy gates swung open. The vehicle rolled formally into Zone 19. Only after entering did Fang Yi realize this place was essentially a small military base built around spiritual energy. Army pioneers were everywhere, moving at a brisk pace, faces somber and tense as though something major was unfolding. Wang Liang drove up to a valley part and the two got out. Roar! The instant Fang Yi cracked the car door, a blood-chilling howl tore through the air, sharp, hoarse, almost otherworldly, as though it had come straight from hell. A monstrous hound stood there. To be precise, it was a formerly ordinary guard dog, now undergoing a mutation, becoming something terrifyingly unnatural. On the body of that vicious hound, you could vaguely see muscles twisted out of shape as if torn apart by some dark force. Its eyes gleamed with an eerie light like blood-red gemstones, exuding a sinister aura. White fur was mottled with growing patches of flame like shadows cast by a scorching sun, scorching blistering marks into its hide. Amid the fiery spots, deep crimson flickered now and then as if the shadows of demons were dancing in the heart of a blaze. With a guttural roar, the beast opened its blood-stained maw. The air around it began to writhe, sucked away by the black flames swirling inside its mouth. Whoosh! The next instant, a pillar of fire burst out, incinerating the sleeves of several soldiers in front of it, leaving behind raw, burned flesh. The fire itself was bizarre, its dazzling brightness streaked with a frightening black haze. Wang Liang saw all of this, his pupils constricting. The abnormal fusion of darkness and flame made the dog savagely ferocious. Already several soldiers had been badly wounded. From the crowd, a clear, commanding voice rang out. A female officer stood nearby, her figure strong and striking, her temper clearly as fiery as her posture. She was a 4-star ghost axe expert. Wang Liang, she called. It was a familiar voice, clearly the same officer who had called Wang Liang by phone. The female officer glanced at Fang Yi first, then pinned Wang Liang with a long, searching look. Wang Liang dropped his gaze, not daring to meet her eyes. This was a military spiritual zone, strictly regulated. Ordinary people wouldn't stand a chance of sneaking in, but now wasn't the time to worry about that. The vicious hound was still spewing black flames. With each surge of its fire, more people fell injured. The female officer barked out, "Get over here. We're waiting on you." "Yes, ma'am." Wang Liang shot Fang Yi a look, then moved to join the officer. Counting the officer, 5 people had surrounded the hound. Judging by their energy, aside from the female officer who was 4-star, the others were mostly 1 or 2-star levels, and surprisingly Wang Liang, who just joined them, was already at Ghost Axe 2-star. As soon as Wang Liang took his position, it was as though the last piece of a puzzle had been set in place. Everyone shifted ever so slightly, moving almost imperceptibly, but together they formed a flawless encirclement, trapping the vicious hound tightly at the center. "Zhang Mi, Li Yu," the officer barked. She didn't need to say anything else. The two leaped forward, their spiritual energy exploding as they launched attacks at the hound, immediately drawing its full attention. Wang Liang and another flanked from the side, supporting wherever they were needed. Meanwhile, the officer, by far the strongest among them, took advantage of the chaos to tear open a gap in their defense and land a surprise blow on the hound. 3 seconds passed. Ack! The hound threw its head back and howled, a gash sliced across its back by invisible spiritual force, fresh blood spilling out. Roaring, it slashed out with claws wreathed in palpable darkness. Corrosive dark energy clung to the beast's claws. Just a brush against them would render someone instantly powerless to fight. The creature lunged for Liu, who was the closest, but just as its claws were about to strike, a burst of spiritual energy shot through its left eye. The beast howled in pain, giving Liu the chance to slip free. It was the female officer. She stood at the farthest distance, spiritual energy shaped into a sword at her side. She was the eyes and the brain of the squad, the one everyone instinctively trusted to guard their lives and have their backs without question. In their unity, they became the blade she wielded. This team was clearly well trained. Together, they formed a blazing fire. Apart, they were scattered stars. Every member was indispensable, their combined strength far greater than what any of them could manage alone. Under their coordinated assault, the arrogant, terrifying two-element hellhound was actually being pinned down. Such powerful coordination. Was this the discipline of the military? Fang Yi, watching from the sidelines, couldn't hide his admiration. No matter how wild teams of independent explorers might cooperate, none could achieve such seamless unity. These five clearly trusted each other with their very lives, relying on the officer without reservation. The woman led with a precise understanding of both their strengths and weaknesses, rotating Wang Liang out of the front lines before he collapsed, giving him precious moments to recover. If this continued, it was only a matter of time before the hellhound fell. The outcome was clear. The five exchanged glances, finding the same resolve mirrored in each other's eyes. As long as they held out, they could subdue the beast. But just then, everything changed. The final boundary between Zone 019's forbidden area and the outside world was in the end the lives of these very soldiers. With a thunderous roar, the hellhound, surrounded on all sides, erupted in a surge of dense black mist just as it was on the verge of defeat. The darkness billowed forth, swallowing the daylight. Damn it! Fall back! Officer Chu Ian's face went grim. Even as her order rang out, the other four instantly retreated from the beast's side. The edge of the black mist grazed the hems of their uniforms, and wherever it touched, the fabric began to burn and corrode away. A charred, acrid stench wafted into their nostrils. The black fog thickened, spreading and intensifying like a dense spiderweb, blotting out the sky above their heads. The dark mist danced like flames, leaping and growing even fiercer. Amid the swirling darkness, the creature's silhouette began to change, swelling in size. What had once been an ordinary wolf dog, already as tall as an adult woman, now grew even larger and more muscular in the cloud of black energy. Its bones thickened to twice their original size, fur bristled like steel needles along its back, and fiery, terrifying spots pulsed over its body, opening and closing as if they were breathing. The black mist was sucked into its body, and gradually terrifying bone spikes began to protrude from those mottled spots, snow-white and razor-sharp. Only moments ago, the vicious hound had been thrashing about like a trapped beast, but the instant those bone spikes sprouted, it let out a violent growl and with a single motion tore through their defensive line with ease. The barrier formed by their spiritual energy exploded like shattered starlight, scattering into countless glimmering fragments. The five of them stared in horror at the scene before them. It had evolved. Chu Lan fixed his eyes on the changes overtaking the savage hound. The dark attribute radiated power and aggression. Its absolute corrosiveness made it the bane of any vanguard and ultimate nemesis. And now dense energy of darkness was gathering in the freshly grown bone spikes on the beast's back. A mere touch would mean certain death. The black mist slowly faded. The hound, which had been wheezing and panting just moments before, now stood up on all fours, exhaling jets of scorching air from its nostrils, its eyes black as midnight. The network of bone spikes across its body formed a lethal armor, both impenetrable shield and deadly weapon, protecting the creature, while any spiritual energy that so much as glanced against those spikes, shrouded in black vapor, would instantly dissolve and fizzle away. Ordinary spiritual energy could no longer hold it back at all. Damn it, that thing really managed to absorb the dark attribute. Dark energy holds us back. Before my spiritual power even got close, it was already being melted away. We can't land a single blow. The soldiers suddenly found themselves utterly on the defensive. The devastating corrosion of the dark attribute had effectively stripped them of their weapons. Now their only line of defense against the demonic hound was their own flesh and blood. In that instant, the hound sprang into action. It reared up, slashing out with bone spikes aimed straight at the closest person, Wang Liang. It was a spike slick with toxic, pitch-black venom brimming with destructive dark energy. Wang Liang's pupils reflected the glistening droplets clinging to the spike venom, so dark it seemed to swallow the light, containing such potent darkness that even the barest touch would utterly corrode every last cell, leaving not even bones behind. Off to the side, Fang Yi frowned, blue lightning crackling in his palm. If Wang Liang was in danger, he was prepared to strike at once. Luckily, in the next split second, Wang Liang reacted with superhuman reflexes. He dodged just in time. The bone spike missed him and instead drove into a nearby stone, which immediately dissolved into a puddle of liquid. Wang Liang! Chu Lan cried out in shock. Seeing that Wang Liang had avoided it, he let out a long breath of relief. Damn, that almost got me. Wang Liang wiped sweat from his brow, heart pounding like a drum. The adrenaline surge from that split-second reaction, combined with years of physical training, had just saved his life. Having escaped death, Wang Liang looked at the demonic hound again, his gaze only growing grimmer. A hound now evolved with both dark and fire attributes. The fire alone had already pushed them to their limits. Now, combining it with the infamous dark attribute, the beast stood before them stronger than ever. Could they possibly stop this monster now? Liu Zhangni, the two of you fall back. Everyone move back, switch to a more open area. Stay agile, use your movement to limit its bone spikes, Chu Lan ordered. Understood, the two replied in unison as they retreated, their formation shifting instantly. Wang Liang and another squad member adjusted their positions and synced, the entire team moving as a single entity. Every side moved with the others, forming a tight, impenetrable circle around the monstrous hound. A chorus of savage howls echoed out. The mutated beast slammed its massive paws down, its furious red eyes fixed on Chu Lan. It might not have been clever, but it knew that this woman was by far the most dangerous opponent. The hound pounded the ground with its limbs, nostrils flaring with heavy breaths. Chu Lan knew she had to change tactics fast. Close combat was no longer an option. Thick black mist choked the battlefield, leaving only the option of harassing from a distance with spiritual energy. But even that was fragile, like cicada wings, against the smothering haze. Before she could think up a better strategy, the beast attacked again. Dense black mist erupted from its body, spreading like poison fog and rushing toward the team. The hound became a mad creature fixated on the policewoman with crimson eyes and a snarl in its breath. Damn! It's going to break through by force. Chu Yan's pupils narrowed to pinpricks. In her line of sight, the open ground was eaten away the instant it touched the black mist, leaving deep craters in its wake. The monster's claws dug into these pits as it charged straight for her. Swish, gleaming white bone spikes arced through the air, trailing a path of corrosion in their wake and leaving scorch marks wherever they struck. In just a few moments, the creature was at Chu Yan's side. She was pale as a sheet. After nearly an hour of brutal fighting with this hound, both her mental and physical strength were stretched to their limits. Her body teetered on the brink, but there was no room for retreat. She stood as the last line of defense at the edge of Forbidden Zone 019. Behind her was the outside world, the unprotected perimeter. Forbidden Zone 019 mutation evolution successful. Threat level upgraded from C to B. Combat protocol update. Chu Lan took a deep breath. Her voice rang out crisp and clear, echoing through the danger zone. All Ghost Acts first class or higher initiates in Zone 019 fight with me. We cannot let this B-class mutant leave the zone. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Voices answered low and thunderous, reverberating through the valley like rolling thunder. This wasn't just a squad, this was a real army. At her command, soldiers dropped whatever they were doing and rushed to form up behind Chu Lan, filling in positions on either side and reinforcing the 5-person formation. If anyone at the front fell out of formation, those in reserve instantly stepped up. The encirclement trapping the monstrous hound would never break, because it was built with the lives and resolve of the soldiers. As long as there was even one person left standing, they would use every last ounce of their strength to hold the hound back. The final boundary between the Forbidden Zone 019 and the world beyond was the lives of these pioneer soldiers. Fang Yi watched the scene unfold from the sidelines, taking in every detail. In the eyes of these soldiers, he didn't see a trace of hesitation, not even a flicker, not the slightest hint of retreat. Facing this mutated B-level aberration, they stood fearless and resolute, as if they were willingly stepping forward to embrace death itself. Chu Lan stood at the very center of their formation. Like the soldiers around her, her eyes blazed with fierce determination, as if golden blades were being forged in their depths. They were torches willing to burn out with their enemy if they couldn't keep the B-level aberration contained within Zone 019. Then they were prepared to fall alongside it. They would never let this B-level aberration escape Zone 019. Get ready. Chu Yan's voice barely left her lips when all of a sudden a powerful rush of wind whipped past her. Someone no one had expected rushed out ahead of them all. Impressive, huh? That's my childhood friend. Someone muttered in disbelief. At that critical moment, a hand slammed down on the mutated hound's head, a hand erupting with surging lightning, crackling with wild electric arcs. A dark figure had leapt past the front lines, his coat billowing behind him like a battle flag in the wind. The instant his palm pressed down on the beast's skull, purple lightning blasted forth, the deep thunder of his power scattering the black mist in all directions. That supreme, sinister darkness, so terrifying, so impenetrable, was sliced through by his lightning as if it was nothing. With one palm, he pinned the monster's head. The lightning tore through the fog covering its body, shattering the dark mist in a flash. That untouchable darkness, those horrific bone spikes right in front of him, they were as fragile as paper. In an instant, the mutated dog was sent flying. The battlefield suddenly felt frozen silent as a grave. These soldiers had faced all sorts of dangers before. They were pioneers, after all, but at this moment even they felt a chill run down their spines. He just forced back a mutated hound that none of them, an entire squad of trained soldiers, could handle. With one hand, the raw power of his lightning flooded the area, thunder rumbling as storm clouds swelled above their heads in the blink of an eye. It was terrifying, almost beyond comprehension. What kind of monster is this? Could this really be a human being knocking away a B-level aberration with a single blow? Countless soldiers stared in awe at the scene in front of them. Did they see that right? Wasn't this just an ordinary guy? Yet he just single-handedly sent flying a B-level aberration that even the commanding officers couldn't stop this. Quite a few people were completely stunned, but the person most shocked of all was Chu Lan. Fang Yi's silhouette burned into her wide trembling eyes. She remembered who he was, the young man who'd come in earlier with Wang Liang. You've got to be kidding me. This guy, he's not just a regular person. He's actually one of the most powerful pioneers. His unremarkable appearance had fooled everyone. Dressed in ordinary street clothes, standing among all these uniformed soldiers, he looked just like someone who had never seen the horrors of this new world. Step back, Fang Yi said calmly. At that moment, he stood atop a huge boulder looking down at the B-level aberration. Thunder and lightning pulsed in his palm, sparking with unstoppable power. He wasn't particularly burly, but at this moment, he looked every inch a king wielding thunder towering over his kneeling subjects. His eyes were calm as still water, but beneath that surface storms raged. For an instant even Chu Lan felt crushed by his overwhelming presence. She was the commanding officer of all of Forbidden Zone 019, yet compared to him, she was nothing, a tyrant before whom even thunder bowed. By the time the other soldiers snapped out of it, they realized they'd all instinctively taken a step back. Is he a high-grade lightning-type vanguard? Chu Lan murmured to herself. She could feel the powerful restraint radiating from the man. It was real, tangible, something that made her feel utterly suppressed. It wasn't just his element, it was his strength, too. Chu Lan herself had reached the Ghost Axe 4-star rank, yet standing before him, she couldn't even sense his true power. That meant he outclassed her by leagues. So strong. Is this the aura of a high-grade elemental vanguard? My body feels locked up tight. Under his pressure I can't even move. Chu Lan stared at Fang Yi's silhouette, a glimmer of hope igniting inside her. Meanwhile, Wang Liang was completely stunned. He stood rooted to the spot, gaping at that cold, imposing figure. Am I dreaming? My best buddy since childhood, the guy I've shared pants with, is actually a vanguard. And not just any vanguard, but one so ridiculously powerful it defies belief. This is insane. Did he really just smack that hellhound with one palm? God, that was awesome. Across the field, Wang Liang's teammates eyed the hellhound that had been sent flying with a single punch. Swallowing hard, they looked both awestruck and terrified. I swear my brain's buzzing just watching this. Compared to this guy's lightning powers, the darkness attribute is nothing. Corrosion I can handle. But a slap like that? No way. Whatever tragic tension had filled the air a moment ago vanished in an instant, erased by Fang Yi's single, casual smack. The soldiers relaxed, none of them worried about the hellhound escaping from Zone 019 anymore. Honestly, they kind of hoped it would try so they could watch it get fried by thunder. Darkness attribute. Corrodes everything. When thunder strikes, nothing survives. When Fang Yi's gaze swept over even the fearsome hellhound panicked. In its eyes, the man approaching radiated an aura of violent menace, a power that pressed down like the end of the world, absolutely overwhelming. The hellhound, like the other vanguards present, had grown strong from a surge of spiritual energy it had evolved. But it could sense with absolute clarity that this man was on a completely different level than everyone here. He'd already reached the pinnacle of spiritual energy, resurgence of force so vast the hellhound couldn't even bring itself to resist. It trembled uncontrollably, tail tucked tight, mortified by the new foreign feeling of fear toward a mere human. Xing Fang Yi drew the longsword at his waist, a tang blade with crimson flame patterns etched along the gleaming steel, so bright in the daylight it was almost blinding. Slowly Fang Yi advanced toward the hellhound, every steady footstep turning the tension in the air up another notch. Is this the final showdown? Chu Lan stared intently at Fang Yi's every movement. Fang Yi strode up to the vicious hound. Slowly he raised the blade in his hand. In that instant, an invisible pressure surged from his direction, so intense it made her heart skip a beat, her breath caught in her throat. Then, in the blink of an eye, Fang Yi's figure blurred. He moved with such impossible speed that it distorted reality. He dropped from midair, his knife vanishing from sight. All that remained was a blinding flash of thunder erupting overhead like a real bolt of lightning. The strike was brutal, absolute, suffused with the awe-inspiring power of a tyrant. The hound didn't even have a chance to react. All it could do was watch as the blade swept overhead in a perfect arc, a sheet of purple lightning cascading above. The next moment, a monstrous flash of lightning ripped through the sky as if the thunder god himself had descended to judge the world. The sheer force of it was breathtaking. Fang Yi controlled the very essence of thunder with that swing. Boom! Light exploded. The terrifying bolt of lightning slammed into the hound, shattering the ground with deep cracks. Was this the pinnacle of the thunder attribute? Wang Liang was dumbfounded. The gifted teammates handpicked to form his squad were just as stunned. They'd thought their earlier attack was impressive, borderline heroic. But now this strike blew everything else away. As the thunder blade landed, splurt. An elite dual attribute B-class mutant beast was obliterated, body blasted apart by the thunder, nothing left but fragments tumbling to the ground, still crackling with deadly arcs of electricity. A B-class mutant beast just like that. The soldiers all stood rooted to the spot, shock unable to be disguised in their eyes. One simple, direct, unadorned strike, yet it reduced the enemy to dust. It didn't even leave room for a second blow. His power. It was overwhelming, far surpassing any B-class mutant. For a second everyone let out a slow sigh. As soldiers, they always thought they had the edge, stationed in places full of spirit chi, training day and night, most of them already at Ghost Axe Star 1 or 2. Before Fang Yi appeared, they really believed they'd have to die together with this fearsome beast. After all, not even the Ghost Axe 4-star commanders could handle an opponent with such terrifying darkness attributes. It showed just how terrifying this beast was. But now, gazing at the scattered remains of the hound Fang Yi had killed so easily, they stared dazed as if the world itself didn't feel real. A B-class mutant. Crushed just like that. Even in Xian Nation, that kind of power would put someone among the very best. And yet, it wasn't even the dawn of the spirit chi resurgence. There was still almost a year to go. If he was this strong now, how terrifying could he become once that day arrived? Invite him. He might not even care for such an offer. Deep in the valley, an utter silence fell. Chu Lan stared at the figure wielding lightning. She considered herself a formidable warrior, having reached the 4th star in the Ghost Axe realm. But a B-level mutation, something even those at the 5th star of Ghost Axe would struggle with, was completely out of her league. That was why just moments ago she had to rally everyone in the unit to work together to hold off the monstrous hound. Who could have guessed that the B-level beast, which took all of them to contain, would be cut down in a single effortless strike by this man? This guy. Wasn't he Wang Liang's friend? Chu Lian's gaze flickered between Wang Liang and Fang Yi. Wang Liang had brought this outsider in earlier, a clear breach of protocol. If it hadn't been such an emergency, she would have kicked him out right then and there. Thinking back on it now, she was grateful for the urgency. Otherwise the whole 019 restricted zone might have been finished. As for Wang Liang himself, he looked big and honest enough, but his strength was nothing to scoff at. He'd already reached the 2nd star of the Ghost Axe realm. He was steady, hardworking, and trustworthy. That was why when he'd asked for a leave of absence, Chu Lan had approved it without a second thought. Who would have guessed? Wang Liang's friend had hidden depths. Ahem, yi. Chu Lian's train of thought was interrupted by a quiet cough. It was Wang Liang. Glancing left and right, braving his teammates' curious and astonished stares, he jogged over to Fang Yi. Then he gave him a thump on the shoulder. Repaying kindness with a punch, ha! I deal with the dog, but you hit me. Fang Yi sheathed his blade with a smile. What's this for? You've got a lot of nerve keeping secrets like that from me. Wang Liang shot back, half laughing, half scolding. He'd always thought that by relying on the intelligence and resources of the army, he was opening a door to a new world for his best friend. Yet, as it turned out, this guy had already kicked the door down and marched right to the front, wondering why Wang Liang hadn't caught up yet. That was exactly how Fang Yi's display of strength just now felt. Like a talent you'd be hard-pressed to catch up with no matter how much effort you put in. Envy. Sure. Jealousy. Maybe a little. But more than anything, Wang Liang genuinely felt happy for his friend. In this era of unpredictable upheaval and evolution, they were both passengers on this ship heading for a brand new world. Never thought you'd already become a trailblazer, Wang Liang said, thinking back to what he just witnessed. The palm the blade. Thunder crashed, and it was as if a god had appeared. If someone had caught that scene on camera and posted it online, it'd blow up instantly, top 3 on every short video platform, sparking every kid's wildest superhero fantasies. When did you awaken? Wang Liang asked. It's been a while, Fang Yi replied. Oh, playing it cool now, huh? I suppose if I ask how long, you'll just throw out a casual a day or something. Not falling for it. Wang Liang laughed, waving away any follow-up questions. Only old friends would banter like this. Having said his piece, Wang Liang really did drop the topic. He'd only come over to check on Fang Yi to make sure he was alright. As for strength, power levels, what kind of pioneer he was, for Wang Liang it didn't matter. Whether Fang Yi was the strongest pioneer or just a regular guy, he was still Wang Liang's best friend. That was all that mattered. And the same was true in Fang Yi's eyes. However, thank you for stepping in to help just now, my friend. A distinctly feminine voice rang out. Upon hearing it, Wang Liang's entire body visibly tensed, his eyes darting between his childhood friend and his commanding officer. No need to thank me. I just wanted to save my friend, Fang Yi replied, both his tone and expression calm and composed. Yet no one present would accuse him of putting on an act. After what had just happened, everyone knew that without his intervention the casualties would have been severe. I'm Chu Lan, currently in charge of guarding Restricted Area 019. You saved us here. Could I have a way to contact you? I need to file an accurate report. No problem. Fang Yi was well aware of how rigorous the official procedures were, so he left his phone number without hesitation. Chu Lan offered a few more words of thanks, polite and formal gratitude, nothing more. She didn't ask about Fang Yi's rank or abilities, didn't even hint at any probing questions. Once the thanks were done, Chu Lan immediately turned and instructed Wang Liang to escort Fang Yi out. Wan Liang stared at Chu Lan in mild confusion, but after seeing Fang Yi off, he hurried back to the restricted zone at a run, going straight to look for Chu Lan. At that moment, Chu Lan was squatting beside the corpse of the vicious hound, carefully examining the lingering traces of electricity and scorch marks scattered on the ground. "Ma'am, I don't get it. Yi Ziyi is so strong, he's every bit as capable as those special invited pioneers. Why didn't you just invite him to join up?" Wan Liang was never one to beat around the bush. If he had a question, he asked it directly. In his view, Fang Yi's strength was on par with their superiors. The fact that he'd just slain a B-class mutated beast said as much. With supernatural disturbances becoming so common, the military needed all the help it could get. Logically, emotionally, it just made sense they should have recruited Fang Yi on the spot. Chu Lan stood up, brushed the dirt from her hands, and reminded the others to take care with the electricity while disposing of the remains. Only then did she look over at Wang Liang. "You think I should have invited Fang Yi to join the military?" "Absolutely. He's already a pioneer, and the places with dense spiritual energy are perfect for his cultivation. Besides, the pay is good, the benefits are great, and he'd have access to information before anyone else. Those other pioneers all joined for those perks, didn't they?" Wang Liang was referring to the previous cases where the military had recruited outside pioneers, offering them enviable compensation, which had sparked plenty of jealousy. Chu Lan listened, then gave him a long look. "I can see you two are close. You wouldn't be coming to me over something like this if you weren't. But Wang Liang, let's be honest. It's obvious your friend is not just any ordinary person." The power Fang Yi had revealed was impressive on its own, but what caught Chu Yan's attention even more was his advanced lightning, attributed direct counter to the forces of darkness. With strange occurrences plaguing the nation and the people suffering, it was easy to imagine. Once a pioneer with high-level lightning abilities appeared, every department in the military would fight tooth and nail to recruit him. What was even more terrifying was that she didn't believe this was the full extent of Fang Yi's strength. What he'd shown was likely just the tip of the iceberg, yet even that was more than enough to put him leagues ahead of everyone else. For someone to progress this far this quickly marked him as a pioneer with instincts sharper than anyone had ever seen. As for him, luck, courage, and ability, all of it was indispensable. The more Wang Liang listened, the more his heart raced. From his superior's tone, he could hear genuine, unfiltered admiration, almost reverence. His childhood friend, someone he hadn't seen in years, had become this mysterious. For someone so powerful, wouldn't recruiting him into the military make them even stronger? But Chu Yan's next words gave him pause. "I don't think my invitation would matter to him," Chu Lan said. "She said me, not the military." Chu Lan saw things more clearly than Wang Liang. She understood Fang Yi's true worth. If a person could fight alone and possess such terrifying strength, not to mention that powerful affinity with lightning, the military would definitely try to recruit him, but the one doing the inviting would not be Chu Lan. In her own eyes, her rank was too low, she simply wasn't qualified to make the offer. "So what you're saying is, you're not worthy." Wang Liang suddenly understood. "You know it. Did you have to say it out loud? Go deal with the corpse of the hellhound already." Chu Lan snapped. "All you powerhouses just read messages and leave people on read. Why are you all so aloof?" The sun was setting and the city was gearing up for the night. Food stalls crowded the sidewalks, garishly lit and buzzing with activity. Students just out of school lined up in droves, while office workers armed with briefcases crammed one after another into the evening rush hour subway. It was an ordinary, everyday bustle. Fang Yi eased his way through the crowd, a savory Chinese crepe Jianbing Kuazi in hand, heading back to his apartment. The smell of street food still clung to him when he arrived. His cousin had gone out. He noticed her pink bunny slippers neatly placed by the door as soon as he walked in. Not giving it much thought, Fang Yi carried his Jianbing into his room, switched on the air conditioner, and took a shower. Afterward, he plopped down on the sofa, Jianbing in hand, and started thinking about everything that had happened today. Heaven and earth had changed. Yet everywhere remained so calm, no riots, no chaos. That peace was clearly a result of the authorities working quietly behind the scenes. A place like Restricted Zone 019, where spiritual energy pooled thickest, probably already had military pioneers stationed there. That accomplished two things. First, it let military pioneers cultivate where spiritual energy was richest, boosting their combat power, and second, the army served as a buffer, drawing a line between ordinary people and the supernatural, providing protection for the public. After all, the greater the concentration of spiritual energy, the more likely it was for supernatural beings to appear. The scent of the Jianbing Kuazi filled every corner of the room. The stall downstairs was a local favorite, with lines always out the door. Even in times like these, when people could still complain about their bosses in the morning and gorge themselves on comfort food at night, you had to give some credit to those restricted zones. They'd really kept life normal. On one hand, the authorities had set up restricted zones to protect ordinary people. On the other, they had begun signaling that a spiritual energy resurgence was imminent. This two-pronged approach was by far the best option. After all, establishing these restricted zones could buy civilians precious time, allowing them to slowly adjust to this intensifying reality, like frogs acclimating to gradually heating water rather than being thrown directly into chaos. Homes destroyed, families torn apart, and lives upended at a moment's notice. So far, the division of labor from above seemed clear. The military played the role of vigilant night watchmen, sharpened swords lurking in the shadows, stalwart shields protecting the nation. Meanwhile, the Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association swept up the loose ends, hunting down any supernatural threats that slipped through the cracks in the city, doing their best to preserve a semblance of normalcy for ordinary residents. Fang Yi found this arrangement entirely reasonable. After finishing his breakfast burrito, he pulled out his phone, planning to check the latest news about the upheaval sweeping the world. These days, scanning headlines had become part of his daily routine, his go-to way to stay informed. The moment his screen lit up, his phone started buzzing with relentless force. Old Wang. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. You really kept this hidden, huh? How could you fool your own brother? Who knows what else you're hiding? Old Wang, where are you? Is this how the strong act, reading messages and not replying? Do you guys all act this cool? Old Wang, dude, I feel like I went from a stable boy to royalty overnight. Do you know how many people came asking me about you today? Even some female soldiers wanted your number. Don't worry, I turned them all down for you. No way I'm letting anyone disrupt your cultivation. 99 plus messages, all from Wang Liang. More than half were just him going on about how epic Fang Yi's move was earlier, saying he was so cool that even the God of Thunder should cast him in a movie. A few asked where Fang Yi got his Tang sword, complimenting the unique patterns and begging for a link to buy one. The rest were just Wang's usual banter. Fang Yi couldn't remember the guy ever being this talkative. He couldn't help but laugh. Wang was dopey, sure, but endearing. The guy had even pasted Fang Yi's full chat with Captain Chu Lan word for word, along with warnings to watch his back. Old Wang. Bro, you're too strong, my co said. Even he can't handle you. I can't cover for you anymore. You'd better keep your eyes open out there. Upon reading that, Fang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. He was already being cautious. Captain Chu Lan had been right. His lightning ability was now fully exposed, and it had definitely caught the military's attention. In the eyes of the armed forces, a lightning wielder was a huge prize. Truth was the biggest challenge facing the Xian nation now, was the threat that anomalies posed to regular people. Even the weakest anomaly let loose in the city was like a mouse released into a granary, able to wreak havoc with no one able to stop it. Against these anomalies, the average person stood no chance. Even that rabbit Fang Yi had killed the other day, if it had roamed free in his apartment building, it could have wiped out every single resident in the place with ease. In short, the greatest danger unleashed by this supernatural upheaval was without a doubt the devastation caused by anomalies. These anomalies are incredibly cunning and tricky to deal with. Even the military has to expend massive effort to wipe them out and can't avoid casualties in the process. In times like this, someone like Fang Yi, armed with a powerful lightning attribute that always hits hard, is basically a game-breaking, overpowered bug. There's no way the authorities wouldn't notice him. Fang Yi wasn't entirely unaware of this. He'd already considered that exposing himself would inevitably draw attention. That was exactly why, when he killed the Hellhound, he deliberately used his right hand and hadn't revealed the Yang attribute of his Tang sword. His lightning attribute was already out in the open, but the Yang attribute remained hidden, his ace in the hole. Fang Yi's choice to use lightning to kill the Hellhound had been intentional, a deliberate move to reveal his lightning powers. He fully understood that showing this level of thunderous power before the military, such an overwhelming counter to anomalies, would send shockwaves through the country's top ranks. Lightning, violent, overwhelming, terrifying to the extreme. Because of its unique nature, almost no one dared to try absorbing the lightning attribute. When ordinary people encountered that cosmic electrifying power, they'd flee as fast as they could get too close, and you'd be struck down instantly. That's what made someone like Fang Yi so rare, one of a kind really. Being a lightning attribute pioneer granted unmatched authority, and that was Fang Yi's true goal. He needed resources to keep getting stronger, and the fastest way to do that was to have access to cutting-edge intel. Official channels always have the fastest, latest information. Still, Chu Ian's words had caught him off guard. She thinks she's not qualified to invite me. She's really overthinking this, Fang Yi muttered under his breath. It had never even crossed his mind whether Chu Lan was worthy or not. He just had zero interest in joining any organization at the moment. He didn't like the idea of having his freedom restricted. With these thoughts, Fang Yi finished his Jianbing breakfast. He stood up and stretched lazily. Ever since he'd come back from the Forbidden Zone, he could feel himself on the verge of another breakthrough. The abundant spiritual energy flowing within him was nearly overflowing, a familiar sign that he was about to advance again. No wonder the Forbidden Zone was famed for its dense spiritual energy. Just a short time there was enough to leave him feeling this revitalized. Too bad that territory belongs to the military, Fang Yi whispered to himself. He sat down cross-legged on his bed, letting his consciousness sink deeper as his breathing steadied. With every breath, golden light pulsed and gathered around his body. Ghost Axe, 5-star pioneer. His disheveled cousin at the supermarket entrance, a graceful figure carrying a plastic bag, walked slowly toward the checkout counter, red neon light glinting across her lovely face. She wondered if her cousin had come home yet. If he hadn't eaten, she could whip up some late-night food for him. Lin Yi was checking out at the self-service register using facial recognition to pay. In her hand she carried ingredients for 2 servings of wonton noodles tonight's dinner. If her cousin had already eaten by the time he got home, the extra portion could go in the fridge. She'd have it for breakfast tomorrow. Once she'd finished, Yi stuffed the receipt into her plastic bag and headed for the door. The supermarket was just across the street from her apartment building, barely a 5-minute walk. Just as she stepped out of the store, a surge of overwhelming energy erupted from a tall building ahead, sweeping across Lin Yi and ruffling her bangs. She looked up. Under the dome of the sky, the residential building appeared perfectly calm, but reflected in her pupils was the silhouette of a divine axe, a vision only trailblazers could see, a force so magnificent it felt like a storm crashing right at her. That's the tremor of a breakthrough to a new star rank in the axe realm. Such a terrifying aura. The thought flashed through her mind. Though it was odd, she too was in the axe realm. There ought to be pressure between different star ranks, but never anything this overwhelming. The air around her vibrated violently as an almost suffocating pressure flooded the space. It felt like a tidal wave was crashing straight into her chest, making it hard to stand firm. The aura was both ferocious and unfathomably deep, like a mountain descending from the heavens. How many stars is he breaking through? 3, 4. Yi stared upward, eyes wide. The surging light from the building grew wilder, with every pulse of spiritual energy flickering in the night like an uncontrolled flame. Molten magma seemed to pour from the divine axe, sending an intense heat wave, glaring and blinding. Boom! Suddenly, the axe swung down once, twice, 3 times. Each strike sent out a catastrophic blaze, igniting the sky. The night's darkness was split wide open as that overwhelming might filled every inch of space. A blinding pillar of light burst from the apartment, piercing the heavens like a ray from the gods, brimming with boundless power and an aura of mystery. As the light spread outward, the plants and trees nearby trembled, as if bowing to this strength. Breezes carried the faint scent of flowers, weaving with the spiritual turbulence in the air. The surge was only growing. This was at least a 5-star breakthrough. Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. Someone in her cousin's building was hiding such immense power, a trailblazer of unimaginable strength. The force of the breakthrough was like the midday sun, banishing the night and scorching everything with its might, unyielding, absolute. In that moment the world seemed to fall into a hush. The light blazed ever brighter, the wild energy seething, then gradually it vanished into the velvet sky. Did they succeed? Lin Yi stood there breathless, gazing at the spot where the dazzling light had just been. A sense of awe and reverence welled up inside her, a wordless respect for the mighty trailblazer living right by her side. The senior was already at the forefront of the era, standing ahead of almost everyone else, and yet still trained with tireless dedication. Compared to her, I'm like a mayfly. How could I possibly slack off? With that thought, Lin Yi felt a surge of energy well up inside her and made up her mind to train through the night without sleep. Suddenly, there was a flurry of hurried footsteps in the apartment building, followed by the click of a door unlocking. Lin Yi quickly stepped back into her cousin's place. As soon as she opened the door, she met her cousin's gaze from the living room. "You're back," Yi replied. Her cousin Fang Yi was sprawled lazily on the couch, completely absorbed in whatever he was doing on his tablet. He was so into it that he was practically nose to screen. Watching this scene, Lin Yi sighed. "Cousin." He answered, barely looking up. "Your eyes are way too close to the screen. That's bad for you. Thanks for the reminder. I'll grab a stand." Fang Yi sat up, slippers shuffling, as he wandered off to look for a tablet stand. Lin Yi watched his retreating figure, lips pressed together, at a bit of a loss for words. She'd lived with her cousin long enough to know exactly what he was like. He was a decent guy with no bad habits, but if he truly had one flaw, it was laziness. Too lazy to go out, preferring to lounge around at home like a couch potato. The biggest thrill of his day was going downstairs to buy a Coke. He didn't like socializing, didn't even bother showing up for his junior college when he got accepted, and if he was in the mood, he'd just play games or watch TV. Living as a homebody isn't necessarily a bad thing, and in the grand scheme, things like college or degrees won't matter much in the future anyway. But still, you can't be this unmotivated. The world was quietly being transformed, its very fabric shifting. Sooner or later, everything would change and the future would belong to the pioneers, those who took the lead. People like us are constantly running around, chasing after opportunities and hiding our true selves from ordinary people. Meanwhile, my cousin, an ordinary person himself, leads such a chill, carefree life. It's just... Lin Yi couldn't help shaking her head, a tiny bit envious despite herself. "Cousin, I'm making wonton noodles. Want some? Make me a bowl too, thanks." Yi. Lin Yi turned and headed into the kitchen. Back in the living room, Fang Yi balanced his tablet on the stand, finally relieving his neck and silently thanking his thoughtful cousin. On the screen was a familiar news channel. He hadn't been playing a game after all, but scrolling through updates about the resurgence of supernatural events. Unfortunately, after searching everywhere, he found nothing new. Is the world slacking off too? Why hasn't anything changed lately? Fang Yi scratched his head, speechless. At that moment, a new headline popped up on his screen. "Shocking! Mysterious fire erupts on Qingbei University athletic field. Trending, the title highlighted Qingbei University, a top institution that had already been in the national spotlight ever since the North Gate incident and the rumored appearance of mysterious soldiers. As soon as the story broke, it rocketed to the top of the trending list. Fang Yi immediately clicked the link to check. It was a secretly recorded video. He saw blazing flames raging in the air above the Qingbei campus like a furious wild beast painting the night sky a fiery red. The fire raged uncontrollably, crackling as it devoured everything in its path. Thick black smoke billowed out, spreading across the entire campus. The flickering firelight cast terrifying shadows on the surrounding buildings, making the whole Qingbei campus look like a scene straight from hell. The tall buildings loomed in and out of view through the sea of flames, the air filled with the harsh, guttural roar of the blaze. Fiery tongues danced, devouring trees and reducing floor beats to ashes. Everything was being consumed by the relentless inferno. Suddenly, police cars raced onto the scene, sirens blaring. A well-trained team jumped out and began quickly evacuating students to safety. The camera shook a few times, and in less than 2 seconds, the video cut to black. That was all. The comments section beneath the video was blowing up. Holy crap, that fire is massive. What the hell caught on fire? Looks like the entire field's gone. Did someone try to cook hot pot in their dorm again and cause an electrical short? But those little dorm pots aren't nearly enough to set off a fire like that. Plus, this time of night people are in their rooms, they should catch it right away. Feels like something else must have started it. Am I the only one who noticed the people getting off the police truck? Those aren't ordinary officers, right? The way they move, scary, like special forces or something. But would special forces really get called out for this? Only at Qingbei, huh? Even a fire brings in the commandos. Smile. The thread quickly devolved into an argument about the identities of the team that had jumped out of the police trucks. Fang Yi simply closed the comments and replayed the video, watching it again, this time even more carefully. First it was those extreme temperatures, now a major fire, and it's another case of yang energy. Fang Yi, what are you doing here? The next morning Fang Yi woke up at dawn. After practicing his golden sun breathing technique in the morning light, he took a deep breath and dialed a number. Fang Yi. Commander Chu, it's me. Yesterday Fang Yi and Chu Lan had exchanged phone numbers, so now he was calling her directly. As someone with military ties, Fang Yi knew the only way to really get the details on the Qingbei fire was through where the campus had already been cordoned off by the military. You want to go to Qingbei University? As it happens, I was planning a trip there myself today. Chu Lian's voice betrayed her surprise, pleasant surprise in fact. Just yesterday, she'd suddenly received orders from above, telling her to go check in on the Qingbei campus. She'd already decided to leave after reading the news. After all, there were so many students inside, and if anything serious happened, the consequences could be catastrophic. But beyond that, there was another far more sensitive military secret weighing on Chu Lian's mind. Now, with the world changing and awakening at a faster and faster pace, it was getting harder and harder to hide. The need to make the public aware of this coming upheaval was becoming urgent. But how to announce it and how to cultivate a new generation of pioneers, every step required careful thought. The military was currently in talks with the government, discussing whether using college students as a starting point would be effective, letting them learn about the resurgence of spiritual energy and launching unified pilot training programs at universities across the country. The government had signaled that the idea could work, but the tricky part was choosing instructors for these pilots. The trainers couldn't come from the military, all that militarized management wasn't suitable for college students, let alone for rookie pioneers. Sure, having the Army's pioneers hunt down anomalies was one thing, but teaching students, that was a whole different story. When you looked at it that way, the list of potential instructors shrank fast. The Spirit Association could maybe spare some people for training and guidance. After all, they were already in the business of managing this sort of thing, but there just weren't enough Spirit Association pioneers to go around. Their teams were already overwhelmed just keeping up with the city's abnormal incidents. They had no time or energy to spare for these pilot programs. No matter how you sliced it, the only solution was to recruit more strong pioneers, people with both the power and the time who would actually be willing to serve as instructors for the pilot. Not easy, to say the least. Chu Lan had been agonizing over this very problem. She never expected that a single phone call from Fang Yi would save her from this urgent dilemma. Now, with Fang Yi one of the top pioneers on board, the pilot program finally had a clear path forward. If only they could find a way to control that heavenly fire. Heavenly fire. Come on site, you'll understand as soon as you see it for yourself. Chu Lan had arranged to meet Fang Yi at the university's front gate. Qingbei campus was only a 2-hour drive from Fang Yi's city, Tai City. The news had caused quite a stir. By 10 a.m., there was already a long line at Qingbei's entrance. Reporters and onlookers eager to get to the bottom of the fire incident kept streaming in, only to be blocked by security guards at the gates. When Fang Yi arrived, he was greeted by a sea of people. This many? He raised an eyebrow in surprise. Just then, a striking figure emerged from the crowd, parting it like a wave. Even the reporters lugging their heavy cameras and equipment couldn't help but turn their heads and follow her with their eyes. Shu Lan. Fang Yi glanced over. Shu Lan gave him a slight nod. She wore plain, casual clothes today, her legs long and slender, her waist narrow enough to hold with just one hand. Her figure was undeniably captivating. Her face, fresh and unadorned, was stunning, short hair draped carelessly over her shoulders. But the most arresting thing about her was her commanding aura. Every gesture exuded confidence and power, making everyone else at the scene seem instantly ordinary by comparison. "I'm not late, am I? How long have you been here?" she asked. "I just got here too." Fang Yi shook his head. "Good. Let's head inside." They walked into Qingbei together, side by side. The gate swung shut behind them, cutting off both the crowd's curiosity and their questions. Outside people were dumbfounded. How come we're all stuck out here but those two just waltzed right in? Today Shu Lan wasn't in uniform. In casual clothes, she looked even leaner and taller, giving her an entirely different vibe. "Curious why I'm not in uniform, aren't you?" she asked. Shu Lan looked at Fang Yi, shrugged, and said yesterday's heavenly fire came so suddenly that a lot of students were badly shaken. Showing up in full military gear right now would probably just set them off again. "Ah, I see." The two of them walked down the small road past the school gate, heading toward the field where the fire had broken out. Even though Fang Yi had watched the video yesterday, seeing the aftermath in person made him frown slightly. The field, once filled with laughter and students' voices, was now a scene of utter devastation, scorched black by the fire as if a raging dragon had twisted itself across the ground, leaving deep, jagged marks behind. Burnt wood and piles of black ash were strewn everywhere, wisps of smoke still curling skyward and carrying a harsh, acrid smell. Even the grass nearby hadn't been spared. What was once lush and green now stood brittle and yellow, littered with charred fragments and shattered branches. The once orderly facilities were completely ruined. The basketball hoops had been twisted and toppled, the white track lines were little more than faint, smudged traces, the backboards were reduced to warped lumps of metal. A gust of wind swept across the field, spinning up a cloud of ash and burnt odor that hovered over the wreckage. "It got this bad? This was the heavenly fire?" Fang Yi asked. "Yeah. Apparently it happened out of nowhere, no warning at all. Fortunately, it was late at night, after curfew, so no one was on the field. Otherwise, it's hard to imagine how bad it could have been." Shu Lan answered, her brow furrowing as she took in the scene. "Fang Yi, I'm going to the principal's office. Do you want to wait here or come with me?" "You go ahead. I'll stay here." Shu Lan nodded, then strode briskly off the field. After she left, Fang Yi's gaze returned to the ruins before him, a field laid waste by the wrath of the heavenly fire. All these supernatural events happening more and more in cities. It's a real problem. Even if the media tries to explain things away, injuries and casualties are inevitable. At this point, national authorities have to take action. "Fang Yi." He was pulled from his thoughts by a woman's voice. Turning around, Fang Yi found himself looking at a strangely familiar face. "Chu Qingli, what are you doing here?" Chu Qingli stared at him in astonishment. She had just finished class with her roommate, and as they passed the field, she spotted a familiar figure in the distance. At first, she thought it was just her imagination, but curiosity urged her to come closer, only to realize it was actually him. Fang Yi, her ex-boyfriend. Fang Yi turned to glance at her, giving her a polite nod of greeting. Seeing him so calm, possibly even indifferent, Chu Qingli felt a pang in her chest, an unfamiliar sense of distance growing inside her. "That's your ex, Fang Yi." Her roommate hooked her arm through Chu Qingli's, craning her neck to get a better look at the young man in front of them. She couldn't help but feel a little surprised. After all, everyone knew how outstanding Chu Qingli was. A straight-A student, cool and reserved, the classic rich and beautiful it girl. A woman who excelled in every way, a hexagon beauty whose looks, figure and academic achievements were all far above average. Not only did she outshine her peers at Tsinghua and Peking University, crushing other geniuses her age to the point where they doubted their own abilities, but even more remarkably, she came from a well-off family and yet was never spoiled or pretentious. She was somewhat aloof, yes, but she doted on her roommates in her own way. With such a gifted young woman, when her roommates heard she'd had a boyfriend in high school, their first reaction was, "Damn, which lucky guy managed that?" But upon learning that her ex had only gotten into a vocational college, they could only sigh in regret. The gap between Tsinghua or Peking and a junior college was simply too wide. Their paths for the future were destined to be parallel lines that would never cross. What a pity that tender, beautiful first love from high school. It was doomed from the start. Roommate Wang Lu let out a sigh as she glanced at Fang Yi. "Dude, I know you probably came here because you still have some lingering feelings for Chu Qingli, but the reality of your differences is hard to ignore. The way the principal treated him. Who is this guy really?" As Wang Lu's words faded, the air sank into a strange and heavy silence. "Wasn't that Chu Qingli? What are those two doing over there?" "No idea. There's a guy with them. Could he be one of their boyfriends?" "Don't tell me it's Chu Qingli's. No wonder she pays so little attention to all those upperclassmen trying to win her over. But I've never seen her boyfriend before. Maybe he's not from our school." Classmates passing by couldn't help but whisper among themselves. From her first day, Chu Qingli was the undisputed class beauty. She even drew admirers from other departments and schools. If there were ever a school-wide beauty contest, she'd easily make the top 3, if not first place. Wang Lu overheard their chatter and took another look at Fang Yi, letting out a quiet sigh. First love is sweet, sure, but the gap between them now. Even if Fang Yi showed up at Tsinghua or Peking, it wouldn't be enough to bridge it. Chu Qingli bit her lip as if wanting to say something, but in the end she said nothing. Wang Lu's words, blunt as they weren't wrong. She and Fang Yi now lived in two different worlds. Their paths would never cross again. The two of them both sensed the sighs and pitying looks from those around them. Fang Yi, for his part, was completely baffled. Lingering feelings. Ex-girlfriend. Fang Yi, are these your friends? An uncertain voice broke the silence, immediately drawing everyone's attention. A woman entered their midst, strikingly beautiful, with a stunning figure, deep eyes and long elegant legs that caught everyone's gaze. But what set her apart was the air of authority she exuded, a rare mix of toughness and charisma. You could sense her confidence even in the way she walked, as if she carried a touch of danger with her. Another woman so dazzling, every bit the equal of Chu Qingli's looks and poise, suddenly approaching. The entire crowd was left speechless. Just high school classmates, not really friends, Fang Yi replied coolly. So, just classmates then, Chu Lan said casually, glancing at the two girls before shifting her gaze elsewhere. She walked straight past the two of them and stopped in front of Fang Yi, lowering her voice. I just spoke with the principal for a bit. The situation with the heavenly fire is more serious than we thought. It's not something that can be explained clearly in a short time. We need to go examine the place where the fire first started. You're a special consultant to the military, so you'll have to come along. It's that serious. Fang Yi's expression grew solemn. The world had changed so drastically that for ordinary people it was like a natural disaster they couldn't possibly escape. It couldn't be predicted or avoided. This time the fire had landed on an empty playground, and yet it still caused so much commotion. What if next time it fell on a residential area? Or directly hit a classroom building? Chu Lan could fully understand why the Qingbei principal was so worried. She was just about to say something when suddenly a figure approached from behind. Officer Chu. Principal. Many students around them recognized the figure. The principal was always incredibly busy, a legendary figure rarely seen in person. Even the vice principals hardly ever got to meet him, let alone regular students. Most had only caught a distant glimpse of him during the entrance ceremony. But now, to everyone's astonishment, the principal, dressed smartly in a suit, was striding quickly toward them, wearing a rare smile on his usually stern face. He shook hands with Fang Yi under the stunned gazes of the crowd. Mr. Fang Yi, nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Holding Fang Yi's hand, the principal spoke slowly. I'll leave the issue with the playground to you. Lately this matter has been giving me sleepless nights. I've been so worried the students might get hurt because of that fire. It's wonderful to have you here to help resolve this. Chu Qingli and Wang Lu exchanged bewildered glances, feeling like their brains might overheat. The surrounding students and teachers were just as shocked, staring over in surprise. Here was the principal of the nation's top university, over 50 and at the peak of academia, showing genuine respect to an 18-year-old boy. The scene was so shocking that people couldn't help but wonder, who is this guy that even the Qingbei principal treats him this way? Fang Yi replied in a deep voice, you're too polite, principal. Please lead the way. He exchanged a look with Chu Lan, who nodded in response. The three of them prepared to set out at once. Chu Qingli had been watching the whole time from the sidelines, and a strong sense of frustration welled up inside her. That woman, whose looks were every bit as good as her own, carried an aura of authority and confidence completely at odds with her own inexperience. More importantly, the woman hadn't even glanced at her, not even once. The feeling was like being ignored by someone from a completely different world, as if her existence was beneath notice. Chu Qingli glanced over at Fang Yi. He didn't look at her either. Together with Chu Lan and the principal, Fang Yi left without even sparing her a look. The crowd of students stood there dumbfounded, trying to process what had just happened. Along the way, the principal started discussing the recent situation at Qingbei. Ever since the golden sun descended upon our campus gates and faded a few days later, I thought that would be the end of it. But no one could have expected what happened a few nights ago. Flames suddenly rained down from the sky. The raging fire seemed inexhaustible, inexplicably suspended in midair, hovering above their heads. When they followed the trail to the sports field where the heavenly fire had fallen, they realized things were far worse here than anywhere else. The flames were out of control, roaring wildly across the field like an enraged beast. Crimson light seared everything in sight, bathing the world in a burning red so hot it felt like standing under a blazing sun. As the fire danced, tongues of flame seemed to lick hungrily at the air, radiating a stifling, hellish heat. It was as if they'd stepped straight into the pits of purgatory. The skyfire devoured everything in its path: grass, basketball hoops, even the field's signposts, all reduced to ash. The scorching stench of burning things filled the air, thick and oppressive. Even people just passing by could smell the acrid, choking odor from afar. Has this heavenly fire not stopped once since it started? Chu Lan asked. That's right, the principal replied with a sigh. We've tried everything. Fire extinguishers are useless, and even the fire department couldn't do a thing. All we could do was seal off the field and keep students and teachers far away. Hearing this, Fang Yi looked out over the field. The surging flames threw distorted, frenetic shadows, twisting the familiar landscape into something eerie and grotesque. The roar of the fire crashed like incessant war drums, making the whole scene feel overwhelming. In the face of this savage inferno, everything seemed so small and helpless. Facing these increasingly frequent supernatural disasters, it really did make ordinary people feel powerless. If the situation weren't so dire, the military wouldn't have rushed to establish a vanguard pilot program here at the university to cultivate their own team of pioneers prepared for such calamities. Shu Lan watched the scene and raised her wrist. She wore a silver bracelet, its sleek material strangely distinctive. As she brought her hand closer to the field, the bracelet suddenly lit up. Numbers began to flash and jump across its tiny display. 1, 2, 3. What's that? Some kind of testing device? Fang Yi asked curiously, eyes fixed on her wrist. Kowloon Skyfire, bane of evil spirits, sealing away all that is monstrous beyond the field's bounds. The principal led the way at the front while Chu Lan followed behind, tracking the data with her bracelet and explaining to Fang Yi as they went. It's a basic anomaly detector. You can think of it like that. This bout of Skyfire is the most intense, yet every reading is higher than before. Once the threshold passes 10, we have to seal the area to everyone. Human life is fragile. Any anomaly above 10 is as dangerous as an earthquake or tsunami to regular people. The silver bracelet on Chu Yan's wrist had most likely been issued by the government. It was used to measure the concentration of spiritual energy and identify dangerous spikes in supernatural activity. Now, just approaching the field, the warning level on the bracelet soared straight up to 11 and still rising fast. Boom! Before the words had even left her mouth, the basketball hoop in front of them once again erupted into flames, igniting without any visible cause. It was as if an invisible blaze had been hurled onto it. A furious serpent of fire shot skyward, painting the entire sky a deep crimson. In Chu Yan's pupils, the reflection of the raging inferno flickered. As the anomaly readings continued to climb rapidly, her expression grew even more somber. If the celestial fire was confined to just this playground, it would still be manageable. However, if left unchecked, should it spread any further, it could spell disaster for the entire school, perhaps even the city. Clearly, this was no ordinary incident. She realized she'd have to report it truthfully and ask for assistance from someone more experienced, someone with far greater power than she possessed. The phenomenon brought on by the upheaval of heaven and earth could only be contained or sealed. Letting it rampage unchecked through the academy would lead to irreparable consequences. Just then, Fang Yi, who had been standing beside her, suddenly strode forward with a single step. He walked directly into that roiling sea of heavenly fire. You! The principal gave a cry of shock, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. He could hardly believe what he was seeing. Fang Yi walking straight into the hellish flames, his figure immediately swallowed up by the dancing fire serpents. To an outside observer, this was unthinkable. This so-called celestial fire was nothing like a normal blaze. They'd run tests before. Even the protective gear used by professional firefighters couldn't withstand its heat. The temperature had already far surpassed anything the human mind could imagine. That's why they called it heavenly fire. The principal turned to glance anxiously at Chu Lan. He just went in. What do we do now? Chu Lan too was startled, but as a pioneer, she didn't panic like the others. Instead, she watched Fang Yi's back disappear into the flames, her gaze growing more intense and serious. Inside the fire, Fang Yi could hear sparks cracking and popping all around him. Waves of searing heat crashed toward him, pressing right up against his eyelids. It was so intense he couldn't even open his eyes. Like water, the fire formed a thick, tangible barrier shutting out the rest of the world. Just as the yang element could block lightning, the celestial fire had its own power to resist outside forces. Fang Yi hadn't stepped into the blaze recklessly, far from it. With his innate affinity for the yang element, the fire didn't melt him instantly as it would a normal person. Instead, he moved through it as easily as a fish in water. Detecting strong fire element energy fluctuations. Activating ultimate processing power. Compiling, compilation successful. You have obtained the fire element skill. 9 Dragons Celestial Fire Sealing Technique. 9 Dragons Celestial Fire. Purges evil and seals all forms of demonic energy. No training required. The skill has been unlocked. Extracting attribute. Template acquired. Endless wildfire. A minute later, Fang Yi walked back out. For those waiting outside, that minute felt like an eternity. The tension was unbearable as they waited, watching the furious blaze churn. At last, a solitary figure emerged steadily from the sea of fire. Fang Yi. Chu Lan was the first to step forward, examining Fang Yi all over. The two of them had watched eyes wide as he emerged unscathed from the heart of the inferno, his clothes not even singed. It was nothing short of miraculous. The principal adjusted his glasses, all written all over his face. He walked into a sea of flames and came out without a scratch. Are all the pioneers monsters? I'm fine. Fang Yi shook his head slightly and pointed at the heavenly fire ahead. Can we deal with this fire today? Ha! Chu Lan was momentarily stunned. She had no idea how to tackle the heavenly fire herself. She was only here to run some tests, collect data, and then pass it on so the military specialists could handle the real problem. She looked at Fang Yi, her gaze piercing. You mean, you can handle it? Fang Yi nodded quietly. He closed his eyes, gathering spiritual energy within himself, and then began to channel the 9 dragons' heavenly fire sealing technique. Boom! A blazing fire ring, as thick as a man's arm, slowly rose from the ground center. Though it looked fragile, as if a slight bend would break it, it radiated an oppressive, unbreakable sense of constraint. Hundreds of black chains wound around the fire ring, each one pulsing with intense heat. The aura was similar to that of the heavenly fire, but deeper, heavier, something on a whole different level. This was a higher form of the 9 dragons' heavenly fire. Powerful sealing energy emanated from the fiery ring. Chu Yan's eyes lit up. She had once seen advanced military pioneers seal a restricted zone. Restricted Area 019 had been one of them. The technique had been a little different, yet the sealing aura was oddly familiar. Compared to the raging heavenly fire, the ring seemed far too frail, like it could be blown out with a breath. But when the slender ring encircled the flames, it actually trapped them in place. Yes, where the fire ring passed, the raging fire was halted, as though held in by a transparent firewall. No heat at all passed through. A flicker of fire lit Fang Yi's eyes. He raised his hand slightly, pressed his fingers together, and made a downward gesture. The principal, watching nervously from the side, suddenly felt the heat recede. Just moments ago, even approaching the heavenly fire meant being battered by waves of scalding heat, as if flames were lashing at your face. Now that unbearable heat was fading away. Click click, a sound like a giant lock snapping shut. The principal's pupils contracted sharply. What was he seeing? He watched as all at once the heavenly fire, now trapped by the fire ring, surged and was sucked directly into the nearby basketball hoop. The flames shrank smaller and smaller until all that remained was a single flickering spark suspended inside the rim. The whole scene was frankly unbelievable. I've temporarily sealed the heavenly fire here, Fang Yi said. Do not unlock the court, and no one is allowed to come near. This will at least hold back the fire's spread. The heavenly fire that had devoured the whole field was now sealed away, neatly contained within a single basketball hoop. The flames inside raged like a trapped beast, crashing against the ring of fire again and again, yet no matter how hard they struggled, they couldn't break through its restraint. I understood now. They weren't going to unblock this field. There was more than one sports ground at the school anyway. The principal, barely able to contain his excitement, agreed right away. His gaze had yet to leave that basketball hoop where the heavenly fire was sealed. For someone like him, a rational man, highly educated, who believed in science, witnessing the sealing of the heavenly fire with his own eyes was a tremendous shock to his worldview. He'd long heard stories of the pioneers, how they commanded terrifying powers, but now, for the first time, he'd truly seen it for himself. Fang Yi, catching on, muttered in a low voice, just like King Bei to be extravagant, 7 or 8 fields, and they won't even miss one. Chu Lan, standing nearby, had a complicated look on her face. Big shots really do have a different perspective from the rest of us. Heavenly fire strike. The one who cut down the forest of flame. Chu Lan and Fang Yi were sitting side by side in a restaurant just off the King Bei University campus. Plates of steaming, fragrant food filled the table, but Chu Yan's eyes were glued to Fang Yi's face as if searching for answers, refusing to look away. The sealing move Fang Yi had used earlier was simply astonishing beyond anything she'd seen. She'd always known Fang Yi was strong, but not this strong. To seal the heavenly fire, she doubted even the highest-ranked military pioneers could pull that off. Fang Yi, you really hid your strength well, she said. Fang Yi scratched his head sheepishly. Chu Lan continued. It's fine. Every pioneer has secrets, that's normal. Your talent is incredible. I wasn't wrong about you. Honestly, with my position, I was never really qualified to invite you in the first place. But if you ever join the military someday, at least we'll count as acquaintances. In times like these, having more friends means more options. Military service wasn't like any regular job. In times of great upheaval, danger could erupt at any moment, and people died every single day. You could never have too many friends. I'll upload a full report about the heavenly fire incident and the sealing. No doubt more people will come looking for you. The military's really competitive these days. Every restricted zone is trying to snatch up talent. If you find yourself torn on what to do, I'm always happy to offer some advice. Fang Yi nodded, grateful for her thoughtfulness. When they finished eating, Chu Lan excused herself and hurried off. Soon after, Fang Yi boarded a train back to the city. His phone buzzed with a new message from Wang Liang. Old Wang, heard you went to King Bei with Boss Chu. Even got invited as a special talent. Next time we have drinks, you've got to tell me all about it. Fang Yi didn't reply. Right now he had to get back as soon as possible and fuse the template he just obtained into his Tang sword. Wildfire Eternal, the name alone sounded like a perfect match for his Crimson Flame Blade technique. With templates that could complement his skills so perfectly, there was no such thing as too many. Fire flourishes atop fire, it's radiant and powerful, perfect for dispatching evil. In a world full of dangers and strange anomalies, this kind of power was invaluable. With his Crimson Flame Blade, if he ever ran into a breeding-type anomaly spreading rapidly, a single strike could wipe them all out. Fang Yi's heart raced with anticipation. Returning to the familiar forest, he drew out his tang sword. Do you wish to infuse this item with wildfire eternal? Yes. In an instant, an intense surge of light poured into the slender blade. Suddenly, a blazing fire burst forth along the tang sword's edge, brilliant and untamed. The essence of wildfire eternal flooded into the blade, and its original flame pattern seemed to come alive, breathing in and out as if ignited from within. Wildfire eternal. The name itself suggested boundless endurance. Did eternal mean these flames would burn endless as the heavenly fire he'd seen earlier today at the King Bay campus? He remembered the searing blue flames on the sports field, heavenly fire that never died down. The sword trembled in his hand, the rhythm of the flame patterns growing more rapid, the heat radiating from the blade intensifying by the second. The ground beneath his feet began to crack and dry out while nearby leaves curled and withered in the blistering air. Wildfire eternal paired with the crimson fire sword technique. Fang Yi murmured to himself, wondering just what sort of power this combination would unleash. He gently swept his tang sword in an arc. A streak of fire flashed through the air with a sharp, explosive snap like a firecracker, but one whose destructive force was on a whole different level. The blade's heat was so intense that even trees several yards away felt its impact. In the next moment, one of the trees beside him burst into flame. The fire spread rapidly, surging out across the forest in a wave. Guys, I swear I'm not a scammer, I really am one of those lucky A-types. Everything's gone my way since I was a kid, never suffered one bit. And yeah, today's my very first stream, but content just walks right up to me, you know what I mean. Outside the forest, a young live streamer was speaking into her phone, broadcasting live. Fishing for clicks. Give me a break. If you've got the guts, go record that heat wave at the north gate of King Bay University. I'll send a rocket right now, nothing else even interests me. You're stuck on ancient internet, dude. The heat wave thing happened days ago. The hottest thing now is that heavenly fire on the campus field. Didn't you see the video? It was freaky. But King Bay's been sealed by the military. If you streamer actually catch the heavenly fire on camera, I'll eat a shoe on livestream upside down. Janya watched her rapidly dwindling view count, anxiety growing. Sigh. It's not that I don't want to get footage of the King Bay heavenly fire. It's just these crazy phenomena aren't only happening at King Bay, right? Who knows, maybe, just maybe, we'll see something here too. Ha! She hadn't even finished before her chat exploded in question marks. Janya was baffled. What did she say this time to unlock the secret to viral traffic? Was she accidentally manifesting stuff just by talking? Holy crap. Streamer, look behind you. Fire. 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 That's a huge fire. Janya stared at the messages in confusion, then turned around. She was stunned. Behind her, the entire forest was ablaze, flames reaching all the way to the sky. A column of fire shot upward as if trying to devour the clouds themselves. The inferno roared with the ferocity of a rampaging beast, unstoppable and consuming everything in its path. In an instant, the livestream's audience numbers skyrocketed. Janya, thrilled, quickly adjusted her phone, training the camera squarely on the raging wildfire in the forest. Was this really heavenly fire descending from the sky? She could hardly believe her luck. The heavens had truly showered fortune upon her. Heavenly fire. It had to be. What else could cause such an explosive spectacle? Ordinary flames would never erupt with this kind of intensity. It looked straight out of a blockbuster's special effects, practically a second sun blazing in the woods. The flames twisted wildly, filling the sky. It was both electrifying and terrifying. Could this really have been caught by accident on camera? What were the odds? Some viewers even wondered out loud if Janya had staged the whole thing with video tricks. But times had changed, man. These days strange phenomena like this were popping up everywhere. The impossible special effects you once saw in movies were now real, happening right before everyone's eyes. If you didn't believe it, the chat dared you to go check out Janya's location yourself. The live broadcast had a whole other level of impact compared to a recording. Thousands flocked to the stream, hitting record on their screens. For many, it was their first time witnessing heavenly fire. It was terrifying, beyond anything they could have imagined. Wait, you guys. Is there someone inside those flames? A comment scrolled by. Host. Try zooming in. Closer, please. Noticing the message, Janya immediately zoomed in on the inferno. The forest was engulfed, heat warping the air until everything rippled and wavered. Through the distorted haze, a lone figure stood tall amidst the raging fire, a silhouette seen from behind, gripping a long saber. Flames blazed along the blade, setting it alight with a searing intensity. Oh my god. There really is someone in there. How is he standing in all that fire? The inferno didn't faze the figure in the slightest. He stood his ground like a sovereign, ruling over his element, unshakable as if he commanded the flames themselves. It was beyond belief. My god. I thought I was imagining things, but it's real. I saw him swing his blade and unleash that fire. That's not heavenly fire. This entire sea of flames came pouring from his sword. He cut it into existence with a single strike. I saw it too. The blade flashed, ignited, and just like that, a streak of fire split the sky. It's just like that viral video from King Bay University Stadium, no, even more dazzling and unbelievable. This live stream sent shockwaves throughout the city. Heavenly Fire Blade, the man who lit up the forest with one strike. The headline shot up the trending list. Countless people clicked in. The footage wasn't clear, it was just a short clip but unforgettable. A lone figure back to the camera wielding a tang saber. With one swing, he unleashed a torrent of flame, a burst of sparks that shot straight for the heavens, setting the entire sky ablaze. Flames straight off a blade. How was that possible? No way special effects could look this real, right? This is a live recording, man. How could it be fake? Someone argued as the chat exploded. Just listen to the streamer's scream, almost blew out my eardrums. And look at that wildfire tearing through the forest. There's no way you could CGI something like that. No doubt about it. This was real. To be honest, I started to suspect something was up back when all those strange celestial phenomena kept happening. Has the era changed? Are there really cultivators in this world? That guy had all the signs. There's no way that fire was just special effects and the force behind his slash. It was like a tidal wave opening up a whole new world to me. No kidding, it was absolutely thrilling. The flames coming off his blade reminded me of that legendary celestial fire, so powerful and overwhelming. Countless related videos spread like wildfire all over the internet, stirring up a massive frenzy. The live broadcast exploded and even the Association of Paranormal Affairs was getting worried. The next day, Janya opened her live stream once again. Compared to the barely their single-digit viewer count she had yesterday, today the numbers were already followed by 4 extra zeros. The moment her stream went live, she shot straight to the platform's featured list, a total shock for this usually overlooked newbie streamer. Without exception, every viewer watching her stream was there for the mysterious figure in the forest. Did you get a good look at him yesterday, streamer? What was really going on in that forest? Was there really someone there? Did that guy actually slash out that fire with his blade? No way. That was so cool. At first, I thought the video was just clips from some live-action TV show, but reality turns out to be even more incredible than the movies. The chat was going absolutely nuts. Almost everyone was here because they wanted to see more of that swordsman wreathed in flames from yesterday. Of course, Janya wasn't about to let this once-in-a-lifetime windfall slip away. She racked her brain, replaying that stunning glimpse of the figure over and over, desperately trying to recall every detail she witnessed. My phone couldn't capture everything clearly, the camera wasn't great, and I was pretty far away. Honestly, the video doesn't do what I saw justice. If you want the real story, what I saw in person was way more shocking. I really did see that mysterious swordsman you're all talking about with my own eyes. That torrent of fire came right from his blade. To me it looked a bit like a Xiaochandeo, one of those cool Ming Dynasty sabers. When he swung, flames sprayed out like rain, way more intense than anything I've ever seen, even crazier than sports day at Tsinghua or Peking University. What did he look like? The chat demanded. Oh, I saw his face all right. But I can't just blurt that out. If you really want to know, family, send some virtual gifts to show your support. She hadn't finished her sentence when the stream suddenly cut out. The screen went black. The live stream you are watching has ended. What? Why did it stop right at the good part? Technical difficulties. Can't be. Was she banned? Janya was just as baffled as her viewers. Checking her notifications backstage, she realized her streaming account had been instantly banned. No matter what she tried, she couldn't get it back. It felt as if some mysterious force was at work. Before she had time to process all this, several uniformed figures appeared outside her door, including police officers. They showed her their badges and asked her to come with them. Still dazed and confused, Janya ended up in the back of a police car. The entire process took less than 10 minutes. After being brought to the police station, Janya was taken straight to an interrogation room. A man with a commanding presence and a stern expression demanded she recount in detail exactly what she had witnessed in the forest yesterday. He warned her that any attempt to conceal the truth or fabricate her story would be against the law. Han Li, dressed in his uniform, radiated authority. Oh, okay, Janya stammered. She had never encountered such an intimidating situation before and felt a surge of panic. Unable to hide anything, she spilled everything she knew. That person seemed really young. His face. I didn't actually get a good look at his face. Everything I said in the live stream was just me making things up. But judging by his build, he couldn't be very old, maybe just out of high school. Hearing this, Han Li was shaken. High school age. As soon as the incident from yesterday's livestream began trending, he'd sent people to investigate that part of the forest, but by then there wasn't a soul left. The only traces remaining were charred marks on the ground, pure unmistakable fire-type energy. To be able to conjure a supernatural fire of that magnitude, the wielder had to be an extremely powerful and pure fire affinity awakened. Their abilities were bound to be top tier. For some reason, Han Li suddenly thought of the stormy night at the summit of Yahuang Mountain. The same overbearing display, the same violent power. The lightning affinity awakened from that incident still hadn't been found, and now a high-level fire user had surfaced. Since when did Tai City start churning out so many high-level awakened out of nowhere? Both these awakened lightning and fire had appeared near Tai City. Was it really just coincidence? In this world, could there really be such coincidences? If this streamer was telling the truth and this person really was that young, then this fire affinity awakened was truly extraordinary, gifted, and immensely powerful. It seemed the situation in Tai City was about to change. On the other side of town, Fang Yi was at home scrolling through the news when out of the blue he found himself at the center of the latest gossip. Heavenly fire sword appears in Tai City's forest. Who is this mysterious powerhouse? Fang Yi already knew about this incident from yesterday. A female streamer out for a wilderness broadcast had accidentally captured the footage. Friendly warning, let's not talk about it anymore. That female streamer's account's already been shut down, someone commented. For real. Damn, her account really did get shut down. Not saying another word, I'm out. When Fang Yi stumbled onto the news, he was stunned. He hadn't imagined it would cause such a sensation. Username Tug72. Bro, was that you in the video? Old Lee's message suddenly popped up. Only then did Fang Yi remember after their team up that day they hadn't been in touch since. At that moment Old Lee was feeling a mess of emotions. Ever since he'd heard about the Heavenly Fire Sword, he hadn't dared contact Fang Yi, feeling there was an unbridgeable gap between them now. But as soon as he saw the circulating video clip, even though it was just a blurry few seconds, the dominance in that one swing, well, it was just too familiar. Yeah. Hearing Fang Yi's affirmative response, Old Lee's expression grew even more intriguing. Just from the commotion caused by that blaze, it was clear the person who unleashed that strike was no pushover. The overwhelming dominance and sheer intensity of fire in that attack were breathtaking, immense, and unstoppable. Was Fang Yi's blow back in the underground river strong? Absolutely. So strong it frightened people, so strong it forced the other scouting team to withdraw. But compared to this recent attack, it was on a whole different level. This new strike was overwhelming, like a wall of flames sweeping through and bearing down, not something his previous attack could even compare to. Had he grown even stronger? It hadn't even been a few days. This rate of improvement terrifying. After sending just one message, Fang Yi put down his phone. He turned to look out the window at the bustling street below, muttering quietly to himself, now, I should finally be able to carve out a place for myself in this ever-shifting, turbulent era. At the same time, Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association, Executive Meeting Room. A white-haired elder sat there, his gaze grave, brows tightly furrowed, the air around him weighed heavy. With the gradual resurgence of spiritual energy, more and more strange anomalies were cropping up throughout the city. Each of these anomalies had undergone some sort of mutation or evolution, growing stronger, lethal threats to ordinary people, now a serious menace to the city's safety. On top of that, reports of dark element disturbances were spiking across the country. The dark attributes seemed poised to invade the urban world. The president of the Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association had lost a lot of sleep over this lately. He sighed deeply, but there was little he could do. The association was already stretched thin, doing all it could. In this era of evolution, dark energy awakening, anomalies everywhere, unstoppable beyond anyone's control, the association had managed to gather some forces. Plenty of skilled pioneers had joined their ranks, but it still wasn't nearly enough. The crisis in the city was closing in day by day, and their people were spread far too thin. The only upside, there were still many powerful pioneers out there, still hiding in the city's shadows. Lin Yi trapped in the black mist. Gods descend. Morning. Fang Yi opened his eyes. 8:00 a.m. No work, no school, as good a time as any to get up. But usually his cousin would have already made breakfast and called him by now. Strange. No sound from her today. Was she sleeping in? Perplexed, Fang Yi got up and went to wash his face. The blazing strike incident had faded from the media at lightning speed, had been wiped off the entire internet in just one day, as if some hidden hand had erased all trace of it. Must have been intervention from above. If they didn't keep it under wraps, it'd just fuel speculation and panic. Since the authorities weren't ready to go public with news of Spiritual Energy's return, it made sense to cover it up. Fang Yi stepped out of his room and knocked on the door to the guest bedroom. No answer. He pushed it open, it was empty. Just as he thought. She'd already gone out. Fang Yi left the house, threw together a quick breakfast to fill his stomach, and scrolled through the news for a while. 2 hours went by and his cousin still hadn't come back. Puzzled, Fang Yi glanced toward the door. The slippers were left in disarray. She must have rushed out for something urgent, but after all this time, she hadn't even sent him a message. Whenever his cousin went out to deal with an anomaly, she would usually let him know in advance. But this time she hadn't said a word. Fang Yi's instincts told him something was wrong. He dialed Lin Yi's number. The number you have dialed is outside of the service area. Out of service. Fang Yi's face grew tense. Could something have happened to her? Gurgle. Thick pitch-black fog smothered everything around, as heavy as an ocean, drowning, suffocating. No light could pierce it. The icy, sinister atmosphere made Lin Yi shudder involuntarily. How long had it been now? Lin Yi's face was pale as she looked around. Behind her, an elegant-looking woman in her early 80s was trembling, a gash on her shoulder oozing blood clearly hurt. They had been trapped here for 2 hours already. Yi, it's all my fault. Lin Yi didn't reply, her guard up as she scanned the darkness with wary eyes. Blackness, pure absolute blackness. Everywhere she looked, there was nothing but that suffocating, oily night. All the world's light had been swallowed whole. Even spotting anything unusual had become a luxury. A faint white aura of spiritual energy shimmered around them, holding the black mist at bay. Beyond it, the darkness seethed and coiled like monstrous tentacles lurking in the shadows, just waiting for their prey to let down their guard. The elegant woman's eyes were full of guilt. Everything that had happened was her fault. She'd stumbled onto an aberrant ghost by accident, and Lin Yi had come to help her. They thought it was just a regular anomaly, but this thing was far more cunning and dangerous than either of them expected. It was her fault Yi was involved at all. This anomaly didn't seem interested in killing them outright. It wanted to trap them and slowly devour their strength. After all, for anomalies, powerful seekers made the best nourishment. In the end, we're just not strong enough. Lin Yi clenched her own hand tight. Still not enough. Still can't do it. Suddenly Lin Yi stiffened. Bands of spiritual light burst from her fingertips, surging in a direction. Swish! The sound of spiritual energy piercing flesh echoed in the darkness. Thud! A hideously rotted, decaying figure was impaled by that spiritual light, collapsing limply to the ground. Its blood-flecked body lay motionless. But neither woman showed any relief. There were simply too many. How many times had this happened already? These used to be people once. Now, they were nothing but this anomaly's mindless puppets, and the thing was playing with them, trying to drag them into its ranks as well. Here it seemed truly invincible. We're in its territory, Lin Yi whispered. Even as the words left her lips, ripples spread through the air, and in the suffocating darkness, they seemed like thick congealed blood, making the atmosphere all the more chilling. Here within the swirling black mist, their spiritual energy was being frantically drained. Suddenly, whoosh! An icy wicked gaze brimming with malicious amusement cut through the darkness like a rift in space. The beautiful woman, still stunning even at 81, felt her pupils contract sharply. Although the pitch-black void should have rendered her blind to all, she was forced to witness a grotesque, blood-soaked eyeball glaring back at her as if crafted deliberately to nauseate. It lingered at the far end of the darkness, looking down on the two of them with the arrogance of a predator eyeing its prey, the corners of its mouth curled with a disturbingly human-like sneer. A moment later, from the shadow darker than ink, strange crimson shapes began to appear, twisting, writhing, misshapen. They drifted closer, exuding the stench of rotting corpses, shambling forward in a staggering procession that seemed endless. Die! Filthy creature! The beautiful woman, summoning her last reserves, slashed out with her blade. But that grotesque eye simply vanished with a faint pop, swallowed by the clinging black mist that threatened to engulf them completely. It's losing patience, watch out. Cold sweat beaded on Lin Yi's smooth forehead. The horde of undead pressed in, their movements stiff and numb, pale skin bloated as if soaked for too long. Suddenly, they lurched into action, launching themselves forward in a wild, desperate charge. Countless eyes red as blood opened in the darkness. As they closed in with every step, the suffocating fog surged toward them, the fragile barrier around Lin Yi and the woman trembling seconds from collapse. Is this the end? Despair flooded Lin Yi's face. She had always known this path of evolution was a perilous one. She had wondered before if she'd die alone and unmourned in some forgotten shadow. What would the world be like in a year's time? What roles would the hidden trailblazers of this new era play? Madam, we might fall right before the dawn breaks, never seeing the grandeur of the spiritual resurgence. But she could no longer hear the woman's voice. Perhaps she had already been swallowed by the darkness. It's over. Crack! The spiritual barrier shattered with a crisp sound. The black mist, like a pack of hyenas scenting fresh meat, lunged for Lin Yi. But just then, Ryep! Thunder exploded beside her ears. Stunned, Lin Yi looked up. In an instant, blinding lightning tore through the overwhelming darkness, as if splitting it asunder with hope's first light. There, standing tall and lean, was a figure seemingly indifferent with a hint of amusement in his eyes, who ripped through the impenetrable gloom like it was nothing. He descended like a god. Is this really my brother? He's actually that powerful. Even the air fell silent. In the oppressive heart of darkness, a brilliant bolt of lightning surged from beyond, piercing the shadowy barrier. A hand wreathed in crackling thunder reached through Rip. That hand tightened, lightning crackling around its 5 fingers as it tore through the darkness itself. Sunlight streamed in. A backlit figure stood there, dressed in nothing but ordinary, casual clothes. Yet the black mist, so mysteriously corrosive and suffocating, the same mist that had trapped and tormented them, crumbled like fragile glass in the presence of that lightning, shattering the moment it touched it. Lin Yi stood frozen in place. The black mist had gnawed away at her mind, leaving her disoriented. She wasn't sure if what she was seeing was reality or just another mirage. Back in her teenage years, Lin Yi had dreamed countless times that, in a crisis like this, someone would fall from the sky to save her. But she never expected those fantasies to come true. Even as despair closed in on her moments ago, she had silently wished again and again for rescue, but never did she imagine her rescuer would be her cousin, the same cousin she'd always thought of as so painfully ordinary. Yet now Fang Yi was tearing through the black mist with his bare hands. The fearsome lightning radiating from him sent every trace of darkness fleeing as if it had met its greatest nemesis. In a flash his silhouette was etched sharply in Lin Yi's vision. All trace of mediocrity was gone. Fang Yi reached out. In an instant lightning surged in his palm. A dazzling electric blast ripped apart the monstrous black mist fast and brutal. The darkness exploded with a roar, splintering into nothing. The rest of the black mist recoiled as though terrified of Fang Yi, and then shockingly dissipated, retreating of its own accord. The shadow lifted. Lin Yi's face lit up with joy, but in the very next moment her pupils tightened with fear. A chilling guttural howl shattered the air. Out from the gloom sprang a ghostly specter wailing. An anomaly, it looked almost like a phantom, hideously misshapen, floating in the air limbed by retreating black mist. Only a ghastly pale face showed, horrifying to behold. "Cousin, watch out!" Lin Yi called out in alarm. Fang Yi's expression didn't even flicker. With a swift, sure movement he drew a tang sword from his waist. The blade rang out, slicing the air with an icy shriek. He swung decisive and fierce. Fire erupted from the sword, arcing through the gloom with the force of a raging dragon. Brilliant, searing flame illuminated everything, its light blinding, dragging a comet trail behind it as it shot straight for the aberration's brow. Fiery patterns flickered across the blade like dragon scales, spitting flames that tore through the mist. Each burst sent a thunderous crackle through the darkness. The flaming dragon crashed into the black fog's defenses, unstoppable. Up close, the mist seemed as delicate as a cicada's wing. With a mighty blast it shattered and burned. The darkness went up in flames, releasing a chorus of vengeful, eerie screams, wretched and hoarse. It was a terrifying sound. The shrieks battered Lin Yi's senses, making her feel as though she'd fallen to hell itself, bearing witness as the fires consumed wrathful ghosts and their dreadful cries filled the inferno. But the fire didn't just consume the black mist. The ghostly shadows in the black mist were torn apart by the blazing, ferocious slash. With a blood-curdling scream, the chilling phantoms perished, swallowed by a sea of unending flames. Their mournful cries still echoed as the black mist burned away, the world around them starting to crack and crumble. Bits and pieces of the street outside peeked through the dissolving darkness. Under the harsh midday sun the world was restored to the way it had been before they'd entered the black mist. On a quiet street corner only a stray dog or two rummaged through the trash cans. There was no black fog, no mindless walking corpses. Everything seemed like nothing but a bad dream. Yet the two who had just escaped that nightmare were still shaken, gasping for breath. What the hell was that so early in the morning? It was Fang Yi who finally broke the heavy silence. With lunchtime approaching, his stomach was already starting to growl. Lin Yi seemed to only now snap back to reality, her beautiful eyes fixed in a daze on her cousin. Confusion flickered in their depths. She bit her lip as if about to say something, but in the end remained silent. "It's you!" Zhao Meng's excited shriek pierced the quiet, her memory suddenly flooding back. "That person near the vines the other day, that was you, wasn't it? You saved us again." She remembered it vividly. The day she had felt utter despair, a figure descending like a god with overwhelming strength, just like now. "You really saved us again." Zhao Meng was almost on the verge of tears, rolling waves of relief and exhilaration washing over her. Surviving a disaster like this. What an unbelievably intense rush. Lin Yi was stunned. It was him, she thought, almost incredulous. So the person who'd slashed through the vines that day, wielding fierce fire and saving her entire squad, a powerful fire elemental vanguard, was actually her cousin. The very same cousin who'd only gotten into a junior college and spent his days at home glued to his tablet doing nothing. "Wait," Zhao Meng grabbed Lin Yi's sleeve, her eyes full of questions. "Did you just call him cousin? He's your cousin. My god. Didn't you say your cousin was totally average? That terrifying lightning just now and that firestorm slash that wiped out an anomaly in one blow, he's the one who shattered Wenzu's spirit and even caught Sister Jialan's special attention. That's your so-called plain cousin." Zhao Meng was screaming on the inside. But Lin Yi was just as confused. She distinctly remembered the slash that cut through the vines, fierce and blinding, had been a fire element. But the move her cousin just used to rip through the black mist, that was lightning, wasn't it? No, wait, that slash that killed the anomaly was fire again. Lightning fire. And that power so much stronger than hers. Lin Yi's gaze slowly sharpened. So my cousin isn't just a vanguard, he's a double high-level elemental prodigy. Meanwhile, Zhao Meng was still shaking Lin Yi's arm, her eyes practically screaming, "How could you not have introduced me to a cousin of this caliber? Are you kidding me?" Seeing Lin Yi about to get spun like a top, Fang Yi, acting the responsible older cousin, quickly made up an excuse about going home for lunch. Taking Lin Yi with him, he made a swift escape. Back at home in the living room, Fang Yi and Lin Yi entered the apartment together and changed their shoes as usual. But instead of heading off to their own rooms like they always did, they ended up standing in the living room, staring awkwardly at each other. Why didn't you say something earlier?" Lin Yi finally managed to blurt out after holding it in for so long her face flushed red. After living under the same roof for so long, Fang Yi knew Lin Yi's temperament all too well. She was never good with words. She'd clearly been holding back a torrent of things she wanted to say after being saved by her heaven-sent cousin, but this was all she could muster. "You never asked," Fang Yi replied with a calm, matter-of-fact look. Lin Yi had nothing to say to that. She really never had asked. From the very first day she arrived, she'd just taken it for granted that her cousin was nothing more than an ordinary guy. Thinking of this, a wave of warmth surged through her chest. Her cousin must have always known she was one of the pioneers and had been quietly looking out for her all this time. If he hadn't, that last incident with the vines would have spelled doom for the entire team. For the first time she suddenly felt like she had someone to rely on. This path of evolution, she had walked it alone from the start. She always put on a tough face, but deep inside she couldn't help the fear and uncertainty. For pioneers like them, the future was full of unknown dangers, and no one knew where or when they'd stumble. That's why they were always searching for companions, gathering together to walk this lonely road side by side. With her thoughts in order, Lin Yi suddenly turned around. "Where are you going?" Fang Yi asked. "To make dinner." Fang Yi grinned. "I saved you, you know. Aren't you going to thank me?" Lin Yi paused, then replied, "I'll make you 2 extra eggs at lunch." "Well, look at that. Someone who takes action." After dinner, the deepest shadow mission issued by Jialan would begin. Now that the secret was out, Fang Yi didn't bother avoiding Lin Yi anymore and went back to his room to cultivate. Lin Yi watched his figure disappear down the hall, still in a daze. Her cousin was a pioneer too. And not just that, he was a Ghost Axe 5-star. Then that breakthrough sign she noticed the other day, could that have been him? If it really was, then his talent is downright terrifying. Of all the people she knew, only Sister Jialan could outpace him, though barely. But in her heart, Lin Yi didn't really think Jialan's talent was enough to outclass her cousin. Jialan had immense support from unimaginable backgrounds, a result of vast resources poured into her growth. Her cousin, meanwhile, relied entirely on his own efforts. Ghost Axe 5-star. That already placed him in the top 10% of all pioneers. Coupled with his formidable advanced attributes, Lin Yi felt her cousin had a bright future ahead, one she might never catch up to. If only he'd had better resources, he'd already be so much more. Lin Yi let out a sigh. Just then her phone on the table began buzzing non-stop. The Martial Pioneer Squad group chat was lighting up with questions about the beautiful young woman. Scanned online out of 50 cents. "Lady Yi, are you two okay? We just arrived at your location and saw you were already gone. Where are you now?" After the team members arrived at the location, they found that the battle was already over. All that remained were traces of combat scattered across the scene, which made them worry even more. It took a while before the glamorous woman finally replied. "Beautiful mature woman 81. Don't worry. It's all been taken care of. I'm fine. I was just really exhausted, so I couldn't reply sooner." As soon as she sent that message, you could practically feel the collective sigh of relief in the group chat. But meanwhile, in a private conversation between the glamorous woman and Lin Yi, their earlier exchange from 10 minutes before still lingered on the screen. "Beautiful mature woman 81. Yi, should we tell them that it was your cousin who rescued us?" Yi, Wind Lotus. "No need." The moment Lin Yi saw the question, she knew her answer. The current situation for the pioneers was like being trapped in an immense pitch-black forest. No one knew who else was out there or what kind of strength others possessed. Ever since the world had changed, resources were scarce, and scarcity always led to competition. In this new world, other people could be hell itself. Pioneers were natural enemies. If anyone seemed like a threat, you were allowed, even encouraged, to take them out. That was the reality now, and it would be for the foreseeable future. Her cousin had never told her to keep things secret, but drawing too much attention was clearly not a good idea. Lin Yi thought of Fang Yi's overwhelming strength. It wouldn't stay hidden for long, but she had no intention of going out of her way either. When the truth came out, it would come out naturally. No need to emphasize it. So the glamorous woman left out any mention of Fang Yi. If anyone asked, she just lightly glossed over the details. "As long as you're safe, that's all that matters." Exactly. I knew that as long as Yi was there, what did we have to worry about? Yi's our own little genius. The group chat quickly bounced back to its usual tidal wave of notifications, over 99 new messages in a blink. But their chatter was abruptly interrupted when a new message dropped in. A task notification. Dark Zone task release notice posted by Jialan. Once everyone saw who posted it, it was as if someone had hit pause on a rowdy sound system. At once every conversation in the chat stopped. Even the air seemed to go silent. Jialan. That was the most powerful, mysterious, and formidable person in the entire group. No exceptions. She almost never spoke, but whenever she did, it was as if the whole group had been put on mute. Every word was direct, precise, and never wasted, sharper than a military order. Jialan. The Dark Zone. Highly likely to be related to the darkness attribute. Jialan. Think it through before you commit. With that, Jialan disappeared into lurking mode again. The chat stayed totally silent for a whole minute. Yi Wind Lotus. Noted Sister Jialan. Lin Yi looked at the name and felt a bit emotional. The last time Sister Jialan had shown up was to track down the powerful pioneer who had sliced through the vines. And now the person who had caught Jialan's attention had turned out to be her own cousin. How could she not feel just a tiny bit proud? Light Ink Bamboo. The Extreme Dark Zone. You mean that place everyone calls the boundary of dark attributes? I heard the dark energy there is overwhelming, so strong and widespread it's pretty much corroded the whole region into a forbidden zone for anything not darkness aligned. Even the pioneering squads I know make a point to steer clear when passing by. Catfished out of 50 cents. Yikes, is it really that terrifying? 82-year-old glamorous housewife. Hello, is anyone missing the main point here? Sister Jialan can even take on missions tied to the dark attribute. Sis, what's your real deal? Catfished out of 50 cents. Sis is mysterious. Best not to ask too much. Whenever these two showed up together, the whole mood of the chat changed in a heartbeat. As Light Ink Bamboo stared at the messages, a sense of unease crept into her heart. The dark attribute, even now after dealing with several anomalies, remained deeply mysterious to all pioneers. All they'd learned came from battling those very anomalies. This force was powerful, savage, and utterly destructive. Worse, it could twist the minds of living beings, making them bloodthirsty and violent. The darkness brought a terrifying cruelty wherever it spread. Light Ink Bamboo. The Extreme Dark Zone is extremely dangerous. It's crawling with dark attribute anomalies. With spiritual energy not fully awakened yet, I figured we'd have some time before we had to deal with them. Never thought Jialan would post a mission so soon. What had to come was coming after all. Light Ink Bamboo. Everyone, the times are changing. Light Ink Bamboo. I have a feeling the full revival of spiritual energy is almost here. The future is going to be far tougher than we ever imagined. And the dark attribute. It's going to be humanity's greatest threat. Of all the anomalies, those born of dark energy were the trickiest and most sinister. They were the most aggressive too, with a kind of primordial hatred for humanity. The past few outbreaks had made that painfully clear. If this darkness were allowed to spread and infect more life forms, it could create even more horrifying anomalies. Stopping that before it happened was absolutely essential. Light Ink Bamboo. Lately there's been a surge of anomalies in the cities too. No one feels safe anymore. Light Ink Bamboo. If we want to survive the coming storm, we need to get stronger. That's our only chance. Let's do our best. On the other end, Jialan, whose ID was simply Jialan, didn't log off the group chat after posting her mission this time. Instead, almost surprisingly, she watched as the new messages rolled and reading every word from Light Ink Bamboo and the others. After taking it all in, she picked up her phone and typed a few lines. Jialan. MHM. Jialan. This mission is highly dangerous. Think it through before you act. Jialan. But if you know any reliable, really strong pioneers, bring them along. A mission at the Extreme Dark Zone. A reward that would make anyone's heart pound. At dawn, sunlight streamed through the curtains, scattering golden flecks across the living room. Fang Yi took a deep breath, completing the last movements of the golden sun breathing technique. From outside the door, the aroma of breakfast drifted in. My cousin is making breakfast again. Honestly, having a cousin who loves to cook is just the best. Every morning there's something new on the table. Fang Yi stepped out of his room and made his way to the dining room. Lin Yi was already sitting across from him. Breakfast today was steamed soup dumplings. One bite and the savory broth burst out. So satisfying. Fang Yi alternated between stuffing a dumpling in his mouth and washing it down with a sip of soy milk, the warmth spreading pleasantly in his stomach. Sitting across from him, Lin Yi ate with the utmost grace, taking small delicate bites. By the time Fang Yi had polished off an entire basket of dumplings, she had just finished her first, her beautiful eyes fixed on him the entire time, clearly wanting to say something but holding back. Gulp. Fang Yi took another swig of soy milk and looked at her resigned. If you've got something to say, just spit it out. Why are you staring at me like that? To his surprise, Lin Yi, whose face was usually as impassive as an ice sculpture, actually managed a faint smile. Cousin, I have a mission here. Not sure if you'd be interested. It's posted by someone in my squad. Someone I know. Fang Yi recalled the faces he'd seen back during the airborne vine incident. Lin Yi shook her head. You haven't met her. She's very mysterious. How mysterious? Extremely, almost unbelievably mysterious. Fang Yi paused to think. If even Lin Yi, who was on the same team, found this person mysterious, then she must have some kind of hidden background, and a mission from her probably wasn't simple either. What's the mission? Lin Yi set down her chopsticks, her expression turning solemn. Cousin, have you ever heard of the Deep Dark Zone? Fang Yi shook his head. Deep Dark Zone. According to the mission, it's a mysterious area steeped in dark energy. It's extremely dangerous. Even the authorities haven't fully explored it. Word is it's a breeding ground for anomalies, the source of everything unusual. Many of the weird occurrences we see in our city probably seeped out from there. Lin Yi's tone was grave. This was clearly going to be a tough mission. Even the bamboo ink master mentioned it once. Dark is the most troublesome element of all. The deep dark zone is like a playground for anomalies. If we're going to tackle this, we need an elite team. Ordinary scouts wouldn't make it out alive, they'd just slow everyone down. That's why when Jialan brought it up, I immediately thought of you. Her cousin was a 5-star ghostsmith with a top-tier attribute. Lin Yi knew exactly how powerful he was. As she spoke, Fang Yi recalled some of the anomalies he'd encountered before. The deep dark zone, a land shrouded in darkness. Judging from those previous encounters, the dark attribute really was tricky, bloodthirsty, hostile to humans. Was that the mutation of darkness? He remembered that first rabbit he'd ever fought covered in blood, as if it had just escaped after hurting someone, feral and violent to its core. The darkness attributes bloodlust on full display. And then there were those creatures from that stormy night, the giant serpent and the little beast that trapped the spiritual association in the abandoned factory. They both showed clear intelligence, even cooperating to set a deadly ambush. It was obvious their goal was to hunt down pioneers. Cunning, bloodthirsty, that's the true nature of the darkness attribute. If all of them escaped from the deep gloom, then just how terrifying must the deep gloom actually be? There was one more crucial point. These anomalies were unusually clever. They seemed to be deliberately avoiding the military patrols along the city's borders. No one knew exactly how they managed it, but now anomalies were appearing more and more frequently within the city itself. It was becoming almost impossible to contain, which meant that a trip into the deep gloom was now absolutely urgent. Lin Yi frowned deeply, sensing just how dangerous this mission would be. This wasn't like the trivial skirmishes they usually dealt with. This was an area with almost no government intelligence, nothing but darkness, mutated anomalies inside. But if they wanted to truly protect ordinary people, pioneers like them had no choice but to go in. Fine. Whenever you're going, count me in, Fang Yi said. He barely hesitated before agreeing, cheerful and decisive. He'd always been curious about the darkness attribute anyway, and this was the perfect chance to see it for himself. Lin Yi nodded. Let's go now. The sun hung high, spilling light across every inch of the city. Cicadas buzzed noisily and afternoon sunlight stretched everyone's shadows long across the pavement. At the subway station, a man and a woman entered the turnstiles. Fang Yi and Lin Yi. Crowds shoved and pressed in on all sides. Lin Yi had a cup of bubble tea in hand at first, but the moment they boarded, the drink was knocked flying. Who knows whose unlucky shirt it splattered across? So many people. Fang Yi complained, staring at the sea of heads as he sighed toward the ceiling. It's still an hour before rush hour. Why is it crowded like this? Just be glad we managed to get on, Lin Yi replied, her face as impassive as ever. Her fingers tapped briskly at her phone screen. She was probably checking in with the chat group for news on the deep gloom. By the way, this mission pays $1,000,000 per person, she remarked. Ha, $1 million. Fang Yi looked up, startled. That much? To the average city dweller, $1 million was enough to buy a house outright and retire on. That was an astronomical sum. Catching his wide-eyed look, Lin Yi's lips curled ever so slightly. That's why Sister Jialan is so mysterious. Any mission she handles, she pays like running water. Just one mission's enough to live off for a year. That is, if you're capable enough to finish it. Jialan, that must be the mysterious person's ID. Fang Yi couldn't help but feel a little more fondness for the enigmatic woman. Honestly, just for her generosity alone. Count me in for any jobs like this in the future. Seriously. Ding. The train had reached their stop. Fang Yi and Lin Yi were still standing, holding onto the handrails. As luck would have it, 2 passengers right in front of them got off at the next stop, leaving behind 2 empty seats, one for each of them, perfectly aligned. There were still 10 stations to go until their destination, and standing the whole way would be a killer on their legs. The siblings exchanged a knowing glance and wordlessly sat down at once. 10 more stops, a whole hour to go. Thank goodness there are seats, Lin Yi thought as she glanced at the map on her phone, letting out a quiet sigh. Every time the world shifted and the drop-off point changed, it was never in the same place. No matter how quick she was to respond, she was always stuck with long, exhausting commutes. To make things worse, she'd always been prone to motion sickness. By the time she got off, she felt like she'd left half her life behind. Fang Yi wasn't exactly comfortable either. There was no way these subway seats could compare to his plush recliner back home. Still, he gritted his teeth and reminded himself of the fat paycheck at the end of this job. Once this mission's over, we're buying a car. No more cramming into subways or chasing after buses for us. Agreed. Lin Yi's eyes lit up at the thought. Just then, the doors slid shut and another wave of passengers flooded the train. A woman, clearly someone's grandma, struggled through the crowd with a small child in tow, her sharp eyes scanning for an empty seat. The moment she spotted Fang Yi, her face lit up. Young man, would you mind giving your seat to us? The seats had barely warmed beneath them before the request came. With no choice, Fang Yi gave up his spot, and the woman swept in, claiming it with all the decisiveness of a seasoned veteran. He could only smile wryly. Was this what a female Fei Yang Yang asterisk would be like? Translator's note. Fei Yangyang is a popular Chinese cartoon character known for his persistence and sass, often humorously invoking the stereotype of someone who gets what they want without hesitation. Darkness unfathomed. In a soaring private high-rise, a silent girl stood before a massive desk, delicate, striking, and surrounded by an air of unapproachable chill that seemed to freeze the space around her. People barely dared to breathe, afraid they might disturb her stillness. Jialan, will they be able to pull this off? A uniformed pathfinder beside her spoke, brow furrowed. The shadow zone is too dangerous. As soon as you enter, a fog of darkness engulfs you, a tribute unknown. We can't get any intel from inside. This mission will be like groping blindly in the dark. The only response was silence. The question hung heavy in the air. To this day, the country had never managed to extend a hand successfully into the shadow zone. They'd sent reconnaissance teams to the outskirts, hoping to gather information, but the losses had been devastating. Those who'd gone in were corroded by the darkness and now lay comatose in medical centers, their fate uncertain. The danger there was on another level, far beyond what any current pathfinder could handle. There was no question. This was an extraordinarily perilous mission. To make matters worse, even the professional teams from the National Cultivation Association, the ones officially certified as pathfinders, had failed to retrieve the target item. And now ordinary pathfinders were being sent in. Was that even possible? The pathfinder broke the silence again, doubt creeping into his voice. The association's teams might not be as heavily armed as the military, but their members are specialists trained to handle all sorts of supernatural situations. Sometimes, precisely because of their unpredictability, they get things done where sheer force wouldn't help. The last time a Spirit Association squad, codename the Swordbearers, ventured into the deepest dark, they were tasked with several C-class anomaly eliminations. The team trusted each other and had flawless teamwork. By all accounts, they should have come back with something. Yet even with such a dependable group, they returned from the deepest dark empty-handed. Worse still, 2 members were injured. Ever since then, this place was classified as an A-level danger zone. The official note read, "Temporarily impossible to extract information. Unknown threats await there, a frontier that only the truly brave would risk their lives to explore." This was a side of the world that the trailblazers before them had never seen. Jialan listened quietly, then lifted her head to look out the window. At some point, a blanket of dark clouds had gathered, so low and heavy it felt like the sky itself might collapse at any moment, a feeling of oppressive doom, like a city besieged under storm clouds, teetering on the brink. After a moment, her voice sounded calm but resolute. "We don't have a choice. The top-tier core combatants of the Xia Kingdom are our greatest leverage in negotiations with other countries, both before and after the spiritual energy resurgence. Their presence is like having a nuclear deterrent. Just having them on standby brings peace of mind, buying Xia precious time to develop peacefully alongside other powers. But now one of those core fighters is critically injured. The only way to save them is with the withered bloom, which can only be found in the deepest dark. That means, no matter what, we have to go in." Determination flashed in Jialan's eyes. Seeing this, the pioneer beside her paused, then replied softly, "Understood." Jialan said nothing more. She noticed a group message pop up from 11 Lotus in the wind saying she wanted to bring her cousin along for the expedition. The team venturing into the deepest dark was quietly growing. Once the other pioneer left the room, Jialan hesitated for a moment. She lowered her gaze to the report in her hand, staring at the terrifying injuries listed under Huang Tian. For once there was a hint of worry flickering in her eyes. "Uncle will watch me grow up, his family. Even if it was just for that bond, I have to get that withered bloom." Subway station exit. A river of people surged out from the station, overflowing like a mass of ants pouring through a crack, the current carrying people from one exit to another. Fang Yi and Lin Yi were swept out by the crowd. "Bro, we need a car. Seriously. First thing when we get back, let's go to a dealership and buy one." Fang Yi gulped down a lungful of fresh air. The mix of body odor and cheap perfume inside the subway car had nearly preserved him like salted fish. Ever since becoming a pioneer, this was the first time he disliked his heightened sense of smell so much. "I agree, ugh." Lin Yi didn't get the words out before she bent double, retching. When she finally finished heaving by the trash can, Fang Yi handed her a bottle of water. "You're tough, you know. Still out and about after throwing up that much." Lin Yi rinsed her mouth out, sipping the water. Her small face was paper white, lips drained of the slightest color. She looked less like someone out and about than a patient who'd just pulled her own four and snuck out of the hospital. Still, no matter how miserable she looked, she stayed strong, stubborn, even flipping through the map on her phone and pointing their way forward. "Let's go meet up." The rendezvous point was a desolate stretch of wasteland. The dark zone itself was a unique space, impossible to enter without a specific method, so everyone had agreed to gather at the nearest barren area beforehand. When Fang Yi and Lin Yi arrived, a handful of people were already waiting. 5 men and women stood on the empty ground, ages ranging widely from college age to folks well into their 40s or 50s. Among them, Zhao Meng was clearly the youngest. She was just a little older than Lin Yi, barely a sophomore in college, the youngest of the group by far. But with her good looks and flair for fashion, she immediately stood out in any crowd. Right now she was looking around anxiously. Where's Yi? Yi isn't here yet. Had look at you two had to weather a crisis together and all of a sudden you're super invested in her, teased another girl eyeing Zhao Meng while chewing on a lollipop. This was catfished out of 50 cents in an online romance, who always wore a black eye patch over her left eye leaving only one amber eye twirling mischievously, actually kind of cute. That's your imagination. I've always cared about Yi. Zhao Meng shot back defensively. Yeah right, the other girl snorted and the two looked about ready to start bickering like a pair of grade schoolers. All of a sudden Zhao Meng spotted a familiar figure in the distance and her eyes lit up. Yi, over here. Before Lu Jiahe could react, Zhao Meng darted off like an arrow, reappearing a heartbeat later in front of Lin Yi so fast it was almost frightening. Yi, ahem cousin. What a coincidence, didn't expect to see you here too. She skidded to a stop in front of Fang Yi, head dipping slightly as an odd blush crept over her cheeks. Was she actually a little shy? Am I seeing things? Lu Jiahe rubbed her eyes and looked again. Zhao Meng's face was definitely flushed now. What the, maybe my other eye's broken too? With her cheeks tinged red, Zhao Meng planted herself between Lin Yi and Fang Yi, stubbornly refusing to budge even an inch. Her enthusiasm caught Lin Yi off guard as well, so Lin Yi took the initiative and greeted her. Hey there, glamorous lady. At the sound of her username, Zhao Meng's smile twitched. She suddenly realized her casually chosen online handle sounded just a bit tacky when someone called her that directly. You're Yi's cousin. Lu Jiahe had sidled up at some point, narrowing her eyes suspiciously at Fang Yi. Yeah, why? Fang Yi raised an eyebrow. Lu Jiahe shook her head. She couldn't shake the feeling that this cousin looked oddly familiar, as if she'd seen him somewhere before. Back when she'd tangled with those vines, she'd caught a glimpse of Fang Yi's profile and for a moment she'd even become a little starstruck fangirl. But that day had been so hectic, the moment so brief, it never occurred to her to link that rainbow riding hero to the person now standing in front of her as Yi's cousin. For now all she could do was shrug off the nagging sense of déjà vu. However, Yi, your cousin, is also a pioneer. That means your whole family is full of geniuses. What incredible genes you must have. Lu Jiahe said enviously. She had always felt lonely on her own path to becoming a pioneer and was eager to find someone to walk with her. If she had a powerful cousin who was also a pioneer, training together, exploring the world, shaking changes side by side, it would be such an amazing feeling. Is your cousin even stronger than you? Lu Jiahe whispered to Lin Yi, curious. Lin Yi nodded. Much stronger. Lu Jiahe gasped. Lin Yi was already a genius in her own right, and now it turned out that her cousin, who was so young, was even more amazing. What was with this whole family? Were they even human? Was this the legendary clan of prodigies? She was green with envy. Cousin, is this your first mission? Zhao Meng piped up, her tone full of excitement. Wow, I can't believe you're Yi's cousin. What a small world. Yi and I are like sisters. Her cousin is practically my cousin. Of course, I'd be fine with something more than that too. Cousin, would you like some water? Or a drink? I'll go get it for you. As Lu Jiahe was still wallowing in her envy, Zhao Meng's chatty voice rang out beside her. The enthusiasm in Zhao Meng's voice made Lu Jiahe rub her arm. She was getting goosebumps. Could she be any more over the top? It's like dealing with a female version of Fei Yanjiang, she thought. Lu Jiahe gently tugged on Zhao Meng's sleeve, signaling for her to dial it back a bit. If someone didn't know any better, they'd think her cousin had literally saved Zhao Meng's life or something. But Zhao Meng didn't seem to notice at all. I don't need anything, thank you, Fang Yi replied, declining her offer with some helplessness. This girl's enthusiasm was just too much, he couldn't handle it. The group began walking side by side toward the desolate outskirts. The other three group members had already arrived earlier and had been waiting for quite a while now. When they initially saw Fang Yi and the pretty Lin Yi arriving together, one of the other team members didn't look too pleased. And once Zhao Meng rushed over to offer concern and Lu Jiahe trailed along as the cute sidekick, another member's face turned downright stormy. The glamorous older woman among them called out teasingly, cousin, won't you come warm me up too? In the group, a middle-aged pioneer watched this whole scene, sighed, knitted his brows, and remarked with a distinct air of superiority, pioneers these days are just getting younger and younger. Let's hope you're all up to the task when it counts. Judging from the aura he gave off, he was a 4-star ghost axe level, a real expert. Seeing that the newcomers were all youngsters, it was only natural he felt uneasy about them. But the condescending tone in his voice was infuriating. What's that supposed to mean? Zhao Meng muttered, clearly annoyed. Alongside him, the other two team members were also middle-aged, and his words were dripping with contempt for the younger trio. They hadn't even entered the mission zone yet and the team was already turning on each other. Just then someone gently grabbed Zhao Meng's arm. Lu Jiahe shook her head discreetly, signaling her not to cause trouble. This operation was organized by Sister Jialan and these people were all from her side. If a fight broke out now, not only would it put her in a tough spot, but since they were all on the same team, it could jeopardize the mission. Zhao Meng glanced at Fang Yi and Lin Yi, noting how calm they looked, and decided not to say anything more. She simply left them with a parting remark. Just mind yourselves. In a minute I just hope you two don't get scared to death. As she finished speaking she shot a sidelong glance at Fang Yi. Hotshots from Ghost Axe 5 stars, both high-level attribute pioneers. I can't wait to see their faces in a moment. Everyone's here. Let's head in. The middle-aged man gave them a look. Spiritual energy pulsed in his hand as if he was touching something invisible. The gate to the pitch-black zone opened wide before them. The very next second everyone's pupils contracted in shock. Even the color drained instantly from Zhao Meng's pretty face. Black. Nothing but absolute darkness filled their vision. Thick oily black mist churned, turning the whole space into a world of just black and white. The black fog was everywhere, thick as the maw of some beast bent on consuming everything, its sticky darkness drowning everyone present. This was a domain blanketed by the dark attribute. It radiated a clammy coldness and a suffocating, repugnant aura. What is this feeling? God, it's disgusting. I feel like I'm standing in a hospital morgue, no worse, a mass grave. I can smell the stench of rotting corpses, the reek of blood and brain matter in my nose. So, this was the infamous pitch-black zone. They'd all encountered anomalies with dark attributes before, but nothing had ever made them feel this violently nauseated. They had barely set foot inside, and already the sensation was overwhelming, almost impossible to endure, a double assault, both physical and psychological. It was torture, pure and simple. Some faces had gone ghostly white. One person couldn't take it and retched loudly. Within this cloud of darkness, the very smell of vomit seemed less offensive. That was the suppressive force of the dark attribute at work, a bitter, corrosive sense of being polluted, sapping the strength of anyone trying to fight. If normal people lived here for long, it would even cut their lifespan short. That's the main reason the authorities didn't want anomalies getting into the cities. The middle-aged man, brows furrowed, started to explain. Before this, he'd dealt with plenty of dark anomalies and he'd come to loathe them all, wishing he could wipe every last one from existence. His hands were already stained with their blood, so he was especially sensitive and especially resentful toward this atmosphere. His warning put everyone on higher alert. The way he spoke might have rubbed people the wrong way, but his strength as an elite pioneer was indisputable. With someone like him leading the way, their odds of making it out alive were a lot better. The journey ahead. To conserve their strength and minimize exposure to the dark energy's corruption, everyone fell silent, letting a heavy hush settle over the entire pitch-black corridor. Every so often the silence was broken by faint coughs in the darkness. Each person was doing their best to resist the corrosive properties of the darkness. With every sound, their voices seemed weaker. A muffled cough sounded right beside Fang Yi. Lin Yi, covering her mouth and nose with a trembling hand, frowned in discomfort. She already suffered from motion sickness, and now, having plunged straight into the oppressive grasp of the dark energy, her frail body could hardly bear it. Fang Yi could see her face turn even paler than before. He sighed softly. Without a word, he reached out and gently steadied her back, giving it 2 light pats. The effect was immediate. Lin Yi trembled, eyes widening as she felt the spot where his hand had touched, a comforting warmth seeping through her thin clothes as if it had been bathed in gentle sunlight. The radiant heat from his palm seemed to flood into her, banishing every trace of discomfort the dark energy brought. In an instant, all the unpleasant sensations vanished. Her whole body felt cozy and warm, even her motion sickness simply melted away. "Thank you, cousin," she mouthed silently. Fang Yi shook his head, barely perceptible. Just then the middle-aged man at the head of the group happened to glance back. His gaze fell on Fang Yi and Lin Yi, suspicion flickering across his face. Everyone here was silently enduring the gnawing torment of the darkness, grimacing, some of them looking like they were suffering from months of constipation. But strangely, Fang Yi and Lin Yi appeared completely unbothered, serene, as if nothing was wrong. Were they just that good at hiding it? Zhao Meng, walking right next to Lin Yi, had caught sight of Fang Yi's broad hand pressed against Lin Yi's back. She noticed the aura of spiritual energy surging from his palm, radiating a steady, comforting warmth she couldn't help but envy. Barely containing her shivering, Zhao Meng scooted up to Fang Yi and pleaded in a trembling whisper, "Cousin, can you warm me up too?" Fang Yi glanced at her. Zhao Meng was shaking all over, hunched and pitiful. The dark energy's corruption was invisible, formless, impossible to block entirely. Even with spiritual strength, all you could do was resist as much as you could, but the longer you endured, the worse the discomfort became. Fang Yi sighed inwardly but extended his other hand, pressing his palm against Zhao Meng's soft waist. "All right, I'll keep you warm all day." The darkness tide surges. They're plunged into desperation. Within the pitch-black domain, year after year, corroded by the darkness, the attributes seeped through everything like a toxin. The longer one lingered inside, the heavier the bodily exhaustion and the more suffocating the terror. Soon it left you unable to breathe, unable even to think. Click. Ah! Someone yelped. He watched as the withered plants beneath his feet twisted and contorted grotesquely, their branches and leaves bulging out like malignant tumors, glowing with an eerie light. The ground was coated with a thin layer of black mold, and every step he took felt like he was treading on the very pulse of death, sending chills up his spine with the unsettling noises that followed. Sometimes she could even catch vague whispers drifting through the air, their source unknown. Once a person set foot in this place, even if they did nothing else, just staying here long enough was enough to break their mind. It wasn't unheard of for people to go mad in areas like this. "We're deep in the pitch black zone now," muttered the middle-aged man Pan Ning in a low voice. "There are all sorts of hidden anomalies lurking around here, every one of them extremely powerful. You must be careful." Suddenly the darkness all around them seemed to deepen. The path that had just barely been visible under their feet was now swallowed in total blackness. Visibility shrank to barely half a meter. Everywhere they looked, only thick seething darkness pressed in, making it impossible to see the way forward without some special aid. Lu Jiahe pulled out a strange lantern from somewhere, its hazy glow barely illuminating the path ahead. Deeper in the darkness, countless anomalies lay in ambush. The ones that had stormed into the city, the ones they'd seen, represented at most 30% of the abominations in the pitch black zone. The remaining 70% were still here somewhere, quietly watching the scene play out from the shadows, patiently waiting for these tempting newcomers to stumble into their traps. Everyone instinctively straightened up, drawing closer together. Swish! Out of nowhere a sharp sound tore through the air. The person holding the lantern jolted in fright, letting out a startled cry. What was that? He caught a glimpse of something, a shadow flickering past in the weak swirling glow. A huge black shape lunged forward, its eyes gleaming cold and sinister. Its entire body was covered in ragged cracks and festering sores, with blood and rotting fur hanging off it, radiating a nauseating stench of decay. It looked like a revenant clawed out of a grave. Shit! It's a dark-type anomaly. The creature moved like lightning, lunging toward them in an instant, so close they could feel it breath between heartbeats. Murrow! A savage, blood-curdling yell split the darkness. The monstrous, decaying cat demon hurtled toward them, leaving a trail of yellow slime in its wake that hissed and ate away at the ground, an appalling, terrifying sight. Everyone's pupils constricted in horror. The stench of rot crashed over them like a corpse awakened from a 1,000-year sleep, bursting from its coffin and lunging for their faces. Even as its massive jaws gaped open, they could smell the foul, toxic breath wafting from its fangs, as if biological contamination itself had taken form. An anomaly. Lin Yi's brows furrowed tightly. Her palm twitched, soft white light gathering like stardust coalescing in her grasp. Yet just as she was about to strike with her fist, someone else moved faster. A piercing sound split the air. She instinctively looked up. Pan Ning had made his move. In a flash, his figure streaked like lightning, fist swinging forward. Transparent spiritual energy gathered, coalescing into a tremendous force that exploded toward the cat demon. With a sweep of his arm, the clear aura surged and then erupted with overwhelming power. With a sickening crunch, the decaying cat demon was obliterated by a single punch. It let out a strangled shriek before its body burst apart midair, shredded to pieces. The might of a 4-star ghost carver was fully on display. Witnessing this, Lin Yi briefly froze. The spiritual energy gathering in her palm instantly dissipated. The others let out a breath they didn't realize they'd been holding. A profound sense of safety washed over the group. Despite their earlier friction, the presence of this 4-star vanguard and his undeniable strength was deeply reassuring. The cat demon's mangled corpse crashed to the ground, where the corroded earth beneath began to ravenously absorb its remains. It was as if the ruined ground was being magically restored in fast forward, the pockmarks and pits fading away, the surface smoothing out dark and whole once more. The earth had consumed the cat demon, siphoning its flesh and blood, and now it brimmed with even more potent darkness, so much that it eclipsed even the cat demon's corrupted aura. Pan Ning sighed, glancing over at Fang Yi and the others, shaking his head in resignation. "It's clear something's wrong here. Don't just stand there doing nothing," he said with another weary sigh. That woman, what was she thinking, pairing him with these unreliable teammates? The extreme dark zone was no walk in the park. There were far more bizarre threats ahead. The decaying cat demon was likely the weakest among them. And yet just now when it charged, that guy just froze up like he'd been scared out of his wits. Pan Ning felt another odd twinge. Back when he attacked, he'd sensed an incredibly powerful force totally different from darkness, an explosive unfamiliar pressure that made his heart pound with dread. But as quickly as it appeared, it vanished. Like some great power about to strike only to pull back at the last instant. Was it just his imagination? He looked over his shoulder at the group, especially at Lin Yi. Hadn't she been about to make her move as well? Was it her? With the cat demon dispatched, the team pressed on. Elsewhere, cold sweat trickled down Zhao Meng's forehead. Terrifying, truly terrifying. But it wasn't the rotting cat demon she feared. It was Fang Yi. Fang Yi was scarier than anything she'd seen. She just glimpsed his hand resting on the hilt of the long blade at his waist. In that instant, Zhao Meng felt like her own death was looming over her. She'd felt as if she'd stepped straight into the heart of the sun, its blinding light engulfing her, searing flames flowing over her skin, threatening to melt her away. Fortunately, just as she was about to collapse under the pressure, Fang Yi let go. She shuddered at the memory. That terrifying, oppressive aura vanished completely, as if it had never existed. But just as she finally felt the tension leave her chest, swish, 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 an eerie sound suddenly echoed from the horizon. Anyone who'd spent years living by the sea would recognize it in an instant. It was the sound of waves crashing against the shore. But how could there be the sound of ocean waves here? The lantern-bearer lifted her eyes, and in that moment her pupils dilated in shock. She saw it, there were actually surging waves on the distant horizon. In an instant, a tremendous black energy swept across the land, flooding it in inky darkness. An overwhelming, rotting aura radiated from it, scorching and intense. It was the purest, most extreme manifestation of the dark element. Before anyone could react, the darkness gathered and roared into a monstrous tidal wave, countless layers high, each one more furious than the last. Giant walls of black sea surged upward, threatening to swallow the skies themselves. With a shuddering rush, the black tide rolled towards Fang Yi and the others, bearing down on them with crushing force, unstoppable, inescapable. The squad members were stunned with terror. What's happening? What is that? Why does the dark energy suddenly feel so much stronger? What are those waves? Has the ocean been tainted by darkness? And why are they coming straight at us? This aura exploding out of nowhere, it's horrifying. Panic broke across every face. Penning's eyes burned red as she choked out 4 words in disbelief. Dark tide. How? How could the dark tide of the extreme dark zone erupt now? That thing is the purest form of darkness. It devours everything like rot. We planned everything specifically to avoid the day of the tide. Why is it appearing at this moment? The darkness can actually force the tide to manifest, turning the entire extreme dark zone into a land of apocalypse. Now the whole entrance is sealed off. When the dark tide bursts out, it sweeps over the whole zone. Nothing inside can escape, not even the anomalies. Damn it! At that same moment, far away and across a surveillance screen, a slender silhouette stared at the monitors showing every squad entering the extreme dark zone. Her beautiful eyes constricted sharply. The dark tide wasn't supposed to be happening now. She and her team had calculated all possible variables, planned everything down to the finest detail, and yet it appeared anyway. And of all places, it broke out right where third squad was the one with the weakest overall strength and the highest number of outside pioneers. Once the dark tide unfurls, everything nearby is swept into absolute darkness. No one gets in, no one gets out. How did the third squad end up facing something this cursed? Incinerate the dead seal with 9 dragons. Back in the extreme dark zone, everyone was frozen in place. It was like they were seeing a black wave. Over the chaos, they could faintly hear the roar of an ocean. It sounded like some furious giant beast bellowing toward the sky. The sound of layer upon layer of waves surged closer and closer, and for a moment it was as if they were standing on a storm-lashed shore, watching immense waves rising up toward the heavens, about to crush the land beneath them. What is this? Is that sea water? Why can I hear the sound of the sea? Is there really an ocean in this pitch-black place? What exactly is the dark tide? Lin Yi froze in shock. A powerful sense of unease swept over her. It was even more intense and chilling than when she'd faced the vines earlier, making her scalp tingle with fear. There was something unimaginably dangerous hidden within the crashing of those waves. Instantly she sensed that many nearby presences had revealed themselves all at once. These were the anomalies lurking in the pitch-dark zone. They had underestimated just how many of them there really were. Countless frenzied, mutated creatures thrived in a place like this. And now every single one of them had been driven out by the dark tide. She could see it with her own eyes. A giant fox demon burst forth, its rotten fur and blood-red eyes glaring with menace. From a distance it flung a grotesquely oversized tail at them and lunged without warning. Boom! Lin Yi struck out with her palm, smashing the fox demon's head to pieces. But it didn't matter, not at all. In the next moment the darkness erupted with terrifying waves. Far ahead, massive whirlpools formed, towering like storm-tossed seas, and countless anomalies surfaced like swarms of crawling black dots. Everyone's nerves went taut. That many. All around them now, the most powerful and troublesome anomalies weren't even focused on attacking the team. Instead they shrieked, howled, and sprinted for their lives, as if death itself was right on their heels. The dark tide. That sound of the waves, it was the dark tide formed from a concentration of the darkness attribute. Even a single touch would corrupt and erode you, consuming everything in its path. Not even the anomalies could resist its pull. Run! Pan Ning yelled. Everyone instantly bolted on instinct. That terrifying wave of darkness, black as night, started surging toward them like a raging ocean. It slammed down on the ground again and again, devouring every inch of the path ahead, a wall of absolute black. A chorus of mournful, tortured screams pierced through. Those anomalies who weren't quick enough were torn to shreds by the tide, leaving only shrill whimpers behind. Even anomalies, with all their monstrous power, couldn't stand against such overwhelming darkness. Run! You have to run. Don't get caught. Don't under any circumstances. I don't think I can keep up, gasped someone. Behind them, the tide surged closer like a wild beast hot on their heels, narrowing the gap between itself and Team 3 with alarming speed. Despair and gloom began to seep into their hearts. Were they actually going to make it out alive? Pan Ning felt himself falter. He was the squad's strongest vanguard, a ghost chisel 4-star, respected and feared by many. But now, staring at the tidal wave of darkness coming straight for them, his eyes were filled with terror, his hands trembling not from exhaustion but from sheer primal fear. Am I really going to die here? That terrifying tide swallowed the spot where they'd just stood. The voices that rose up from within were blood-curdling shrieks. Anomalies, one after another, were caught and consumed by the dark tide. In that moment Pan Ning understood all too well. Squad 3 had reached a dead end. There was nowhere left to run. They were about to be swallowed by the onrushing tide. Cousin. Lin Yi clung tightly to Fang Yi's sleeve, tears welling in her eyes. She'd imagined her own death countless times since her very first day as a pathfinder. She had always known this moment would come, but she never thought it would arrive so soon. The darkness attribute their spiritual power was being suppressed, their strength shackled. And now, this terrifying tide surged down upon them like a living nightmare, bringing death in its wake. It's over. Is this where I die? Her legs were trembling with exhaustion, she couldn't run any farther. Her mind grew hazy, her vision blurry. She thought she saw her cousin gently pat her on the shoulder. The next second, boom, crash. The roar of the tide abruptly vanished. The sudden scrape of a blade rang out, echoing through the wasteland. In the blink of an eye, a terrifying surge of fire erupted like a dragon unleashed, slashing forward and dyeing the endless black sea a brilliant crimson. Blazing flames burst forth, radiating heat and fury. Boom, boom, boom. Centered on the spot where Fang Yi stood, every anomaly, every monstrous figure lurking nearby exploded in an instant, their bodies torn apart by the waves of fire. A fire dragon surged through the heart of the tide, and within that blinding torrent of flame a mighty sealing technique blossomed with unstoppable force. The Pathfinders of Squad 3 witnessed an unbelievable sight. The monstrous tide that had hunted them, the twisted creatures hiding in its wake, every last one was caught suspended in midair by a flaming ring no thicker than a finger. For a moment it seemed as if time itself had frozen. The surging black waves, once crashing with murderous intent, were halted by the fire ring, stopped dead just a meter away, unable to take a single step further. It was as if the fire created an impenetrable barrier separating death from hope. Everyone was stunned. What is this? The black tide has been blocked. That's some incredible firepower. It didn't seem real. Fire. Sealing. Pan Ning's pupils contracted. He could feel the immense sealing force woven into the flames, a terrifying power like 9 dragons entwined, oppressive as a mountain, crushing the darkness beneath it. The very nature of the black tide, containing the purest darkness, should have been overwhelming, capable of devouring and polluting all living things. Even the anomalies it swept up barely survived, only the highest forms of elemental power could defend against it. But with one stroke Fang Yi had stopped the tide in its tracks. Who is he? How could he seal the dark attribute like this? Sweat ran down his back as realization dawned. In a flash the same impossible scene reflected in everyone's eyes. Black waves churned and rolled, carrying a nauseating stench. Like a tsunami, they tried to press closer, slamming against the barrier, but no matter how violently they crashed, they could not break through that slender ring of fire. In the next instant Fang Yi moved his finger. The ring of fire began to slowly contract. With every inch it tightened, the dark tide was forced into a smaller and smaller space. Gradually the ring shrank to fit into the palm of his hand, and the terrifying, overwhelming tide was trapped within its narrow circumference, compressed into a small pool of inky black water. Waves that moments ago seemed powerful enough to swallow everything were now sealed inside the fire ring. Off to the side, the Pathfinders, who just a second earlier had been so tense they could barely breathe, were completely dumbfounded. The dark tide, the horrifying disaster that devoured everything, it had just been sealed away. Sealed away. Pan Ning stared blankly at the scene unfolding before him, struggling to process what he'd just witnessed. Was this a joke? Was the dark tide something that could give even the military's most powerful high-star elites a headache, really trapped by a single ring of fire? And the one who did it was a young man who looked barely older than a college student. How could he possibly be this strong? For a moment his feelings toward Fang Yi became an indecipherable tangle. Meanwhile, back in the monitoring room, everyone's eyes were glued to the feed from Team 3. They'd all but given up hope, watching as the team was relentlessly chased down by the raging tide. But at the very moment the blade struck, one woman's gaze locked on the screen, catching unbelievably the ring of fire as it sealed away the darkness. Did he really just seal up a dark type power? Dark attribute ability. Infinite realm of darkness. Even the Skyfire trembled in response, the terrifying power of the seal stamping down with absolute authority. Inside the fire ring, the black tide seethed and churned, its surface marred by tiny cracks like fractured glass, clear evidence of the dark power struggling violently within. Then shing! With a single strike, Skyfire exploded. Flames engulfed the black surface, setting it ablaze until it boiled furiously. Shadows of dragon-like forms flickered just beneath the roiling surface, a truly terrifying sight. Consumed by this sudden, overwhelming cremation, the black water was vaporized into a thick black mist that drifted outside the ring, releasing a pungent, acrid stench. For a moment dead silence filled the air. They say water restricts fire and fire subdues water. Usually when the two meet, it's clear either the fire is extinguished or the water evaporates. It's obvious who's stronger. But this was no ordinary water. This was a tide born from a high-level dark attribute, viciously corrosive, capable of devouring anything. Now it was being scalded into steam by this fire. Standing in front of Lin Yi, Fang Yi's posture was upright. He spun the Tang saber in his hand before sheathing it at his waist, having just sealed away the annihilating dark tide within the fire ring. He spoke, his voice calm and even. "This seal won't hold for long. There's too much dark energy inside. We need to move now." His words startled everyone back into motion. They looked at Fang Yi with expressions of shock and awe. Zhao Meng was the first to burst into tears, overcome with relief and raw gratitude after having survived such horror. "Cousin, sob cousin, you saved my life again. I have nothing left to offer. Except myself." He sealed the dark tide with a single stroke. Could this guy even be human? Good grief, what a monster. "My knees feel weak, I just want to kneel at his feet. Honestly, I feel like I can't even lift my head in front of him." Kneeling would actually better reflect the dynamic between us. For the first time, the word genius has taken on a real image for me. A badass guy like him. Of course, he should be dancing with fire. Right now, as Pan Ning looked at that figure, his expression was a tangled mess of emotions. What did he say before they came in? "Oh right, don't hold us back." In hindsight, that advice should be given to everyone here, including himself, because in front of this guy, the rest of them were nothing but dead weight. "You." Pan Ning let out a bitter laugh. At first he'd thought these young people were unreliable, that this time his teammates were too reckless and would just drag him down, and so he was more than a little discontented. But after witnessing that slash just now, there was only one thing he wanted to say. Holy shit, are all young people these days this wild? The contempt in Pan Ning's eyes faded away, replaced by genuine respect. Meanwhile, the dark tide had been trapped within a ring of flames, boiling and burning. Yet its terrifying aura hadn't been destroyed, it simply turned to steam, still crawling outwards, the stench of decay lingering in the air like a haunting shadow. As everyone moved forward, they carefully avoided the fiery circle, terrified that the dark power might break free. The oppressive dread from that tide still weighed heavily on their hearts. Fang Yi brought up the rear, making sure nobody was left behind. At that moment, with everyone's back turned, no one noticed the faint glow flickering in his jet black eyes. Detected. Intense dark attribute fluctuations, initiating ultimate computational process compiling, compilation successful, you have acquired dark attribute ability. Infinite dark realm, effect. Pulls opponents into a sealed space engulfed in black mist. In this space, they are corrupted by darkness and their strength is reduced by 30%. The appearance of the dark tide hadn't been without reward. While sealing away its dark energy, Fang Yi had managed to synthesize a new technique. Dark realm. Is that a special domain? So as long as I cast this field, I can forcibly drag them into my territory, stack the effects of corruption and weaken my enemies by 30% for a one-on-one showdown. The advantage is all mine. A thought flashed through Fang Yi's mind. His eyes lit up and dimmed, an entire domain of darkness flickering just behind his gaze, a realm so deep it was like staring straight into the abyss, dark whirlpools swirling in its depths, radiating an overwhelming sense of mystery. At that very moment, Lin Yi happened to glance back just in time to see it. Instantly a chill ran down her spine. She couldn't believe it. No way. In this kind of brutal, exhausting environment, my cousin's gotten even stronger. How is that possible? Nothing earth-shattering happened back there except for that dark tide. Lin Yi was momentarily at a loss. Had he actually gotten some benefit from the depths of that dark tide? But the problem was, in this world the most terrifying aspect of the dark attribute was the power formed from the deepest negative emotions and buried malice within every living being, a force strictly prohibited by Xia Kingdom law. There had been pioneers who tried to wield dark attributes, but after just a few seconds of contact one of them lost his mind completely. That was the horror of the dark attribute. If sunlight, thunder and other high-level attributes represented unmatched strength and power, then the dark attribute was a force that bound and devoured the user's soul. When someone was consumed by it, a tidal wave of endless despair and fear would flood their mind, dragging them helplessly into an abyss from which there was no escape. Lin Yi remembered something Jialan had once told her. Jialan said, "Those who try to touch the darkness will ultimately find themselves trapped in an endless night, never able to find their way back." That was what made the dark attribute so frightening. It was a force beyond human comprehension or control, something that defied the natural order, a power that no human trailblazer could ever truly master. And it wasn't just her who knew this. Right now, in front of the monitor, Jialan's expression shifted several times as her gaze locked onto a face on the screen. Team 3 had survived, had actually crossed through a deadly tide of darkness that wiped out all life in its path. Thoughts churned in her mind. That squad only had 3 seasoned veterans led by Pan Ning. Overall, they were the weakest team. The route assigned to them was deliberately the furthest on the edge. She'd never imagined they'd encounter such a rare tide of darkness, much less that someone among them could seal away the power of the dark attribute. She turned to the files on hand. Every team had been registered with a basic roster, and hidden in those records was that person's information. Fang Yi, Lin Yi's cousin. Meanwhile, on the screen, Team 3 continued along their assigned route, getting closer to their destination. The deeper they went, the stranger things became. Suddenly, boom! A decaying leopard lunged out. Its fur was patchy and faded, and a nauseating, rotting stench clung to its body. The leopard's eyes were dull and lifeless. By all rights, it should have been nothing more than a crumbling corpse. Yet its rotten frame was bizarrely powerful, radiating a sickening and overwhelming sense of threat that was the mark of the dark attribute. Roaring, the mottled leopard charged straight at Team 3. But at that instant one team member moved, delivering a sudden whip-like kick. With a sharp crack the air split. The leopard howled in pain and a spray of blood erupted. Lin Yi withdrew her leg and, without even glancing back, continued deeper inside. The scene repeated itself. One after another the anomalies charged out, but none were a match for Pan Ning and Lin Yi. With Fang Yi's light attribute shielding them from the corruption of darkness and Lin Yi herself finally beginning to recover from her motion sickness, the task of dealing with most of the abnormalities fell to her. Whenever they ran into an anomaly or two that the team couldn't handle, Fang Yi would step in at just the right moment. Boom! Up ahead boulders exploded, shattering with thunderous force. Out of the shadows lumbered a massive lizard, its body cloaked in scales like pitch black armor, each plate gleaming as if forged from metal. The creature was as huge as a dragon, complete with twisted, horn-like protrusions atop its head. The anomaly had only just approached. Squad 3 hadn't even had a chance to make a move. In the next instant Fang Yi drew his blade. Flames erupted in a dazzling pattern and a searing arc of fire shot forth from the tip. Whoosh! Sparks cascaded like fireworks. The air filled with a screeching death cry as the monstrous anomaly suddenly collapsed, shattering apart. Ember and ash exploded around its corpse, while a bone-chilling, demonic wail tore through the air. One strike. Instant kill. Everyone who witnessed this scene stood stunned, nearly numb with shock. Ever since Fang Yi, invariably called cousin by those around him, started leading the way, it felt like their path had suddenly become totally safe, 100% secure. Is he really your cousin, or do you just like calling him that? Oh my god, he's incredible. He barely needs to lift a finger to wipe out these anomalies. Under Fang Yi's leadership, Squad 3 moved forward at an astonishing pace. As Pan Ning stepped over the creature's remains, his feet landed heavily, causing blood and gore to splatter onto his shoes. Not that he cared, his eyes were filled with awe as he gazed at Fang Yi's back. He couldn't help glancing at the tang blade sheathed at Fang Yi's side, a weapon as unstoppable as its master, and even felt a subtle creeping fear. Pan Ning himself was a 4-star Ghostcraft ranked pioneer, putting him in the top 10% of all pioneers. He prided himself on being among the elite. And yet, standing behind this young man, he felt small, even intimidated. To ordinary people, pioneers were like glimpsing the moon through the mouth of a well-distant, unreachable. But to Pan Ning, standing before Fang Yi was like a mayfly gazing up at the limitless sky. The gulf of talent between them was vast, so vast it made Pan Ning's heart quiver with dread. No amount of hard work could bridge such a gap. The world had changed. Everything was different now, rewritten by strange new laws. Countless pioneers fancied themselves exceptional, breaking limits, believing they could defy fate. But when someone like Fang Yi appeared, the pride was crushed in an instant, all their confidence ground to dust beneath his shadow. And then, Pan Ning tore his gaze away from Fang Yi and glanced at Lin Yi beside him. Wasn't she his cousin? A moment earlier Lin Yi had neatly taken down several anomalies herself, swift, decisive, utterly fearless in the face of danger. Though still not quite as extraordinary as her infamous cousin, as a 3-star Ghostcraft at such a young age, her future was clearly limitless. He couldn't help letting out a deep sigh. Just look at these young people, their abilities were leagues ahead of anything he'd expected. He really couldn't afford to underestimate these rising stars of the nation anymore. An old familiar saying popped into his mind. The waves of the Yangtze River drive on those before new talents always rise to surpass the old. But then he stopped himself. No, that sounded far too unlucky. Forget that. Cousin. Suddenly a bright voice broke the silence. Fang Yi turned and was met by Zhao Meng's beaming smile. She jogged over to squeeze in beside him, the word cousin slipping off her tongue more naturally each time. By now, she was even better at calling him that than Lin Yi, his actual cousin. What is it? Fang Yi looked at her. I brought some caffeinated gum with me. All the darkness we've walked through takes a toll. It probably won't help much, but at least it tastes sweet. Zhao Meng poured out some gum and handed it to Fang Yi and Lin Yi. Lin Yi's face remained calm and detached as always. Thank you, housewife, she said. Zhao Meng. Actually, that 81-year-old gorgeous housewife username was just something I made up. I'm only 18, I'm not a housewife at all. She snuck a glance at Fang Yi out of the corner of her eye. Fang Yi nodded slightly. The gum tastes good. Does it? I'm glad you like it. I'll make sure to buy this flavor from now on. Zhao Meng practically bounced back to the group as delighted as if she'd just gotten a gold star from her favorite teacher. Standing beside her, Lu Jiahe rolled her eyes at Zhao Meng's embarrassing display. Didn't you say this flavor tasted like garbage and you warned everyone off it? Now you're going to buy it all the time. Zhao Meng adopted a serious face. You don't get it. The way to a man's heart is through his stomach. Lu Jiahe. Zhao Meng had become a complete superfan of Fang Yi, no more like a die-hard fangirl who was obsessed with making him happy. Everything she said was practically dripping with infatuation. Still, when Lu Jiahe thought back to Fang Yi's otherworldly sealing skills, she quietly felt around in her own pockets. Cousin, I have gum too. grapefruit flavor. It's way better than hers, want to try? She asked him in a low voice. Zhao Meng. Just then the group suddenly stopped moving. Zhao Meng and Lu Jiahe immediately quieted down, watching curiously. At the front of the group, Pan Ning had come to a halt. She stared ahead at the strange sight before them, her voice trembling. We're here. In front of them lay a massive burial ground. The black earth reeked of rot and death, the air thick with decay. A dense layer of black dust covered the soil as if time itself had stopped here. White bones were scattered across the land, some snapped in pieces, others laid out in neat rows. Tatters of clothing poked up from the dirt, and resting in a crack was a half-shattered bracelet. Fang Yi noticed something about the bracelet seemed familiar, but he couldn't recall where he'd seen it before. And then, in the middle of all that desolation, a single white flower bloomed, fragile yet dazzling against the darkness. It radiated an aura of mystery and nobility, as if capable of banishing every shadow on earth. Shiqui flower. Someone gasped. It's the Shiqui flower. We really found it. Old Wu can be saved. The pillar of Xian Nation will stand strong again. In that instant, everyone shivered with excitement, their joy barely contained. This was what they'd come for. The legendary Shiqui flower. It was said that only this flower could heal one of Xia's most powerful leaders, grievously wounded in battle. Now the very thing that symbolized hope and the future stood before their eyes. The mission, their quest, was almost complete. Meanwhile, across the distance, watching the feed, Jialan shot to her feet. Her beautiful eyes were glued to the screen, fixated on that strange white flower. She was barely breathing. The Shiqui flower. That's it. That's really it. Squad 3 had already arrived at the mission site and was about to begin collecting the flower. Hiss. She frowned, glancing at her wounded arm. Her arm, as pale and smooth as white jade, was wrapped in layers of gauze now soaked through with fresh blood. The ghastly bundle of fabric hung across her shoulder, looking as if it had just been fished out of a basin of blood. Rip. Galen tore off the gauze with an expressionless face, exposing a grotesque, terrifying wound. Jagged marks of decay and bite wounds crisscrossed her flesh, the teeth marks so deep they revealed glimpses of bone. This was her souvenir from venturing into the deep dark zone, and the wound still seeped with a dense, ominous darkness. With one hand she expertly replaced the gauze. Her movements were practiced as if she'd done this countless times before. At last they had found the lost tempering flower. Uncle Wu's wounds could finally be healed. Who would have thought the impossible task that even the Spiritual Association could not accomplish had actually been pulled off by those pioneers from the outside? Galen lowered her eyes, her thick lashes hiding the tear-shaped mole beneath. Half a month ago she had joined forces with the Spiritual Association to venture into the deep dark zone, but they had failed. Just as they found the lost tempering flower, a powerful anomaly lurking nearby erupted into violence, surrounding the Swordbearer squad. Their captain stayed behind to cover their retreat and remained there forever, part of that accursed land. The Swordbearers had failed, but Squad 3 had succeeded. A squad no one expected anything from. No one could have predicted that the team everyone had dismissed from the start would be the ones to actually reach the objective. And if experience was anything to go by, Squad 3 would soon have to face a bloody onslaught from the surrounding anomalies. The land where the lost tempering flower bloomed lay in the heart of the deep dark zone, where the anomalies, corrupted by dark energy, grew savage and bloodthirsty, far more brutal than those on the outskirts. For a pioneer to fall into their territory was like a sheep walking into a den of wolves. But Galen wasn't particularly worried for the squad's safety, because of the slim, solitary figure within their ranks, Fang Yi. Honestly, her attention had been fixed on him the entire journey, ever since she'd witnessed his true strength. After that, she found herself thinking the anomalies should be the ones feeling fear. Die or flee. The choice was simple. As long as Fang Yi acted, the anomaly would never survive a second strike. He always finished the fight in a single blow, never needing a follow-up. And the more effortlessly he fought, the greater the deterrent became. Anomalies were cunning. Hadn't she noticed? After Fang Yi made his move, the number of anomalies blocking their path dwindled. On the latter half of the journey, they'd barely encountered any resistance that alone spoke volumes. Like animals, they bullied the weak but feared the strong. And Fang Yi was far too formidable. Trying to take him head-on was a fool's game. His blade fell from the heavens in a blaze of fire so fierce and magnificent it didn't seem like any ordinary flame. In fact, it resembled something more akin to holy light. Just as Galen had predicted, Squad 3's task of picking the lost tempering flower went off without a hitch, relaxed, unhurried, without a single obstacle. Watching Fang Yi pluck the withered bloom, everyone, including themselves, was left utterly stunned. Zhao Meng couldn't help but turn to Pan Ning and ask, "That's it? That's all we needed?" Pan Ning nodded emphatically. "That's all we needed. So we just earned $1 million. Zhao Meng pressed. "As soon as we get back, we'll have the money in hand." Zhao Meng was still in disbelief. Is it really this easy to make that much money? But deep down she knew full well none of it would have been possible without Fang Yi. If it hadn't been for him, their whole group would have died in the darkness of the tidal zone long ago. As she watched everyone start heading back, Jialan tapped her earpiece and relayed the same message to all the teams in her characteristically cool voice. Mission accomplished. Everyone can retreat now. You all undertook tremendous risk this time. The promised 1 million will be paid to each of you. The team that completed the mission will receive an extra reward. The moment those words were transmitted, the other two teams erupted into chaos. It was as if they'd heard something completely unbelievable, exchanging startled, uncertain glances. What just happened? Someone finished the mission already. No way. Since we entered the pitch-black sector, we've been trapped, unable to take even a single step forward, and now you're telling me someone made it all the way to the center and got the withered bloom. At that moment, both teams were still battling swarms of abominations, warped ground under their feet, rotting fur, the overwhelming stench of blood, and clusters of crimson eyes gleaming with feral hunger in the dark. Clearly each group was fighting for their lives. So just how did that team pull it off? Suddenly a friend request popped up. Sender. Jialan Wasteland Division. Waiting outside was a middle-aged man, face solemn, a jagged scar the length of a thumb running above one eyebrow. His presence radiated a suffocating, almost unfathomable strength. He stood at the entrance as unmoving as a mountain. When he spotted Fang Yi and the others approaching, his gaze fell directly on the withered bloom in Fang Yi's hand. Missions complete. Hand over the flower. Fang Yi stepped forward and did as instructed. Behind him, Lin Yi clung nervously to his arm. The man's commanding, almost mystical presence made her feel like he could crush them with a single gesture. The sheer oppressive force, he was unmistakably one of the very top-ranked scouts. Asterisk, if this is just her subordinate, then what on earth is Jialan herself? Asterisk, after accepting the withered bloom, the scarred man gave Fang Yi a curt nod and left. The moment he was gone, everyone except Fang Yi let out a long, relieved sigh. What an intimidating aura. I couldn't even tell what level he was at, but he was far beyond me. Facing him made me way more nervous than fighting those monsters. When he spoke just now, I didn't even dare breathe. And cousin, he walked right up, looked him straight in the eye, handed over the flower, didn't back down at all. That's insane. With the mission complete, everyone evacuated the pitch-black zone and returned to the entrance of the Wasteland Division. As soon as they stepped outside, they spotted the scar-faced man sent by Jialan waiting for them. Fang Yi slipped nonchalantly back into their group and tilted his head to ask his cousin heading home. Lin Yi nodded. Yeah, the mission was done. Next, they just had to wait for Sister Jialan to transfer the money. There was really no point in hanging around any longer. Zhao Meng looked on with longing in her eyes. How could she hitch a ride home with her cousin too? Help! Waiting on answers, it's urgent. At that moment an SUV rolled up beside her. The window slid down to reveal Lu Jiahe, unmistakable with his signature eye patch. MRS. Robinson, my drivers here want a ride home. No thanks. And stop calling me MRS. Robinson, I'm changing my name, she shot back. What's gotten into you today? You were always begging me to drive, saying you wanted to experience what it feels like to cry in a BMW. SHH. Zhao Meng quickly slapped a hand over her mouth, then grinned at Fang Yi, who had turned to see what the commotion was about. Don't mind her, she's talking about someone else. She's lost her mind, Zhao Meng explained with a sweet smile. Lu Jiahe rolled her eyes so hard they nearly disappeared into her skull. She broke free of Zhao Meng's grip and waved at Lin Yi, then pointed at her phone. Yi's sister Jialan is looking for you in the group chat. Lin Yi froze. Looking for me? Jialan had always been cool and aloof. What could she want all of a sudden? Could it be about this mission? She dug her phone out of her backpack and opened the martial arts first group chat. Jialan's message popped up at once. Jialan. At Yi Feng Heiju, may I have a word alone with your cousin? In this group, anytime Jialan spoke, it was like a camera flash going off, instant sensation, feeding the crowd's gossip appetite. Sure enough, the message sent a ripple through the chat as everyone jumped in to join the fun. Even Wen Zhu, usually the picture of cool detachment, immediately chimed in. Dan Mo Wen Zhu. At Yi Feng Heiju, what's up? Your cousin's here too. Lady Anfa Wang. Why does Sister Jialan want to talk to Yi's cousin? Is he a pioneer too? At Yi Feng Heiju, Nuantian Naijiang. Oh my god, Yi's cousin helped with the mission. All the big brothers and sisters are so amazing. I want to be like you guys. Dan Mo Wen Zhu. Now I'm curious, what did Yi's cousin do that got Jialan's attention? 81-year-old glamorous MRS. Robinson. Peeking kitten emoji. Zhao Meng dropped an emoji into the chat too, but didn't say anything. She just gave a playful humph. Humph. A bunch of normies, do they have any idea how valuable my big cousin is? The chat exploded with new messages in seconds, but Jialan herself didn't respond again. And then Lin Yi's phone chimed with a new notification. Ding dong, you have received a friend request. Sender. Jialan, even Lin Yi, usually so reserved, couldn't help feeling surprised. Ever since she joined the group 6 months ago, Lin Yi could count on one hand the number of times Jialan had spoken up. Forget tagging someone or adding them as a friend, even Wenzu, the most senior member, didn't have the honor of being on Jialan's friends list. And yet now, because of her cousin, she'd received a friend request from Jialan herself. Was she just basking in her cousin's glow? Lin Yi felt equal parts amused and exasperated as she handed her phone to Fang Yi, honestly recounting all the messages from the group. Cousin Jialan wants to meet you. Are you willing? Of course. Why wouldn't I? Fang Yi nodded without hesitation. He was more than a little curious about Jialan himself. All right. Lin Yi nodded too, then bent over her phone to reply to Jialan. A moment later the scar-faced man reappeared. He walked straight up to Fang Yi and gave him a slight nod. Before, his gestures had been merely polite, but this time Fang Yi could clearly sense a note of respect. Mr. Fang Yi. That's me. Please come with me. Fang Yi followed him, feeling the immense aura radiating from the man in front, the kind of boundless pressure you'd feel standing before the ocean. It was obvious the scar-faced man was even stronger than Gui Fu, though Fang Yi couldn't pin down the exact level. But for someone of such strength to be at Jialan's beck and call, Fang Yi couldn't help feeling even more intrigued by who Jialan really was. There was an SUV idling nearby, surrounded by a handful of steady, poised individuals. They had a certain disciplined air about them, soldier-like really. As Fang Yi passed, he kept his gaze steady, eyes front. The scar-faced man led Fang Yi to the side of the car, gave him a respectful nod, and then walked away. Fang Yi climbed in. Inside sat a striking woman, tall and slender. Her long legs were crossed, her figure undeniably alluring, and a single teardrop-shaped mole near her eye added just the right touch of charm to her otherwise cold, sculpted features. She lounged against the seat, a bandage wound tightly around her arm, already soaked with blood, though she paid it no mind. When she turned to look at Fang Yi, a hint of surprise flickered in her eyes. Younger than on the video. Before her sat a young man with bright, steady eyes, a lean and athletic build, handsome features, and fair skin. His attitude as he greeted her was calm and self-assured, his bearing both composed and impressive. Hello, I'm Jialan. I know who you are. You're Lin Yi's cousin Fang Yi. I wanted to meet you mainly to thank you for bringing the lost tempered flower out of the dark zone. Jialan radiated a commanding presence. The moment she spoke, it was clear she was used to being in charge. She watched Fang Yi carefully, her gaze deep and searching. Fang Yi met her eyes. Retrieving the lost tempered flower was the mission I just followed through. I know, Jialan replied. I've already transferred the 1 million reward to your account and added an extra 500,000. If it hadn't been for your intervention, this mission would have failed. Thank you, you saved Mer Wu's life. Fang Yi noticed the elder Wu she mentioned. He vaguely remembered Pan Ning bringing him up before this mission to retrieve the quenched flower was all to save a certain Big Shot from the Xia Kingdom. If he remembered correctly, that Big Shot's surname was Wu. So what kind of relationship does Jialan have with this Wu? Helping Jialan cleanse the dark attribute wound. The Star God War Zone token. Jialan gazed at Fang Yi as if she wanted to see straight through him, but eventually she couldn't help but shake her head and chuckle. I never imagined that without any help from the nation or the military, someone like you, a trailblazer, could even exist. Her eyes were cold and clear as she turned to look out the window. Blood dripped onto the floor from her wounds, yet she didn't flinch. Being injured seemed to be something she was long accustomed to. This mission was to save an elder of mine, she said quietly. He's devoted his entire life to the country, served it tirelessly until the end. Fang Yi nodded. Now he understood the full picture of their mission. A loyal elder of the nation, gravely wounded and on the brink of death, and the people from the Spirit Association had already made an attempt to rescue him but failed. Their own success in venturing into the place of absolute darkness came down to Fang Yi's unique positive attribute and the might of the 9 dragons' heavenly fire seal. Otherwise the tide of darkness alone would have wiped them all out. Do you want to know what the nation is like these days? Jialan asked. Fang Yi gave a small nod. I'm all ears. Jialan let out a soft sigh. Her voice was clear and pleasant, yet the heaviness beneath it was unmistakable. The world has changed drastically. What the nation fears and pays most attention to now is the dark attribute. Since the tide of spiritual energy revived, all living things have begun to evolve. But darkness pushes that evolution in the wrong direction. It turns living beings into twisted, unnatural aberrations. Now, the number of these dark attribute aberrations is rising fast, and their influence keeps spreading. They're like cancerous tumors lurking everywhere across the country. Each one could trigger disaster at any moment. That's why the nation must pull out every stop, cordon off forbidden zones, and have the Spirit Association's teams on constant alert in every city. But the numbers just keep climbing and things are only going to get worse. She glanced at Fang Yi, then continued, I'm telling you all this not to bind or guilt you into anything. It's just someone as outstanding as you deserves to know the truth. Only when you understand can you keep your head in the chaos that's sure to come. I understand, Fang Yi replied with a slight nod. The two of them exchanged a smile. As top pioneers, they felt a silent understanding between them in that moment. Jialan slowly brewed a cup of tea. The rich aroma filled the room, helping to clear their minds. After they enjoyed the tea together for a while, Fang Yi spoke up softly, if I run into any aberrations, I won't just look away. You can count on that. Jialan was caught off guard for a second. Then she looked hard at Fang Yi, her gaze deep and thoughtful. At first, when I asked to speak with you privately, I just wanted to meet this renowned trailblazer in person. But now I genuinely want to be your friend. If the folks in our group chat found out that the aloof and friendless Jialan actually said something like this, their jaws would hit the floor. Jialan extended her slender, graceful hand. Fang Yi gave it a polite shake to show his respect. With tea in hand, they began to talk about the upheaval in the world, the rebirth of spiritual energy. The more they spoke, the more they found in common. The conversation flowed, the distance between them shrinking. In the future, if there are any missions, I'll come to you, Jialan said. A pioneer like you is wasted on ordinary jobs. Fang Yi agreed. Suddenly his gaze dropped to Jialan's arm. By the way, your injury. Jialan was caught slightly off guard. Then Fang Yi's right hand flared with a surge of blue lightning. Jialan felt a tingling numbness course through her body. A moment later, she could unmistakably sense that the dark energy wound around her injury had been completely drawn out. No, destroyed was more like it. The darkness attribute left in the wound had prevented it from healing, which was why her serious injury refused to get better. Jialan's pupils narrowed. He's a lightning attribute pioneer as well. Under the violent force of lightning, darkness had nowhere to hide, utterly obliterated. Jialan realized. The wound that had been bleeding non-stop now, surrounded by chilling arcs of electricity, was finally starting to close. Fang Yi made sure every trace of darkness was gone from her arm before rising to his feet. I should go, my cousin is still waiting for me. As he turned to leave, Jialan stood as well, producing a palm-sized token from her pocket. Thank you again. That flower is crucial for old Wu's recovery. And here, take this token and hold on to it. Fang Yi glanced at the token in her hand. It was pitch black, cold to the touch, made of some unknown material. A fierce and powerful dragon was engraved across its surface. At the bottom, 4 words were carved in flowing script. Star God War Zone. Fang Yi's heart pounded. So she really is military. And not just any branch, but from the most formidable of all, the Star God War Zone. Fang Yi stepped down from the jeep. Jialan watched the unwavering set of his shoulders as he walked away, a quiet sigh echoing in her heart. People like them, entrusted with special missions, always had some force or organization quietly supporting them. But Fang Yi was different. He'd carved out his own place with nothing but his own strength, forging ahead through the darkness and the unknown. And now he truly had what it took to stand beside people like her. Back in their cozy apartment, Lin Yi came home, changed her clothes and headed back out to buy groceries. All the while she never asked Fang Yi what Jialan wanted to discuss. To her it was only natural that her cousin's impressive abilities would attract some attention. Fang Yi stood by the window gazing out at the city below. Not long ago, I was standing here as just another failed college entrance exam candidate, an ordinary person with a bleak future. But now, as I stand here again, my identity and circumstances are completely different. With $1,000,000 freshly deposited into my account, I finally have some confidence. Fang Yi allowed himself a moment of reflection before shifting his attention to the spoils he'd reaped from the abyss of darkness. Boundless Dark Realm. This ability allows me to drag opponents into my own domain of darkness. The moment they're pulled inside, their power is weakened. The longer they stay, the more terrifying the damage from the dark energy becomes. In some ways it's a lot like the dark tide I once experienced in that abyss. The darkness itself is highly corrosive and damaging to living beings. If someone's trapped in there long enough, it could even drive them insane. It's a pretty torturous move, all things considered. Fang Yi was very satisfied with this ability. When it came to explosive, flashy attacks, it couldn't compare to Divine Thunder Tempering or the Scarlet Flame Blade. But this slow-cooking, grinding approach could be a nightmare for any foe, grinding down both their mind and body. And the true power of the Boundless Dark Realm went way beyond just that. While enemies would be weakened inside, to Fang Yi it was like a fish in water, literally. If darkness was water, then he was the fish, able to move unseen and unhindered. He could even fully merge into the darkness itself and watch as his opponents suffered. Just thinking about it made him feel like a real trickster. Drag someone in, and even if they died, no one would ever know. Perfect for making bodies vanish without a trace. Fang Yi skillfully channeled the dark element he had obtained, embedding it into his back. Zilla, a faint itch spread across Fang Yi's back. In the mirror, he watched as dark lines slowly appeared on his skin, radiating an eerie chill. The twisted, interwoven lines were terrifying and strange, like the totem of some forgotten dark god. His back was now blanketed in black markings, shadows writhing, flickering with light. Fang Yi could feel an irresistible surge of dark power emanating from these marks. The sensation was eerily similar to when he first stepped into the abyss of darkness, but now it felt completely natural. When he activated the Golden Sun breathing technique, his golden energy seemed to merge and interact with the black markings, creating a strange black-gold radiance. It looked both powerful and mysterious. I'm about to break through to 6 stars, Fang Yi murmured to himself. 7 colleges, 7 lovers, king or queen of the game, charming everyone, male or female. As a trailblazer, sensing the energy of heaven and earth and drawing it in was just the first step. More important was learning to guide that energy to temper one's body, the true path of cultivation. For ordinary pioneers lacking in natural talent, if they also don't have a sufficiently powerful cultivation method to guide them, their progress is likely to stall for a long time. That's why the vast majority of pioneers nowadays remain stuck at the first or second star of the Ghost Axe realm. In contrast, people like Lin Yi and Dan Mo Wenzo have solid innate gifts, and now that they're at the Jialan level, they also have powerful forces supporting them from behind. With both talent and resources on their side, their cultivation levels are far ahead of everyone else. After I'd absorbed the darkness attribute, my own strength increased considerably. I'd already started to sense the threshold to the 6-star level. Fang Yi let out a slow breath and activated the golden sun breathing technique. Instantly, golden light curled around his body, and the surging golden energy flowed from head to toe, making him look like a little golden statue. Yet within that brilliant glow, faint wisps of black energy could be seen, lending his appearance an ambiguous, almost eerie mix of light and dark. He could feel the blood and energy coursing through his veins, his aura strong and vast. In a little while he'd be able to try breaking through to the 6-star level. After the day's missions, both Fang Yi and Lin Yi were thoroughly exhausted. Once they'd had dinner, the two of them each went to their rooms to rest, and before they knew it, morning had arrived. 8 o'clock. Fang Yi opened his eyes right on time and sat facing the rising sun, beginning his morning training. Only when his body was coated with a thin layer of sweat did he let out a long breath. My cousin didn't come to wake me up again today. He pushed open his bedroom door and saw a bowl of steaming hot barbecue pork rice noodles waiting on the dining table. By the door, the little bunny ear slippers were neatly tucked away in the shoe cabinet. Nice she didn't rush out in a panic this time. He sat down at the table and checked his phone. A message flashed on the screen. Yi Feng He. Cousin, I'm going out to train with my teammates. I'll be back tonight. With teammates. Training. Just from those few words he could tell she'd purposely avoided asking him along. So this girl, does she think that whenever she's with me there's no chance for real training? Fang Yi understood in an instant. Who would have thought Yi may look delicate and gentle, but she's so independent and self-reliant inside. A faintly proud smile crept onto Fang Yi's lips. He could understand her choice. If it were him, he wouldn't want to always live under someone else's protection either. Sure, it's safe, but you'd never grow that way. After all, flowers raised in a greenhouse will never survive in a world like this. The future is filled with unseen dangers. Any pioneer could fall. The fact that his cousin realized this was a good sign. After savoring the delicious barbecue pork noodles, Fang Yi washed the dishes and collapsed onto the couch, getting ready for his daily news scroll. No world-shaking headlines today. Bored Fang Yi absent-mindedly skimmed through shallow news gossip. Top actress and director spark midnight script rumors. Goddess at concert with Fever Sheep and 7 University 7 partners ultimate player wins all, and on and on. After scrolling for ages, Fang Yi didn't find a single useful piece of information. The news section had always been like this unless there was an official statement issued from above or catastrophic injuries caused by some earth-shattering event. Most people simply didn't realize the world was changing. In a way, it just went to show that the resurgence of spiritual energy hadn't made much of a difference to ordinary people. The Army and the Spirit Association were doing their jobs well. With his cousin gone, what should he do today? Fang Yi leaned back against the sofa, gazing at the ceiling. Suddenly his eyes fell upon a small flower sitting on the windowsill. Thanks to Fang Yi's careful tending, this little flower had transformed from a nameless scruffy weed into a stunning houseplant. The blossom wasn't large, about the size of a palm, but it was exquisitely vibrant, each petal a slightly different shade. At first glance it looked pale yellow, but it glimmered softly, making the entire flower dazzling and eye-catching. At its center, a drop of crimson like a bead of blood gleamed dangerously, casting a strange subtle glow. It looked beautiful, yet exuded a distinct sense of danger. From the moment Fang Yi had brought the plant home, he'd immediately warned Lin Yi to stay away and never touch it. He'd looked so serious that Yi, who'd been planning to help water the flower, froze in surprise. But once Fang Yi let her sense the flower's aura of desolation, the clever girl caught on quickly. A plant with the power of desolation wasn't something to be taken lightly. Fang Yi cupped the pot in his hands, murmuring to himself. In his hands, the flower pot felt less like a plant and more like a quiet, gentle pet stretching out its leaves affectionately toward him. Seeing this, Fang Yi glanced out the window. The weather was nice today. Let's go for a walk, shall we? It was the same old forest as before, the homeland, so to speak, of this desolate blossom. Pot in hand, Fang Yi strolled through the vast woodland. A warm breeze shimmered in the morning light, lush green everywhere, vibrant with life and tranquility. The wind rustled the leaves overhead, filling the air with soft whispers. Summer was fading, autumn on its way, and even the birds seemed quieter now. Venturing deep into the forest, Fang Yi found the trees grew taller and thicker, their canopies blocking out almost all the sky. He was there to take the flower home, to let it visit its birthplace. This should be the spot, right? He stopped before an ancient tree, its trunk looking rather wilted, half of it was dried up and dead. Using 2 fingers, Fang Yi gently lifted the desolate blossom out of its pot, crouched down and buried it in a small hole he dug beside the tree. And in that instant, whoosh! It was like a swarm of locusts had swept through. The aura of desolation surged outward, assaulting the surrounding vegetation. Leaves fell all at once, flower buds trembled, roots shriveled as life was drained away, twisting and drying up. Even the grand banyan tree, once lush and vibrant, withered to the bone, its parched leaves scraping together in the wind with an eerie, mournful wail. The purple vines that once curled around the rocks had now faded to a dull ashen gray. Their sprawling stems were exposed under the sunlight, lifeless and dry. The vibrant forest, once ablaze with color, had turned into a scene of devastation, all in the time it took for a single flower to bloom. But this flower had bloomed far too fast. In the blink of an eye, everything nearby had already been drained bare. To the plants of this land, if setting a mountain on fire is a drawn-out execution, then this aura of desolation is like swallowing a bullet, instant and final. One way still lets you struggle, throwing up a bit of smoke, while the other doesn't even give you time to hear the shot before you're gone. Fang Yi frowned slightly at the scene. He took out the flower, then put it back into its pot. Anyone who regularly cultivates desolation-type powers knows that nature's ecosystem has a way of healing itself, recovering its vitality after being wounded. Drawing from it from time to time is fine, but too much and you're just draining the well for quick fish. The damage to the environment becomes irreversible. Cradling the flower, Fang Yi stepped across the barren ground and continued deeper toward the heart of the forest, where the trees still stood thick and dense. As he went, he thought of the evolving wolf packs, the power of desolation at work. The land itself lay lifeless, stripped of all energy. Trees that were once lush and green now stood withered and shriveled, their branches naked and bleached in the sun like so many brittle bones. The wild grasses had vanished from the cracked, parched earth, nothing remained but blowing dust and unending emptiness. The only sound was the wind howling through deserted groves. Once again Fang Yi bent down to pick up a spirit flower and returned it to the flower pot, leaving no trace but his silhouette against the ground, achieving much but content to remain in the background. Just a few more stops, he thought, and he'd be done with today's feeding. In this age of revived spiritual energy, these forests had become treacherous territory, especially for newcomers or ordinary people. The woods crawled with snakes, insects, rats, and ants, troublesome enough on their own, but now particularly prone to absorbing the forest's spiritual energy and joining the ranks of the evolved. Once they transformed, it would be bad enough if they just stayed hidden and cultivated. But when they turned aggressive and started hunting humans, even seasoned survivalists and top-notch equipment could hardly guarantee escape. So the forests after the spiritual revival were even more deserted than before. Not even veteran backpackers or livestream adventurers dared set foot here anymore. Fang Yi had walked inside for nearly an hour now and hadn't seen the slightest trace of another person. As for the other evolved creatures, nestled quietly in his arms was that withered spirit flower, its faint aura of desolation drifting out in wisps, weaving an invisible web throughout the trees. Any creature who caught the scent would flee as fast as it could. Not a single one dared come within 10 meters of him. Noticing this, Fang Yi murmured softly, desolation must be one of the highest level attributes among plants. It's a gift strong enough to evolve into a king. If those vines hadn't been growing high in the sky, always moving from place to place, that spot could have easily reached A-rank territory. He looked down at the desolate flower in his hand, quietly thoughtful. The petals of the spirit flower trembled in the breeze, emitting a faint ethereal glow. Delicate and exquisite, it looked like the most brilliant touch of color on a master painter's canvas. It stood in stark contrast to every other flower in the forest, especially that single drop of blood red at its center, like a god's tear, carrying a subtle undertone of sorrow in its scent. Though vibrant with life, this blossom also held an undercurrent of decay, a whisper of rot that lingered just beneath the surface. If this flower were immortalized in a painting, it'd sit in a museum behind glass, fetching prices that defied reason. But seeing it here, real and tangible, only filled people with a deep sense of oppression and dread. Even ordinary people with no sensitivity to the supernatural would instinctively wrinkle their brows and edge away if they saw this flower. Beneath its seemingly beautiful appearance lurked a deadly, corrosive threat. Someday, if the world is thrown into chaos, if mutant creatures and anomalies invade the cities, you will be my final line of defense. Fang Yi gently flicked a petal. The petal quivered, swaying gently as if the flower was snuggling up to his finger, acting coy and affectionate. Just then a strange, drawn-out howl rang out from the east, echoing deep through the forest. He could faintly make out the calls of wolves. Beneath the whimpers, there was a hint of madness edged with a subtle savagery. Fang Yi paused, his eyes sharpening as he gazed in that direction. Wolves, yes, but there was something different about those cries, a strange undercurrent woven through them. Without hesitation he moved toward the source. To the east. He was already deep in the forest now, in a place so remote that even thrill-seeking backpackers stayed away. The farther civilization slipped away, the more treacherous the wilderness became. In the silence, the wolves' howls seemed to ricochet through the trees, some sharp and piercing, sending chills down the spine, others deep and hoarse, carrying a mixture of grief and fury, the raw urgency of life and death. Their cries intertwined, reverberating through the secluded woods, evoking awe and unease in equal measure. Not far ahead, Fang Yi hid behind a towering tree, quietly parting the leaves for a better view. His gaze fell upon the chaos unfolding before him. Are they evolving? Every wolf in sight was writhing on the ground, howling in pain as if seized by an inexplicable agony. Their fierce, muscular bodies were now shrouded in a gentle, radiant light. Each beam seemed to have a life of its own flowing across their fur with unnatural grace. A potent energy was spreading out from their forms. Fang Yi frowned slightly at the sight. Has one of them already evolved? Suddenly, a massive male wolf, the pack's leader, no doubt struggled up from the ground. Its thick gray fur now shimmered with a strange light, mysterious runic lines swirling over its body. As its howls grew louder, those markings became clearer, the glow intensifying with every note. Suddenly the light surrounding it vanished. The Wolf King's fur bristled like a coat of sharpened needles, its icy blue eyes filled with wild, murderous intent, exuding an overwhelming aura of violence and savagery. It had completed its evolution. A cruel glimmer flickered in the Wolf King's pupils. Towering in the woods like a living mountain, its claws gleamed with a cold, metallic sheen, hard as steel, deadly as blades. With this power, the Wolf King could now match a Tier 3 Ghost Axe Pioneer. This is bad. Fang Yi's brow furrowed deeper, his expression growing increasingly grave. These creatures were far too vicious. If they all finished evolving, they would become an unstoppable army of monsters. If he didn't handle this soon and they reached the city, it would spell disaster. He'd just promised Jialan a few days ago. A merciless resolve flashed in Fang Yi's eyes. Meanwhile, in a shadowy corner of the forest, a team of pioneers was anxiously watching the scene unfold. Their faces were grim. One of the wolves had already completed its evolution, its strength about the level of a Tier 3 divine axe. This is it. We have to stop them now. If these beasts finish evolving, the closest city, Tai City, will be the first to fall. Ferocious beasts were violent by nature, and now enhanced by the power of evolution, they would only become more terrifying. We need to call in the Spirit Association immediately. Their gazes met, each pioneer's pupils shrinking with unease. Every last one of them was a pioneer, but only a Tier 1 Ghost Axe. Yet the force radiating from the wolf pack was overwhelming, far beyond their strength. The place where the wolves were evolving was littered with bloody remains. The evolution had been agonizing, and as they transformed, they tore into the deer, rabbits, and other creatures of the forest, leaving behind a trail of carnage. The pioneers had traced that blood stench to this very spot. And now, seeing the pack leader complete its transformation, every heart skipped a beat. It's over. If we don't act, these monsters will all evolve. Desperately, they scrambled to contact anyone from the Spirit Cultivation Association. Boom! Suddenly, an immense, terrifying aura erupted from across the woods. In an instant, everyone's faces went pale. What is happening? What is that aura? My teeth are chattering. Not just you, I feel it too. It's not the wolf pack evolving, this is something even stronger, something far more overwhelming. What's going on? Everyone could sense it now. A dreadful, decaying presence swept over them like a choking blanket, pressing coldly down from above as if leeching their strength from the bones out. It consumed everything around them in mere moments. The forest ahead twisted before their eyes. Trees withered and died, the ground cracked and dried until it crumbled, and the sky filled with drifting gray clouds like a funeral shroud. It felt like the end of the world. A forbidden wasteland, evolution fueled by devouring wolf demons. Fang Yi planted the flower seed in the earth. The instant it hit the ground, a surge of powerful green energy erupted outward, the ground split rapidly and the branches and leaves shriveled to dust. The entire forest roared, the power of desolation surging like a raging flood, sweeping toward the heart of the woods. Within the forest, the scouts' pupils contracted as they witnessed a scene of utter horror. Suddenly, the evolved wolves seemed to sense an imminent danger. Their fur bristled in an instant. A long, mournful howl echoed. The lead wolf, a formidable creature with the strength of a Ghost Axe 3-star, leapt ahead of the pack, eyes wary, scanning its surroundings. And then, from the far edge of the forest, a surging tide of murky green light crashed toward them, rolling high above the treetops, threatening to engulf them all. The wave's momentum was overwhelming, as if it could reach the very sky, sweeping in with imminent, unstoppable force. The lead wolf's fur stood on end, a low growl rumbling from its throat as it crouched into a battle stance. But, strangely enough, the green wave didn't crash down on the wolves. Instead, silently and unnoticed, it seeped into the earth beneath their feet and vanished without a trace. Gone. Everyone froze in disbelief. Their eyes told them it had disappeared, but their instincts screamed otherwise. The presence hadn't left. Instead, it had sunk deep into the ground below. What was that? Flowers. Where did these flowers come from? Did they just sprout from the ground? Wait, not just one flower, a whole field of them. When did all these flowers bloom? A single brilliant blossom burst through the soil. Then more and more vivid flowers bloomed across the earth, their presence both mesmerizing and terrifying. These flowers seemed to drain the spirit and vitality from their surroundings, blossoming with fervent energy. One by one they opened. Gradually, the sea of flowers encircled the wolf pack, forming a vast, inescapable floral prison. And then, before their eyes, something even more bizarre unfolded. All those spirit flowers split open, their petals like monstrous maws swallowing the nearest wolves into their hearts. The lower halves of the wolves hung limply outside, their powerful bodies shriveling away at a terrifying speed until only skin and bone remained. With a soft plop, the spirit flowers spat out the wolves' corpses. All flesh and blood had been devoured, every sinew and drop drained away, leaving behind nothing but bleached, perfect skeletons. The flowers swayed gently, petals gleaming with a deep red, ever more radiant after feasting on the wolves' life force. The scouts looked on, their bodies numb, blood running cold. The wolves' flesh and blood had been utterly devoured. This is the power of desolation. The power of desolation. It was said to be the most formidable force among all plants, capable of rotting anything, of consuming the vitality of any living creature. But that lead wolf's strength was already at the Ghost Axe 3-star rank, and even so it still couldn't withstand this desolate power. The wolf hadn't even had time to struggle. The instant it fell among these spirit flowers, it didn't last even 3 seconds. Doesn't that mean these flowers are even stronger than a Ghost Axe 3-star? At this point it's not even about strength anymore. Once the desolation power is unleashed, it drains all life around it, thousands of lives reduced to its sustenance. If we come into contact with this aura, we'd be reduced to bare bones in an instant. Retreat now. The pioneers' faces went pale as they immediately began to back away. But the spirit flower didn't chase after them. Instead, it seemed utterly focused on the pack of wolf demons. The sea of blossoms encircled the wolves, one after another. The flowers devoured each beast. The spirit flower dispatched the wolf demons with terrifying speed. It was like cracking sunflower seeds. Swallow a wolf, spit out a pile of bones. The wolves, rolling and writhing on the ground, didn't even have time to complete their evolution before those fearsome petals wrapped around and consumed them. By the time the flowers spat them back out, the wolves had already passed on to their next lives. Before long, the ground was littered with more and more bones, gradually piling into small white mountains, a gruesome but awe-inspiring sight. What a terrifying, desolate power. Was this fighting violence with violence? The pioneers watched, their scalps prickling with dread. Suddenly the phones clutched in their hands buzzed. It was a message from the Spirit Association. The Spirit Association has received your report. A disruptor squad is en route to your location. Please evacuate immediately and ensure your own safety. Seeing the notification, everyone fell silent. In that moment they all shared the same unspoken thought. Spirit Association, hurry up. Any slower and there might not even be a single intact wolf demon left to deal with. On the other side, Fang Yi bent down and gently transplanted the spirit flower back into its pot. The fierce and murderous flower that had just unleashed carnage a moment ago now nestled against his fingers, swaying gently as if wordlessly asking, "Master, did I do well?" "Yes, you did well." Fang Yi lightly tapped a petal in praise. The flower's petals trembled even more joyfully. Fang Yi noticed that the spirit flower looked more vibrant than ever before. Typically, after absorbing life force, the flowers would bloom even more beautifully lush from drawing sustenance from other plants. But this time the brilliance had surpassed all limits. The flower seemed to radiate an overwhelming force. At the heart of the flower, that spot of crimson was now even deeper and more intense, condensed around some ineffable power like a slumbering giant beast. Is this an evolution? Fang Yi was momentarily stunned. He observed a faint shimmer along the edge of the petals, like mysterious runes glimmering, exuding a deep enigmatic aura. The plants in the forest, which were a moment ago standing tall and proud, were now bowing toward the spirit flower as if pledging themselves to it. Their leaves shivered softly as though taking a solemn oath. Noticing this, Fang Yi's heart stirred. When he first arrived, nothing like this happened. Even when the spirit flower absorbed life force, it did so by force, draining the plants around it dry. But now, the other plants were actually submitting on their own, willingly bowing to the spirit flower. At this moment Fang Yi had no doubt. If he replanted the spirit flower in the soil, it wouldn't need to steal the surrounding energy. The plants themselves would willingly offer up their vitality, letting it feed at their leisure. After devouring so many, such a change had actually occurred. Fang Yi studied the spirit flower in his hand. He could sense that the aura of the flower had changed. If before it had somewhat resembled the newly evolved wolf demon, now it faintly exuded the presence of those airborne vines, decayed yet vast. After devouring that evolved wolf demon, this spirit flower seemed to have become the ruler of all plants, achieving a unique form of self-evolution. This proves I was right to imbue the plant with the desolation attribute. The desolation attribute is a natural fit for vegetation, allowing it to grow stronger by absorbing life force, evolving step by step. It's like I've got a special pet that keeps upgrading itself automatically. As long as I keep feeding it, it'll train and mature into something truly terrifying. What an unexpected windfall! Fang Yi thought, his eyes shining with delight. Normally mutated creatures and pioneers alike grow by absorbing spirit energy, but certain special attributes can carve a different path, and the desolation attribute is one of the most formidable. Devouring life, fortifying itself, that's the evolution root of desolation. Looks like I've gained yet another powerful trump card that can keep growing endlessly, Fang Yi mused in satisfaction. White bones turning to frost like a scene straight out of a nightmare. 5 minutes earlier, at the Spirit Energy Cultivation Association, the Annihilators squad set out. Besides the squad captain, there were 3 special agents, 2 women and 1 man. The location's just outside Tai City, right in those woods nearby. One murmured as they geared up. I heard that within the wolf pack one of them already evolved up to Ghost Axe 3-star strength. Thankfully, the authorities had already issued a warning barring civilians from entering, so nobody got hurt during the wolves' evolution. Small mercies, I guess. Ghost Axe 3-star. And it's already stronger than most pioneers right after evolving. That's just how well these beasts resonate with spirit energy, no wonder they advance so quickly. Another agent shook her head. Once beast demons awaken, not only do they have a natural edge over humans in cultivation, but their bodies and strength become terrifying. Packs of Ghost Axe level beasts wield enough power to rival even spirit creation level cultivators. The Annihilators exchanged grim looks. This type of beast had to be wiped out completely. If even one managed to fully evolve, not even military restricted zones could withstand it. All they could do was hope they'd arrived in time. We're here. The squad entered the dense forest. They made their way through the undergrowth, zeroing in on the spot marked by satellite. But when they finally reached the location, every single one of them was dumbfounded. No exceptions, the sight before their eyes shook them to their core. Before them, under the golden sunlight, a patch of stark white had appeared in the once lush green forest. It wasn't some trick of light or a cluster of pale trees, it was a field of bones. Bathed in sunlight, the bones blanketed the ground like a layer of frost. All the trees, flowers, and even the ground itself were tightly blanketed in a layer of blinding white. And right in the center of these pale remains, they discovered a complete wolf skeleton radiating a unique evolutionary energy, clear proof it had once been at the Ghost Axe stage. In that instant, everyone's pupils contracted, a chill crawling up their spines. Even the captain, who prided himself on his nerves of steel and had seen more chaos than most, couldn't help but furrow his brow into a hard, deep line. What exactly had happened here? An evolved wolf demon reduced to nothing but bones. Was this the critical emergency the pioneers had warned about? That so-called life or death crisis? The agents were dumbfounded. They had assumed that when the pioneers ran into trouble out here, they'd simply intervene, maybe give the wolf demon's evolution a slap on the wrist, at worst rough it up a bit. But the scene before them, it was completely beyond anything they'd pictured. How was this possible? According to the emergency report, those involved only had 1 star in Ghost Axe power. A 1-star Ghost Axe absolutely destroying a 3-star Ghost Axe opponent. A classic tale of the low overturning the mighty. Shock and bewilderment filled every heart in the clearing. Just then the captain suddenly caught a strange scent in the air. His expression turned grave as he stepped forward and raised his wrist, revealing a sleek silver bracelet. With a quick tap, he began to check for abnormal concentrations in the area, ordering the others to hold their positions. Do not approach. Stay right where you are. The team stood frozen, obediently waiting for the captain's scan results. When the bracelet's display pinged and an unthinkable number flashed across the screen, a deep crease formed between the captain's brows. This high. He drew a steadying breath, his face growing ever more serious. He nodded to the woman in charge of readings behind him and said in a low voice, "Double-check these readings." Understood. She stepped forward. This was her specialty, and she was clearly more skilled at such work. She began her own scan of the area. Moments later, her expression changed, tightening with worry. "Captain, it's a desolation attribute. Current residual level is at 15, but based on these readings, the previous peak easily went above 50. The words hit the group like a punch. All of them sucked in a sharp breath. A desolation attribute. And it had peaked above 50. Did they realize what that meant? Of all the intelligence they had collected, the only 2 known A-level forbidden zones with desolation attributes were the sky vines and the ancient wasteland tree. Both had been roughly measured at concentrations above 30, and that was enough that ordinary people and even high-ranked pioneers gave them a wide berth. Death zones. Step too close and you'd die, simple as that. But now they were looking straight at a place where the desolation attribute had once broken past 50 right before their eyes, and under such horrifying circumstances. In that moment the captain's eyes turned razor-sharp. Judging from the condition of the wolf bones and the decay of the surrounding vegetation, the desolation attribute's devouring effect clearly radiated out from the wolf demon's remains, forming a 5-meter circle of annihilation. In other words, the withering force with a concentration as high as 50, enough to evaporate all signs of life in an instant, had struck only that unfortunate pack of wolf demons. None of the other innocent creatures nearby were affected. Not even the scout who had relayed the information to them was harmed in any way. Realizing this, the captain's pupils constricted sharply as a wild, almost ridiculous guess flashed through his mind. Could it be that those wolf demons had been silenced by another vine in the sky? And after wiping them out, the vine just up and left, just like that. As he was turning this over in his head, the captain caught a glimpse of a new message sent by the scout on his phone, and he paused, puzzled. Wait, that's not right. According to the message, the wolves were devoured by some flowers. Those flowers, awakened with the withering attribute, suddenly sprouted from the earth, consumed the wolf demons, and then vanished as if they had never existed. This was absolutely absurd, straight out of a fantasy. At that moment, back the way the captain's team had come, a teenager in a black t-shirt carrying a flower pot was strolling along leisurely on his way home. Tisk. For this flower to keep growing, it'll probably need to eat more of those evolved monsters. That wolf demon was a 3-star ghost axe rank, and if the rest succeeded in evolving, they'd probably be at least 2 stars as well. This little wildflower eats better than I do. Just devouring things lets it evolve and grow. This way of leveling up with the withering attribute is way too overpowered. Fang Yi muttered to himself. Right now, the flower in his hands radiated a brilliant light, and a spot of red at its center burned like a flame. Maybe it shouldn't be called a wildflower anymore. If it weren't in Fang Yi's hands, if it had grown in the forest, it probably would have gotten a title like Skyvine or Ancient Tree Forbidden Zone, then been classified as an A-rank anomaly. In other words, Fang Yi was now holding quite literally an entity equivalent to an A-rank anomaly, and it could keep evolving endlessly. Just thinking about it was terrifying. Fang Yi reached the entrance of his apartment building and was about to get into the elevator. Suddenly something soft and furry brushed against his leg. Ha! A dog. Looking down, Fang Yi was caught off guard. There at his feet was a scruffy little gray puppy wagging its head and pressing its muddy nose against Fang Yi's leg. Big watery eyes blinked up at him, full of hope. The pup was thin, dirty, a stray, no doubt. Fang Yi was speechless. Did he look like a dog lover or something? Until he finished that mission for Jialan and got paid, he was basically an unemployed drifter barely managing to support himself. How was he supposed to take care of a dog? But as soon as he stopped walking, the little dog eagerly stretched out its tongue to lick Fang Yi's hand, tail wagging hard enough to shake its whole body. Fine, you can come in, I guess. Lin Yi's boast. My brother might hit 6 stars soon. When Fang Yi left earlier, he had only brought a flower. Now on his way back, he'd picked up a dog too. As soon as Fang Yi opened the door, he heard his cousin's clear, musical voice. Cousin, you're back. Yeah. Lin Yi had just gotten home as well. She hadn't changed out of her clothes yet, and there was still a faint scent of blood lingering about her. After dropping her things in the kitchen, she stepped out and immediately caught sight of the fluffy little creature bouncing up and down beside Fang Yi. She blinked, looking closer. Was that a scruffy little gray dog? The puppy sat obediently at Fang Yi's feet, little paws tucked together, tongue lolling, gazing up at Lin Yi with infectious excitement. Its tiny tail was wagging so vigorously it looked ready to take off like a helicopter. What an adorable puppy! Lin Yi's bright eyes grew round, sparkling like little stars. No girl can resist the charm of a fluffy, cute animal, not even the most aloof, straight-A student. Fang Yi glanced down at the dog weaving around his legs. He had to admit this little thing was genuinely cute, especially with those big shiny eyes that seemed to know exactly how to win people over. Just then the puppy seemed to sense Lin Yi's admiration. It started panting even harder, tail wagging faster in delight. Cousin, where did you find such a cute puppy? Lin Yi was completely captivated by the adorable assault. She dropped to a crouch right next to Fang Yi, not caring if her clothes got dirty, and scooped up the puppy, gently rubbing its soft head. It followed me and refused to leave. Must be fate, so I brought it back, Fang Yi said matter-of-factly. Woof woof woof. The puppy let out a soft puppyish bark, blinking those big eyes as it squirmed to snuggle closer to Fang Yi. Seeing this, Lin Yi was a little surprised. It's still trying to get to you even while I'm holding it. It must really like you, cousin. Keep it away from me. You haven't showered yet. So dirty, Fang Yi said, face full of disdain as he gave the puppy's eager head a rather perfunctory rub. Woof woof woof. Watching the playful interaction between boy and dog, a faint smile appeared at the corners of Lin Yi's lips, but in the next moment that smile turned a little bittersweet. There was a trace of pain in the way she looked at Fang Yi. Her cousin had lost his parents so young, left to grow up all alone. Her mom had always worried about him. Back when Fang Yi was in middle school, she would call him 3 times a week, always checking in, her concern for him sometimes eclipsing even that for her own daughter. Lin Yi remembered even feeling a touch of jealousy, but Fang Yi had never really appreciated it, and gradually he started distancing himself from their family. She used to think it was just teenage rebellion, that he didn't want to accept their kindness. Now looking back, she realized it was because, compared to her with a complete, loving family and affectionate parents, Fang Yi felt all the more alone, an outsider, isolated and abandoned. Cutting off contact might have been his way of self-preservation. Lin Yi's gaze moved from the little stray dog to Fang Yi standing silently beside her. This puppy too was a stray. Maybe her usually aloof cousin had decided to take it in because deep down he saw himself reflected in its lonely, wandering eyes. What are you looking at? Fang Yi asked, catching the complicated look in Lin Yi's eyes. Fang Yi looked utterly confused. The way his cousin was staring at him, could she really be thinking he couldn't even afford to keep a dog? If he ever found out what Lin Yi was imagining, Fang Yi would have definitely exploded. Get lost. You hopelessly dramatic woman. Stop projecting your nonsense onto me. After giving the little dog a bath and blow-drying its fur, Fang Yi finally saw past the grime that had hidden its true appearance. Beneath all that filth, it was actually soft and adorable. Turns out, its fur was white. It had just been out on the streets so long that it was stained gray. Smack! Fang Yi landed a slap on the dog's head, shooing away its wet paw as it tried to get closer. Don't touch me. The puppy, freshly bathed, was determined to leave a trail of muddy paw prints all over him, each mark like a tiny blossom. Yet the thick-skinned pup paid no mind to his complaints. Even after the slap, it happily wriggled closer, completely unfazed. Holding the dog's head in place, Fang Yi turned to say, "By the way, you'd better head out for a while. I might be breaking through soon." Ha! Lin Yi, who'd been helping to towel off the puppy, froze at his words. Then a jolt of shock hit her. She'd already figured it out. The mysterious person who'd just advanced to 5 stars recently was indeed her cousin. It had barely been any time at all since then, and now he was already about to break through again. This speed was insane. Even if you cheated in a video game, you couldn't level up this fast. Was her cousin's advance rate even more ridiculous than hacking? "Okay, I was going to go buy groceries anyway, so I'll step out," she replied, going along with his suggestion. In no time, Lin Yi had showered, changed, and left the house. As the door slowly closed behind her, she didn't walk off immediately. Instead, she pulled out her phone and tapped on the very first contact at the top of her list. 81-year-old stunning housewife. Sighing cat head. JPG, 81-year-old stunning housewife. Yee, I feel so weak lately. I used to be able to carry 10 buckets of water upstairs no sweat, but now there's one thing I just can't carry anymore. I can't bear how much I miss your big cousin. 81-year-old stunning housewife. Today I used one of those self-service fortune-telling apps. It said your cousin and I have a 99% compatibility rate. Honestly, it felt spot on. Ever since her cousin had comforted her that whole day, the 81-year-old stunning housewife had been blowing up Lin Yi's inbox non-stop. Every message was about her cousin. She couldn't go 3 sentences without mentioning him. Even though Lin Yi barely replied, the other woman chatted away happily on her own. Just like now. A quick glance showed well over a dozen unread messages. Lin Yi was a little taken aback. It was hard to match this chatterbox in her phone with the icy tall glamazon of a woman she knew in real life. Just goes to show you can't judge a book by its cover. Just then her phone chimed again. 81-year-old stunning housewife. Okay, joking aside, I didn't actually get my fortune told today. I was out on a mission. But you know what's really scary? I've met a lot of trailblazers, but honestly none of them can compare to my cousin. I mean that from the bottom of my heart. Zhao Meng had just sent out this message. On the other side it showed typing. For a moment then Yi Feng He Ju. That's true. What the? Yi actually replied. Zhao Meng stared at the chat screen in disbelief. Yi was famously aloof and rarely engaged in casual conversation. Most of the time Zhao Meng might as well have been talking to herself. Unless it was about cultivating or becoming stronger, it was nearly impossible to get a reaction out of her. But right now, Lin Yi's feelings weren't that different from Zhao Meng's. She'd gone on today's mission too, so she'd seen those so-called trailblazers up close. In terms of raw power, not a single one of them could hold a candle to her cousin. Those trailblazers weren't weak by any means. Anyone qualified to go on missions with them had to at least be at the Ghost Axe 3-star level. The problem was, this world was just too brutal. Once you'd witnessed her cousin's brilliance, it was hard to be impressed by mere sparks of talent. In the presence of someone truly extraordinary, even geniuses seemed ordinary. It wasn't their fault. The real issue was just that her cousin was too outstanding. What's more, those so-called gifted trailblazers, without exception, walked around with their noses in the air, practically wanting to tattoo their level on their foreheads. By comparison, her humble cousin absolutely ran circles around them. And if those so-called prodigies ever learned that her cousin was actually younger than most of them, yet had already reached Ghost Axe 5-star long ago, they'd probably be scared out of their wits. Thinking about this, Lin Yi suddenly remembered something Fang Yi had said before heading out. A rare secretive sense of pride welled up inside her usually calm heart. A moment later she typed another message. Yi Feng He Ju. By the way, my cousin's probably about to hit 6-star. Let those arrogant trailblazers try to show off now, they'd be crushed like bugs. Fang Yi sat cross-legged at home. Golden blood and vitality churned around him, burning like the blinding sun. Overhead, a colossal phantom of a divine axe slowly took shape, then started to swing. Once, twice, 3 times. 6 times in total. The movements flowed smooth as water, utterly effortless. Clang! Ghost Axe 6-star breakthrough complete. The moment he leveled up, Fang Yi could feel the spiritual energy within his body become denser. Mana surged through him like a deep sea tide, flooding every inch with sheer power. Each fiber of his being, from muscle to skin to meridian, was strengthened and his senses grew razor sharp. The most noticeable improvement after the breakthrough was how much easier it was to unleash his abilities. Take his signature technique, Heavenly Thunder Tempering. Previously it was powerful but not very refined. Even though he could instantly annihilate an anomaly, the aftermath was always a gory mess. Now, after the breakthrough, Fang Yi could control exactly how the enemy's flesh would fragment, even how each chunk would spin or fly. If he were to kill anomalies at this level now, there would be none of the messy splatter from before. It would all be clean, precise, and almost beautiful to behold. Suddenly Fang Yi's eyes snapped open as he looked out the window. Out of nowhere he sensed a presence surging toward him, a presence laced with a trace of provocation, catching him off guard. Baiwen Street. Once a bustling hub, it had now become a relic of a bygone era. The storefront stood empty and abandoned, almost no one ever ventured there anymore. At this moment, a red-haired teenager stood at the end of the street wearing nothing but a tank top that only made his muscular build more striking. His gaze was fixed on a high-rise apartment not far away. He hadn't expected that, in the city of Tai, another pioneer would be hiding here. The moment he set foot here, he could sense a powerful pioneer nearby. His blood, hot for battle, instantly began to boil with excitement. Just as Zhang Lu's words trailed off, a surge of crimson light erupted from his entire body, so hot it felt like a mountain of flames, as if he could burn everything around him to ashes. Beneath his handsome brows a warlike glint shone. Fire affinity. Formidable and untamable, a rare attribute, one that only a select few could ever hope to master. Every pioneer wielding a special element was a prodigy among prodigies. So, for all his arrogance, Zhang Lu truly had the qualifications to be proud. He was, in every way, like his element. Explosive at the slightest spark, impulsive and born for battle, forever spoiling for a challenge. But at his core he wasn't a bad person. Right now his raging fire attribute roared like a war drum, thunderous beneath the sky, daring his opponent to answer the call. If the person hiding here wasn't a coward, he'd surely show himself. The next instant a figure slowly emerged in Zhang Lu's line of sight. It was a lean young man in a black t-shirt, his eyes cool and composed, exuding an air of calmness. The contrast to the fiery, showy Zhang Lu was striking. Seeing his opponent's unfazed demeanor, Zhang Lu's eyes flickered with surprise. From the very instant Fang Yi appeared, he could already feel the pressure, significant, undeniable. That only made Zhang Lu even more eager. Yes, this is how it should be. The ones I met before were nothing special, they could never make me go all out. As Zhang Lu studied Fang Yi was sizing up the red-haired youth as well, feeling more than a little exasperated. He could tell this opponent was looking for a fight. Is this how bold young people are these days? Still, since trouble had come all the way to his doorstep, if he didn't teach this one a lesson, there'd be no peace in the days to come. My name is Zhang Lu. Zhang Lu introduced himself first, eyes shining with fighting spirit. But before the words had even faded, without warning, Zhang Lu attacked. White-hot flames shrieked and gathered in his palm, a terrifying ferocity flaring at his fingertips. With a crackling burst, a blazing ball of fire shot from his hand, searing through the air, igniting everything in its path. The scorching heat washed over them, so intense it could incinerate anything in the world. The fireball roared closer, a force of nature unleashed. Just then Fang Yi calmly raised his right hand, and at his fingertip a power beyond comprehension burst forth. Blazing power erupted. Thunder roared, lightning flashed and crackled. Buzz. In an instant Zhang Lu felt as though he'd gone deaf. The next moment the fire dragon and the bolt of lightning collided, only to collapse and shatter, instantly scattering into countless crimson sparks. It happened in a split second. Zhang Lu's pupils shrank. The very next second the ground beneath him suddenly caved in, spiderweb cracks spreading outward. The destructive force of the thunder was terrifying. It pierced right through the flames, which hadn't even fully died down, and shot straight toward Zhang Lu. Suddenly a sharp pain stabbed through his head. A right hand, crackling with electric arcs, pressed down hard on his head, slamming his face mercilessly into the ground. Zhang Lu, a fire-type vanguard, Ghost Axe 4 stars, on the verge of advancing to 5 stars. Whether in a team of vanguards or among a crowd of young prodigies, he'd always been at the top. And now, he was pinned at the bottom of the pit, completely immobilized. It felt as if the god of thunder himself was pressing down on him. Just that hand alone was enough to leave him struggling to breathe, flooding him with a crushing sense of oppression. Zhang Lu's eyes widened in shock. What the hell just happened? His flames, which moments ago had been blazing fiercely, were as fragile as eggshells when faced with that thunder, shattered with a single touch. Against the lightning his fire seemed utterly powerless. The opponent's thunder was pure, overwhelming, operating on a level far beyond his own. And the oppressive might coming from the hand on his head. There was no way this guy was just a Ghost Axe 4 star. He had to be 5 star or even 6 star. A high-ranking vanguard. He'd bitten off way more than he could chew. Zhang Lu let out a painful scream. But now, pinned to the ground, he couldn't even lift his head. Humiliation, absolute humiliation. If this had happened to anyone else, Zhang Lu, with his proud nature, would have jumped up and launched a fierce counterattack without hesitation. But against overwhelming strength he didn't even stand a chance. After a while the hand pressing on his head finally let go. That suffocating pressure vanished in an instant. He was finally able to move his stiff neck a little, hearing the violent thumping of his own heart. He had no idea how much time had passed before Fang Yi was long gone. Only Zhang Lu remained slumped on the ground, coughing out a plume of black smoke. His meticulously styled hair was completely ruined. The once bright red locks now stuck out in every direction, giving him a ridiculous, explosive look. But Zhang Lu couldn't care less about appearances now. He just stared blankly in the direction Fang Yi had left, his heart desolate, numb with defeat. Was he just that strong, or was I just that weak? The genius who'd been beaten into tears, Zhang Lu had finally reached his breaking point. Buy one complex, a quiet, unassuming old apartment building hidden away in a bustling city. Like a forgotten pearl among the urban frenzy, and most importantly, the rent was cheap. John Lu, still sporting hair that looked like it had exploded in a lightning storm, trudged in dejected. The moment he pushed open the door, two figures appeared at the entrance, blocking his way. The two of them closed in from either side, their gazes as severe as interrogators grilling a suspect, locking in on John Lu. Back already? Tisk, look at you, that exploding hairstyle is actually kind of trendy, one of them said, unable to resist making a dig. Did you go out looking for trouble again? John Lu, you can't keep doing this. There are more and more pioneers these days, and the spiritual resurgence hasn't even officially started yet. All of us are tiny as dust in this world, yet you keep running around making enemies everywhere. Isn't that a bit reckless? The other one scolded sharply, his voice full of earnest concern. Before he could finish, their other roommate chimed in with a tired sigh. If only you'd listen, that'd be the day. These two were John Lu's roommates, pioneers just like him. Ever since the world's great transformation and their awakening, the three of them had stuck together, surviving countless brushes with death. Those shared experiences had forged a deep camaraderie between them. Yet when it came to John Lu's headstrong, combative streak, they'd run out of words long ago. Picking fights, spoiling for arguments, itching for a brawl every time he met someone, these were bad habits John Lu just couldn't shake. No matter how many heartfelt lectures his roommates gave him, he never admitted fault, always dug in his heels. That kind of explosive temper was bound to get him into trouble one day. After repeating the same routine day in and day out, they'd long stopped hoping John Lu would ever really change. The scene had played out too many times for them to count. Today would probably be no different, right? But suddenly they noticed something was off. 5 seconds passed, John Lu didn't snap back. Both of them could sense there was something different about him. That unusual silence set their nerves on edge, it just didn't fit. What happened? Did someone take over his body or something? Is this really the John Lu we know? But in the face of their questions, John Lu only cast a listless glance at them, walked right past, and went straight into his room. His shoulders sagged in defeat. The two roommates stared at each other in shock. Usually by now, with John Lu's notorious temper, he'd be arguing already, spouting off lines like adversity sharpens the soul, or the highest art is the thrill of challenge, his signature philosophies. But today, not a single word. What gives? John Lu looked like he'd just taken a huge hit. Knock knock. Urgent rapping shattered the dorm's uneasy silence. His roommates pressed against the door, concern thick in their voices as they tried to get a read on John Lu. But John Lu stayed utterly silent, making their worry grow even deeper. Just as they thought he'd never respond, he let out a muffled mutter from behind the door. Got wiped, he said. What do you mean got wiped? One of them called, not comprehending. I got crushed. One move. With a smack, the door swung open. Both roommates rushed in, only to find John Lu slumped in a corner, his back hunched in defeat. Wang Ping blurted out, voice frantic. What the hell do you mean wiped? Speak up, man, say it clearly. But as soon as he caught sight of John Lu's face, Wang Ping froze, eyes wide in shock. Li Ming hurried over for a look and saw John Lu's eyes swimming with tears, red and puffy. He was actually crying. Holy shit. A shout practically shook the ceiling. Who is John Lu? He's a legendary figure in Tai City, one of the absolute elites, and the most sought-after teammate for group missions, a golden ticket everyone fights over. Even before the world's spiritual energy had fully revived, even before he'd awakened for a month, and with no powerful background to give him a head start in training, he reached the terrifying 4-star Ghost Axe realm all on his own. His talent was downright monstrous. So who could possibly be this strong? Who on earth managed to actually make this battle maniac cry? What happened? Their curiosity was thoroughly piqued. Honestly, I really should have known something was wrong. If I'd realized back then and held back, I wouldn't have ended up so humiliated. Humiliated? Seriously, was it really that bad? You guys still think I was exaggerating when I said I got taken out in one move, don't you? John Lu shot a glare at his roommates. Wang Ping and Li Ming forced an awkward smile. That was exactly what they'd thought. How did he take you out in one hit? Logically, with your 4-star Ghost Axe strength and blazing fire attribute, the only way you'd get one-shotted is if your opponent was way ahead of you, Wang Ping wondered aloud. He only used a single move. If that's not one-shotted, what is? John Lu's eyes flickered with lingering fear. Even now he couldn't shake off what he'd felt in that moment. When we clashed, my flames were shattered by his lightning. He's a total monster. When his lightning struck me, I felt an overwhelming violent power, like the wrath of the heavens itself, thundering right next to my ear. My head nearly exploded on the spot. What? His roommates couldn't help but suck in a harsh breath. Lightning that could shatter fire in just one move, wasn't that a bit much? Even the world-altering phenomenon wasn't this terrifying. Only the most insanely powerful attributes could possibly do something like that. The lightning he controlled was a supreme-level advanced attribute. It's 1,000 times stronger than my fire. In front of his lightning, my flames were like tissue paper, completely fragile. John Lu's words were like a pin bursting their bubble. Images formed instantly in their minds. Lightning like a blade of invisible energy slicing through flames without mercy, the fire instantly shattered by the strike, the roaring blaze flickering out in a heartbeat, scattering as specks of light. Damn, that's total utter domination. Cold sweat beaded on their foreheads. Only now did they truly understand how terrifying today's sparring match had been. Someone actually developed an attribute that eclipsed even yours. I've never seen anything stronger than your fire before. Could he really be a genius among geniuses? This is already beyond what those world-shaking changes made possible. No wonder John Lu's confidence had taken such a hit. But at that moment John Lu took a deep breath. You think high-level lightning is the limit? No, it's far more than that. John Lu's expression shattered even further, his voice almost a roar. What's even scarier is his cultivation level. He's already at Ghost Carver 6 star. He's 2 whole tiers above me. Ghost Carver 6 star. As soon as those words landed, the entire place fell deathly silent. Right then, every single person's heart was thrown into chaos, waves crashing violently inside. No wonder John Lu had totally lost his composure. Can you imagine? Someone so effortlessly crushing your pride, your efforts, everything you've worked for, all in the blink of an eye. The fire attribute you prided yourself on shattered in a single clash with thunder. The realm you'd sacrificed sleep and comfort to achieve casually overpowered as if it was nothing. All your hard work all for nothing. That kind of devastating upending feeling, it hurts even more than being struck by lightning. A monster. A true monster. If someone like that showed up in person, they'd be every prodigy's worst nightmare. That terrifying affinity, that talent. It was simply unreachable. An A-level anomaly, one that might descend upon Tai City at any time. The city felt uneasy. The sky was heavy with storm clouds, wind howling high above. Though it was morning, the clouds pressed so low that everyone's spirits felt weighed down. What creepshow weather. Carrying breakfast, Fang Yi walked with Lin Yi down the old tree-lined path. They hadn't gotten to eat the breakfast their cousin usually made. Both had planned to go out and exercise, but the impending rain had ruined it. That rare peaceful sibling time ruined just like that. It was enough to piss anyone off. Suddenly Fang Yi stopped in his tracks, turning to look towards a dark side street buried in shadow beneath the clouds. There was something ominous in the air. This didn't feel like ordinary storm weather. Let's hurry up. I've got a bad feeling about this. Fang Yi frowned, eyes scanning the shuttered shopfronts, the atmosphere thick with a sense of brewing chaos. What's wrong? Lin Yi sensed it too, but not as sharply as Fang Yi did. The next second she saw Fang Yi come to an abrupt halt, his expression suddenly tense. Something strange is out here. He barely finished before chaos broke loose. From the darkness a mutated bat shot towards them. Its wings were decayed, reeking of foul rot, sticky fluid dripping onto the ground with a sickening plop. Its eyes burned a glowing crimson, wild and unnatural claws glinting with razor-sharp menace. Scree! Clearly, this bat had been lurking here waiting. On spotting them it lunged in attack. But it had picked the wrong targets. Lightning tore across the sky, in that instant a blade of electricity slashing through the murk. When that blinding burst of energy collided with the bat, the whole world was lit up for a split second. Crayock! The savage lightning ripped straight through the bat's body, filling the air with the shriek of tearing flesh and agonized howls. Scree! Another piercing, miserable shriek rang out. The mutated bat's body was instantly ignited by the surge of electricity, erupting like a ball of fire in the air. Its fur burned, releasing a pungent, acrid stench. The current rampaged through the creature, making it convulse and twitch violently before it disintegrated into a tattered shadow, its charred remnants dissolving in the jagged flashes of light. Smoke and dust filled the air, and faint traces of dissipating electricity still lingered. Fang Yi's right hand crackled with sparks, an intimidating aura radiating from him. Lin Yi frowned, looking at the scorched corpse on the ground, a wave of dread washing over her. How could something abnormal show up here? And in broad daylight no less. Was it really attacking so openly? Fang Yi's brow was furrowed deeply. Normally these abnormals only emerged occasionally at night, kept in check by the military and the Spiritual Cultivation Society's tight watch. But now to witness a blatant attack like this in the city during the day, it filled him with a deep sense of foreboding. He glanced at the burnt corpse. Second-grade ghost axe, nothing too powerful, but since it can fly, it's always tricky. And there's something about these storm clouds that's making me uneasy. We better get home now. Lin Yi nodded, her expression grave. Overhead, the dark clouds loomed heavy and ominous, like a harbinger of doom pressing down from the sky. Not long after they left, a slender figure slipped quickly into a noodle shop across the street. Standing in the very spot Fang Yi and Lin Yi had occupied moments earlier, Su Qingying ordered a bowl of rice noodles. She ate as she gazed thoughtfully through the window at the gathering storm clouds. Back here again. Su Qingying absent-mindedly stirred her noodles and sipped her milk tea. She had originally been reassigned out of Tai City, but now she'd been transferred back, retracing her steps with a complicated mix of emotions. I wonder what's become of that senior pioneer with the dual attributes. Ever since that observation order was cancelled, the Spiritual Cultivation Association kept its word and never sent anyone else to disturb him. They really respected his wish for solitude, as if returning peace to a legendary hermit. But Su Qingying knew very well, while the association wouldn't interfere in his life, if this senior ever needed anything, all he had to do was reach out. No matter what, they'd do anything in their power to make it happen. Even if Fang Yi ended up clashing with someone and killed them by accident, the association would smooth it over for him. Such was the privilege of a cultivator. After all, the world had always been brutally unforgiving. Su Qingying found herself staring across the street at an apartment high-rise, absently biting on her straw as she recalled her assignment. She'd thought she was here to protect a rookie, but she missed the first incident with the rabbit demon and never got a sense of his abilities, so the assignment made sense. The second time, when he broke through to 3 stars, she happened to witness it. The spectacle was so intense, she thought some great sage was transcending their tribulation, and to this day the memory still gave her goosebumps. And the third time was that massacre in the rain-soaked night? God only knows how complicated Su Qingying's emotions were as she looked around at the wreckage littered across the abandoned factory. Not only had they finally subdued the B-level anomaly Candle Knight after a 3-day chase, but they'd also managed to take down that slippery, cunning serpent. The body was so thoroughly destroyed it was practically shattered to pieces. With that kind of strength, was her protection even needed? Did she deserve to stand at his side? She had to admit this subject she was supposed to be monitoring was terrifyingly powerful. Su Qingying couldn't help but find the whole mission a bit ridiculous. She was sent here to protect him, yet in the end it was him protecting her. But now she'd finally come to terms with it. The true meaning of this task was to witness a formidable trailblazer gradually stepping into the public eye and to play a small part in his rise. That secret sense of pride blossomed in her heart, as if she had personally watched a god once buried in obscurity shake off every speck of dust and rise in radiant glory, blazing through mountains and rivers, illuminating the world. Sooner or later his brilliance would burst forth, outshining even the sun. Su Qingying had a hunch. Someday he would stand on the very summit of Xia country, maybe even at the pinnacle of the entire planet. Hopefully by then she'd have earned her own promotion, becoming one of Xia country's pillars of strength. With a sigh and a slight shake of her head, Su Qingying finished the last sip of her milk tea, melancholy clouding her features. After she paid and stepped out the door, she glanced upwards at the dark, overcast sky. Her brows knit together, a heaviness settled over her spirit. Somewhere in the heart of Tai City, a strange oppressive energy was beginning to unfurl, like some terrible creature was awakening, sending waves of pressure crashing down on the city. The silver bracelet on her wrist flickered to life. When she had arrived, it had already started to automatically scan for abnormal concentrations. Current reading 9, and that number was still rising. The anomaly concentration here was unusually high, but the most critical moment hadn't come yet. In fact, it hadn't even truly begun. She stepped down from the stairs, tapping her earpiece lightly. In a low voice, she reported Su Qingying successfully arrived in Tai City. Standing by for orders. A reply came almost instantly. Agent Su Qingying, your location's been received. Stay in touch and await further instructions. An A-level anomaly could appear in Tai City at any time. A rotten colossus trampling the masses, dark clouds rolling in, threatening to crush the city. Beneath those looming clouds, the slender silhouette of a young woman stood firm against the howling wind, her coat whipping wildly behind her. An A-level anomaly invading a city. This was an unprecedented crisis. Xia country had always excelled at containment. Most anomalies were dealt with swiftly and quietly before any real harm could be done. Compared to this, international efforts always seemed to be lacking. There had already been plenty of disturbances abroad. Only a short while ago, a rampaging colossus known as the Mother of All had caused a globally shocking trampling incident. The official news said it was just an accident, a tragic stampede during a busy holiday season. However, only the pioneers like them knew the truth behind what happened. All those stories about crowds and stampedes were just a cover. The real story was an A-level anomaly invasion crisis. What actually happened was that someone had secretly ordered the station pioneers away to protect a certain VIP's motorcade. They never thought anything would go wrong, but then out of nowhere, the anomaly struck. Some people even claim to have seen the shadow of a colossal elephant, a decaying behemoth trampling everything in its path, as pools of blood gathered beneath its enormous feet, eventually forming a terrifying lake of crimson. Against such a dark type evolved anomaly, ordinary people stood no chance. Even the pioneers and the military couldn't evacuate everyone in time. Part of the city visibly fell in a matter of moments. In the end, they managed only a tragic victory. That bloody invasion served as a grim warning to other countries. It was from that point onward that Su Qingying began to truly appreciate just how well the Xia kingdom protected its ordinary citizens. Their territory was much larger, and yet large-scale anomaly attacks had never broken out inside their cities. The army and the Spirit Association had built a living wall of flesh and blood sheltering the people beneath their wings. Thinking of this, she stood at the highest point in Tai City, looking down at the bustling life below, hoping nothing would go wrong. Su Qingying raised her wrist. The reading on her silver watch had just jumped from 9 to 9. 5 and was still climbing. The concentration of anomaly energy was continuing to rise. At this rate, in 2 hours at most, the anomaly would descend. She tapped her earpiece gently and asked status report, how are the patrols going? Responses came in quickly through her earpiece. Sector A, all clear. Sector B, all clear. Sector C, all clear. Wait, where'd that stray cat come from? It just jumped over my head and gave me quite a scare. Sector C, currently all clear. Sector D, same here. With the threat of an approaching A-level anomaly, the Xia Kingdom had prepared well in advance, calling in over a dozen pioneers from nearby cities to reinforce them. Now, the pioneers were split into 4 squads patrolling different parts of the city. A stray cat. Could it be an anomaly? Su Qingying was immediately alert to something off in Team C's area, especially since their sector was closest to where she stood. It's nothing, just a regular stray cat. All right. Another report in an hour. Thanks for the hard work, everyone. Su Qingying tapped her earpiece. The device blinked once, signaling the end of the transmission. She let out a quiet sigh of relief. The Spirit Cultivation Association was responsible for keeping the city safe from within. This time 4 teams had been set up to patrol against the incoming threat. If anything strange happened, the association would be the first to know. If things went south and the Spirit Association failed to contain it, then as a last line of defense, the military stationed on Tai City's outskirts would take over and lock down the entire city. The powerhouses in the military district were very different from the Security Bureau agents responsible for maintaining everyday order. Each one was a force to be reckoned with, terrifyingly strong, the city's last line of defense and the very cornerstone of Xia country itself. Among them were the true elites, guardians wielding unimaginable strength. If the military ever took over an operation, it meant the attempt to eliminate the anomaly had failed. What awaited Tai City then would be nothing short of a cataclysmic battle. No one would escape unscathed. Under such circumstances, the military's top warriors would never show themselves in the city unless utterly necessary. The sky was growing darker by the minute, pressing down on the city with a suffocating weight. Thunder rumbled in the distance, each roll like a warning of the approaching storm. Clouds hung thick and heavy, the wind picked up, making the leaves creak and clatter in anxious anticipation. At 9 in the morning, Fang Yi paced in front of the window, glancing outside. It looked nothing like morning, more like the dead of night, with black clouds roiling and flashes of lightning splitting the sky, casting the world in darkness. Notice from Tai City Meteorological Bureau. Severe storm warning. For your safety, please stay indoors. The alert buzzed on everyone's phones at once. Suddenly a deafening crash tore through the air. A blinding bolt of lightning struck a nearby tree, sending up a cloud of smoke and sparks. Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat. She looked from the wild scene outside to the warning message on her phone, an uneasy pressure settling in her chest. Something's about to go wrong. Fang Yi glanced over at his cousin. He had just opened his mouth to speak when an even fiercer bolt of lightning streaked across the heavens. This time the thunderclap that followed was so loud it shook the house and filled every corner with sudden dazzling light. Fang Yi's silhouette lit up against the window, an image that sent a chill down Yi's spine. "Cousin, my friends think this weather is really off too," Yi said, handing her phone to Fang Yi. On the screen was a flurry of messages from her martial arts team's group chat. Veiled Ink Bamboo. Did you all get the weather alert? I have a really bad feeling about this storm. 81-year-old gorgeous lady. +1. The moment I got up this morning, my right eyelid's been twitching nonstop. It's as dark as night out there, and that last bolt of lightning made my eye jump even harder. Am I going to get struck by lightning if I step outside? Catfished for 50 cents. This weather gives me the creeps. I think we should all meet up. I suggest we go to Yi's place and come up with a game plan. At Yi Wind Lifts Lotus. What does your cousin say? 81-year-old gorgeous lady. At Yi Wind Lifts Lotus. I agree. Can we all go to your cousin's? Honestly, there isn't anyone on earth who makes me feel safer than Big Cousin. There were a lot of odd comments mixed in, but the whole chat group had picked up on the strangeness of the weather. Everyone was uneasy, suggesting they meet up, which honestly was exactly what Lin Yi was thinking too. Could I really get everyone to come over? Lin Yi turned to Fang Yi for his opinion. After all, this was her cousin's house, and she couldn't make the decision herself. All right, everyone, we have to be careful. If we make it through the next half hour, we should be safe. Half an hour later, people started knocking on Fang Yi's door. Zhao Meng was the first to arrive. Big Cousin, so this is your place. I didn't know you lived alone, she said with a grin. She wore a raincoat, her long legs tucked into a pair of chunky black rain boots. Somehow what would have looked ridiculous on anyone else became stylish just because she wore it with such bold confidence. Next came Danmo Wenzu. He was the kind of guy who would ride a rental bike through a thunderstorm without a second thought. When he saw Fang Yi, he stopped in his tracks, gave him a long look and said, "So it was you. You're Yi's cousin. No wonder you were the one who cut through those vines and saved us that day." Wenzu had never actually met Yi's cousin before, but he remembered clearly the person who with a single stroke had severed the wild vines. He'd felt a bit competitive hearing about how Jialan had treated Yi's cousin differently, but now that he was meeting Fang Yi in person, his respect was instantaneous. Fang Yi nodded at him in greeting. The last to arrive was Lu Jiahe. She seemed exhausted, and there were two people behind her that Fang Yi didn't recognize, a man and a woman, the two remaining members of the group chat. Thunder Master and Sweet Milk. That made 5. Now, aside from Jialan, the entire martial arts vanguard team was gathered. 5 people crammed onto Fang Yi's couch. It felt more like a casual get-together than anything else. Lin Yi poured everyone water. As she did, she heard Li Wenzu ask, "So did you guys see those 2-star vampire bats? You mean the ones with rotting wings and dark energy all over them?" Lu Jiahe said, raising her hand. Her eyes were rimmed with red. "There's a huge hole in my villa filled with a bat nest. We spent all of last night clearing them out." No wonder she looked completely drained. Wait, a villa? So bats actually nest in fancy homes too? Useless trivia, but still good to know. "I didn't see any bats at my place," Zhao Meng chimed in. "But when I left home there was this strange black fog surrounding my building. It was darker than twilight. No wonder I've been feeling so out of it lately." "Black fog?" Wenzu asked. "Yeah," Zhao Meng replied. "I think it was some abnormal weather phenomenon triggered by all this weirdness. When I went outside, the neighborhood was eerily quiet. I bet some people have already been affected." A suffocating black mist, mutated bats. Put together, these bizarre signs weighed heavily on everyone in the room. Outside, clouds kept thickening, but the thunderstorm never came. The Thai City Weather Bureau had issued a heavy rain warning hours ago, but now it seemed more like a smokescreen hiding something worse. "It looks like we're in more danger than ever before," someone said quietly. "Yeah." Lin Yi passed out water, her hands a little unsteady, her eyes drifting to her cousin for reassurance. Fang Yi was in the middle of replying to Old Li's message. The sky's abnormal changes were just too obvious. Old Li had contacted him right away asking what they should do. Old Li was an interesting guy. Ever since they'd teamed up once before, he'd become much more polite when speaking to Fang Yi. His respect for a top-tier expert was plain for all to see. "Fan, here's what I have: a few friends who are pioneers too. I'll start a group chat and add all of you in." "Ha!" Before Old Li even had a chance to respond, Fang Yi had already created a new chat group. He kept the name simple. The Pioneers. He pulled both Old Li and Lin Yi into the group, and the two of them added their own people as well. In no time everyone was in. There wasn't any small talk. The bizarre weather had everyone on edge, so they cut straight to the point. "Fan, I ran into a bat earlier this morning. Seems like it was tainted by some dark energy. Its strength was about on par with a 2-star ghoulish axe ghost." Danmo Wenzu. "Looks like everyone's coming across bats. The number and frequency this time reminds me of that ant hive we visited. A ton of 1-star worker ants, just waves and waves of them. So I'm thinking, could these bats be the same as those worker ants?" Username Etug72. "Wait, so you're saying these bats are just the first wave? There's some massive superpowered boss bat hiding out there? Man, that's terrifying." Danmo Wenzu. "Well, put it that way if you like, but it might not be a bat. I'm just making an analogy. It could be some other high-star anomaly. Thing is, these current anomalies are just too weak. They don't fit the sense of oppressive dread this weather gives me at all. I guarantee there's something much scarier lurking behind them." The group burst into lively discussion, everyone chiming in with their theories. Fang Yi watched the chat quietly, his own thoughts unspoken. So far his guesses were lining up with Li Wenzu's. They were all seasoned pioneers. They'd been through plenty of upheavals and were highly attuned to shifts in spiritual energy and abnormal presences. Instinct told him this time's unnatural phenomenon was much more than just a spell of heavy rain. The Weather Bureau's warnings only backed up his suspicions. But the real headache was this. Past world-altering events had always been limited to specific places like the northeast gate of Qingbei University, the summit of Jade Emperor Mountain, the Sunfire Gorge. But this time alerts had gone out to every single resident in the entire city of Tai. If Li Wenzu's theory was right, if this really was a world-shaking event spread over the whole city, then there could only be one explanation. There was something even more dangerous and hidden behind these bats. Just then a crucial message caught his eye. "And Tooth Black. Everyone stay alert. Things are serious this time. The Spirit Association has deployed several forerunners to Tai City, and even the military has dispatched powerful fighters to guard the area. This situation is extremely dangerous. I can't reveal all the details for now, but you must be careful. Stick together." And Tooth Black was someone Old Li had added to the group. She had never participated in their discussions before, but now her first message was like dropping 2 bombs. The Spirit Association. High danger level. Zhao Meng stared astonished. "Big cousin, you pull people into the group from the Spirit Association too?" Fang Yi shook his head. "I had no idea she was with them." Zhang Ye's information, without question, brought much needed clarity to the group, but Li Wenzu was stunned at first and then his heart sank. Even the Spirit Association had dispatched forerunners to assist. Was it really this severe? The military had mobilized too. This mission is way trickier than any of us imagined. I've heard the military almost never gets involved with incidents inside the city because what they face at the garrisons is 1,000 times more dangerous than these anomalies. For Tai City to warrant this kind of attention, we're in serious trouble. Worry quickly spread among them. Meanwhile, at the highest point in Tai City atop the clock tower that pierced the clouds, a faint silhouette appeared among the drifting white clouds. Su Qingying gazed down at the city below her, brow furrowing deeper and deeper. Dense black fog roiled like some abyssal beast threatening to swallow the entire city. The sky was so dark it felt like night even though it was only 10 in the morning. Visibility was abysmal, a heavy oppressive gloom pressed down on everything. The silver ring on her wrist shuddered, the numbers had shot past 50. She took a deep breath, touched her earpiece, and spoke, "Everyone be vigilant. Do whatever it takes to make it through today. Tai City is being used as blood fodder for the evolution anomalies are rioting." As darkness fully spread, the city was smothered by thick, suffocating haze. Streetlights were useless, their glow barely sketching twisted, distorted shadows on the ground. From time to time, strange cries echoed from the shadows, sending chills down listeners' spines. In the face of this unknown horror, residents dared not step outside. They shut their windows tight, bolted their doors, and relied on their phones and the internet for any news. Tai City is about to be hit by an unprecedented torrential downpour. The Meteorological Bureau has issued a red alert urging all businesses to work from home during the storm. Tai City announces a citywide day off due to heavy rain. Residents, please stay indoors and take precautions. Do not go outside. The dangers of going out during a downpour, the last one on this list, could even cost you your life. Online posts about Tai City's heavy rain were everywhere, trending non-stop. The comment sections were flooded with warning messages of every kind. These were all the handiwork of the Spirit Association's Public Response Division. For the safety of ordinary people, posts like these are monitored around the clock by rotating shifts and strictly forbidden from containing any entertainment-related content. But, no matter how hard they tried to hide it, nothing could be kept completely airtight. The relentless barrage of news had still left a mark in many people's hearts. The rainstorm just felt oppressively heavy. Ugh, is something bad going to happen? What on earth is going on lately? As the darkness continued to spread, a vague sense of fear began to seep throughout Tai City. Yet, no matter how many warnings were issued, there were always people willing to risk everything. Right now, on an empty street, a thin and lonely figure was suddenly moving through the gloom, a girl in a school uniform. The wind howled, making her shiver uncontrollably. There was no rain, but the sky looked even more foreboding than night. She trembled from the cold. She'd just had a fight with her family. Furious, she'd stormed out of the house, but she regretted it almost immediately after taking a few steps. It was so dark. All the shops were closed and the streets were deserted. The alleyways she usually passed through looked like something out of a horror movie, completely lifeless. Maybe I should go back. The thought had just crossed her mind when suddenly a rustling sound came from above. She looked up in terror and saw a swarm of unknown creatures beating their wings, flying straight towards her. She could just make out their sharp teeth glinting coldly in the dim light. What are those? Bats. Her gut told her there was no way they were bats. Their decayed wings flapped heavily, blood-red eyes burning like some hellish demons, while an oozing black slime dripped steadily from their wings as they flew. There's no way those are bats, those are demons. The girl turned and ran, but how could an ordinary person possibly outrun something of the shadows? The flapping wings behind her sounded closer and closer, almost upon her back. Whoosh! A sudden crack split the air right by her face. A jet-black bullet tore through the night, punching through the air and striking the monster right behind her. The creature let out an ear-piercing shriek as it plummeted to the ground. Su Qingying appeared, fully armed, special helmet on her head, a silver pistol raised in her hand, a thin wisp of smoke still curling from the muzzle. Her voice carried over to the girl. Didn't the Meteorological Bureau send a message? You're not supposed to be outside. Where do you live? I'll have someone take you home. If you insist on staying out here, we'll have to carry out special emergency measures. The girl stood there frozen still in shock. Su Qingying frowned slightly and was just about to say something else when in her earpiece a dispatcher's voice sounded. A group of sea-level mutant bats is rapidly approaching your location. Please be careful. Su Qingying's expression shifted instantly. She pulled the girl behind her and tightened her grip on the trigger. Shooting was Su Qingying's specialty. The pistol in her hand was manufactured by the Spirit Association, loaded with specially designed bullets effective against dark attribute mutant creatures, but only when dealing with low-level ones like the Grade 1 Ghost Bat. Bang! 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 Several shots rang out in rapid succession, erupting into bursts of inky blood among the swarming bats. But there were simply too many. No matter how many she killed, more came flooding in, a dense black cloud bearing down on them. Su Qingying frowned, reloaded with practiced speed, and fired off several more rounds. Then, grabbing the girl behind her, she turned and ran, gasping for breath as she messaged the nearest backup unit. 15 C-class mutant bats. Civilian in need of evacuation. Requesting immediate support. Received. C-team arrived quickly. Their trained footsteps sounded sure in the darkness as the vanguard clad in black uniforms and helmets charged the bat swarm, initiating a silent and efficient suppression maneuver. The battle dragged on. By the end, the captain's ammunition was long exhausted, but he wielded a spirit-forged blade. Now any bats that managed to get close dropped to the ground before they could even strike. Su Qingying emptied another clip. Soon bat corpses carpeted the ground. There was no time to clean them up. Blood and gruesome remains mixed in sticky puddles, reeking like a can of fermented herring opened after 50 years. Their uniforms, now splattered, clung to them with a rank briny stench that stung the nose. With the bats cleared, C-Team escorted Su Qingying and the girl all the way home. The girl, utterly shocked by what she'd witnessed, was speechless. Her family, terrified at the sight of the blood-soaked rescuers and their drawn guns, promised over and over to keep a close eye on their daughter. By the time they left, the sky, which had been threatening rain all evening, finally began to drizzle. C-Team's captain Bai Chu removed his helmet and downed a bottle of water in one gulp, muttering a curse. Damn it! Why are these things showing up more and more? No one had an answer. As the rain came down, everyone's spirits went the same direction, heavier, darker. Normally mutant creatures inside the city were manageable in both number and strength, like the Shadow Knight Rabbit or Candle Knight they'd dealt with before. But this swarm of bats was different. They seemed to be everywhere at once, an endless tide. And it wasn't just this team. 40 vanguards had been fighting non-stop for 2 hours. Their ammo supplies were running dangerously low, but still the bats kept coming. Worse, higher-tier bats, grade 3, even grade 4, were now emerging. The bats were breeding, evolving, growing fiercer by the hour. They fed on people. Just a mouthful of human flesh and blood was enough to push them to the next evolutionary stage. Already several had reached grade 4. And that pace of evolution was only accelerating. Su Qingying's face grew paler and more grim by the minute. Taishi had always been a densely populated metropolis, but the speed at which these mutated creatures were evolving was even faster than anyone had imagined. What was more terrifying, according to images sent back by the drones, was that swarms of these bats were everywhere in the city. Taishi was now completely blanketed by them. These things wanted to turn Taishi into their feeding ground for evolution. Damn creatures. Taishi had fallen. The vanguard squad was wiped out in Fang Yi's home. The rain was coming down harder and harder. Silver threads of rain streaked across the glass, blurring the world outside into an indistinct mass of black shadows. From within those shadows, strange piercing shrieks occasionally rang out. If you listened closely, you could just make out the sound of gunfire. The chilling realization sent a shiver deep into the heart. The gunshots kept echoing. Maybe they were trying to kill the mutants, maybe for some other reason. In those moments before society truly collapsed, armed force remained the most effective way to keep ordinary people in check. As the rain intensified, a blanket of anxiety and fear settled over everyone. Zhao Meng rose to her feet, then sat down again, restless and uneasy. How long was this rain going to last? A tiny scrap of paper, no bigger than a pinky nail, was stuck to her right eyelid, a folk remedy for twitching eyelids supposedly. But honestly, her eyelids seemed to be twitching even worse now. Maybe the rain would stop soon, maybe it would last all day. On his chair, Lu Jiehe twisted and turned. Stop getting up just to sit down again. You're driving me crazy. Li Wenzu pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose. You two calm down. Didn't that ant-teeth black guy in the group chat say the spiritual association was already prepared for this? Trust the association, trust the authorities, okay. Anyway, what's done is done. Let's eat. The aroma of food filled the air. Lin Yi had cooked, so the quality was guaranteed. But most people at the table had little appetite. The meal felt as bland as chewing wax. Yi, aren't you eating anything? Fang Yi's voice pulled Lin Yi from her daze. She turned away from the window and looked down, picking up a piece of vegetable and chewing listlessly. I'm just worried about my mom. It's okay, Fang Yi reassured her. Your aunt's place is relatively safe. You don't need to worry. He wasn't just saying that to comfort her. The truth was, Taishi and her aunt's city, Kangxi, were thousands of miles apart. Even in the worst-case scenario, if Taishi completely fell, it would still take some time for the trouble to reach there. Lin Yi pressed her lips together, still looking worried, but finished her vegetables anyway. After the meal, Fang Yi asked Lin Yi to come to his room, saying he wanted to discuss some family matters. The others outside didn't suspect anything, but Lin Yi's anxiety only grew stronger. As soon as Fang Yi closed the door behind them, she asked, "Cousin, has something happened?" Lin Yi was extremely perceptive. Among everyone here, her abilities were second only to Fang Yi and Li Wenzu. She was also the first to sense that something was wrong. Fang Yi had specifically asked her to come so he could talk to her about this issue. What he was about to say would cause panic if discussed in public. Fang Yi didn't hide his concerns about the torrential rain. The situation in Tai City was growing more and more serious. If things weren't handled properly, the entire city could be wiped out. What? Lin Yi's eyes widened in shock. Was it really that grave? Although most people didn't fully understand the situation, every city had Spirit Association squads stationed in it. Whenever an abnormality was detected, these teams would move to neutralize it immediately. But up until now the sound of gunfire hadn't stopped. That fact in itself spoke volumes. The darkness attribute was tremendously corruptive. When it infected group-dwelling creatures, the contamination grew exponentially worse. Those bats weren't appearing by chance, they'd come prepared. This meant there were huge numbers of anomalies, and they were even continuing to evolve. The Spirit Association's vanguards were unable to contain them. The crisis in this city was spiraling out of control. As Fang Yi spoke, he gazed out the window. The rain was pouring down harder and harder. Just as he'd suspected, the sky outside was all but black, a swarm of bats rolling over the city like a tide, nearly submerging Tai City. The city was gradually falling. The Spirit Association had clearly underestimated this disaster. The anomaly outbreak was far more terrifying than anyone had imagined. No one expected the city's defenses to fail so quickly. From the initial uprising of the anomalies to the collapse of the urban district, it had taken barely 30 minutes. At this moment, Su Qingying's C-team was still struggling to hold the last line of defense. The battle showed no sign of slowing. "Damn it, there are just too many of these bats," Su Qingying muttered through gritted teeth. "At this rate we'll never kill them all." Her whole body was drenched in blood. What little spiritual energy she had left was barely enough to keep her standing, let alone heal her wounds. Blood flowed continuously from her injuries. Still, the bats kept coming, wave after unending wave, their power growing with every assault. Their rotten wings beat the air with a deafening noise. Corrupted black forms were everywhere, as if dandelion seeds were blowing through a spring breeze. Their black wings stirred up the sky and earth, turning everything they swept over into a living hell. Below the gray murky sky, a deep red hue spread through the air. The anomalies meant to use Tai City as a sacrifice, devouring it so they could grow stronger, endlessly evolving with every moment. Damn it! These anomalies fed on human flesh. By constantly devouring it, they could evolve indefinitely. The flesh of Spirit Association vanguards was especially precious to them, a rare delicacy. All 4 squads here were made up entirely of vanguards. That made them perfect bait. They were buying time for the ordinary citizens with their own blood and flesh, keeping the swarm of bats occupied so the populace wouldn't be targeted. But now the worst-case scenario was unfolding. The annihilation of the 3 squads had bought them time, but at the same time it had given the bat swarm maximum opportunity to evolve. Now, the enemies they faced were not just the Ghost Axe 2-star mutant bats, they were up against Ghost Axe 3-star and even 4-star variants, and there was no shortage of them. The situation on the battlefield had grown dire beyond measure. Was this really the end? The pioneers of Group C, bloodied and battered, were on the brink of despair. There were simply too many of them, far too many to fight. Suddenly, a sharp crack rang out from not far away. A pane of glass shattered, the sound piercing clearly through the steady drum of rain. In the next instant, the thing they'd feared most, what they dreaded in their nightmares, finally happened. Screams broke out from the upper floors. Bats smashed through windows, bursting into apartments and attacking ordinary people, ravenously tearing into flesh and drinking blood. No, bats are breaking in now. Even civilians were under direct assault. The situation had gone from bad to worse, spiraling out of control. Spirit Association Special Task Force Coordination Office. Wei Zheng sat hunched over his desk, utterly exhausted and at the end of his rope. The country had no playbook for dealing with supernatural disasters. Everyone had assumed the Spirit Association could handle it, but now this anomaly was unlike anything before. A citywide invasion of bats feeding on the flesh and blood of civilians, evolving at a terrifying rate and growing stronger with every passing moment. If things kept progressing like this, the Spirit Association would be completely outmatched. And right now, every single operative who could possibly turn the tide was busy suppressing outbreaks in other cities. They couldn't be spared to come here. The entire coordination office was suffused with a sense of helplessness. Everything had happened so fast, no one was prepared. Now all those Spirit Association heavy hitters were being recalled. But distant help does little when the fire is at your doorstep. A 5-star anomaly has successfully evolved. Despair closed in. On the map of Ta City, in front of Su Qingying, swarms of black dot symbols for the anomalies crowded and surged outward. The numbers only kept growing, and among them, several small silver dots were gradually being crowded tighter and tighter. The silver markers were the tracking signals from the Spirit Association's wristbands. There had originally been 40, now fewer than 10 remained. To the evolving anomalies, the aura of a pioneer was as tempting as braised pork to a meat lover. When the bats lost track of their main targets, they'd turn without hesitation to attack regular people instead. In areas of B and D, the pioneers had put their lives on the line, unleashing a dense fog of spiritual energy that, for now at least, held the bats at bay. Residents in those neighborhoods were still safe for the moment. But the real trouble was brewing at the apartment complex. 10 o'clock from their position, a huge mass of anomalies was converging rapidly in that direction. The liaison's voice was grim as the location indicator blinked on their wristbands. Received. We're moving to the target location. Immediately came the reply. Su Qingying was shielded by a layer of shimmering spiritual energy. Underneath it, her uniform was in tatters, blood streaming from her wounds. She tore open her portable medkit, injected a coagulant and bandaged herself in quick practiced motions. Move out. With barely a word, wounds bound and spirits steeled, the team set out toward the apartment block, all too aware the time was running out. Before reinforcements could arrive, the only way for the abnormals to take over Taishi was to step over the corpses of every pioneer who came before them. High-rise apartment district. Stretch after stretch of floor-to-ceiling windows. This was the favorite hunting ground of the mutant bats. At this moment, several panes of glass had already been smashed to pieces by the bats. Screams echoed one after another, chilling everyone to the core. Whoosh! By Kiyoshi pointed his sword, sending out several blades of spiritual energy. The bats at the windows were knocked down, but they didn't die at once. Soon, they struggled to take flight again. This is bad. They've evolved. Su Qingying's face grew grim. The bats had fed on human flesh and blood, accelerating their evolution. Bullets were now completely useless against them, not that they had any ammunition left anyway. A quick assessment told her there were at least 5 of the sinister third-tier ghost axe bats among the swarm. That was going to be a problem. The atmosphere grew heavier still. The pioneers of Team C spread out spiritual energy, flaring. They used every ounce of it, along with their own bodies, to become one final barrier between the abnormals and the ordinary people. But one by one their allies began to fall beside them. Somewhere along the way, the glow of their spiritual energy had faded until only Su Qingying by Kiyoshi and less than 5 others had anything left. Their light flickered like candles in the wind, weak, fighting to survive. Their magazines were completely empty. Su Qingying burned through her spiritual energy, desperately trying to hold off the bats. Blood streamed from her 7 orifices, crimson and shocking. The others fared no better. By Kiyoshi's arm had been torn off by a 4th-tier ghost axe bat. Pink flesh writhed around the broken bone, laced with dark threads of corruption, the corrosion from the bat's dark attribute outpacing his spiritual energy's ability to heal. By the end, the battle was hopelessly one-sided. The field of battle shrank and shrank. The C-team had drawn the bats into a furious collective assault. In front of the apartment block, the ground was littered with severed limbs and blood belonging to both bats and humans. At this moment, Su Qingying and the others were like cornered beasts. Every bat waited for the moment when they finally collapsed exhausted so they could tear them apart like they had the others. From the thick darkness of the bat swarm, a piercing shriek exploded, as if intent on shredding everyone's eardrums. A surge of black energy soared upward, dark and furious, tearing holes in the drifting clouds. No way. Can our luck really be this bad? Su Qingying looked up and felt the blood in her veins freeze. Reflected in her pupils was a massive decaying bat. Its frame dwarfed the others, massive like a resurrected pterosaur from ancient times. Its outstretched wings blotted out the last sliver of daylight between the concrete towers. A mutant bat had broken through to the terrifying 5th ghost axe tier. The immense black shadow hovered in the sky, blocking out sun and hope alike. It looked nothing like a bat anymore. Its rotting wings spread wide, and the scales on its body grated against each other with a metallic screech, raising a fierce wind that whipped sand and debris into the air. Swarms of mutated bats circled around it as if celebrating the birth of their king. They really had evolved a king within just these few short minutes. A decaying king had been born from blood and flesh. We probably won't last until reinforcements arrive. Cough, cough. By Kiyoshi, covered in blood, lay sprawled in a corner. A horde of bats surged toward him, trying to tear him apart, but he forced them back with swings of his spiritual blade despite only having one arm left. His face was pale as death, blood pouring from his severed limb, the lower half of his body soaked in a pool of blood. He looked like he could die at any second. Su Qingying didn't answer. Just moments ago, she'd held on to hope if they could only hold out until backup arrived, everything would be fine. But now all that was left was the certainty of death, a death that would be a million times worse than a firing squad. At this point, there was no need for words. They both knew how this would end. From the beginning, the fight had never been in their hands. The monsters had orchestrated this invasion for a long time, striking the humans when they were most unprepared, and they'd succeeded. Watching as impending doom crept steadily closer, knowing how powerless they were against it. That was true despair. So this is what dying feels like. Go! By Kiyoshi suddenly roared, and in the same instant, a surge of spiritual energy slammed down onto the head of the mutated bat, instantly drawing the attention of the 5-star aberration. By Kiyoshi's presence suddenly erupted with power. Spiritual energy ripped through his skin, tearing his protective suit to shreds, blood streaming down his body. In front of him, a sword began to form, condensing slowly from the last remnants of his energy, draining him dry. This was all he could do. Turn the last of his life force into a sword of pure spirit to block the 5-star aberration for just a moment, buying precious seconds for his companion. Su Qingying's tears fell before she even realized it. Out of the 40 vanguards who had set out, now only the 2 of them remained conscious. Their companions had fallen one by one, and now it was their turn. The bats beat their decaying wings. Claws outstretched, one swung for Su Qingying's head. Maybe heaven really had heard her despair. At that moment, a surge of energy whipped past Su Qingying's temple, the wind tossing her hair. Boom! A blast of spiritual force erupted from behind, knocking back the bats swarming in front of Kiyoshi. Reinforcements. Had they finally arrived? Quick, over here! Someone called. A slender fair-skinned hand reached out from an open window. But it wasn't the backup they were expecting. It was a pretty girl inside a floor-to-ceiling window, spiritual energy curling around her fingers as she flung open the glass and stretched a hand towards Su Qingying. There were other vanguards left in this city. A spark of hope flared inside Su Qingying. She reached out and grasped the girl's hand and was yanked straight through the window, pulled into the safety of the room. As she was yanked inside by Kia, she was also dragged in from the other side, and in an instant the window slammed shut behind them. The room was flooded with light. Bats feared the brightness, so all of Taishi kept their lamps burning, making night as bright as day in hopes of confusing the bats' senses. Su Qingying's heart had never pounded this hard in her life. Only now did she realize her clothes were soaked through with cold sweat. She scanned the room, taking stock of the people inside. All of you are Pathfinders. A girl stepped forward, introducing herself. Hi, I'm Lin Yi. Yes, we're all Pathfinders here. I've got medicine. Looks like you're badly hurt. Let me patch you up. She lugged over a medical kit, pulling out gauze and alcohol to dress Su Qingying's wounds. Blood was still welling up. Proper bandaging was necessary, since a Pathfinder's blood would draw the attention of anomalies. While Lin Yi worked, the rest of Team C's unconscious members were also dragged inside and tended to one by one. For a brief moment Su Qingying could finally breathe. But the reprieve didn't last. Almost immediately, bang, bang, bang. The bats outside shrieked in rage, followed by a thunderous barrage as they hurled themselves against the floor-length window, their bodies pounding relentlessly. Su Qingying's face went pale. The words tumbled from her lips. Be careful. There's a 5-star ghost axe anomaly out there. Suddenly a face appeared at the window, grotesquely rodent-like, with 2 crimson eyes glowing like lanterns, flooding the room with a terrible red glare and freezing everyone in terror. A split second later, the 5-star ghost axe anomaly lunged at the window like a living avalanche. With a sickening crack, a fissure appeared in the spiritual energy reinforced glass, spider-webbing out in all directions before the pane exploded, shards scattering everywhere. In that chaos, Su Qingying dimly heard someone grumbling behind her. Damn it! My damn window! Above Taishi, a black vortex swirled. The military district had been blocked off. Through the rain and mist, a figure leapt into action. His face was cold, hair swept back, eyes burning with impatience. A flash of lightning flared deep in his gaze, then sparks of thunder danced along the tang blade in his right hand. The next instant, lightning exploded outward in a raging blue torrent. Slash! A trail of crimson cut across the grotesque rat's face, slicing through the curtain of rain. The gash ran perfectly between its enormous lamp-like eyes, a line of absolute division. A second later, the monster's face split along the blade's path, the cut running all the way down its body. Boom! The charred remains of the creature burst apart in midair in twin blackened pieces, fire flaring brilliantly at the core, seething with destruction. This was the execution technique, a fusion of thunder's fury and the blade arts of inner fire. The sudden shock of thunder, combined with an internal burst of flame, could erase its prey in a blink, everything in its path reduced to nothingness. Boom! The massive body crashed down into the swarm of bats, instantly setting every last one of them ablaze. Where it landed, a pillar of fire shot toward the sky, tinged here and there with blue arcs of electricity. The bats screeched and writhed as they burned. Cousin! At that moment, Fang Yi stood alone, a sword in one hand. The tang blade's patterns gleamed a deep bloody red as its tip pointed loosely toward the ground. No roaring flames danced along the blade, not a flicker of fire was visible. Yet from outside the window, the sharp stench of burning flesh wafted in, thick and overpowering. Even the pouring rain couldn't snuff out the fire. It was as if an invisible sun had appeared, roasting every bat that drew near. Fang Yi stood just behind the curtain of rain and tilted his head ever so slightly toward Zhao Meng. What's up? He asked. That was awesome. Zhao Meng clapped her hands together in a seal clap, unable to contain her excitement. So extra. Lu Jiehe pressed a hand to her forehead in exasperation. Fang Yi just took it in stride, clearly used to the theatrics. He sheathed his tang blade and frowned at the shattered glass strewn across the floor. I'll clean it up, Li Wenzi volunteered, sweeping up a broom as he spoke. He wasn't about to admit it, but that slash of Fang Yi's had stunned him for a good 5 seconds. He hadn't snapped out of it until Zhao Meng's voice broke the spell. Thanks. Fang Yi nodded slightly. Suddenly a cold, trembling voice rang out. It's you. Everyone turned to look at Su Qingying. Only she knew how wildly her heart was pounding, so loud it was almost thunderous, her chest ready to burst open at any second. He'd saved her again. At the abandoned factory before, the mysterious one who'd slain 2 Class B anomalies that had been him too. Again and again he'd pulled her back from the edge of despair. This man. A harsh fit of coughing interrupted Su Qingying's racing thoughts. She blinked hard, snapping back to the present and looking toward Bai Qiashi. He was awake, the coughing coming in pained, ragged bursts. He clutched his severed arm, sweat beading and running down his brow like water, a smoky black aura still seeping from the wound. Su Qingying started toward him, but before she could say a word, a hand pressed over his wound. Sparks of electricity snapped and flickered immediately, the darkness clinging to the injury scattered like mice fleeing, a cat vanishing without a trace. High-level lightning affinity. Bai Qiashi's eyes went wide with surprise. He looked up at Fang Yi, who was standing over him, expression unreadable. Bai Qiushi's pale lips trembled. You're the mysterious pathbreaker who killed Candle Knight that night, aren't you? Fang Yi nodded slightly. The dark energies clear. Redress the wound. Relief flickered in Bai Qiushi's eyes. He gave Fang Yi a long searching look. Finally the tension melted from his posture. My name is Bai Qiushi, captain of the Destruction Squad, Spiritual Cultivator Association. Thank you for saving me and my team. I owe you my life. For all his intimidating exterior, Bai Qiushi radiated an old-school code of honor, a kind of loyalty you'd find on the streets. If you ever need anything, I'll go through fire or blades. Bai Qiushi's speech was cut short by a sharp renewed throb from his wound, his face going so pale it was almost translucent. Fang Yi glanced at his injured arm, said nothing but patted Bai Qiushi's shoulder as if to say, take care of yourself. After the shocking power of Fang Yi's blade, no one dared question him again. The mutated bats were either burned to a crisp or had fled far away. The swarm of black dots that had encircled the apartment building was completely gone, not a single one remained. The other members of Team C gradually began to regain consciousness. Most of them had passed out from their injuries and sheer exhaustion. As soon as they woke up, their first thought was that reinforcements had finally arrived. Did the army show up? No, but for now the crisis had been averted. When they learned that it was the young man in front of them who had saved them, taking down the terrifying axe-wielding 5-star bat monster in just one blow, the team members' pale faces filled with shock. He had lightning powers, but then where did all those roaring flames come from? Could he be an awakened with dual abilities? This familiar burning heat. Could it be that this was the mysterious person who intervened that night? Holy crap, so it was him. What are you guys talking about? I don't get it. Half the people in Team C were from the Destruction Squad, the rest were awakened from other cities. At this point, more than a few were left scratching their heads in confusion. So Qingying explained, starting from how she'd kept an eye on Fang Yi to how he'd intervened twice to kill Aberrants and saved her and the Destruction Squad. The more they heard, the more respect they felt. By the end, they were calling him Brother Fang, a title reserved for the utmost respect. Every member of this group was proud and headstrong. Even in the face of their own squad captains, they weren't guaranteed to show respect. But after hearing Fang Yi's feats, even the most rebellious among them were completely convinced. Seeing that Team C's members weren't seriously hurt, Su Qingying stood up with a smile and walked alone to the balcony to report the situation over her earpiece. Reporting Su Qingying from Team C. In the apartment sector, we encountered an axe-wielding 5-star aberrant. It has been eliminated. The area is cleared for now. On the other end, the Special Operations Coordination Office finally breathed a collective sigh of relief. Wei Zhang heard the news and immediately slumped back into his chair, his shirt soaked through with sweat. What's the situation in Tai City now? How did you manage to take down a 5-star axe aberrant? Su Qingying's voice was low and steady. The situation is grim. All of us are injured. We were saved by a powerful awakened. The 5-star aberrant was killed by him. A powerful awakened from Tai City. Could it really be? The liaison officer instantly pictured the shadowy figure of the dual ability awakened in his mind. Clearly their intel had been drastically wrong. This wasn't just some Class A aberrant incursion. Su Qingying was momentarily stunned when she heard this and glanced at Bai Qiushi, who was stumbling over from the side. Shouldn't you be resting? Why are you up? My wristband is gone. I came to report in person, Bai Qiushi replied lightly. The wristband had been on his severed arm and was lying somewhere within the swarm of bats, now lost along with the limb. What's your assessment of Tai City's current situation? Bai Qiushi said, I believe this is most likely an anomaly invasion event beyond Class A. Those bats are able to evolve and they're feeding on Tai City's people. Torrential rain poured down. Tai City was already a chaotic mess, shattered glass and rubble everywhere, the stench of blood mingling with the cries of countless people, all of it swept along by the rain. Everyone's hearts were filled with dread. Damn it! We failed to protect Tai City. These brutal monsters are feasting on my countrymen's flesh and blood. My blood is the same as theirs. I only wish I could devour these beasts alive. With the resurgence of spirit energy, everything was evolving, but evolution and extinction went hand in hand. If they couldn't exterminate these savage creatures, then it would be humanity facing extinction. Everyone thought that the resurgence of spirit energy marked the dazzling dawn of a new era. Yet every evolution is accompanied by something forever lost. Your instincts were right, Bai Qiushi said bitterly. In fact, the situation is even more dire than any of us imagined. From the liaison officer, Su Qingying and Bai Qiushi learned a piece of information even more shocking. A massive cocoon had appeared out of nowhere at the heart of the city. Inside, something unimaginably terrifying was being nurtured. If this creature fully formed, the consequences would be catastrophic. But you can rest assured, he added, the military district forces have already reached the edge of Tai City. They're heading toward the city center as we speak. At that very moment, Tai City border. Damn! Why are there so many bats? Be careful, they're huge and powerful. Each one's at least at Ghost Carver 5-star level. There were countless bats here, each as strong as the 5-star dark anomalies that had nearly wiped out Group C. Seeing this, everyone's heart sank to rock bottom. In the distance, they stared toward the city center. High above, a vast black vortex was forming, slowly coalescing in the heart of the sky. Dark energy poured toward the center from all directions, a chill that made their skin crawl. If we from the Spirit Association can't clear out these anomalies outside Tai City, we'll never reach the city proper. Are we really meant to offer up the whole city as a sacrifice to welcome the birth of a king? And Tai City was not the only place thrown into fear and turmoil. At Fang Yi's home, everyone had also taken note of the terrifying phenomenon above the city center. What is that? A vortex. I feel a powerful surge of darkness converging there. Me too. All the dark energy is streaming toward the center like bees swarming back to their hive. I'm afraid something truly terrible is getting ready to be born. Everyone stared out the floor-to-ceiling window, faces grim. The ever-evolving bats were already enough of a crisis. The appearance of 5-star ghost carver anomalies had completely caught them off guard. So Qingying glanced at her wristband. The numbers kept jumping. 79. The anomaly concentration was almost at 80, now on the verge of hitting the Spirit Association's danger threshold. According to risk assessment, an anomaly concentration of 80 was an extreme situation that even low-level pioneers were told to avoid entirely, cases that the military was supposed to handle directly. Right now, this A-class abnormal invasion had clearly spiraled into something completely beyond their ability to handle, and the situation was only growing worse. In that darkness, even more terrifying things might be brewing. Is it a king? Su Qingying's voice trembled as she spoke. What? Everyone turned to look at her in unison. Bai Qiashi, standing beside her, suddenly went pale. You mean the so-called perfect evolved one? Su Qingying took a deep breath. She wasn't entirely sure herself, but she had a bad feeling, and experience had taught her to trust her intuition. What's a king? Fang Yi asked. Noticing Fang Yi's interest, Su Qingying explained, normally, even the same type of abnormals will attack and devour each other, because in their evolutionary hierarchy, devouring another is the fastest way to ascend. However, there are exceptions. Take these bats for example, the ones invading our city. From the very beginning, it's been clear they're organized and disciplined, which is very unusual for low-tier evolved creatures. There's only one way to explain this. Something called the vassal effect. A perfect evolved being exerts a kind of bloodline suppression over others of its kind, subconsciously forcing regular abnormals into the role of servants. And the perfect evolved being, that's their king. That's what's inside the giant cocoon. She paused before continuing. The concept of a king comes from internal documents of the Spirit Society. Just like how someone as exceptional as Yu Fang Yi, a dual attribute high-level pioneer, is exceedingly rare, the existence of a king is also extremely uncommon. In fact, to this day, no member of the Spirit Society has ever actually encountered a king in the field. So the whole city is being sacrificed to celebrate the birth of a king. Someone muttered after Su Qingying finished her explanation. A heavy silence fell over everyone. The people here averaged around the 4-star level, barely enough to handle an ordinary swarm of mutated bats. When they'd encountered that 5-star bat earlier, if it hadn't been for Fang Yi, more than half of them would have died or been seriously wounded. And now they were being told that was just a subordinate. And there was a perfect bat king about to hatch from that cocoon. There wasn't even a curse strong enough for this moment. Maybe sensing their growing despair, Li Wenzi cleared her throat, trying to lift the mood. Actually, it's not hopeless yet. The army is on their way, aren't they? They must have experience dealing with this kind of situation. Wait! Su Qingying suddenly cried out in alarm. An ominous dread swept over her, and she stared at her earpiece with mounting terror, her frightened eyes flashing to Fang Yi. The military. They're blocked outside the city. What? The words hit like a thunderclap. Everyone's last hope had been for the army to arrive and the top fighters to take control. But according to the liaison, a new wave of powerful aberrant bats had appeared at the city limits, bats that were on average at the 5 or even 6-star level. Maybe stronger. The strongest from the military district had been held back. In desperate situations like this, the rarest commodity isn't courage, it's hope. And now even that last shred of hope had been crushed. With the elite fighters tied down, there was no way they'd be able to get in anytime soon. That meant, until they dealt with those bats, no matter what happened inside Tai City, there'd be no help coming. They were completely on their own. The bats had been temporarily driven back by Fang Yi's strike, but once they recovered, they'd come surging in again. When that happened, could any of them, especially with more than half already injured, hold out for long? A heavy gloom settled over everyone's hearts. Even Li Wenzi was at a loss for words. In the face of an enemy this overwhelmingly powerful, there wasn't a soul who didn't feel a little afraid. The situation was already clear. The military's reinforcements wouldn't arrive anytime soon. The urgent task now was to gather all the advanced teams in Tai City together. Their location data had already been sent to the other groups, and they were closing in on the city square. The liaison's voice, soft but firm, soothed Su Qingying's rising anxiety. Things in Tai City had spiraled far beyond what any of them could handle. All they could do now was try their best to limit the casualties and hope the others would receive the message and make it there quickly. A team. A team, please respond. Each inspector of the Spiritual Association was assigned a personal liaison to support them in battle. Their wristbands were rigorously tested, guaranteed to keep communications running under even the harshest conditions. But now, as the liaisons called out desperately, all they got in return was utter silence. Not even the sound of someone breathing. A team has lost contact, came a voice trembling. Captain Zhang Yuan, respond to my message immediately. Damn. B team's line just went dead there under heavy abnormal attack. What about D team? No response from D team either. All teams. None of them are responding. The news was almost too much to take in. Every last squad had gone dark. They were under siege by the enemy. Damn it. We should have known this S-class breach wasn't going to be that simple. The military's bogged down by those bats, it's all a setup. They planned this. They wanted to make Tai City the King's Feast the perfect offering for that giant cocoon. That's 30 advance operatives, every one of them rated above Ghost Axe 4-star. How could they all just lose contact? Those squads had been attacked by swarms of mutated bats, among them evolved bats at 5 and 6-star level, with thousands of 1 and 2-star bats acting as their shield. Caught in a net like that, the outlook was grim. Still, some refused to give up. They kept calling, desperately reaching for the other side. But in the end, the only thing that answered was chilling silence. What's happening? Su Qingying heard the commotion and her heart clenched tight. The liaison took a deep breath, his voice trembling as he reported the truth about the missing teams. The entire ABD unit. They've all lost contact. The golden sun that rose in the darkness, I'm telling you, all squads have gone dark. The update from the Special Action Group Coordination Room crackled through Su Qingying's earpiece. Instantly a shudder ran through her body. Lost contact. How could that happen? Not a single reply from anyone. Could every wristband have malfunctioned at once? The wristbands were developed by the Spirit Association, so rugged they could be tossed into the deep sea or a furnace and come out unharmed. Not even a rotten corpse could break one. They must have failed. If the wristbands hadn't failed, how could there be not a single response? With a burst of agitation, Su Qingying cut the liaison off mid-sentence. At that, a heavy silence fell over the room. Everyone else turned to look at her, a faint sympathetic sadness in their eyes. That was 30 scouts gone. 30 lives. Just this morning she'd greeted many of them, laughing and joking about trying the bubble tea play she wouldn't stop raving about once the mission was over. How did things come to this? Out here in this city, drowned in a sea of bats, the wristbands were more than equipment, they were beacons, the only link tying the teams to the outside world. Now even that was gone. Without the wristbands to guide them, lost inside these abnormal horrors, what hope did they have? As Su Qingying spoke, she suddenly felt something wet slip down her cheek, her vision blurring. The rain outside was coming down harder. Tai City was being battered by wind and rain. Broken glass, blood-stained rooms. An endless swarm of bats wove a black net over the whole city, smothering everyone in utter despair. The wounded members of the Spirit Association were no better off. These were men and women who'd faced down death with iron will, and now every pair of eyes was burning red. Those missing were their brothers and sisters in arms. Beasts. Damn beasts. They'd all entered Tai City together, vowing to protect ordinary people, hoping their sacrifice could keep peace for those who never even knew their names. But now, their comrades had vanished, their fates unknown. Friends who had laughed and quarreled side by side, now swallowed by the abnormalities, like a few small boats lost and helpless in a raging sea. What must it feel like to be trapped inside? At that moment, Su Qingying moved. She stood up abruptly, wiping away tears with the heel of her palm, her slender frame suddenly radiating a fierce determination. We can't just sit here and wait to die. We have to go out there. We're Spirit Association agents, we've benefited from the privileges of being scouts. Now it's our turn to set an example. Even if this mission fails, we owe it to our comrades to be by their side. The words had barely left her mouth when the room filled with the sharp, unified sound of people rising to their feet. The wounded members of Team C astonishingly began to rise to their feet one by one. Every single one of them was seriously injured. Some had only just managed to staunch their bleeding, others had bandages wrapped around their heads. Kiyoshi braced himself with a single hand and struggled up, determination blazing in his eyes as he stood tall. You're right. We're agents of the Spirit Association. With Taishi in ruins like this, what are we doing hiding here? We should go out and fight those monsters. Take down as many as we can, 1, 2, whatever it takes. In that moment, ferocity burned in the eyes of these wounded fighters, the fire within them flaring bright. Witnessing these battered souls drag themselves upright, Lin Yi and the others were stunned into silence. Just now, when bandaging these people up, they'd seen firsthand how grave their wounds were, injuries so severe that if they'd been wheeled into an ER, it would have been to fight for their lives. You're all this badly hurt, and you still insist on going. This thought flickered through everyone's minds, but deep down they all knew the answer. They had to go. Disaster was upon them. The swarm of bat creatures had already taken over Taishi. If the queen hidden within the cocoon were allowed to emerge, it wouldn't just be the city destruction would sweep across the whole Xia nation. As the pioneers of the Spirit Association, they had to stand between the oncoming catastrophe and ordinary people. They had to hold the line for this city. So Lin Yi and the others straightened up too. Each of these pioneers felt it keenly. They were all seekers, travelers on the path of self-cultivation, and seeing Taishi mired in chaos filled them with fury. But it was the resolve of these wounded association comrades that shook them to the core. No matter how dark the road ahead, no matter how faint the hope, even if they knew it was impossible, they'd go anyway. A deep respect welled up in their hearts. Yet, just as the atmosphere was reaching a fever pitch, a calm, detached voice suddenly cut through the excitement. "What use is it, you few, even if you go?" The words fell like a bucket of ice water dashed over everyone's heads. Instantly, the sobering reality, deliberately ignored mere moments before, came hurtling back with this simple question: what could any of them accomplish, especially in their current state? The abominations outside were terrifyingly strong, far beyond their capabilities. For this handful of battered and broken fighters, going out there was little more than a desperate gamble. So Qingying's temper flared. She was ready to snap back. But as soon as she saw who'd spoken, her anger disappeared, replaced by a heavy sigh. What else could they do? It's not like they could just do nothing. They couldn't just watch Taishi be turned, before their very eyes, into a hunting ground for the queen. So Qingying didn't argue, because the speaker was Fang Yi. She respected Fang Yi, a man who had saved her life more than once, a man of unquestionable power. At this point, what other choices did they have? Up to this moment, Fang Yi hadn't said a word. He'd been quietly cleaning his tang sword. Earlier, it had cut through the flesh and viscera of the monsters. Now, after a rinse, he was carefully wiping the blade dry with a square of white cloth. Fang Yi wiped his blade with deliberate, unhurried movements, every gesture calm and precise, almost elegant. When he finished, he stood up slowly, securing the long knife at his waist in one fluid motion. Boom! A powerful aura burst forth from him, surging out effortlessly. The tip of his blade gleamed with a dazzling golden light, shining like the last beacon of hope in the darkness. "I'll go," he said. His voice was level and tranquil, yet it thundered in everyone's ears like a roll of distant lightning. "You?" So Qingying was clearly shocked, entirely unprepared for him to step in himself. Why? She wondered. This had nothing to do with him. Lin Yi was stunned too. Anxiously, she tugged at Fang Yi's sleeve, as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she fell silent. All eyes turned to Fang Yi, people hesitating as if on the verge of speaking, yet holding back. But someone started. "Don't waste any more time," Fang Yi interrupted. He reached out his hand, motioning for her to remove her bracelet. He'd already figured out that the bracelet was equipped with tracking functions and could detect abnormal locations. The Spirit Association had actually made a pretty handy little gadget. He hoped they'd make more widespread use of it. So Qingying hesitated for a second. By the time she realized what she was doing, the silver bracelet was already in Fang Yi's hand. "This is a special bracelet from the Spirit Association. It's not just a locator but also a communicator. Once you put it on, my liaison will get in touch with you and monitor the nearby information to assist you in every aspect of the fight." As soon as the bracelet neared his wrist, it clicked shut with a crisp snap, fitting perfectly. "Let's go." Boom! A brilliant shaft of golden light erupted from the upper floors of the apartment complex, its overwhelming force crashing into the swirling black sea of bats and sending shock waves rippling through. "All teams connect with me. I'm taking out the Special Action Coordination Room at the center." Fang Yi's voice rang out. Inside the vast command room, silence hung heavy in the air, and the atmosphere was stifling. A middle-aged man in uniform entered, not yet 40, and everyone around him bowed their heads respectfully. "Sir." He nodded slightly, turning his gaze to the main screen. On it was a magnified map of Tai City. At this moment, the map looked as if it had been flooded with black ink, a sea of darkness, nothing but black. Status report: nearly all teams have been wiped out. Group A is completely cut off, lost in the darkness, currently unreachable. 10 minutes had passed. A full 10 minutes. The silver dots representing the Spirit Association's agents had not moved an inch, so still it was as if they'd vanished. If you weren't paying close attention, you'd never spot those few dots on the map at all. Over in the adjacent communications room, the liaison officers were calling their agents again and again, but there was nothing but silence from the other end. "We have no one left," Wei Zhang managed to say, his mouth dry. It was a truth no one wanted to accept, but reality was harsh. The middle-aged officer's brow creased in a deep frown. After a moment's thought, he said, "Switch to the military channel." The operator tapped at the controls. The next instant, the screen flickered, zooming in on the border area of Tai City. Through the comms, all that could be heard was the cacophony of battle cries and the blood-curdling shrieks of bats, chaotic, deafening, and desperate. The military district is currently attempting to enter the city center of Tai City, but even at the fastest pace, it will take at least another 30 minutes to reach Central Plaza. 30 minutes. By then, the royal cocoon will have already hatched. Tai City will be wiped out. What's the point of trying to stop it then? There was no helping it, the number of these bat-blooded creatures was more than 10 times higher than projected, and the degree of their evolution was far from negligible. Even with the military's most powerful firearms, it was impossible to take them down in a single blow. What's more, the abnormal deaths caused by the dark attribute had skyrocketed. If those aren't collected in time, the speed at which darkness spreads is beyond imagination. If that happens, it won't just be Tai City, the surrounding cities could be swallowed by darkness too. No, the dark attribute must not be allowed to spread. Someone refuted immediately, a sentiment everyone shared with chilling clarity. Under no circumstances can the dark attribute leave Tai City. If it breaks out, the entire Xian nation will become a land of utter darkness. By then the casualties would be several times what they are now in Tai City. The advance of the military's strongest was painfully slow. Aside from the difficulty posed by the evolved bats, the darkness attribute itself was the biggest obstacle. Things had reached a terrible crossroads. All anyone could feel was dread creeping up their spines. The troops couldn't get in while the cocoon at the heart of Tai City was racing against the clock to hatch. On one side was the fate of Tai City, on the other, the safety of Xian Nation behind them. Was it really, truly hopeless? No one wanted to give up on Tai City. But if the darkness attribute spread, the catastrophe would engulf the other cities. The consequences would be unthinkable. What about the royal cocoon? No one could answer. At this point, this A-rank invasion mission had spiraled into a crisis of unimaginable severity. No one knew what was coming next. A middle-aged man's eyes were filled with grief. If it truly came to that, the only option would be to abandon Tai City and follow up with a scorched earth strike to wipe out the abnormalities. Unless there was no other choice, they weren't willing to give up on a single soul. Just then wait. There's still a field agent on the move. Someone is still advancing their path. They're headed straight for Central Plaza. What? The enormous screen flickered. When everyone saw the streak of silver darting forward on the screen, they couldn't help but gasp in shock. The speed astonishing. Like a razor-sharp sword slicing a path straight through the impenetrable darkness. Who is that? Hope flickered in everyone's heart. Agent Su Qingying. Team designation C02. Ghostsmith 4-star level. Previously resolved 1 D-rank monitoring task, 10 C-rank tasks, and assisted on 5 B-rank missions. 4-star Ghostsmith. At the mention of her rank, the light in their eyes faded. Sure, 4-star Ghostsmiths weren't weak, they were the backbone of the Spirit Society, but the enemy this time was far too strong, way beyond what a 4-star operative could handle. She's going alone. That's suicide. Someone barked, "Get her out of there now." Su Qingying's liaison officer was growing frantic. She immediately opened the communication channel. Su Qingying, do you read me? Please respond. Cease your actions at once, there's no need for pointless casualties. We're contacting the Spirit Association headquarters and the military district will figure something out. Abort the mission immediately. The liaison kept repeating her urgent pleas. But would there really be a way out? Even if, as a last resort, they ultimately decided to abandon Tai City and use a blanket strike to wipe out the anomaly, there was no guarantee it would succeed. Their enemy was simply too powerful, while humans seemed helplessly insignificant. In the face of this desperate situation, what good could a single level 4 Ghost Axe agent do by charging into the Central Plaza? Was she really supposed to stop the birth of the king herself? Impossible. The liaison's pleas disappeared into silence as if cast into the sea. No reply came. All they could do was watch as that tracking blip moved ever closer. She's moving too fast. Moments ago, she was in the neighboring district, still a long way from the plaza, but now she was almost at the central area. What is she trying to do? Stop her quick. There are several level 5 advanced evolvers by the king's side. Is she trying to get herself killed? Agent Su Qingying. Stop moving, hold your position. Su Qingying, report. Do you copy? The liaison's voice was hoarse. She'd nearly shouted herself hoarse when suddenly there was an answer through the communicator. A brief burst of static grating electromagnetic interference, then unexpectedly a deep magnetic male voice came through. So this is how this thing works. Hello. Hello. Can anyone hear me? If you can, press 1. A man. Wait, Su Qingying was male now. The liaison blinked in bafflement, then with a start realized Su Qingying wasn't wearing the comms band. That rapidly advancing marker wasn't her at all. Who are you? You're not Agent Su Qingying. The question made everyone turn to look. Not Su Qingying. Nobody expected this. Amidst hellish chaos in Tai City, when even escape was nearly impossible, who would be running straight toward the center and using someone else's communication device to contact them? Just who was this? But the man didn't answer their question. Instead, his voice turned serious. I need all of you to coordinate with me immediately. I'm going to take down the king in the center. What? The entire command room fell into a daze. Had they heard that right? Take down the king. He was going to deal single-handedly with that monstrous, terrifying presence, the perfect evolution that even their entire force couldn't handle. Beneath gathering storm clouds, the call to comrades. Tai City. Fang Yi felt a little exasperated. After getting his hands on this communicator, he'd realized there were way too many buttons. He was a bit lost. He could hear their voices on the other end but hadn't figured out how to reply. It was so frustrating it made him want to scream. Dark clouds churned overhead, swallowing the sky in gloom as waves of pressure crashed down from above. Yet he kept moving at full speed, body angled forward in relentless advance. Boom, boom, boom. Amid the crashing thunder, shadowy figures plummeted to the ground, each impact releasing a sharp burnt scent that lingered in the air. Lightning crackled in Fang Yi's palm. After dispatching the swarm of bats blocking his way, he didn't pause for even a breath, his figure shooting straight toward the central plaza. You're a vanguard from Tai City, aren't you? Are you really going to take down the king? Do you think that's possible? After a long tense silence, the female operator finally responded, her voice trembling with the edge of despair. She wasn't doubting Fang Yi's strength, it was just that his words were too unbelievable, too far removed from anything she'd ever imagined. What else did you expect? You think the Spirit Association can handle this? Fang Yi fired back, leaving her utterly speechless. He was right, they had already failed. The Spirit Association's first response had ended in a rout, a crushing defeat. The blow to their confidence couldn't have been harsher. If you don't want Tai City to be destroyed, turned into a feeding ground for the unnaturals, then every single operator needs to sync up with me. I need all your equipment, every piece of information you have right now. Use it to help me. Fang Yi's clear, calm voice came through the communicator. On the other end, the operators' faces clouded over with worry. Most of them were locals, the city was their home, their families were here. None of them wanted to see it overrun, to lose everything they'd ever known. As everyone silently battled with themselves, a voice suddenly cut through the air. Agreed. It was the commander, a middle-aged man, his dark eyes surging with something indomitable. His word was final. Do as he says. Everyone drop what you're doing and assist him. Use satellite radar to scan for nearby anomalies. Do everything you can to feed him intel. C-02, you'll be the main liaison, guide him to the exact locations. Su Qingying's operator nodded in reply. Begin. The order snapped everyone into motion. Workstations lit up as operators jumped into position. Satellite imagery filled the screen's countless heat signatures, all of them anomalous, swarming and encircling a massive cocoon at the center of the city. North Sector has the least anomalies, over 10 kilometers out. Possible breach point. Someone reported. The main road is crawling with them. Recommend breaking out via the east-southeast side street. Light dots pulsed wildly on the monitors as a torrent of data streamed in. Signals gathered and snapped into focus, numbers and graphs updated in real time. In that moment, the entire information team operated around a single purpose: supporting Fang Yi. Their machines pushed to the limit, calculating everything he needed to survive. Damn it! A sudden cry broke the concentration in the room. He's been spotted, someone gasped. 2 anomalies approaching from 2 o'clock. Threshold analysis says one of them is at Ghost Edge 5-star. At least. Ghost Edge 5-star. The words dropped like lead in the room, heart sinking. On the screen, the lone silver blip representing Fang Yi arrowed directly toward the threat. In less than 10 seconds, he'd be face to face with both monsters. Warning: 2 Ghost Edge 5-star anomalies ahead. Take evasive action. The operator screamed into her headset, voice ragged with urgency. But in her heart she knew the truth, it was too late to turn back now. On the other end of the communicator, the torrential rain kept roaring, swelling like a tidal wave as if it had become the soundtrack to this unfolding disaster. At that moment, they heard 2 sharp, piercing shrieks. They recognized them instantly as the cry of bats launching their attack. Something was off. Everyone felt their hearts leap into their throats, and Su Qingying's communications officer turned noticeably pale. Then suddenly, amidst the relentless downpour, a different sound emerged. It lasted only a fraction of a second, fleeting and almost drowned out, but it didn't escape their notice. Was that the sound of a blade? A chilling metallic slash sliced through the static of the radio, shrill and cutting, followed immediately by the thunderous roar of fire. But it was pouring rain in Tai City. What kind of flame could possibly burn in weather like this? Without warning, a sharp, panicked voice broke through, reminiscent of someone setting a rat's nest ablaze, screaming rodents scrambling to escape the flames. The source of the anomaly had vanished. The communications officer registered it first, pupils contracting in shock as he stammered the words, "The anomaly. It's gone." What? The others stared at one another in stunned disbelief. They'd all heard the unmistakable sound of a sword being drawn, and in the next second, the anomaly was simply gone. There was only one explanation. The foe had been killed instantly with a single strike. He took out the anomaly in one blow. But that was a 5-star Ghost Axe-class anomaly. Even the most elite pioneers in the military would struggle to dispatch one so swiftly, if at all. After all, once these anomalies evolve, the first thing that strengthens is their hide and flesh. They become as tough as steel. But the anomaly had been slain in an instant. That meant the one who did it wasn't just strong, he had to be above the Ghost Axe 5-star level. And what's more, dark-type anomalies were notoriously cunning. To kill one instantly, you'd need not just power but immense experience and battlefield instinct. Could there really be such a powerful pioneer hiding here in Tai City? A single second of stunned silence passed, then the mood flipped. Everyone was suddenly electrified with hope. This was a dark-type anomaly. Of all the anomalies, they were without a doubt the hardest to kill. Their cunning rivaled that of any human, maybe even exceeded it. They adapted to their abilities, set traps and lured pioneers into them. This swarm of bats on the surface hadn't seemed especially strong, but they'd seen through the human strategy, struck at the weakest patrol team inside Tai City under cover of the rain and breached their defenses with perfect timing. Such sly and dangerous anomalies, yet one had just been wiped out in the blink of an eye. That was a shot in the arm for everyone, a spark of hope in the dark. Damn, so there really was such a powerful pioneer still left in Tai City. There was still hope for the city. Everyone stared out at the rain-soaked sky. The despair that had weighed their hearts slipped away, replaced by a fierce surge of hope. They balled their fists, their gazes locking onto the flickering screen, eyes burning with expectation. Outside, darkness reigned. Thick storm clouds pressed down on the sky, smothering Tai City beneath their shadow. It wasn't just the city either. The looming resurgence of spiritual energy hung over the entire Xi'an nation like a gathering tempest. Even though the spiritual revival hadn't reached its peak, monstrous creatures were already evolving at a terrifying pace. Ordinary people remained blissfully unaware that their world was changing while everything shifted in secret. They fought through the night, died in despair, and might fall only moments before dawn finally broke. But from the very moment they joined the spiritual association, they accepted the price sacrifice if it came to that. And now, with Tai City in crisis, with their homes and every inch of land they stood on befouled by this damnable darkness, those hidden trailblazers, the forerunners lurking in the shadows, were finally revealing themselves. Tonight it began with this mysterious pioneer. Like a shot of adrenaline, his arrival made one thing clear to the spiritual association: Tai City hasn't given up yet. Raised in the gentle spring wind, these defenders were also guardians of this land. In the city's darkest hour, they stood shoulder to shoulder with the association, driven by a single purpose: to defend the land beneath their feet and protect the people behind them. He stands with us. Together we fight. Crimson flames roared like a dragon's breath. The ultimate cremation blade technique sizzled and hissed, cleaving through the night. It was pitch black, impossible to tell where the sky ended and the bats' wings began. Their screeches filled the air, a cacophony that haunted the fractured city. Tai City had become a nest of vermin, overrun by bats so numerous their numbers seemed endless. Even among them some bore the mark of the ghost axe, formidable 5- and 6-star fiends. A piercing shriek split the sky. Shadows wheeled overhead, belching jets of oily black mist. Instantly, the city was choked by even deeper fog, the darkness steeped with a corrupting power. Steel and concrete alike shriveled under its touch, crumbling like soft tofu in seconds. Screams erupted everywhere, despair seeping into every corner. And at the center of it all was Fang Yi, the focus of every bat's attention. Their blood-red eyes fixed on this lone intruder, hundreds, thousands of field of sinister lights flaring in the gloom. Even the lonely moon above disappeared in the shadow of their wings. Then suddenly they attacked. A relentless swarm, each bat zeroed in on Fang Yi, smothering him beneath a tidal wave of shadow. That was how they destroyed every other team, by overwhelming, by obliterating. In that instant, countless crimson eyes blazed, and Fang Yi's figure vanished into the darkness. Despair threatened to crush all hope. But then, with a thunderous roar, a blazing arc of swordlight erupted, wreathed in world-cleansing fire. The raging inferno tore through the swarm, incinerating every shadow in its path. Darkness itself was devoured in the blaze. Whoosh! In an instant, countless dense clouds of mist were devoured by the world-cleansing fire. Flames surged out in all directions like a tidal wave, engulfing everything in their path. Boom! 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 Explosions rang out one after another wherever the wildfire swept through, echoing like mountains splitting open or the sea crashing ashore. In a mere heartbeat, the path ahead was cleared. Swarms of bats screeched as they burned, consumed by the raging inferno. Across the city of Tai, a crimson sea unfurled, its surges reflected in the dark rain-soaked sky. Scarlet light bathed the heaven and earth, the city and sky fused into a single blazing vista. The sheer force of it was overwhelming. Inside a high-rise apartment, Lin Yi anxiously stared out the window, her fingers twisting the hem of her shirt in nervous agitation. She didn't know how her cousin was faring. Ever since Fang Yi had left, her heart had been lodged in her throat, refusing to settle. Wait, what was that sound? Zhao Meng's startled exclamation exploded nearby, and everyone turned to look out the window. Their eyes mirrored the darkness of the sky above. There was nothing at first. But then boom! A thunderous roar shook the world. A ribbon of crimson flame erupted like a dragon, tearing through the darkness, surging straight up into the clouds. The brilliance of that fire illuminated all of Tai City, turning night to day. The blast was deafening. In that instant, the whole city was awash in firelight. Shock rippled through every soul. What's happening? The city center suddenly caught fire. What kind of explosion could cause a glow like that? What is that flame over there? It looks terrifying. Within moments, every eye was drawn to the blazing center of Tai City. faces paled with dread reflecting flickering flames. Even with the torrential rain, this monstrous blaze surged up, shattering the suffocating darkness. That darkness had been no ordinary gloom, it was formed by the gathering of countless aberrations, creatures of pure shadow. Just one such being was already a nightmare to face, yet now around the old city clock tower there was a whole horde of them, fiercely defending a massive cocoon. But now, the sea of fire had breached the edge of that dark barricade, tearing a gash right through its seamless defense. At that moment Lin Yi's eyes abruptly widened, her usually cool expression breaking into joy. It's my cousin. That's his swordsmanship. No one else's flames burn like that. Her cousin's fire was terrifying, pure radiant yang energy so intense it made her skin crawl. Even from far away she could feel the oppressive strength radiating from those flames. This was her cousin's power. It was overwhelming. Was this what it meant to be a true prodigy? To crush every obstacle underfoot? Everyone, almost without realizing, lifted their heads, gazing at the flames as if in worship. The scale of it was staggering, almost as if the entire central district had become a gigantic crematorium. Bats burned in droves, disintegrating within the blaze. The firelight illuminated every face. All of Tai City seemed to catch fire at once, as if hope itself had flared to life amid the darkness. The inferno continued to surge toward the very heart of the city, roaring like a dragon toward the old clock tower. Every bat in its path was sliced and incinerated, reduced to ash in the blink of an eye. At that moment, before anyone could finish their sentence, the satellite feed showed a scene of pure terror on the giant screen. With a deafening roar, the entire surface of Tai City convulsed violently. Then, like a stampede of dragons, an inferno surged forward, devouring everything in its path. In an instant, Tai City was bathed in crimson. Blinding flames burst forth, scorching the skyline. Boom, 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 boom. The epicenter of it all was right where Fang Yi stood. All around him, the mutant bats, creatures that had ruled like tyrants, were struck down in the blink of an eye. Their bodies exploded, torn apart by the onslaught. Lightning raged through the darkness, while that overwhelming aura, fierce and radiant, the mark of a high-level fire, erupted without mercy. This was a sea of fire so fierce that it carved open a path straight through the horde of monsters. It was unstoppable, a force of nature that crushed everything before it. Members of the Spirit Association stared in disbelief. The creatures they had viewed as demons, foes so terrifying they'd all but lost hope against them, now lay battered and broken on the ground, bodies charred beyond recognition, lifeless. The sight left everyone utterly stunned, especially the officers of the Special Operations Division, men and women usually too busy with Spirit Association matters to pay attention to what the Forerunners outside were up to. But now this Forerunner from Tai City had just shattered everything they thought they understood. Their jaws dropped. Had the external Forerunners really gotten this powerful already? This kind of strength, honestly, he could go toe-to-toe with the brightest stars cultivated in the military, the ones who'd had endless resources poured into them. Wait a minute. I remember now. Suddenly, a communications officer yelped, eyes lighting up with excitement. I saw a video that was floating around Tai City off the record. It was near underground magma, a guy unleashing a sea of fire with a single swing of his blade. That's him. What? You're saying it's that mysterious Forerunner who conjured a wall of fire with just one strike? The memory hit everyone at once. That video had already made the rounds in Forerunner circles, and even they had seen it pop up countless times. Now, seeing the inferno engulfing the city, everyone recognized the signature move. Shock rendered the room momentarily speechless. It's him, the king in the flames. When I saw that fire blade in the video, it didn't come close to what we're witnessing now. He's gotten so much stronger in such a short time. His talent is absolutely terrifying. Did you see those bats? They couldn't even fight back. His flames swept the main road clean like nothing. That's power, that's pure force, the ultimate cremation technique. If it's really him, then maybe he can do it. Maybe he really can. As the whole room reeled in awe, the middle-aged man in the main seat, Li Zhuanggaya, remained silent. His gaze stayed fixed on the screen. The firestorm raged on, tearing apart the darkness, dissolving bat after bat. They melted and were snuffed out one after another. Could it really be possible? Could a Forerunner have reached this level? If darkness falls and someone like this still keeps forging ahead. Meanwhile, Tai City's local forums were exploding. User traffic surged as post after post flooded in. What on earth just happened? Has anyone told me what's going on? Why do I keep hearing those terrifying sounds coming from outside? What's the deal with all these bats? Help! The bat outside my window is horrifying. Why are its wings rotting, its eyes so red, its body stained with fresh blood? It looks like a demon straight out of hell. I'm hiding in my closet right now. I don't even dare to look at what's happening outside. Even though I have noise-canceling headphones on, those awful sounds still keep leaking through, piercing into my ears. Are they going to break in any second now? I'm so scared. Can someone please save me? Countless posts popped up everywhere. Photos, each more shocking and nightmare-inducing than the last, filled the front page of the forum. Shattered glass, blood streaking down windowsills, bats drenched in gore. Panic spread among everyone. All we'd gotten was an extreme weather warning for heavy rain, so why are there suddenly all these hideous terrifying bats? What's worse, not only do these bats look monstrous, but they're breaking into apartment buildings and attacking people. Some people say they saw with their own eyes a bat smash through a window and tear their neighbor to pieces. Why is this happening? Everyone's anxiety was lit like a fuse, fear spreading faster and faster as people desperately searched for answers. But once posts went up, they vanished into thin air. No, it's not that nobody was replying, the posts were getting deleted at lightning speed. For example, a thread titled "So Scary. My neighbor got eaten by a bat." One moment it's there, you click in before the images have even fully loaded, and all you see is a new message. The post you are trying to view has been deleted. The number of new threads being published was plummeting. Someone was deleting posts like mad. Why? Who was erasing our messages? None of my posts would go through. I even tried switching to another platform only to be told my IP wasn't permitted to perform that action. Me too. Same with everyone else. What's going on? Our IPs were all blocked. No message could get out of Taishi at all. That realization only poured gasoline onto the wildfire of panic online. The heavy rain had not only broken the signal and cut off Taishi's only link to the outside, but now no matter what anyone tried, it was impossible to send out any message, totally trapped. Like beasts cornered in the dark, unable to escape. More and more people noticed what was happening. The entire Taishi region's servers were locked down. It was like we were trapped inside some kind of information cocoon. A sudden chilling sense of abandonment fell over everyone. What on earth is going on? And then boom. A deafening earth-shattering roar echoed across Taishi. At that moment, a gigantic dragon of flame rose up to shield the entire sky, painting everything a blood-red hue. That dreadful force billowed out, and wild raging fire lit up everyone's world in an instant. And in the next second, those terrifying bats were all engulfed by the flames, fiery serpents darting wildly, a spectacle as shocking as it was horrifying. At the same time, everyone saw the latest post appear on the forums. The publisher was the Taishi Meteorological Bureau. If darkness falls and there are still those who keep moving forward, we hope you all remain calm and leave everything to him. Below was an attached picture. A blurry figure stood firm before an endless horde of bats, a sea of fire raging at his feet. He was marching straight toward the heart of the darkness. The officials of Taishi had spoken up. Who is this person? His silhouette gives me such a powerful sense of resolve, it actually makes me feel safe. Same here. I don't really understand what the authorities mean by that message, but just looking at this figure, my fear suddenly vanished. For some reason, he feels like a guardian angel. What on earth is happening in Taishi? What's wrong with Xiaoguo lately? Is this bizarre weather even normal? Why does it feel like every piece of news lately is about incidents like this? What are those bats anyway? Why are there so many thousands, probably tens of thousands, gathering in Taishi? They're just like some monstrous creatures out of myth. Discussion exploded, comment after comment pouring in. The official announcement was like a needle anchoring the sea, calming people's nerves. Still, anxiety lingered, a gnawing sense that something in the world had gone awry. But there was one thing everyone was certain of. Even if Taishi was shrouded in darkness without a trace of light, there were still people fighting for them, forging ahead on their behalf. Many had already fallen along the way, yet more kept stepping forward, one after another. At that moment, someone was first to reply beneath the official post. Taishi's in trouble, and those people all stood up. That's right. Don't let random words online swing your mood, don't jump to wild conclusions. We're not alone, there are always brave people standing between us and disaster. They're at the front lines fending off the darkness for us. We can't give up, not now. At the start, a few bitter, defeatist voices surfaced. Some claimed it was just a government trick. But gradually, those words faded, drowned beneath a wave of positivity. The fervor was contagious. Everyone felt a powerful resonance with these rousing words. Yeah, when has Xiaoguo ever abandoned us? Even when nothing but darkness lay ahead, someone always finds a way, blazing a path through fire, carving out a road even if they have to walk it alone. Suddenly, the same thought flashed through everyone's mind. With great power comes great responsibility. Times change, the world changes, but Xiaoguo has never wavered. They fight to save us at the front lines. We can't give up either. That's right. We should support him with our own actions. He charges ahead, so we must stand firm until the very end. Exactly. One supportive comment after another filled the forum. In just a few minutes, the Tai City forums were flooded with words of encouragement and comfort. Faced with an overwhelming disaster, the people of Tai City did not crumble. They put their faith in the authorities and began following official guidance, lighting fires to protect themselves and each other. Inside Fang Yi's home, Lin Yi turned to the people behind her, her eyes shining like brilliant stars in the night. Everyone, let's go. Let's move. Soon after they left, a post suddenly shot to the top of the forum's trending list. The pinned message only contained a single sentence. It's our turn to step up. Many people had no idea what this meant. Some just glanced at it, then silently donned their raincoats and headed out the door. Across Tai City, one after another, threads of vital energy began to glow like tiny stars lighting up the night sky. At that moment, the Special Operations Department was projecting live satellite footage onto the big screen. "Sir, look at this." "What is that?" one officer blurted, voice almost cracking with shock. Li Hongdao frowned deeply and looked up. As soon as he saw the screen, he froze. That was. Across every major street in Tai City, the abnormalities were being struck down. Trailblazers had organized themselves, heading into the streets to fight the threats and shield regular citizens. A rough estimate. There were actually hundreds of them. 7-star Dark Affinity Aberration. The King's Emergence Countdown. Blood red. An endless sea of crimson filled the air, blurring Fang Yi's vision. He'd already lost track of how many dark creatures he'd slain, but the bats kept swarming, wave after relentless wave. Good thing he'd brought this with him before leaving. Fang Yi let out a sigh and dug a palm-sized pot from his pocket. Inside, a tiny flower bloomed, radiating a soft white glow. An aura of desolation spread instantly. Boom! Vines exploded out of the pot by the thousand, weaving through the air like a spider spinning its web, racing in all directions. The world around him changed. Greenery burst forth as the vines twisted together into a massive net that dropped down to cover everything. Every single bat was trapped, caught within that living cage. The creatures shrieked and fought to break free, but none could escape. The vines simply wound tighter and tighter until all that remained were shriveled husks. The power of desolation was devouring the life force from these evolved monsters, pouring it back into the tiny flower. Its petals grew larger and brighter with every moment, the glow intensifying. "It's pitch black ahead. I can't pinpoint the king's exact location." Fang Yi spoke calmly. "Just give me a direction. A direction is enough. I'm locking in on coordinates for you, but it's taking too long, too slow." Something flickered in Fang Yi's heart. Faintly, he could hear a strong, steady heartbeat coming from behind the swarm of bats. He looked up. He'd made it to the central plaza, right to the heart of the bat's strongest ring. Suspended at the center was a massive cocoon. The shrieking bats were growing silent. That deep, powerful heartbeat grew louder and louder. Thump thump thump, a sound like ancient warriors pounding war drums on a battlefield, calling old tribes to arms. This is the heartbeat of the king. Fang Yi gripped the Tang sword in his hand even tighter. In that instant, countless wicked thoughts flashed through his mind, desires so dark and frenzied that they threatened to unleash the most twisted urges lurking at the bottom of his heart. This was the corruption of dark energy. Once your mind slipped into chaos, you'd fall under evil's control and become a sacrifice to the dark attribute. Detected. The king's location. It's right in front of you. 12 o'clock. C02's voice rang out in time. Good. Fang Yi took a deep breath and pushed his yang attribute to its absolute limit. This was the first time he had ever gone all out. With each breath, the golden sun breathing technique surged through him. Brilliant sacred yang energy gathered with a roar. An endless brilliance enveloped everything, while mighty spiritual force rose steadily, forming a dazzling golden sun that hovered high above the sky. The terrifying golden sun slowly ascended. Wind and thunder surged, and the orb floated behind Fang Yi as if it had torn open the fabric of reality itself. The sight was utterly overwhelming. In a split second, the heart of the golden sun exploded in a blaze, like a river of sunlight stretching far and wide. The ever-present dark mist hovering above Tai City was now visibly dissolving before his very eyes. Under the raging light of the sun, the darkness evaporated, its territory shrinking rapidly as if being steamed away. To the satellites orbiting above, the scene was nothing short of apocalyptic. A canvas densely speckled with black began to fade, countless heat signatures of bats snuffed out in an instant, dozens, even hundreds, burning away every second. It looked like a one-sided massacre. What is this power? The number of level 1 and 2 anomalies plummeted so rapidly that the circle surrounding the city shrank by the moment, and the concentration of anomalies was already falling. It had dipped below 100. This was simply unbelievable. Fire attribute. How could fire possibly have such overwhelming power? And how could fire ever suppress darkness? No, this was Yang attribute. Pure, unyielding, the ultimate opposite of darkness. Yang, by its very nature, is born to counteract darkness. Most of the so-called advanced attributes people bragged about were all just flashy destructive powers designed for battle. But Yang was fundamentally different. Against darkness, it wasn't just strong, it was utterly, brutally overpowering. It didn't follow any rules of balance or fairness. It was said that a cultivator with Yang attribute at any given level could completely overwhelm all darkness-type anomalies at that same level, no contest. Boom! The blazing sun tore open the shroud of gloom that had enveloped Tai City. Now, the darkness before Fang Yi parted on its own, creating a clear path. And at the end of that path, a colossal cocoon swayed gently. The king's cocoon. When the satellites caught this moment and beamed it back to Central Command, everyone watching couldn't help but gasp in shock. That's the king about to be born. Even through the screen, the evil aura radiating from the cocoon was palpable. That chilling, icy feeling, it gave me goosebumps just watching. This level of anomaly is terrifyingly powerful. Previously, someone in the military district encountered a king-class entity. It said that even with all their preparation for spiritual resurgence, it still cost the life of one of their top fighters just to bring it down. That soldier was one of the best he'd fought in several Forbidden Zone defense campaigns, a true war-hardened elite, yet he was killed instantly. For an experienced battle-scarred champion to be obliterated by a king-class anomaly like that, the mere thought of one hatching here is simply horrifying. Be careful. Right now everyone in the operations division was witnessing a scene that sent chills down their spines. The moment the massive cocoon was exposed, the surrounding darkness seemed to shift and ripple. The defensive line, formed by a horde of anomalies, began surging toward Fang Yi with reckless abandon. Countless lesser anomalies, like moths to a flame, threw themselves forward, desperately trying to block his path. Swarms of bats flooded the sky in dense black waves. Among them, colossally huge mutants spread their decaying wings. They were leagues stronger than the others, as different as dinosaurs are from sparrows. Watch out. They're coming for you in droves. Some are Ghost Carver class 6-star, 7-star, even 8-star level. Even C02's voice was ragged and hoarse, now her eyes filled with terror. Ghost Carver anomalies of the 7th or 8th star were monsters in their own right. A single one could wipe out a standard association squad. Now there were nearly 10 of them, and Fang Yi stood alone. The sight before them lit a fire of rage in every watcher's heart. Anomaly evolution demands fresh flesh and blood. These are Ghost Carver 7 stars. Monsters. They turned the entire city of Tai into a bloody hellscape. Every bit of life force they devoured. Those were our people. Their evolution comes at the cost of our lives. Damn these anomalies. I'll slaughter them. I'll exterminate every last one. Rage boiled over among the defenders. Grotesque creatures lumbered forward, fangs dripping with the blood of comrades, stomachs churning with chewed limbs, claws caked with mangled flesh. God only knows how many lives it took for those bats to reach such monstrous form. Die. Destroy the king sealed within that cocoon. True despair is silent. At a moment like this, all they could do was clench their teeth, eyes fixed on that lone figure. Right now their only hope to kill the king-class anomaly was this lone young man. They had no choice but to believe in him. Li Zhuangdao spoke, his tone grave. All eyes shifted to the screen. Everyone's emotions were tethered to every move, every heartbeat of the battle. The sky above Tai burned with a fierce fiery orange-red. It was as bright as day, no brighter than day, dazzling beyond belief. A golden sun blazed in the heavens. The darkness was scattered bit by bit until every one of those terrifying aberrations was burned away under the blazing sun, leaving behind only charred corpses. Countless ordinary people, emerging from their fear, lifted their heads to gaze at the giant sun hanging in the sky. The number of aberrations plummeted. As if summoned by some invisible call, great swathes of aberrations suddenly halted their rampage, all turning and converging toward the central plaza. Even the pioneers who had been locked in desperate battle with them felt a huge weight lifted from their shoulders, their eyes instinctively drawn to that blazing orb above. At this very moment, every single person in Tai City was focused on the battle raging in the central square, knowing that the outcome there would decide the fate of them all. In the ruins of the city, the darkness would retreat, only to surge back like a raging tide, crashing furiously toward the lone blade-wielding figure. The aberrations no longer cared about anyone else in their eyes. There was only this young man who had dared disrupt the king's hatching. A blood-curdling howl echoed across the sky. And then in that instant, Fang Yi's eyes blazed with light. Brilliant golden fire ignited in his pupils. Boom! Suddenly, the sun overhead trembled and widened, pouring out endless sunlight that swept across everything below. The aberrations' bodies were shattered and scattered, bursting apart where the light touched them. Rocks shot into the sky. Dust veiled the heavens. Thud thud thud. Fang Yi staggered back 3 steps. At some point the flower pot in his hands had become empty. He drew out the spirit flower and slammed it to the ground with a sudden motion. The ground trembled, cracks spreading like a mirror about to shatter. The attribute of desolation erupted in full force. Bats were sucked dry mid-flight so thoroughly that even their skeletons turned to pale white dust, cascading through the air, a vision of apocalyptic horror. At that very moment, flames from the tang blade in Fang Yi's hand spread across the entire blade, pulsing as if the weapon itself was breathing. Suddenly firelight burst directly from the steel. Red flame blade technique. A blinding arc of fire swept out from the spirit flower, slashing in a crescent through the air. A white-hot line carved the sky so swift it felt as though the entire plaza would be split in two. In an instant, every aberration at the 6th Ghost Axe level and below was obliterated by the attack. Not a single one survived. Ashes snowed down as dozens of winged figures still circled above. These were the aberrations beyond the 6th star monsters, unfazed by ordinary attacks. Yet Fang Yi's expression did not change. His black hair whipped wildly as arcs of electric blue leaped down his right arm, the one gripping the blade crackling outward in every direction. Golden light wrapped around Fang Yi as if warding his soul. On his tang blade, lightning and fire flickered in rapid succession. In one fluid motion he struck a 7-star aberration. A jet-black scar slashed across its hide. A hair's breadth later, the aberration's body detonated from the inside. Raging inner flames funneled into the wound, tore through its insides. Mere explosions would never have harmed such a creature, but these flames carried savage lightning, pure, violent and raw. The internal blast of lightning ripped apart its vitals in the blink of an eye, scattering the monster into 1,000 pieces. Boom! 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 Fang Yi swung his blade with lightning speed, clearing away everything he encountered in the darkness. 10 Ghost Axe 7 stars and Ghost Axe 8 stars aberrations were all pierced through and utterly obliterated. Blood rained down along with fragments of scorched flesh, drenching Fang Yi's brows and lashes. In this moment, he exuded an unprecedented aura of domination. A vast golden radiant power of sunlight enveloped his entire body, making him appear as if he were clad in the legendary golden chainmail armor worn by the mythical great sage in battle. Every aberration that tried to block Fang Yi's path was shattered into dust. He pressed forward relentlessly. No evil could approach him and no force could halt his advance. He was untouchable, invincible. Roar! Suddenly, from within the giant cocoon, an ear-splitting shrill cry tore through the air. The terrifying cocoon erupted with a monstrous surge of energy as streams of black mist twisted themselves into the shapes of bats, bared their fangs and shrieked at Fang Yi. It was the king's warning, a clear sign that the king had sensed a grave threat. The roar faded almost as quickly as it had begun. Fang Yi strode up to the cocoon. He stared at this strange, massive object like an enormous stone, its surface marbled with jagged streaks of black. The darkness spread from its very top, just a single step away from reaching the very bottom. You are the king of the dark aberrations, the true source of this disaster. I live in Tai City and I love it here. So please die. Fang Yi's voice was calm and cold, his eyes kindling with a blaze of gold, a divine flame burning bright and unyielding. Bathed in radiant light, he raised his blade. The arc of its sweep drew a shining line through the air, slicing fiercely towards the cocoon. Boom! A thunderous blast shook the heavens. You are the king of the dark aberrations, the true source of this disaster. I live in Tai City and I love it here. So please die. His emotionless voice transmitted through the communicator. At that moment, everyone heard Fang Yi's chilling words. Countless people held their breath, all eyes locked on the scenes unfolding across the screen. An overwhelming feeling swept over them. Something was about to happen, something that would shake the entire nation. A king on the verge of hatching was about to be destroyed. Sealing burial. The short, sharp words fell like a judge's gavel. Boom! In the next instant, blazing flames burst through the sky, the simplest and most brutal method, engulfing the cocoon in a raging inferno. It was as if a sun of gold had been ignited, obliterating everything in its path. Everyone could hear the terrible sound of burning. Heavenly fire of the 9 dragons, let evil be purged and all monsters sealed. Thunder crashed. From within the cocoon erupted a bone-chilling, agonized scream. The fire-wreathed cocoon was locked in place as the inferno compressed it smaller and smaller until, like a gemstone, it was sealed with finality into the face of the old clock tower. The golden light overhead slowly faded as if melting back into the void. The towering clouds of darkness had long since been scattered, leaving behind a clear, open path. Clang! Fang Yi's blade struck the stone beneath him with a ringing note. His face was ashen. He leaned on his weapon just to keep standing. In this moment he was far from unscathed. Corpses of abominations lay scattered all around. The struggle to get here, fighting his way through these monstrous beings, had drained almost all of his spiritual energy. The final ceiling had wrung him utterly dry. A weakness settled over him like lead. The golden light in Fang Yi's pupils gradually faded. He sheathed his tang saber, turned and melted away into the darkness. By the time the other vanguard fighters rushed over, all they saw was his retreating figure, blade in hand, disappearing into the shadows. In the center of the plaza where the monstrous cocoon had loomed, only a raging inferno remained, flames leaping skyward. The savior of Tai City. The one who sealed the terror. Tai City's online forums exploded with frantic chatter. Just now. What did I just see? An explosion, I heard a blast, and then this column of fire shot straight into the sky. You guys saw it right. That wall of flame. All those terrifying bats just incinerated. It was like something straight out of a myth, divine fire from the heavens. That blaze was like the dawn breaking through darkness. I could hardly believe my eyes. It brought tears to my eyes. The dark clouds that had hung over Tai City finally parted. Is it over? Are we finally safe? All over the battered city, ordinary people peered out from the wreckage, faces streaked with dirt yet filled with astonished joy. The terror brought by the bats still lingered but faded bit by bit as word spread of salvation. Looking out their windows, the sight of blood-stained streets and shattered glass still shocked the senses. But the thick fog that had benighted the city was gone. Peace slowly began to settle. By the clock tower in the center square, the fire blazed on as if it would never die, crackling and roaring, swallowing up every last trace of what had happened. Inside the Special Operations Division, the mood was pure jubilation. We did it. We actually did it. We stopped the king from being born. Feels like a dream. He really sealed the king's cocoon in the end. Honestly, I thought we were finished. If we failed, Tai City would have fallen, and it would have been on all of us. The agents let out long-held breaths, grinning in relief, slapping each other on the back, hugging and laughing. Elsewhere in the city, vanguard fighters paused in back alleys, lifting their heads and wiping blood from their faces. Is it really over? Did we actually pull it off? Man, my hands are still numb from slaying all those bats. My new shirt got torn to shreds too, damn these abominations. Still, all I managed were a few of the weaker ones, those 1 or 2 star monsters. That guy though, he stopped the cocoon from hatching. What a freak. The cocoon really did get burned away, didn't it? I mean, we're both vanguards, but how can there be such a huge gap between us? I swear I'll train harder when I get home. Maybe next time I'll be the main character. With the king sealing the vanguards in shadowy corners all faded back from whence they came, the resurgence of spiritual energy had yet to truly begin, so for now they remained the hidden protectors of the city's underbelly. At this moment, with everyone working together, the A+ level crisis that had been looming over Tai City was finally resolved. Yet when it came to the pioneer who had actually neutralized the A+ level anomaly, no one knew the full extent of his powers. Still, there was no doubt his incredible strength and astonishing courage had earned him the deepest gratitude and respect from every pioneer in Tai City. On the pioneer's private forums, the Tai City crisis entry was now marked in red, a telltale sign that a topic had gone viral. But even hotter than the crisis itself was the story of the man who saved Tai City. His name remained at the top of the trending charts, outshining even the crisis he resolved. Accounts of his deeds spread rapidly, passed from person to person, and soon pioneers from countless other cities had heard his story. Several versions circulated, all originating from the pioneers of Tai City themselves. Who would have thought Tai City would have such a legendary pioneer? He banished the darkness with a single blow, defeated a king-level anomaly. It was simply stunning, totally badass. People couldn't stop talking about the mysterious pioneer's overwhelming power. And honestly, it wasn't really exaggeration. After all, he single-handedly took down a king's nest and saved millions of lives in Tai City. That was something not even the Spirit Association had managed to accomplish, yet this independent, unaffiliated pioneer had pulled it off. It almost defied belief. Word had it that even the reinforcements from the military district got blocked by a swarm of anomalies outside Tai City and couldn't make it in time. By the time they arrived, that enormous dark anomaly cocoon had already been sealed away. If they'd been even a minute later, the crisis would have been over already. Someone joked, it's like when you rush to the hospital and the doctor says if you'd arrived any later, your wound would have healed on its own. That's basically what happened here. But honestly, this crisis was way more than just an A-rank event. The Spirit Association suffered a serious blow. Without a savior, the whole city was almost lost. And I'm not even exaggerating. I live right next to Tai City, so I have the best perspective. I could feel the intense energy spilling over during the event. I genuinely thought Tai City was doomed. I'd already started packing my bags to head to Kang City on the other side, and then you tell me the crisis was sealed away. Does anyone know who this powerful pioneer is? Without any official backing or resources to cultivate that kind of strength, you'd expect there to be some major force behind him, right? But I know all the big hitters in Tai City. No one around here is even close to that level. I'm dying of curiosity about his identity. Threads speculating about the identity of the mysterious cocoon-sealing pioneer multiplied everywhere. Even Zhao Meng, who loved hanging out on the forums, found her private messages flooded with inquiries just because she'd once mentioned she was living in Tai City. Now people everywhere wanted to know if she knew anything about the mysterious pioneer. Wow, big cousin is seriously famous now. Zhao Meng had only taken a quick break from her busy day to check out the forum, never expecting to be thrust into the center of all the attention. At this moment her vanity was thoroughly satisfied. She just watched Wang Jian be sealed with a single strike and witnessed someone quietly stepping in to save the day for the authorities. And now the mysterious powerhouse that the entire world was desperate to know about, turns out he was her friend's cousin. Who could possibly understand how amazing that felt? Lin Yi shot her a cool, indifferent look. Zhao Meng immediately nodded emphatically. Don't worry, Yi, I'm not going to blab about this to anyone. The other pioneers all nodded in agreement as well, promising to keep quiet. Deep down they all understood the severity of the situation. After all, just knowing someone as powerful as this new legend was a stroke of luck in itself. But among all those basking in celebration, the most conflicted feelings belonged to Su Qingying. What she felt was much more than just surprise. There was astonishment, awe, and deep gratitude. The joy came from the fact that Fang Yi really delivered on his promise. He had said he'd go alone to defeat the central threat, and he truly had managed to seal the King Cocoon by himself. In that situation, even if the top members of the Spirit Association had shown up in person, there was no guarantee they could have done what he did. Blazing solar energy, the ultimate thunder affinity, and then that unforgettable fiery slash. One impossible feat after another, all embodied in the same person. How much more was there to him that she still didn't know? Not only that, with this latest rescue, it had now been 3 times that he'd saved her. That day Taishi City gave birth to a legend. As the story went, in the city's darkest hour, a lone figure strode straight into the shadows. With one decisive strike, he sealed away an A+ level colossal cocoon, saving Taishi from utter destruction and becoming the city's hero. And this hero soon became known everywhere as the Burial Sealer. Nobody could say for sure who first came up with the name. Most claimed the title leaked from the city officials themselves, and the rumor quickly spread. Now it seemed that's what everyone called him. The unremarkable Fang Yi was about to break through to 7 stars. High-rise apartment. The window had been shattered, though the broken glass had already been swept up, leaving just a gaping hole. The summer breeze poured in from outside, and honestly, it felt kind of nice. Cousin, I just got off the phone. The repair guy says it'll be 2 days. There are dozens of households ahead of us waiting to get their windows fixed, Lin Yi said, shaking her head helplessly. The cocoon had been sealed, the emergency dealt with. Now priority 1 was to restore Taishi City to its pre-invasion state. Of all the damages, apart from the ruined buildings, it was these broken windows that drove people the craziest. Who would have thought the city's biggest post-crisis demand would be window repairmen from the neighboring city? Honestly, it was a stroke of luck that this was the biggest headache left. At this point, everyone else had already left. Only Fang Yi and Lin Yi remained like older brother and kid sister at home. Lin Yi was peeling an orange for Fang Yi, while in the kitchen, a small pot of chicken soup simmered on the stove to help him regain his strength. Cousin, if it weren't for you this time, would Taishi have been reduced to ruins by now? Lin Yi still couldn't help shuddering when she remembered the swarms of bats she'd seen earlier. She and the others had all suffered minor injuries in that fight, thankfully nothing serious. But she'd heard that an A-class anomaly was more than enough to wipe out an entire city, and there were so many Ghost Axe 5-star anomalies this time. She'd never witnessed chaos like that before. For a moment there she'd honestly felt despair. It wouldn't come to that. The military would show up, Fang Yi said. But the casualties wouldn't have been light. Word was the Spiritual Association had been tipped off about this operation in advance. They dispatched 40 vanguards patrolling all over Tai City. Just for an A-class anomaly incursion that seemed like ample preparation. What's more, the military had already arrived to assist by then. The problem was, the troops got stuck at the city's edge, losing valuable time and nearly allowing disaster to happen. They'd barely averted disaster, but still Tai City had suffered heavy losses. The one silver lining. Thanks to Fang Yi, those numbers had been slashed by dozens, maybe even 100 times over. Will these kinds of crises happen more and more often once the spiritual energy fully revives? Lin Yi asked again. Most likely. Fang Yi nodded. Even before it's fully restored, all sorts of forces and powers are starting to appear in the world. Some of them could be dangerously destructive, and it's true they might bring huge disasters. When the day of true revival comes, probably only the most seasoned vanguards will be able to deal with the kind of threats we'll face. Hearing that, Lin Yi fell silent. She peeled a tangerine and quietly placed segment after segment into Fang Yi's hand. Looking at his still pale face, she let out a soft sigh. If it hadn't been for you this time, cousin, Tai City really would have been abandoned. They both understood that some things happened so suddenly no amount of advance warning could fully prepare the authorities. There would always be moments when events spiraled out of control. Just like this time. Even though the Spiritual Association had made extensive preparation, something still went wrong. If Fang Yi hadn't been there, if a king of dark attributes had been born, well, the cold reality was abandoning Tai City would have been on the table. The situation in Xia country was extremely tough now. Actually, it was the same everywhere around the world. It was like there were fires raging across the globe, but just a handful of places with enough water. You had to put out only the most critical flames. From that perspective, Fang Yi could understand why the authorities were forced to make such hard choices. When disaster strikes, every city needs to raise strong vanguards of its own, he thought. Otherwise it's just waiting for death. If it hadn't been for you this time, cousin, Tai City would have been doomed. Lin Yi echoed his thoughts. I heard this anomaly invasion was classified as A rank. If that's the case, isn't A rank way scarier than I imagined? No, the Spiritual Association has upgraded this incident to A+, Fang Yi replied, sharing what he'd heard from Su Qingying. She'd also explained to him the distinction. On paper, A and A+ might sound similar, but the actual level of danger, they were worlds apart. The presence of A+ indicated the potential for growth. Anomalies of this type were especially difficult to handle and could easily spiral out of control. Take the bat cocoon for example. If it had managed to fully evolve, it would have brought catastrophic devastation to the city. The king inside that cocoon was capable of commanding a host of anomalies at the 7 or even 8-star level. There were quite a few of them too. If it successfully hatched, Taishi City would be wiped out in a matter of moments, and not even the government's advanced thermal weaponry could match that level of efficiency. At that point, Taishi would truly become a living hell. Speaking of which, cousin, your reputation has already spread throughout the pioneer circles. They've even given you a nickname. The Sealer. That's right, that's the one. Lin Yi suddenly recalled something Zhao Meng had mentioned. Just as she said it, she sensed Fang Yi next to her tense up. Sealer. What a cringy name. It carried the faint air of something a bit corny too. Fang Yi guessed it probably came from someone at the Spirit Association overhearing him mumble those words before sealing the anomaly and then just rolling with it. It was awkward, sure, but he figured it made sense. Oh well, it was just a title, no need to dwell on it. Let me see. The Sealer is already the hottest topic on the forum, ranked number 1. At this rate, I bet your name will soon be known in every city. With a mischievous grin, Lin Yi pulled out her phone, scrolling through the forums while sneaking glances at her cousin's increasingly dark expression. His face is actually turning black. To others, Lin Yi always appeared cold and aloof, but around family she was warm and lively, a completely different person. As far as she was concerned, her cousin was the very picture of modesty. Every other pioneer she'd met couldn't wait to tattoo their achievements on their foreheads, boasting about their strength to anyone within earshot. Even Li Wenzu, who liked to say he was low-key, naturally exuded an air of arrogance, never truly respecting anyone weaker than himself. But her cousin was different. He really did keep a low profile, so much so that if she hadn't lived under the same roof with him or been saved by him multiple times, Lin Yi would never have guessed that her cousin was practically at idol status. Just thinking back on the time she wrote him off as an unambitious nobody made Lin Yi's face flush with embarrassment. A thoroughly average Louis Koo, totally unmotivated Fang Yi, who hasn't misjudged someone at least once. Still, this was almost unbelievable. What kind of pioneer without background, without connections, could just stroll up and seal an A+ anomaly on their own and then clean up the official messes too? Now that she thought about it, even the wildest fiction wouldn't dare come up with such a scenario. But looking on the bright side, this turn of events wasn't without its advantages. Fang Yi took the tangerine Lin Yi handed him, his face calm and unruffled. I have a feeling I'm about to reach 7 stars. What? The tangerine slipped from Lin Yi's hands and hit the floor with a thud. She didn't even bother picking it up. Her wide eyes stared straight at Fang Yi in disbelief. So soon? A 7-star breakthrough. Su Qingying herself will come to thank you. 7 a.m. Downstairs from Fang Yi's apartment. A slender figure paced endlessly at the door, fruit basket in her left hand and health supplements in her right, hesitating as she walked in circles. Isn't it a little too early to visit Brother Fang right now? What if he hasn't even woken up yet? Maybe I should call first. As Su Qingying wavered, debating what to do, a sudden deafening metallic crash thundered above her head like steel slamming against steel. A terrifying surge of power erupted, wild and unstoppable, bursting forth with a ferocity that made her heart pound. The next moment, a golden light exploded from the high-rise apartment above, radiating a warmth and majesty beyond words. The golden glow swelled skyward, piercing through the clouds. What on earth is happening? Su Qingying stared up, stunned. A massive projection of a divine axe slowly emerged in the sky, its presence brimming with fury, molten lava coursing around it. The energy emanating from that lava felt overwhelming, as if it belonged to the gods themselves. The axe swung once, then again. Each movement sent out a pulse of terrifying power that reverberated through the air. A breakthrough. Ghost axe, 7 stars. At that instant, Su Qingying could already identify the owner of that awe-inspiring aura. Maybe that was why she found herself at a complete loss for words. He's reached 7 stars already. When I was monitoring him, he had just broken through to 3 stars. The reflection of the enormous divine axe flickered in Su Qingying's eyes as her mind swirled with conflicting emotions. Ever since she'd learned that the person who had saved her was actually the one she'd been assigned to monitor, she'd felt like her world had gotten a lot smaller. When I started observing him, I was a step ahead in cultivation. Now he's left me far, far behind. To ascend this fast, what kind of monstrous talent does that take? Not just in Taishi, even across all of Xia country, this is top-tier prodigy material. And that isn't even counting his mastery of the most advanced attributes, multiple ones at that. Su Qingying felt a pang in her chest. It wasn't jealousy, not exactly, she was just awestruck. After all, you can only feel jealous of someone in your league. When someone's left you in the dust, all you can do is stand back and admire their brilliance. The golden radiance upstairs gradually faded. The breakthrough was over. Su Qingying took the elevator up. When the door opened, it was Lin Yi who greeted her. For a second, Lin Yi looked surprised to see her. What brings you here? I'm here on behalf of the Spirit Association to visit Brother Fang and thank him for his role in yesterday's sealing and burial operation, Su Qingying replied smoothly, as if greeting an old friend. Today she was dressed casually, sneakers, jeans, a pale white t-shirt and a high-waisted jacket, looking every bit like one of those effortlessly beautiful girls you'd spot on a college campus. Natural, elegant, no makeup needed. Lin Yi opened the door wider, handing her a pair of shoe covers. Su Qingying sat primly on the sofa, subtly glancing around the room. The huge hole in the window was almost comical. I'll have someone take care of the window later, Su Qingying offered. It may be summer, but it's hardly practical to leave it like that. Really? Thank you. I put in a repair request yesterday, but the workers are way too backed up, Lin Yi replied as she poured Su Qingying some tea. Of course. Are you kidding? He's the hero who saved Taishi. Officially recognized as a sealer by the authorities, he could ask for a luxury villa in the city center and no one would bat an eye. Not that Brother Fang would ever care for something as trivial as worldly possessions, though. Before long, Fang Yi came out. Su Qingying immediately stood up, her expression solemn. Brother Fang, she began, during this recent A+ level anomaly invasion we made a grave mistake. If it weren't for you, things would have been disastrous. On behalf of the Spiritual Association and on behalf of every citizen in Tai City, I want to express our deepest gratitude for your contribution. When she finished, she gave a deep bow, her attitude impeccable. You're being too polite. Please have a seat, Fang Yi replied, nodding slightly. As a pioneer, his recovery rate was incredibly fast. Just yesterday he'd been utterly exhausted, but today he was already back to normal, able to go about his life as usual. His recent advancement played a part in that as well. He could clearly feel he was stronger than before. So Qingying sat down only after thanking him 2 more times, making sure her sincerity came across. Holding her cup of tea, she continued, actually there's another reason why the association sent me here. We'd like to get your approval for something. The council is planning to introduce the title Graveshrouder. Oh. Fang Yi didn't immediately turn her down, so Su Qingying perked up and explained further. Right now in every city across Xia country, strong pioneers are making names for themselves. Even our official networks are aware of them. They become pillars of their communities, famous figures in the pioneer world. You could think of them as the city's backbone. This latest A+ level anomaly in Tai City was the most terrifying chaos we've faced to date, almost a large-scale disaster. After this, launching the legend of the Graveshrouder would make Tai City stand out as a major player in this era of spiritual resurgence. We need a powerful pioneer to take the lead, someone who can serve as team captain, a beacon for everyone here. Right now, Brother Fang, you're at the height of your reputation. It's the perfect opportunity to let the name Graveshrouder spread. In the future, as these supernatural events become more frequent and the number of anomaly invasions grows, people will need a stabilizing force, a tangible symbol of hope, a guiding light on the evolutionary path. Of course, the Tai City Spiritual Association will keep your personal identity strictly confidential. The emphasis will be on creating a sense of mystery, letting the public's imagination fill in the blanks. Sometimes a little mystery is more effective than full disclosure. Humanity's imagination can be more intimidating than reality itself. I don't mind, Fang Yi replied. He had no reason to refuse. As long as it didn't disrupt his daily life, he couldn't care less what the world thought of him. Though there was one thing that genuinely surprised him. He hadn't expected such a dramatic title, Graveshrouder, to actually come from the official channels. With Fang Yi's agreement, the Tai City Spiritual Association immediately started preparations. That very day in Shenxi at the Spiritual Cultivation Association headquarters, the mailroom was overflowing with recommendation letters from cities nationwide. After witnessing Tai City's A+ level anomaly event, every city now felt a heightened sense of crisis. When true disasters struck, it was clear. Only their own powerful pioneers could stand as the final line of defense. Headquarters had realized that simply sending specialists to put out fires everywhere was like pouring a cup of water on a burning cart. It just wasn't enough. After careful deliberation, they ordered every city to submit a list of their local pioneers, planning to nurture each city's own combat strength. Cities across the country began reporting the number and abilities of their pioneers. The stronger the reported pioneers, the more prestige the city gained, the higher its rating, and naturally the more resources it would receive. Names were submitted one after another. Among them, the most striking without a doubt was the Grave Sealer. This was the pioneer who had resolved an A+ level anomaly, the stuff of legends. Rumor had it he possessed powerful solar attributes, making him an incredibly formidable existence. Light against darkness, the perfect nemesis. With the existence of the pioneer forums, people from all over the country had at least heard the name. Some admired him, some aspired to be like him, and others simply weren't impressed. There were over 100 cities in Xia, countless pioneers finally starting to show what they were made of. The Grave Sealer as team captain. The disgruntled trio wasn't having it. Within the ranks of Tai City's own pioneers, the news was making the rounds. No one knew where it started, but word spread like wildfire that the Grave Sealer was being nominated as captain. Suddenly, the entire pioneer community in Tai City was thrown into an uproar. The Grave Sealer about to be chosen as captain. Everyone was floored. Did captain mean the head of all pioneers? Was the Grave Sealer about to become the leader of Tai City's pioneers? Damn, this was starting to get exciting. The name Grave Sealer sounded a little rough around the edges, but the more you heard it, the more intimidating it got. Right. Seal the grave with a single strike. Only those who had been there in the heart of that disaster knew just how terrifying it was. In that hellscape, to cut his way into the center and end the anomaly king with a single blow. That was the stuff of nightmares. I was there too, helping out during that disaster. At first, I thought the mutant bats weren't so hard to kill as long as I had enough stamina and spiritual power. I could chew through them all. But when I got to the central plaza, forget it. Just one swing from those monstrous 7-star demon hatchets would have turned me into paste, and yet he managed to seal the cocoon atop the clock tower. Grave Sealer Captain, I salute you. That was an A+ level anomaly. A being that could just keep growing stronger. If whatever was hatching in that cocoon had broken out, it probably would have blown Tai City off the map in an instant. His reputation as the Grave Sealer is no exaggeration. Honestly, it's terrifying. Exactly. If it weren't for him, we'd have all been nothing more than monster food long ago. We wouldn't even be around to argue about this now. As far as I'm concerned, the Grave Sealer is absolutely deserving of the captain's position. With near-unanimous support from Tai City's pioneers, the decision seemed crystal clear. They were all people saved by the Tomb Sealer, and they knew deep in their hearts that if it hadn't been for the Tomb Sealer, Taishi would have long since become nothing more than food for the ever-evolving anomalies. Even if anyone had managed to survive, they would have been left battered and broken. There was no way the city could be rising as it was now, with the promise of becoming the country's #1 center for spiritual awakening. In a way, disaster had turned into opportunity. Word had it that the forum where the scouts used to gather had now been officially taken over by the Central Spirit Association. Because spiritual energy hadn't fully awakened yet, the authorities had never kept an official count of the scouts. But after this incident, to maintain order across different regions, all the independent operators were to be registered and recorded. The world was finally starting to move forward on the right track. The forum had now been consolidated into one central hub. Real name authentication was required to enter, and information had to be registered with the local spirit association to confirm scout identities. Wasn't this just a real name registration to count the number of scouts? Honestly, it was just a matter of time. As the teams of scouts kept growing, some kind of management was inevitable. If they waited until spiritual energy fully flourished, it would be even harder to get things under control. The pace of spiritual awakening was accelerating, anomalies were cropping up everywhere. If the authorities kept blocking information, it would only fuel unnecessary panic. Now that they'd opened up scientific information and education to regular people, it made even more sense to organize the scouts. Still, it looked like a lot of people on the forum weren't too happy about the Tomb Sealer. The machinery of the state was moving at breakneck speed. Once the count of scouts was complete, the forum started hosting all kinds of intel, all to make it easier to mobilize the scouts. Taishi and the Tomb Sealer were constant trending topics in the forum. People were discussing them non-stop. The captain of the Taishi Tomb Sealer team, posts about them were practically exploding. Tomb Sealer, assisted in resolving a ++ level anomaly invasion event, made significant contributions, independently sealed off an A+ level anomaly, Captain Reserve status. That impressive resume managed to silence a lot of doubters, but not the keyboard warriors. Plenty of scouts from neighboring cities were posting up a storm. Tomb Sealer who? Never heard of them. Sealing an A+ level anomaly sounds impressive and all, but are they really qualified to be captain? Their team already has super scouts who can handle A-level anomalies. I even heard they've helped the army out before. You mean the Tomb Sealer who dealt with the Taishi crisis? I saw the video. The Spirit Association gave a lot of help. Plus, light and darkness are opposite attribute powers. Being able to seal it is just basic technique. Basic technique. Did you just learn that phrase and now you're showing off? The Spirit Association officially endorsed this. You call that basic? Honestly, I think at least 5 people could take them down. No hype, no hate, but calling them #1 is a stretch. Let's not talk about anyone else. Right here in Luakang, we've got pioneers with abilities on par with his. If the Central Plaza incident had happened in Luakang, it probably would have been resolved ages ago. When you get down to it, the problem is their pioneers are just too weak. That's the only reason they've put this one guy up on a pedestal. The bigger the tree, the more wind it catches. These days, the Burier is basking in the spotlight, so it's no surprise plenty of people are jealous. Right now, both sides are bickering heatedly. The bystanders and outsiders have never faced the life or death struggles those Central District pioneers have, nor have they witnessed the cremation slash with their own eyes. It's easy for them to make snarky comments without a care in the world. Naturally, things have devolved into an all-out flame war that's been raging for a full day and night. The pioneers from the Central District, after hearing about this, are more united than ever, driven by a shared sense of outrage. Screw it, send me the link, I want in on the fight too. The forum is practically on fire. Meanwhile, at Tai City Airport, a plane was gliding down toward the runway, wings spread wide like an eagle. 3 men in casual suits strode into the arrivals hall, their expensive leather shoes tapping crisply on the tiles. Their faces were all sharp-edged and rather menacing. One of them had a vertical knife scar over his left eye, the iris underneath a cloudy gray. As they walked by, a young child burst into terrified tears, and his mother hurriedly scooped him up and carried him off. So this is Tai City, just coming off an A+ anomaly invasion. The people here live even more carefree than back home. Who gave them this kind of confidence? Was it that so-called legendary Burier? Knife Scar smiled darkly, his tone mocking as he watched the endless flow of travelers in the hall. We'll know if he's the real deal once we pay him a visit, the bald man replied indifferently. They'd come from neighboring Haishi. Their sole purpose for this trip was to see with their own eyes whether the now famous Burier was as formidable as the rumors said. Are you sure about your intel? Didn't Tai City lock down all information about the Burier? The calmest among them asked. I've got a friend who's a hacker. He cracked the Spirit Association's comms and tracked the Burier's movements. We should be able to find him, Knife Scar said, checking his phone. An address was displayed on the screen, complete with a navigation map. Tai City really knows how to put on a show, rolling out some mysterious team captain and making such a big deal of it. I bet it's all smoke and mirrors, Knife Scar sneered, the scar at the edge of his eye stretching, making him look even more intimidating. I just hope Big Brother Fang doesn't take him out with a single slash. Someone joked. Here we are. Following the GPS, the trio found themselves in front of a high-rise apartment building. Looking up at the old, slightly run-down building, Knife Scar couldn't help but frown. This is the Burrier's place. He saved the whole city from an A-plus crisis, and the Spirit Association couldn't even get him a villa. At the very least, he could have gotten a big flat. I wouldn't even want to live in this dump. Honestly, even at worst, the association should have set this up somewhere downtown. The Truth Market Guild is really stingy. The bald guy next to him looked helpless. Alright, that's enough from you two. Weren't we just saying the Undertaker didn't deserve the position and should be taught a lesson? Don't get sidetracked. Hearing this, the other two showed embarrassed expressions, quickly composing themselves. In an instant, Scarface's eyes turned cold and sinister, his blade glinting with a chilling light. The man beside him pulled his baseball cap lower, revealing bulging, muscular arms. An imposing Rakshasa tattoo ran down one arm as if dyed bright red with fresh blood impossible to ignore. The bald guy weighed a heavy iron baseball bat in his hand, its surface stained black with congealed blood from various fights, a creepy, intimidating sight. The three of them, exuding a murderous aura, strode toward the apartment building. In the sunlight they looked like underworld enforcers, men who'd bash someone's head in and use it as a seat without a second thought. Passers-by stayed at least 30 feet away, most not daring even a second glance. At the entrance, the security guard swallowed nervously, started to step forward to question them, then thought better of it and turned away, pretending not to see. The GPS showed the Undertaker's location, the top floor of Building 33. When the three reached the elevator, they pressed the button. Ding, the doors slid open. A slim figure stepped out. They almost collided, both sides pausing a moment. Su Qingying glanced at the trio, thoughtful. She watched as they passed right by her and the elevator closed quietly behind her. Pioneers, she wondered. They look familiar. Where have I seen them before? She watched them go but couldn't recall. Shaking her head, she walked out toward the street. The elevator number ticked slowly upward before finally stopping at the top floor. The phone's tracking app pointed them right to the door on their right. Outside Unit 3301, Scarface and the bald man shared a grin. This must be it. They were just about to kick the door in when, without warning, it swung open on its own. A girl stepped out, single ponytail linen dress, her expression calm and collected. She carried a reusable grocery bag with a supermarket logo on it, the kind you pay 2 yuan for and can use again and again. She looked only 16 or 17. Her skin was pale as snow, her presence bright and lively, definitely not an ordinary person. Scarface's eyes narrowed with danger. She just came out of 3301. A pioneer again. That's got to be the Undertaker, no doubt. But the girl brushed past them as if they didn't exist, heading for the elevator without so much as a sideways glance, cool, aloof, as if the three men were invisible. What the? So that's how it is, Undertaker. We track you down to your door and you don't even spare us a glance. The three exchanged knowing looks and stepped forward in unison, closing in and blocking her path. Is it you? Scarface Zhao Yu looked her up and down, a cold smile curling on his lips. So this is the so-called Burrier, the leader of Taishi's team, the top pioneer in the city. Turns out you're just a woman. Bald Wu Xin toyed with his baseball bat, its metal scraping across the tile floor with a screech that set everyone's teeth on edge. They say your swordsmanship is flashy, well, that fits. All show and no substance. He laughed. I can barely sense any presence from you. Ghost Axe 5 stars. Is that it? Looks like Taishi really has no one left, had to put an amateur like you in charge. With your level, you think you can seal away an A+ class abnormal incursion with one strike. The so-called destruction is all talk, isn't it? Taishi's spiritual association really knows how to spin a story. This name Burrier, it's nothing but a joke. The muscular man leaning against the wall was silent, but the bulge of his muscles and the cold gleam in his eyes radiated an overpowering sense of pressure. The entire room seemed to chill to the freezing point. All three of them were formidable pioneers, each with solid talent, carrying the Ghost Axe 5 stars mark. That made three people as powerful as Li Wenzi, none of them weaker than Lin Yi herself. Now, seeing that the infamous number one in Taishi was just a girl of their own rank, they were even more certain they'd made the right move. So this is the celebrated Burrier. What a joke. Time everyone saw the truth. So-called legends are just empty boasts. Just then the Burrier, surrounded and bombarded with face-to-face taunts, finally looked up. Her beautiful eyes swept across them, then, with an utterly calm gesture, she took off her Bluetooth earpiece. Who are you people? Lin Yi blinked in confusion. What are you even talking about? She glanced at the group blocking her doorway. And what are you doing here? Do I even know you? Why are you crowding my front door? There was a moment of stunned silence. Zhao Yu's expression instantly stiffened. So, all this time we were ranting and you didn't catch a single word. Zhao Yu's jaw clenched. Unbelievable. Seriously unbelievable. But then he sneered inwardly. It didn't matter. Once the fighting started, they would show this fraud what it meant to be on the wrong end of fists as big as sandbags. None of that mattered. What counted was finally seeing for themselves exactly how skilled Taishi's number one really was. Zhao Yu gave a cold snort. Before he could say more, Lin Yi's confusion deepened. You all want to see Taishi's number one, so why are you looking for me? Zhao Yu froze and color rose in his cheeks. Aren't you the team captain of Taishi? The Burier. She shook her head. Nope, that's not me. You're not. Veins bulged on Zhao Yu's forehead. This had to be a joke. He stammered, wait, you're not him. Impossible. Your steps are light, your skin glows with spiritual energy, you're clearly a pioneer. How could we have the wrong person? By now their confidence was starting to deflate. The adrenaline that had carried them here was rapidly ebbing away. Lin Yi had already guessed their intentions. Sizing them up with a wary look, she asked, so you're here looking for the Burier? You here to cause him trouble? Before any of them could reply, she suddenly tilted her head and yelled toward the room behind her, hey big bro. Someone's here to pick a fight with you. Suddenly the air froze in an instant. The expressions of all three people in the room changed dramatically. For a split second a chill swept over them. Something terrifying had erupted into the room, like a savage beast suddenly opening its blood-red eyes from a deep sleep. At that moment, outside the apartment complex, Su Qingying abruptly stopped in her tracks, spinning around to look toward Fang Yi's apartment. Something's wrong. She suddenly remembered she'd seen photos of these three people before, back at the headquarters of the Spirit Association when they'd been profiling pioneers from other cities. That's right, they were. She struggled to recall. These three were pioneers from the neighboring city, well known for their strength, which was why they'd been specially noted. Damn. Pioneers from other cities caught wind of things and showed up already. Do these guys never stay out of trouble? Unbelievable. No, I have to hurry back. So Qingying's expression grew increasingly anxious. She knew full well there were plenty of people online unhappy with the burial keeper being appointed as Tai City's captain, but she never imagined anyone would be crazy enough to actually come looking for trouble. She was genuinely worried these reckless idiots would be cut down by Brother Fang in a single move before they even knew what hit them. Thankfully no one was dead yet at the entrance to Fang Yi's apartment. The trio could feel a presence that sent chills down their spines. A moment later they snapped their heads toward the door and saw an unfamiliar figure standing there. A young man, strikingly handsome, stood in the doorway gazing coolly at them. His eyes were calm but carried an icy glint. Their expressions shifted drastically. There was no doubt the terrifying pressure filling the room was coming from this handsome young man. How could someone so young give off such a fearsome aura? Even they found themselves shrinking back internally. The three of them were from High City, right next door, well-known troublemakers with fierce reputations. Before becoming pioneers, they'd run with street gangs, shaking people down for protection money and causing chaos. After the awakening of spiritual energy, the three brothers discovered they had natural talent. With their newfound power, no other groups dared mess with them. Anyone who did paid dearly. Freed from consequences, becoming pioneers only made them more brazen. If they didn't like someone, they'd stomp on them without a second thought. They were exactly the type of people the Spirit Association wanted to rein in the most and the hardest to actually restrain. They had no intention of letting the Spirit Association unify the pioneers and were always looking for ways to cause trouble. The captain of High City was far too strong for them to challenge, so they'd set their sights on Tai City's burial keeper. They'd come here with a clear idea in mind. With their strong talent and the power of sticking together, they'd even dare pick a fight with a rock. But now all three of them were starting to feel a creeping sense of dread. This burial keeper. Why did he feel even more terrifying than the rumors said? You're the burial keeper. Zhao Yu broke the silence. Fang Yi said nothing, neither confirming nor denying it. And since he didn't respond, the three of them didn't rush to make a move either. Instead, the three exchanged wary glances, edging closer together as they whispered among themselves, all on high alert. The intel said he was shrouded in mystery. How could he possibly be this young? And he looked so harmless too, though the aura he gave off was hardly weak. Besides, he wasn't even carrying a blade. According to the reports, his swordsmanship would ignite the air itself, summoning a sea of flames with every strike, yet right now he hadn't drawn a knife at all. Could it be? He isn't the Burier after all. Wu Xian muttered, shooting Zhao Yu a sharp glare. Where'd you find these hacker friends, huh? They can't even get the right guy, what the hell? Just then, woof. 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 A puppy's high-pitched barking rang out. The group froze, instinctively looking down. A little white dog darted past them like the wind, aiming to sneak through the front door and leap into the wide world beyond freedom just a few paces away. Or so it thought. Before the pup could reach the threshold, a hand swooped down and scooped it up, leaving four tiny legs kicking helplessly in the air. If you're dead set on being a stray today, you're at least going to be clean when you do it, Fang Yi said, one arm wrapped effortlessly around the dog's belly as he turned and strode back inside. Woof. The puppy started licking his hand, trying its best to look cute, tail spinning like a propeller. But Fang Yi was unmoved. With zero hesitation, he hoisted the pup by the scruff and, in just a couple of strides, chucked it right back into the bathroom. A yelp echoed out from within. Fang Yi turned back to the three unwelcome guests, his expression clear as day. Asterisk, I have a dog to wash, what are you doing here? Asterisk, even though his gaze was perfectly calm, Zhao Yu's pride was thoroughly wounded. Brothers, we traveled all the way from Haishi, are we really just going to go home and become a laughingstock? He seethed. If we turn tail now, that's giving up without even trying. We're already here, aren't we? We have to see this through. Otherwise, how are the guys back in Haishi, those damn idiots, going to see the 3 stars? Regardless of whether this man was the Burier or not, he had to be, at least for today. The 3 exchanged looks, silent but united. In their world, reputation was everything. Everyone back in Haishi knew they were out here looking for the Burier. Backing down now wasn't an option. Besides, if they won this challenge, their names would soar even higher, giving them more leverage and respect in Haishi. With the Pioneer Union about to merge, the Spiritual Association was trying to round up all the wild pioneers, a monumental task, given how many rebellious types there were in this crowd. Talent usually walked hand in hand with arrogance. We're here to test the Burier, see just how strong he is, we can't back out halfway. We already made one mistake, we can't afford to make another. Odds are he really is the Burier. And anyway, nothing in the file said the Burier couldn't be young. In the end, if we beat him, we'll be the ones who beat the Burier. In an instant, the 3 came to a silent agreement. They had come as representatives of Haishi. Whatever happened, they could not lose face. The 3 Ghost Axe 5-star pioneers all raised their weapons, looking fierce and hostile. Fang Yi's eyes grew cold and sharp. This was exactly why he hated being famous. Having his daily life interrupted like this was just such a pain. Boom! In a split second, blinding golden light burst from every inch of Fang Yi's body. A vast, overwhelming aura pressed down on them, heavy and suffocating. The immense power of his blazing, radiant yang attribute surged forth like a sun incarnate, trapping them in a cage of golden fire. Holy crap! He's so close, I can already smell my own flesh roasting. This heat. Fire. No, wait. I remember now. This is the ultimate yang attribute, the one mentioned in the reports. Damn it, I think my clothes are melting. I'm literally about to get charred alive. We screwed up, we can't mess with someone like this. The 3 of them were terrified. But Fang Yi had no intention of going easy on them. If someone was bold enough to pick a fight at his own doorstep, there was only one way to make sure they learned their lesson. Asterisk, snap. Asterisk, with a crisp snap of his fingers, the golden light instantly transformed into a raging inferno, surging toward the 3 men at the door like a tidal wave. Asterisk, SSSSSS. Asterisk, the terrifying sound of burning flames filled the air like oil poured on a raging fire. Their Ghost Axe 5-star bodies were supposed to be incredibly tough, regular bullets couldn't even scratch them. But this was different. This was pure yang energy, ignoring all their spirit shields and burning straight through to their skin. In an instant, the 3 of them were engulfed, their bodies swollen and reddened, transformed into hideous, terrifying fire golems writhing in agony. Now, for the first time, true fear seized their hearts. Before, they had no idea what sealing an A+ level anomaly really meant. Now they understood. Sealer wasn't just a title, seal really meant being blasted to oblivion right on the spot, with no chance to fight back. The 3 of them collapsed, rolling on the floor in absolute agony. Mercy! Please! At the very last moment, Su Qingying rushed in, gasping for breath. She looked at the trio, hands on her knees, sighing in relief. Thank goodness they weren't dead yet. Even among geniuses, the gap can be enormous. They owed their lives to the captain's mercy. As the thick smoke gradually faded, a heavy smell of charred flesh hung in the air outside the door. Fang Yi spoke calmly, I don't like being disturbed. If you try this again next time, it won't end so simply. Asterisk, bang. Asterisk, the door slammed shut. Dust settled. Su Qingying let out another long breath and straightened up, her expression stern as she lectured the 3. You guys got lucky this time. If this were 2 days ago, before the Spirit Association started policing pioneer disputes, you'd be dead and nobody would blame him. Remember this. The captain only spared you because of the Spirit Association. Take this as a lesson, you should know how close you came. Su Qingying kept a calm expression, but inside she was nearly spitting blood. Oh, come on. Who do you think you are, daring to challenge our officially appointed, seal-stamped #1 captain of the Taishi City Spirit Association's vanguard? Even among geniuses there's a difference. There's an old saying that fits perfectly here. You think you're exceptionally talented, but after decades of hard training, all you amount to are one of the 100,000 heavenly soldiers blocking Sun Wukong's way. What makes you think you have what it takes? The Spirit Association is sure to punish you for this, blatantly provoking the captain of an entire city squad. You're basically making trouble for the association itself. Su Qingying was honestly speechless. The new vanguards these days were just too arrogant. The association had barely announced the new captain and already you 3 have the nerve to challenge him. You're slapping the association in the face. Not to mention, while outsiders may not understand what it means to be a tomb sealer, the association's headquarters definitely does. Anyone who can seal away an A+ anomaly all by themselves is surely one of the Spirit Association's top priority talents. How could you not know what you're getting into? If the Spirit Association's rules didn't forbid it, she'd have half a mind to beat these three to death herself. But Su Qingying let out a quiet sigh and glanced over at their miserable state. Moments ago, these three had looked fierce and imposing. Now, they were battered and scorched from head to toe, their skin splitting and cracking like the surface of old stone, thin wisps of smoke rising from the gaps. Their clothing had been devoured by flames, leaving only scraps of charred fabric clinging to them. Frankly, they looked more pitiful than beggars who'd slept on the street for years. Well, they'd learned their lesson. Luckily, the captain hadn't even bothered to take them seriously. If he had, they'd have been reduced to ashes on the spot. If he'd drawn his blade, they'd be dead and buried already. Su Qingying understood perfectly. Right now, Fang Yi was the association's golden boy. His performance had made it undeniably clear Fang Yi was the future of Xian Nation. The revival of spiritual energy had draped a fog over the future. The denser the aura, the less anyone really understood what was coming. Everyone secretly feared a darkness ahead, but Fang Yi's rise gave them hope. That's why recruiting these powerful vanguards and pouring resources into their growth was something the association absolutely had to do. They couldn't let a handful of reckless troublemakers ruin the hard-won relationship they'd established with Fang Yi. This whole event just a warning to set an example. Next time, the Spirit Association would handle it directly. There's no way they'd let Fang Yi be bothered by nonsense like this again. At that moment, the three charred figures could only nod furiously, on the verge of tears. It was terrifying. For one split second, they'd seen the King of Hell waving them over. They'd nearly signed up for the underworld then and there. Death had never felt so real and so close. All three now submitted completely, not just outwardly but deep down. And honestly, they felt ashamed of their arrogance before this. Compared to Fang Yi, the three of them were nothing but utter trash. They used to think the whole Tomb Sealer title was just overhyped. Sure, maybe this guy was a bit stronger than them, but not by much. If the three of them worked together, they figured they'd have at least a 60-40 advantage, with them being the 60. But now, turns out they weren't even worthy. All they could do was thank the big boss for sparing their lives. The three of them came in all full of swagger and bravado, but when they left, it was with their tails between their legs. This little episode had taught them a lesson. From now on, they'd keep their heads down and stop overestimating themselves. That day, the forums were still in a frenzy. Discussions centering on the Tomb Sealer were as heated as ever, and the flame wars just kept intensifying. Every IP had picked a clear side, everyone was defending their own, and while folks from Tai City were fiercely protecting the Tomb Sealer's reputation, outsiders were tossing out suspicion and insults like there was no tomorrow. The Tai City crowd fought back word for word, holding their own against all comers. Then suddenly, a few accounts, all marked as being from High City, started a new thread. The Tomb Sealer lives up to the hype, I admit it. As soon as that post went up, it attracted tons of attention, or more accurately, outrage. Ever since word about the Tomb Sealer got out, the forum had pretty much turned into a virtual version of the Six Sects besieging Bright Summit, everyone ganging up on Tai City. No other regional team leader was as famous as Tai City's, so the spotlight and controversy had always centered on the Tomb Sealer's captaincy, and that's why so many people were squawking about it. But now someone from the enemy camp was defecting. The moment the High City folks saw the IP, the place exploded with comments. "Get out of our city, you traitor. Are you even one of us? Whose side are you on? You must be a Tai City tourist, stop pretending. Come on, you're obviously a Tai City plant." Countless keyboard warriors swooped in for the attack, quickly turning this post into the new battleground for the latest round of online bloodshed. Of course, not everyone jumped into the fray brainlessly. Some folks, seeing this clearly rebellious comment, started to sniff out that something wasn't right. Why would someone from our own side suddenly flip? Is it a disguise? Sabotage from within? I checked their IP and it's always been High City. 9 times out of 10 this person really is a local. Weird, aren't High City users usually the loudest about hating Tai City? Well, High City is right next to Tai City, so maybe there's a lot of bad blood. Wait. Hold up. Did anyone else notice something? High City is literally Tai City's neighboring city. Yo, call me crazy, but what if this dude really went and sought out the Tomb Sealer in person? No way, right? The Spirit Association's locked down all info on the Tomb Sealer. How would anyone even find him? Hey, you've never seen netizens in action. The only thing they can't find is a girlfriend, anything else consider it found. Gotta admit that stung a little. +1, I have this person's ID on both Jifubao and WeChat, we're friends. I just went to check out their chick for us. 204 was from a plane ticket, 80 for a bus, 52 for the subway. The step count matches too, so they must have gone to Taishi City and are already back. Oh, and just now he posted a moment's update. His location is the city central hospital. As soon as this was said, the forum fell silent for a few seconds. So, they really went next door hunting for the Burier, and ended up putting themselves in the hospital. Dudes got guts. While the rest of us just talk big online, you actually showed up at their doorstep. Damn. Fang Yi, who treated money like dirt, and Lin Yi with her questionable driving skills. Fang Yi had no idea that after his bold move, the reputation of those three unlucky guys changed overnight from skepticism to shock to plain fear. Early the next morning, Fang Yi started his day with his usual Yin-Yang breathing exercise. After a few days of rest and Lin Yi's constantly changing super tonics, he was completely recovered. Any longer and he might as well have chicken soup running through his veins. Can we switch up today's dish? I saw you bought chicken wings. How about cola chicken wings? Heading out of his room, Fang Yi spotted his cousin busy in the kitchen and made a thoughtful suggestion. You guessed it. Lin Yi rolled up her sleeves and started marinating the wings. Seeing this, Fang Yi sighed in relief and was about to see if he could help out in the kitchen when his phone rang. Incoming call. Jialan. Ha, it was you in Taishi City, wasn't it? The Burier. The second he picked up, Jialan went straight to the point. Fang Yi didn't bother to hide it. Yeah, that was me. I knew it. The clean finish, the style is way too familiar. I figured right away it had to be you, Jialan said with a mix of awe and resignation. The Burier, actually a pretty fitting title, Fang Yi thought to himself. Back then Jialan first noticed him because of that cremation video. She was amazed and dug around to find him. She never expected that this time Fang Yi would make an even bigger splash, saving an entire city and attracting the direct attention of the Spiritual Association. Her feelings were complicated, a bit like discovering a golden nugget hiding under years of dust finally being revealed in all its brilliance. They chatted idly for a while, but Fang Yi soon picked up that something was off in Jialan's tone. She deliberately called, but her voice carried a faint hint of grievance. This A+ level anomaly invasion, the military had been monitoring it for a while. Together with the Spiritual Association, they'd made all the preparations, thinking it'd be easy to handle. But despite all that careful planning, we nearly got wiped out in one go. The aftermath was brutal. The military district took huge losses, a lot of people resigned on the spot, taking responsibility. Even though you stepped in and patched things up for the authorities, humanity can't afford to forget this lesson. If it weren't for you, the situation would have spiraled out of control, maybe caused irreparable disaster for our country. So really, thank you. Fang Yi understood what Jialan meant. This time, the abnormal incursion was bumped from grade A to A+, which probably sent the whole country spiraling into a slump. After all, they'd spent ages preparing for this, and in the end the military district couldn't even get reinforcements in time and the losses were catastrophic. Anyone would crack under that kind of pressure. But whatever, let's not dwell on that. Let's talk about something happier. The reward for your last trip to the land of eternal night has already been deposited to your account. Did you get it? Yeah, I got it. For pioneers of your level, people say you treat money like dirt. I guess a bit of cash like this won't even cause a flutter in your heart. Alright, I've got stuff to deal with, so I'll let you go. Bye. Treat money like dirt. Fang Yi blinked, a little at a loss. Since when did people get that idea about him? Still, Jialan's reminder jogged his memory. He finally had enough money to buy a car. That meant no more suffocating rush hour commutes every morning and night. Bro, who called? Was it Sister Jialan? Lin Yi poked her head out. She might look aloof on the surface, but in reality she was a huge fan of Jialan. She'd always been timid in the group chat and never dared speak to Jialan before, but now, thanks to her cousin, she finally had a backdoor for painless fangirling. Yeah, she asked about the Enshrouder stuff and the reward settlement from before. Oh right, let's go to a dealership this afternoon. We're getting a car. Awesome, awesome. I'll transfer you my savings too, let's buy one together. As soon as the word car came up, Lin Yi's eyes lit up with anticipation. Finally, those days of nearly puking every mission right after getting off the bus would be over. Munching on cola chicken wings, the siblings discussed their options in detail. They both agreed there was no need for anything too flashy, neither of them had a need to show off. A regular reliable car would be plenty. Lin Yi suggested modifying a car into a spicy fish head replica, but Fang Yi vetoed her idea, saying electric cars couldn't go that far on a charge. That afternoon, Volvo dealership. Fang Yi, dressed simply in a t-shirt and jeans, led the way. Behind him, Lin Yi wore a bohemian-style maxi dress, instantly drawing attention, the kind of look most girls couldn't pull off, but on her it was strikingly elegant. As a pioneer herself, Lin Yi's skin was fair and luminous, her aura unmistakable. The moment they walked in, she caught several glances. Just then, someone outside the door, curious about the sudden commotion, glanced inside. The girl's gaze froze as soon as she caught a glimpse. What the hell, isn't that Kingley's ex, the one with connections in the army, the guy the principal personally came out to greet? Chu Kingley's ex-boyfriend. Wan Lu was dumbstruck. She'd just gone out shopping and randomly ran into her roommate's ex. And not only that, but the guy was buying a car for some other beautiful, elegant girl. She whipped out her phone and started furiously texting Chu Kingley. Kingley, guess who I just saw? He actually came to Volvo to buy a car. And he's buying it for this super pretty classy looking girl. Meanwhile, in a certain exam room in Kang City, Outside the exam hall, the crowd was a restless sea of heads, everyone clutching their books, cramming in some last-minute studying. In the midst of these weary, disheveled test-takers, Chu Qingli, with her striking good looks and long loose hair, stood out unmistakably. She was memorizing her notes when she saw a message from her roommate. Her only reply, cool and indifferent, was, "So what?" For the past few days she'd been out of town for her certification exams. In some twisted stroke of luck, she'd avoided the great disaster that struck Tai City. She hadn't been in town then, and still hadn't returned. After sending her reply, Chu Qingli snapped her book shut and lifted her head to gaze at the sky, a faint emotion flickering through her eyes. Had he bought a car yet? It seemed now that they'd parted ways, he was doing pretty well for himself too. But unfortunately the gap between us isn't something that can be bridged so easily. Chu Qingli would sometimes reminisce about her naive sweet first love, but nostalgia was no match for harsh reality. All examines, please enter the exam hall and prepare for your test. The announcement echoed over the loudspeakers. The test takers trickled toward the doors. Chu Qingli stood up and walked into the hall. Behind her the golden sunlight poured in, stretching her shadow far across the floor. Meanwhile Fang Yi and Lin Yi drove out of the dealership in a brand new Volvo XC90. As for why they picked a Volvo, in the driver's seat Lin Yi was awkwardly fiddling with the steering wheel, her hands apparently working on two entirely separate plans. She was racking her brains to remember whatever content she could from her written driving test. Bro, I turn this way, right? What does this button do again? Which way do you flick the turn signal, up or down? And what's with that look? Don't you trust me? I got my license in just a month, you know. Promise I'll give you the ride of your life. Fang Yi couldn't bring himself to comment directly on his cousin's driving skills. He just clutched the handle and kept repeating the same thing, resigned. Slow down. Slow down. Safety first. I can stare down an A+ level anomaly without blinking, but riding in your car I can't let go of the handle for a second. Compared to A+ level threats, honestly, riding shotgun with his cousin was 100 times scarier. So, what do you think, bro? Pretty good driving, right? Lin Yi asked, fishing for praise. You drove great, Fang Yi replied deadpan, so good you shouldn't do it again. The association of the occult worked fast. The window repair crew Su Qingying sent over had arrived already. Several muscle-bound men hauling toolboxes crowded into the apartment. Maybe it was his imagination, but the moment they stepped into the space seemed to shrink. They made breathing itself feel difficult. Yi, don't you think our place is getting a bit cramped? Fang Yi watched as the workers filled the living room, so tightly packed it seemed like turning around would bump into someone. Lin Yi nodded, glancing at Fang Yi. She shrank her neck, whispering, we've only got 2 million left. Isn't moving kind of extravagant? Money's just money. You're so materialistic, Fang Yi said, shaking his head lightly. Do you think it's possible for someone to just give us a place to live? Lin Yi was momentarily stunned. Bro, have you been reading some weird Dragon King with a crooked mouth novels lately? You should cut back. Who would suddenly give us a house? Even mom wouldn't. Are we supposed to count on the kindness of strangers now? Yi, you're thinking too small, Fang Yi said, wagging his finger and motioning for her to lean in. After a few whispered words, Lin Yi's beautiful eyes widened ever so slightly, and she shot her cousin a look that was pure. I see through you now, like staring at a piece of tofu with a rotten core. I never thought you, with your big honest face and thick eyebrows, could be so devious. But with your position, it'd have to be at least a villa, right? And you call me devious? You're not exactly letting them off easy either. The two of them exchanged a grin as if sharing some private joke. Meanwhile, Chu Qingying had just walked out of the Taishi Spiritual Association building when a big sneeze caught her off guard. A little puzzled, she glanced up at the sky. Bright sun, gentle breeze, blue as can be. Maybe the AC was too high inside. Am I coming down with something? She didn't dwell on it. Instead, her lips broke into a light-hearted smile as she lowered her head to text Fang Yi the address, then waited quietly under the shade of a tree by the door. She was in a pretty good mood today. She'd just been notified that her original assignment had been cancelled. After all, Taishi City had just suffered a disaster and all the members of the Spiritual Association were running themselves ragged. The only reason she'd managed to escape the chaos was a phone call she simply couldn't refuse. Lin Yi, the Undertaker's cousin, said they'd bought a new car and wanted her to come out for a spin. The moment Su Qingying reported it to the association, not only did they approve her leave immediately, but they insisted she must give the Undertaker Captain Fang the full VIP treatment. If one day off wasn't enough, she could take another. That was the kind of pull the captain of Taishi's pioneer squad had in this city. The association almost acted like they were being honored. After all, this was a golden opportunity to get to know the Undertaker. He was mysterious to the public, but honestly, just as mysterious behind closed doors too. His strength made him the Spiritual Association's biggest asset for the future and the pride of Taishi today. Knowing more about his personality and preferences could really help coordinate future operations around him. Beep beep. A honk snapped her out of her thoughts. Su Qingying looked up to see a white SUV pulling up. Lin Yi was waving her over. The car looked anything but cheap. So Qingying slid into the passenger seat and found Fang Yi behind the wheel. "Big brother Fang, hope we aren't interrupting your work?" he asked. "We just got the new car and Yi insisted you had to be the first to see it, so we called you." "Not at all, not at all," Su Qingying replied, her smile brightening. Deep down she thought, Taishi's team captain himself picking me up for a joyride on company time. If only I could be interrupted like this every day, paid vacation included. Fang Yi drove so smoothly it was like gliding a boat over a still lake. The subtle sway relaxed you instantly. "There's a lot of structural damage this time around, huh?" she commented, glancing out the window. "A lot of buildings are going to need major repairs, right?" "Yeah," Fang Yi answered. They'd already planned to restore the old part of town anyway. This disaster just gives them the perfect excuse to rebuild it all at once, saves them the trouble of demolition. "How are those injured Pathfinders in your team doing?" "They're all waiting for treatment in the best medical pods. Pathfinders are already physically stronger than most and all medical resources are prioritized for them without question. They're expected to be discharged in a couple of days." "That's good to hear. I saw on the forums that the Spirit Association released new guidelines to unify Pathfinders. Honestly, it's about time. With the number of Pathfinders increasing everywhere, if we don't have some standards in place, it's only a matter of time before someone goes astray." "You're right, that's exactly what the Spirit Association was thinking." So Qingying and Lin Yi chatted idly, their conversation coming in fits and starts, with Fang Yi chiming in on occasion. The afternoon sunlight was warm and dreamy as they drove around aimlessly, making Su Qingying feel a bit like she was in another world. It almost felt like she really was friends with Fang Yi and Yi. "Bro, we finally have a car. Having a car is great," Lin Yi suddenly declared. Hearing this, Su Qingying couldn't help but smile. There was something very heartwarming about the bond between this brother and sister. "Yeah, we've got a car now. Wonder when we'll finally have a place of our own though." "Right. Our home is way too tiny," Yi sighed. "It'd be so nice if our place was a little bigger." "Wait a second." The more she listened, the more wrong this sounded. So Qingying sat up a little straighter, focusing on their conversation, and soon realized they were looping back and forth now. "It's such a shame. If only I had more money, I'd buy my brother a big house. But I'm just a broke student." "Well, I didn't go to college, but I'm a student too, you know," Fang Yi chimed in with a sigh. "Sure would be nice to have a big place." Just what was up with these two? Why did it feel like they were saying all this for her benefit? She was starting to break out in a cold sweat. "But man, those villas are so expensive. If only someone could give us one." Oh my God, they really were saying it for her. Now she finally understood why these two had dragged her out today. Su Qingying couldn't help but let out a wry chuckle. After all, compared to saving the city of Tai, what's a single villa? Fine, she'd take the hint. If anything, it was her who'd been careless. Fang Yi had saved Tai City both emotionally and logically. Of course the Spirit Association should reward him. She'd just been so swamped lately and had assumed Fang Yi wouldn't care about some cash reward, so she'd put it off and then forgotten. But really it was also because the Spirit Association didn't know Fang Yi and his sister very well. For Pathfinders this powerful, though, the association was always willing to be generous. How about this? So Qingying ventured carefully. "What if the Spirit Association gave you guys a villa?" Asterisk clap. Asterisk. Lin Yi immediately grabbed Su Qingying's hand, eyes shining with excitement. "Are you sure that's okay?" "Okay, they'd definitely come ready for this." Fang Yi, true to form, simply cleared his throat and said, "We're not exactly lacking for a place to stay. It was just something we said in passing, no need to take it seriously." Su Qingying didn't know whether to laugh or cry. These siblings always looked so aloof, but in private they were completely different. Facing Fang Yi's polite refusal, she countered enthusiastically, refusing to back down. "Fang Yi, you sealed an A+ anomaly. Both emotionally and by rights, the Spirit Association of Tai City has to show our gratitude. That settles it. I'm giving you two a villa, don't even think about refusing. I'll file the paperwork as soon as I get back. This is an emergency mission in Kang City, Tianbao Tower. The Spirit Association sure works fast." By the next day, Fang Yi already had a fully furnished, move-in ready villa in his name, didn't even have to pay for the renovations. It seemed like the relevant departments had already been notified too. Everything went as smoothly as if he had been given a green light through the whole process. "Bro, we actually have a villa now," Lin Yi said, still a little dazed. Her family was just average, neither poor nor rich, so this was her first time ever having a chance to live in such a place. "So does this count as moving up in the world thanks to your big brother?" Fang Yi teased, pretending to wipe away drool. The siblings had always been close as kids, though after Fang Yi distanced himself from their aunt's family to avoid causing trouble, their relationship had grown distant. But after living together again for a while now, things were slowly returning to how they'd been. Technically, they could just pack up and move in right away, but just as they were making plans, Fang Yi's phone rang. The call was perfectly timed. It was Jialan. Well, Captain Fang. I heard the Spirit Association just handed you a villa." "Tisk, they never changed, do they? Always giving away houses, handing out perks." Honestly, if they bought you an international plane ticket next time, I wouldn't even be surprised. Fang Yi looked at the property's title deed in his hand, which stated its value 27 million yuan. His first thought was, honestly, I think this habit of the Spirit Association is pretty great, they really should keep it up. You don't have to speak up for them. I know you're above all that material stuff, Jialan said, but let's be real, no other reward really matches up right now. Anyway, once those spiritual fruits from the recovery start taking root, the association will probably send you one to try out. Nah, I'm serious. I mean it, next time maybe suggest a house in Shen City. Or even better, let my real estate holdings cover every city in the country. That way I could spend every day collecting rent in flip-flops. Fang Yi's wish was as simple and unremarkable as it sounded. By the way, do you have time soon? I've got a task for you, an internal assignment from the military district. It's a bit risky but the pay is decent. You know Tianbao Tower in Kang City, right? Fang Yi thought for a moment. He vaguely remembered seeing something about it in the news, just a passing mention. Tianbao Tower was famous, the top spot in Kang City, but apparently it had suddenly been sealed off for some unknown reason, which had a lot of people grumbling. The closure of a building like that isn't a huge deal, but it's not nothing either. Normally you'd only see it on a local news account for Kang City, but for Fang Yi to see it all the way in Tai City, that was strange. What happened over there? He asked. Recently there's been a wave of unusual disturbances cropping up all over. Didn't we just have that A+ level anomaly breach over in Tashi? Now Kangxi is reporting something similar. It's not as serious as what happened in Tashi, but still over there the Tianbao Tower was supposed to be this new landmark building and then it got hit by an anomaly. Now the whole place is locked down. Originally, this was supposed to be handled by the local Spirit Association, but they're short-staffed these days. So they put in a request to the military district for backup. And now the tasks landed in the military's lap. Jialan could only sigh. It's not just the Spirit Association, truth is the military district is stretched thin too. Anomalies are popping up everywhere. The number of pioneers at their disposal hasn't even been fully tallied yet, so it's up to people like them to run around plugging holes wherever they appear. Kangxi. That's pretty far out. Fang Yi's first instinct was to refuse. His reasoning was simple. It was just too far. Even if he drove non-stop rotating shifts on the highway, it'd still take 10 full hours to get there. And if he flew or took the high-speed rail, well, what was the point of having bought a car in the first place? But the reward Jialan offered was even more tempting than what the Spirit Association had on the table. Sure, it's a long trip, so the military will cover all travel, plane tickets, hotel, everything. All your expenses while you're there. Covered too. And when it's over you get 5 million in cash. 5 million. Fang Yi didn't hesitate. I'm in. Early the next morning, in the first-class cabin of the plane, Fang Yi slipped off his eye mask and headed toward the shuttle bus. Outside the airport a black car had been waiting for ages. It wasn't long before they reached their destination, and surprisingly Fang Yi was the first to arrive. The others turned up one after another over the next 5 minutes. All told, there were 3 men and 2 women, counting Fang Yi. And there was something notable. Not a single one of them looked easy to mess with. One woman with short hair and a man who stood over 6'3" had arrived together. Both carried an intense, almost lethal aura about them and sat ramrod straight in their seats. Pretty obvious they were military. On the other side another man and woman gave off a vibe similar to Su Qingying, probably from the Spirit Association. Fang Yi introduced himself, then closed his eyes to rest, staying out of their conversation. After a round of brief introductions everyone seemed to have a sense of who was who. The main person in charge looked to be the short-haired military woman. She gave them a brief rundown on the situation at Tianbao Tower, which didn't differ much from what Fang Yi already knew. All right everyone, we're teammates for now. I might not know exactly how strong each of you is, but I'm sure we can agree on one thing: once we're inside, we help each other out. No problem with that. No one objected. The team was quite the mix. Clearly personnel was being pulled from everywhere. In fact, Fang Yi was the only one here without any official role. There was no government-issued tracker on his wrist like the others had. If anything, Fang Yi's presence was even more mysterious. His energy was tightly contained, making it impossible for the others to gauge his strength. The military's 2 pioneers exchanged curious glances. Didn't Sister Jis say she was bringing in some big shot to help us? Is it him? I'm not sure. He looks kind of skinny though. Military district office. Jialan was buried in work. Lately, the patterns of abnormal activity everywhere had grown bizarre. Even she had been drafted to help manage the situation, barely getting a moment's rest. Just then her phone rang. The caller ID flashed. Kang City Spiritual Affairs Association. The person on the other end sounded anxious, almost frantic. Tianbao building has fallen. We've already detected an appearance of the 7-star ghost chisel anomaly, and so far there are at least 30 casualties. Please, you must take this seriously. Jialan already knew the Tianbao building had been taken over by an anomaly, but she hadn't expected casualties to rack up so quickly. Still, as she thought of the operative she dispatched, her confidence returned. The enshrouder himself is on the case. With him at Tianbao building, nothing will go wrong. Don't worry, Jialan said. I don't play games with things like this. With him there, I assure you, there won't be any problems. Him? Who? The voice on the other end was filled with suspicion. Who did you send on this mission? Could it be the military district's top experts have been mobilized? The mission is in our hands now. No more questions, Jialan replied, her tone turning cold. That's how things work in the military district.